Navi, then VP, then probably Heretics, and then Rad and Shikigami somewhere in there. Pulsar has some potential based on the players that they picked up. I'll let you take a look at their roster and see what your thoughts are there as well. Other side of things in Pacific specifically, there's the two favorites, right? It's Gen G, it's Reject. Those are the two teams that should make the midseason finals. Everyone else is kind of a toss up. You could have Z10, you could have Chiefs, you could have some unknown rosters that get brought in here as well throughout the offseason into the fold. So we don't really know who else is going to be contending with those top two teams. On the other side of things, for China, it's been more parity than ever, right? OUG fell earlier on. We saw Conix get the victory. Fiat Lux doing really well for themselves. Those are the big three, and they're going to be fighting tooth and nail to see who comes out on top and makes it to those midseason finals.
Yo,
So
good
you have
morning.
those
Oh,
two
wait, I
who you're
can't put the
looking at.
headphones on yet.
Don't be too surprised if
Good
bounce back. Conix
morning.
maybe fall.
Oh, let me pause that real quick. Hold up, chat. Before we begin, we have a lot of games today. Hold up. See if I can get this. Full screen. Okay. Should we use black? Let's see. J3. Can you see that? J3's get rich. J3's. Is that how you? Do you guys see that? J3's get rich preds. God damn it! Is it not getting in focus? Who do you have? Let's see. We have. I think the stuff is. Oh, chat. Okay, let's see. We have. It says TCO. Okay, so we have EMEA. You guys see that? And then you have. You have EMEA and you have NA. Bang. This is easy, chat. I got you guys, bro. I got you guys. Hold on, give me a second. And then we have TCO. We have TCO against CNF. TCO against. You have FYR against RSG. You have VP against. And then you have, who else, chat? Rad against Alter. And then for NA, hold up, chat. For NA, you got NRG against Nightmare. Who else? Today, I'm winning all my predictions. Bro, chat, all you guys gotta do is copy my predictions and you guys get it all right. Easy. Let's see. You got 100 Thieves against FlyQuest. FlyQuest. You have STD against SM. Uh-oh.
Good morning, how is everyone?
And the last one is YWL. Okay. Okay. Chat. You guys want to see your predictions? Oh, hold on. I don't know if we're starting. Let me see something real quick. Who will win? I guess the first game is going to be TCO against CNF. Wait, Crownfall against the Chosen Ones. I'm going to start the prediction now because I think that game is going to start here in like about 5 minutes. Chat, bang. But if you guys need to know, who is winning, I got you guys. You guys ready?
Protect your ball.
Yo, only Zol. Appreciate us of 2 months. Sikira. Appreciate us of 11 months. If you guys want to know who's winning on J3's Get Rich Preds, I have to probably fix that because that light is in the way. Hold up. You guys see the J3s? Okay, J3s. You guys see that? Get Rich. J3's Get Rich Preds. Can you guys see that? Bang. You have EMEA and you have NA. And the winners. Yeah, they're showing you guys the rosters already. There you guys go. The winners I am going to circle. I don't know who any of these players are. Wait, chat, what do we do? Hold on. Let me see the players. If I see the players, then I could decide. I don't know who any of these players are. Uh-oh. Well, it's time to guess. I think the Chosen Ones have a better name. Fire Against Reason. Did we see Fire Against Reason yesterday, chat? Fire Against Reason. Did we see Fire or Reason play yesterday? No, we did not see. Fire Against Reason. You know what? Who was better in the preseason, chat? I don't remember.
Protect your bald king.
Was it Fire? Yo, Sensual. Pre-advance of 8 months. I'm going to go with Fire. You know what? Fire. British Pro. Today, I'm all going left. Today, I'm going all left. Chat, TCO against CNF, TCO wins. Fire against RSG, Fire wins. Virtus Pro against Pulsar, Virtus Pro wins. Rad against Alter, Rad wins. Easy. Easy. And then NA should be easy. NA is NRG against Nightmare. NRG. 100 Thieves against FlyQuest. 100 Thieves against FlyQuest. Ooh, bro, I don't know. This is a whole new FlyQuest team. And apparently,
Morning, Jay.
I don't know.
How did you
Apparently, 100 Thieves, you know, what do you call it? What's his name? TTK came into our stream and said he was practicing on the wrong patch. So I'm gonna go say FlyQuest. STE against TSM. I'm gonna have to root for TSM. And then YWL. And then YWL beats EXG. There you go. 100%. Look at that, chat. 101. Where's another marker? I need a... Where can you get 100? God, this marker sucks. God damn it. That marker fucking sucks. 100. %100% accurate. Never. %100% accurate, never wrong predictions. There you guys go. There you guys go. There's your predictions, chat.
And that's
Easy.
how we've got the likes of the Chosen One. So this is not
Easy.
really like a baptism of fire, but it's like, oh, we're very familiar with these guys because they're also like from
Easy.
the Saudi like
I would swap
region, a Middle
STD
Eastern
with
team.
NTSM.
You're
They've
gonna
all
have
played each
good
other in
experience
some
scrimmage.
division. Yeah.
I have never
they
seen
know
STD
kind of the
play,
play
though.
style of each other.
So
It's kind
that's
of
why
a
I'm
really
going with
big region
TSM.
that's, you know, exploded
Guru
a little
told
bit
me
more over the last,
when I got
couple of
Guru
MRCs
in a
that we've seen
team
in terms of their popularity and
on
player
ladder,
base,
he
and
said
that
they were doing
has
really
almost
well,
a
and this might be the
majority
meta for them. I don't know if he's telling the truth or not, but I'm gonna trust him.
Competing, you know, there's
I'm gonna
been
trust
different
him.
countries that do have there, but Saudi Arabia, we've seen like the level of players continue to elevate. So I've really liked to see, you know, the different performances that we've seen, you know, from Lions all the way over to Crownfall here and now Chosen Ones. It shows that there is like a lot of different levels to their specific region that they come from. But I'm more excited
Yo,
to see,
Heavenly
you know,
for 7
if
months. Appreciate
any
it.
of these players
give me a
on
second,
the
chat.
Chosen
Did I
Ones,
miss
you know,
anything I
have
didn't do today?
some insights onto their opponents. I mean, a couple of them have played against Ayano Koji specifically on, or played with that player on Crownfall. So they might get some insight there
I have the
into, you know, what
prediction
to
going
expect
for
in
you guys
terms of
right
like
now,
compositions that they're
which
going to go
apparently
for.
is a
That's what I'm interested to see
50-50,
here too, Ryan. It
surprisingly
felt
enough.
like during yesterday, and especially in like Americas and
50-50
OCE,
predictions.
there's like two different mindsets. It's like, hey, we either ban Gambit first or we ban the Dino first and try to go for one-sided Dino. And I feel like for most teams that are going one-sided Dino, it's not working.
Yeah, I also just think that there are some pretty decent
shit, the
options
game
for Devil
started.
Dinosaur as we
so-
go into game looking at the draft. So the Gambit ban is going to stay the same, and both teams wanted to try to get this like
TSC
dinosaur
wait, no,
mirror. I think Burning T'Challa in particular is a very like dive-centric map, but
Versus
the problem,
DNF.
I would say, if you sort of like the reason why this character is so meta, omnipresent in comparison
There
to
you guys
something
go.
like Black Cat that is also getting a lot of like attention. You just can't throw
I
Devil
do
Dinosaur
not
into
know
whatever
any of
company
these
works.
players
Exactly.
besides
That's
probably
like a
a
good thing or a bad
Boohoo.
thing. And on domination, put
I don't
the
know.
big
I
dinosaur
have
on an
chat.
objective
This is
is gonna help with the
EMEA,
amount
bro.
of
I
health
don't
that he
think we
has,
run
just
into a
how
lot of
much
these
he can feed
players on
strategist ult charge.
on ladder.
I mean, I saw,
Also-
I think it was in the Swamp Gaming Sentinels match, the Devil Dinosaur had like 124K
Maybe I'm too low rank.
damage block, which was insane. So, I mean, seeing the way that they could absorb the damage from your opponents.
Agoro.
Yes, the ult charge,
Agoro Hills,
you
Bridge
know,
Master,
generations,
32
like,
months,
I think
my
it's
friend. How you doing?
negative
How did you
35%
sleep? I slept
based on the stats
pretty well.
specifically. So it's not as
And
good, but it's still
Purple
so much
Pencase,
HP
Bridge
that
Master,
doesn't really
tier 1
matter
sub, my
too
friend.
much.
How
I
you
do
doing?
like having the Captain America save here, though, on the side of the Chosen
Animated
ones. That'll
Lord
probably
Dino.
be
I'm
for,
pretty sure these
21K.
guys are
They're
playing
more of,
on
like,
a
dive, player on
tournament
their side, but
patch
it could be
chat,
one of the
so
Vanguards
all
specifically focusing on there,
lords
too.
and
Maybe playing
champions
more
and
of that
skins
Black Cat, as you
and all that
mentioned.
stuff
We've
is
also
unlocked
seen,
for you.
You know, the trade between Black Cat and the Daredevil as well. So I'm curious if we see that on either side. And the White Fox too. I mean, we got to talk about the White Fox Luna team up. So deadly against dive. I can see why it's banned out for Crownfall.
Yeah, it's now like you've got the White Fox like ban at the end. It's looking like pretty much mirrored bans, which I feel in this case would lean towards like Crownfall just having a bit more like experience, but
Yeah.
it really does depend on like the characters that they want to like lean towards. That there's a lot of like it's going to be exactly the same. So in this case, like both teams won't have access to Gambit, Mantis, Luna, and White Fox. A little bit different order in the middle, but it's making sure that the Vanguard line of Dino, Team Captain America is like the thing to go for, which I think is like the most practiced, I think, with these brawl compositions coming out in Domination.
Well, you can also see why, you know, White Fox has such a priority in bans now compared to the preseason, right? Because she just enables so much of this composition. So not having that on the table is a great thing for them. One thing I do want to mention, because we didn't see them on the actual roster graphics, 7 Minute, the only player of this roster who actually competed through every single match for the Chosen Ones during MRC Season 7. So this is definitely a big pickup for them, specifically to have actually playing in this matchup. And I'm really curious, you know, what we can expect from them, the veterancy for this roster and sticking with this team, and probably more directing them on, you know, what to play and what comps to look at.
So much at
Okay,
stake
six,
for
alright.
Crownfall,
Okay, we're good.
narrowly missing
looking at
out
something.
on playoffs in preseason. But now it's also
I'm
running the
Brazilian.
risk of
I don't
relegation
understand
if
half
you
of
go
what
into
you
the
say, but I watch your
against
streams
MRC
daily.
teams.
That's
Chosen
crazy
ones, they
because
sort
you
of got
have
to this
better
position
grammar than
through
98%
promotion
of my
of
chat.
sorts. Now they
That's
want to keep
insane.
that spot and
Appreciate
get
it.
the same experience that Crownfall's been able to get. A great way to start domination, and we get to see a little bit more Black Cat option as both sides are looking to run it.
Both sides
What?
are looking for, you know, a tangle of sorts between these two Black Cats that are just going to be
Okay,
diving
let's
and
see this
bobbing
chat.
and weaving around, but also using the team up as well, giving all the fortune to Captain America, the extra shield.
Who did
and I
Jay
think
pick
the
to win?
deflection
I
of
think
that
the
is gonna be a very
chosen
useful
ones
effect against some of
are
these more
actually the
hit scan
chosen
players.
ones, chat.
Immediately, it's looking into the fight. It's Captain America. It's going to be Loey that was on the bench for the majority of preseason, earning that spot as Rosa has moved to past.
Hey, appreciate it, Darth.
The first one to find a pick, but it is traded on either side. Be right back means
I
it's
really
going
want
to
this
be a
skin
short
too. This
stay
skin
out
looks
for
nice.
Coco, and the point
Oh
flips
shit, yeah, I gotta move my
fairly
head.
easily,
My bad.
considering there's
Listen,
only
first
two
game of the day, bro. I
eliminations,
gotta
like
get the
trading
kinks
either
out.
side, Vaudible. That
First
was
game of the
easy
day,
for
first game of the
Crownfall
day.
to get hold of it.
Yeah, I mean, a tough spot for the Chosen One, specifically having two members go down so quickly. I do love this focus for JDX, specifically on the Starlord. They played a lot of it, but not looking as good as they could. So for Crownfall specifically, this is more of, you know, the standard affair of what we expect going into this matchup, right? They have the Ignite experience, they have the veterancy.
All right, let's get it, let's get it.
What they've expected
Yo,
to
Whiff
see
God,
these
free chance
teams
to prime
play
sub.
through MRC and probably watching some of their VODs as well just to prepare. So a great look for Crownfall in that first
We're gonna
fight.
see
And,
Black Cat
you know,
players
this'll
just
turn around
dominate the
their
whole
record
lobbies,
for
chat. It's gonna be a
domination
lot of
going
fun.
into stage one.
You've got the Rocket Raccoon as well. Sabira back. Cooldown is going to be fairly up and running for Crownfall now that they can sort of hold these doorways. If you've got Captain America. To
Wait,
shut
weren't they
down the
just
extra
showing
paths
before
that
this
these
game
flanks
started
go
that
on, so Coco's
CNF was
gonna
like
try and
third
play them
place
out,
MRC
create a little
season
bit of
like
space,
6
but
or
so
something, and then
far, half of the
TCO
percentage
was like
pretty much
first
wrapped
place
up in the
winner
end.
season 7.
And not really the dive coming
Just
in
by
up
that
until
logic,
now.
TCO
Chosen ones
should
have
win,
built
right?
These ultimates, but two lovely picks has actually allowed them a chance to swing over onto the point. No way for Crownfall to contest over in a flash.
And looking at the side of the Chosen Ones specifically, I mean, this is a great windfall for them, right? Not giving as much percentage as they would have liked to Crownfall, stopping them at the 55-point mark.
Metas
but
do
the
change.
portal coming in so quickly from Protoss, I think
Metas
is a great
do
bet for them,
change.
just so they can contest early and flip the point in their favor and get to that 99%.
I mean, eliminations on both sides means that it's hard to really get a gauge on how many people are on the point, but it is going to be the ball play forced out quite early from Protoss, who actually is going to be in from the team, was on Pep's
They
last
could
stage,
run-
has been thrown into the fray.
I'm guessing
So
there are
Crownfall a little
teams
bit more of that
who
experience
like
at
to
this
play
level, so
Black
Legend
Cat,
not
but if they're
play
not
as
really
well.
good at the
But
Black
now
Cat
you've got
mirror,
the
they switch to
Legend gonna be
Daredevil,
thrown
and
in
Daredevil
from
can see through the
IGD.
walls
He's
and
gonna
stuff,
see if he can
obviously.
get a little bit
And
more.
the
He plays
Daredevil
pathways
players
up.
just like try to
And it's
match
expensive,
or
but the Chosen ones still
annoy
have
the
some
Black
ultimates
Cat
to sit back
players.
and work on. Crownfall
I'm
are a
guessing
little
that's
bit
what they're
more
doing,
like
right?
holding on 50% on a
Didn't
lot of these
21K
ultimates,
start out
trying to
on Black
reset and
Cat?
see if they can get this Black Cat into position.
I think that positioning is huge for this Black Cat specifically. I know they have, you know, all the verticality, they have the portals available to them, but if you can get them in the right spot where the backline's not prepared, that'd be huge. But the Devil getting unleashed here for 21K. They're the one I'm looking out for on this team to pop off, and that's exactly what they're doing with the double here. See if they can get any more picks. The rest of their team does collapse on the Crownfall, and that is a huge team fight win and a good turnaround for the Chosen Ones.
I mean, the only thing that Chosen Ones have put a foot wrong on so far on this map has just been how easily they gave up the point initially, and I think they were still leading the line with eliminations. It
Okay,
was just
cool.
they weren't positioned well and they weren't able to contest. Now, Crownfall, you at least have something like the Invisible Bounty to actually get into these positions and go for a more aggressive fight.
Wait,
similar
what?
to we
Either
saw
these
from the
teams
Lions
don't watch
with how
any
they
other
play.
matches, or
The
their
Chosen
egos
Ones
are too
sitting
big
on
to
ultimates,
realize
they
to
haven't
get Black
really
Cat
felt
out of
the
the
need to
lobby,
use
and it's a
them.
nicer
and they're making
game.
sure that Lowy just
Yeah,
can't
but-
hit any space on the Captain America and stopping these players perching on the high ground.
Both teams are not even playing Black Cat right now.
Expected going into this too, especially with the aggressive style of play that we're seeing from the Chosen Ones as they go in.
Now it's a brawly fight again as the invisible boundaries, both sides are going to be used off of the objective as Freedom Charge now for Lowy to see if he can out-sustain this fight, really just allowing Abuhu and Haster on these Devil Dinosaurs to cleave up, but the Beast Rampage was used.
Oh my God, the guy's...
Chosen Ones a little bit earlier. Abuhu still has it in hand as Yan Amplifier is going to try and put out a bit more of this damage. Seems that Crownfall are just trying to stagger these ultimates. Now that they're getting the eliminations, they may be able to keep that ultimate in hand now that they flipped it. But Vaudeville, it's at 99%. There's not much space to move off of now from this first objective.
A lot of resources burned, but they had to, right, for Crownfall. They're at least trying.
Like, you guys are more worried about Black Cat, bro. The character that I see here that I'm annoyed by is not even Daredevil. I hate
seeing, the
Captain America, bro.
Which is all we really have to go off of. I mean, they did rally behind it pretty well during those matchups, but again, they were against other teams and other stories that they're facing off, and I don't think this resistance that they face themselves in is pushing them to the adversity that they did not expect. And Boo, as they say that, they're getting a double.
That's exactly what he wanted, though. Devil Beast Rampage setting up the kills and the picks. He's able to go for these fights into deep areas. And now for the Chosen Ones, has to go for the portal play. It was used from Crownfall a little bit earlier.
Oh my god, wait, he didn't even get the touch. He didn't even get the touch.
On time, but just in the nick of it, the Chosen Ones able to get onto this objective. Crownfall still having a hold of it, and a perfectly timed let the devil out whilst this AoE effect could really make this portal an uncomfortable position for the Chosen Ones to actually try to touch and engage on this one. Seems that Crownfall are going to end this first point the same way that they began it, by taking this objective, holding on to it, and Chosen Ones fighting back nicely.
Wait a minute.
Enough for the Boohoo. Great.
Wait a minute.
I mean, seeing the difference between these two teams. Right?
Wait a minute. Wait. Chat. Who did I vote for again?
The one that they're kind of like rallying behind with the Daredevil specifically, and I
kind of expect that going to this, right?
They're the dive player, the dive duelist for a reason, but Majid on the other side, I mean, they are just electric. The 10 final hits on them against 21K, I feel like that's going to be the duel between those two duelists that we expect to see.
Jay hates two of my mains, Cap and Mag.
Well,
Mag is... Mag, you can... I can't... I don't even have to explain. All Mag players just do is fucking solo ult me 24/7. So, yo, if you're a Mag player, flark you. Second of all, Captain America players don't even play the game, bro. All they do is play... They just run around, watch the game happening, and jump up and down while doing nothing. And just like, sometimes throwing your shield. They're just annoying as shit.
To see a lot more of like this Phoenix because, like from their perspective, we saw a lot from Elsa Precis, how much space that they were left up with, and FHD just seemed to be able to do that damage from distance. He doesn't have to rely on the sparks to do the burst damage anymore. Just the left click is going to be enough to be.
So gonna do that tier list today. I wanted to before I started my stream, but I kind of was a little late.
Some of the flanks and stuff where they had control of the objective. But if there's too many crossfires going on, FHD is free reign in the skies.
Yeah, especially on this sub-map, right? So much verticality, but also just room to see where everyone is on the objective and just snipe them from when they're least suspecting. But you gotta keep an eye specifically on 21K and Majid as they do go in against each other.
And more of a brawl be right back means that it's going to be a chance for Chosen Ones to keep on fighting this one, and unlike the first point, they're actually able to contest the objective a little bit more. It is very brawly when you're looking at the Daredevil and Devil Dinosaur combination, but the pick's going in the way of the Chosen Ones again, forcing out that Ensog Inferno to see if they can trade out a pick, and they do get onto Crazy. The copy goes over from the Loki to get this Yarn Amplifier, and we saw this a little bit yesterday, I think, from Lions, just being able to sort of stall them out one at a time. Iron Koji's is going to be used up, so you would imagine Protoss is going to be next. If he isn't going to be hounded by the Devil Dinosaur,
damn, dude, that Devil Dinosaur ult's crazy, man. Yo, Odari, pre-classic new tier 1 sub, my friend. How you doing? 11 months. With God, pre-classic prime sub.
All damage all the way. That's what reminds me of this Loki specific play with the Rocket Raccoon,
nice
right?
shots.
So you can just have the double Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, get the extra HP and everything else. And, well, Fahad, as we're seeing here, is going to be cleaning up the pieces towards the end with Majid going in as well. So, I mean, Crownfall, I feel like they got humbled a bit on that first sub map, and now they're locking in.
Yeah, Iana Koji actually switching away from the Loki. I feel like whilst he was the only elimination that went down for Crownfall, the play was still the right one, and I think so much of what he could do is still going to be handy. It's not like he has to deal with the Phoenix on the other side, but yeah, an Amplify, let the Devil Out combination is going to come in from Chosen Ones. So you want to try and go in for the counter attack.
I hate this character, bro. I'm sorry, I hate this character. It just looks like they just smash the face on their keyboard and suddenly they get like 4 kills. I hate it.
It's going to be about 35% that they're going to have to settle on. Chosen Ones' aggressive nature, great play with the ults.
Yeah, I mean, Coco and 21K, the coordination that we're seeing from them is electric, but also JDX, right? The flankability that you have for Starlord. You talked about the team up right,
EMEA starts at 12 o'clock tomorrow, EST.
With the self-teleport.
Same time as it did yesterday.
Frames in case you're about to go down, so a lot of options for that. Speaking of going in, though, here's Coco.
push right in. It's going to force Freedom Charge on the other side as the Daredevils duke it out against each other, but it means that the Chosen Ones, any elimination that goes against them, Vera Backs have found a lot of value from 7 minute here. So now it's FHD. If he can actually get an Ensong Inferno lined up.
Like I said, chat, all I'm seeing is the Captain America. Bro, Captain America has to be one of the most boring characters to play, bro.
The Chosen Ones, they have it. It's Jeff, but it's going to be forced out.
I can only see Captain America being fun is because you just never die, and that probably pisses people off.
To actually get the elimination onto MJD that's actually peeked out a little bit further on, and whilst this is a fight that the Chosen were looking to try and like win out,
bro.
they had the numbers.
You just jump around, never die, and run away, and just live.
Ones maybe looking to reset.
As close as it can be between these two, right? Neck and neck. And this is a lot more than we expected going into this matchup, especially, you know, one team having that Ignite experience, the other one coming from MRC with a bit of a different look for the roster. But potential portal, like, shenanigans coming here from Margin, just waiting for the right time to see if they can maybe kidnap someone through it. It'll be kind of crazy to see that go through. But either way, Crownfall do recontest and, you know, have the sustain, and they are going to keep that initiative for the extra percentage.
I think that's, you know, a risky one for the
Okay,
Chosen
that's a
Ones
very
because it
risky
was
portal,
Crownfall
and they won that.
pretty cheaply. And this could be a dangerous thing to do as well. Like, you have got the Galactic Legend. It's
No, why would you run away from your? Why would you run away from your ult?
It didn't really feel like the Chosen Ones were ready to go
That makes no
play with the Galactic
sense.
Legend at that point.
You used your
Crownfall
ult to
sort of
live, and
turn
then
the
you
point,
run away
even
from
though
it
for
and
the portal
die.
to keep that contest and that momentum going, despite being players down. And then the Chosen Ones dedicated big ultimates at times where it didn't feel they were ready. It's a bit of an awkward reset. And now Crownfall 90%. It has to be a portal play, surely, for Chosen Ones to go in and try and touch this. But it feels like the rotations are going to be a little bit slow.
That's the tough part here for Chosen Ones, especially because they need someone to contest. Thankfully, someone is, so they will get the portal play in time to at least get on the objective. But Crownfall, they have things locked down for the most part. No ultimates to work with, though. And 21K, they need to get them out of the play, and they do go down immediately. This is not a good look for Chosen Ones.
It's a best of 3. You can see by the score right here. There's 2 blocks here and 2 blocks here. Whoever wins 2 first wins.
No eliminations come out from the Chosen Ones at all.
I actually cannot believe no.
Perfectly positioned to just block up a portal means that it is going to be Crownfall taking this first map 2-0. Good moments from the Chosen Ones. But at the end there, I think there was just that
I
little bit of
said the
experience
Chosen Ones were winning the no.
This is a great first showing for a team, you know, coming up from MRC, you know, didn't quite expect to play, right? Because
there's no way that the curse is active this morning.
It's like, hey, we're gonna lock in. We got some friends that can come in and ring for us, and they're doing a pretty good job, all things considered. I don't know if it's necessarily speaking more, you know, about Crownfall in terms of like their caliber of play that we saw from preseason, or more about the Chosen Ones.
Yesterday,
we'll see, you know,
I got
stage 1 goes.
listen.
But I'm really excited to see what goes on.
Yesterday, I had 5 out of 6 predictions correct.
What the Chosen Ones are choosing for their second map.
5 out of 6.
We'll see after this quick break.
I actually cannot believe. Peak Curse 3 from preseason. Bro. Oh, wait, this is my favorite jump. Oh, this is probably like this is a fire song right now, bro. Alright, I'll put it here. I might have to add this song in my playlist, bro, and try and do a PR on this at the gym. They're gonna be like, hey, yo, bro, why are you deadlifting 5,000 pounds? What song are you listening to? And they're gonna put this on. They're gonna be like, I agree with you about Daredevil players, though. I swear DD players just hit every single button at once and somehow get kills. True. DD players just rub their face on their keyboard, somehow get kills, and then they're like very happy about it. But if you ask them to explain how they got kills, they can't explain it because all they're doing is just pushing random buttons. Yeah. What's up, May? I think Black Cat's a little different though, because Black Cat you have to know like what to buy, and usually it's the invisibility and all that stuff, and then yeah. It's usually, I don't know. I actually cannot believe Crownfall took the first map though. Damn. They were gassing up the Chosen Ones before the game started, and that's why I chose the Chosen Ones. I still believe. It's a best of 3, chat. I was about to say, what the hell's happening? That's crazy, bro. Oh shit, we're back already. Damn, these breaks are so quick, bro. God damn.
Well, the crown stays steady here for Crownfall in map 1, and Daredevil makes his appearance not only in the game, but he's also got a new costume that is dropping. But to at least focus in on, you know, not just looking good, but playing well, Vaudable. We saw Black Cat originally, but then people swapped off of Black Cat, both sides, and went to the Daredevil. What's up with that?
Yeah, I mean, you know, talking about that map that we just saw, Crownfall getting the victory, of course, in the 2-0 fashion, I think it's just a comfortability thing, right? Like, as we go
Has
throughout
Virtus Pro played yet?
the group
No,
stage
Virtus
into
Pro
the
is...
playoffs specifically, I think teams will get more familiar with it, right? We didn't
Virtus
see it
Pro's the
played
third
during
team,
the
third game.
playoffs because it was still on that Season 7 patch. So, you know, the teams coming from MRC, they will have a little bit more experience with it, of course, but I think, you know, teams are still trying to figure out, okay, where best do they fit into the composition? Do we want to play Daredevil? Do we want to play Black Cat? For some reason, I've seen some teams like in MRC at least running both, but I think it's usually like a feast or famine. If you feel good on the Black Cat, you play that. If you feel good on the Daredevil, you play that as well. Majid, I know they have the Doctor Strange here, but
my goddess
you know, they were the Daredevil.
Oh, I can share you mine. No problem. Usually I,
you
know, use shampoo.
I mean,
and
Brian,
a little bit of conditioner.
Final hits that Majed
that's basically
had
it,
on
yeah.
the Daredevil.
Let me know if you guys need any more hair
obviously a huge
tips and
part
tricks.
of that, and kind of working in tandem with Fahad and just all the damage that he did on the Phoenix as we put it up on y'all's screens. I mean, it was obvious for me at least. Oh, Majed ended up with 16 final hits at the end of the map.
Yeah, and I mean 21k, also 14, so it was a good head-to-head between the two. I think, like you guys mentioned, starting off on Black Cat, I think one of the things is like the pivot over to Daredevil, especially with how much we saw it from the Captain Americas of both Loey and Coco, how much we were seeing them just shut down some of these like flanks.
Captain America didn't even do that much damage blocked, bro.
They're just in one of those,
they
like,
did 7,000 damage.
You're gonna have a horrible time.
Almost
like,
less damage than their supports. Look at that. 7,000 damage, almost less than their support players. And he only had 4 final hits, bro. Captain America doesn't do anything but spectate the game, and he's annoying.
That you're more comfortable with, and just be the pound
Like,
for pound team that is better
that
on these
mosquito that you
characters.
just
To go into
can't.
something like Daredevil is good instead of just hoping
just can't
that you
kill,
have
bro.
an elite performance of Black Cat if
Oh,
you don't
shit, I'm
feel as
blocking his
comfortable
face.
on it in comparison.
And we'll see what Chosen Ones want to choose. I will stop, I swear, with all the Chosen puns, but they want to go to Museum of Contemplation. I will contemplate more jokes, I swear. But, I mean, Vaudable, there were so many swaps in the strategist line to try and deal with all the flanking, whether it's the Captain America, the Daredevil, the Black Cat that started originally. We went from, like, Cloak and Dagger to Loki to going to
Who's that
Rocket to
character that was
Jeff,
right
and
there?
We'll see if they'll
The
be
one that's,
able
like,
to escape
screaming
the
in the beginning of the game.
upcoming
You guys see him?
dive
The big
on
rock
this map
guy?
number 2. So I'm gonna just
What's
leave
his
it
name?
into your trusted hands.
That could be a
Audible
cool
and
tank
Ryan.
player.
Ooh, it's a good map for Crownfall. At least it ended a pretty like rough group stages of preseason nicely for Crownfall, as they were able to get the win over Reason Gaming at that point. But it's more like, again, that point was more focused on like Elsa being competing and contesting over against Gambit. I just don't think that, like, some teams are trying to do it, but I just don't think that's worthwhile. It's like how well you can play into Devil Dinosaur and how much you could just make him a non-issue. It really does feel like reps on this meta is going to be the defining thing, and it would be a little bit shocking.
Yo,
to see
what's up,
anything change,
Cargo?
other than maybe a little bit more Wolverine for a duelist option.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen, you know, Wolverine be like a decent counter into Devil Dinosaur because of how much damage you're able to do against them. Of course, you can't use your Feral Leap to kidnap them, but it can interrupt some of their abilities.
Unscented.
So you could,
Appreciate the
collide
massive
with them
prime sub
there
as well,
as
my
they're
friend.
jumping and just stop them as they're trying to, you know, take your teammates away for that as well. But I think the big thing here too is, okay, Luna Snow first ban. Okay, second ban. Okay, second ban. I was like, we're going crazy here. No, it's going to be the Gambit first bans. I think both teams and most of the region have realized, hey, we shouldn't allow it to be one
Ghost
Gambit.
Killer.
Appreciate
the prime sub, my friend. Welcome.
And the Devil Dinosaur is going to still be the Apex Predator, the king here.
And
for these
Merciful
teams. I'm more interested on
Dudes.
seeing,
Appreciate
you know,
the
what
massive
saves are going to be right.
prime
We saw
sub,
the
my
Captain
friend.
America
Welcome.
saved from both ends, and this is a
That's
great
popping
map,
off.
I'd say, for
Yeah,
Captain
sorry
America.
about that, chat. By the way, all the
but
new
there's also been,
followers
like,
out
good
there,
months,
new
like Boohoo's had
that
good, like Vanguard Deadpool.
I have a
True,
weak
true,
follower
good,
limit on
certainly
right
up
now
against
because
Devil
there's some person
Dinosaur,
hate
like, in
rating
both
a lot
cases,
of
you've been
the
playing
Marvel
as, like,
Rivals
who's
category.
good with
So
it.
to
Emma
prevent
Frost
that
has been
person from
up in the play rate as well,
hiking,
but
we
still being banned out
we have
on
1
either
week
side
follower
means it is a
limit
little
on
bit
to
more, like,
talk.
gonna be
But
balanced.
you
The same
can
bans
skip
like
that
these
1
happen at
week.
the same time.
I think it's
if
going
you
to be the
sub.
exact same.
Yeah, it
And you
probably
get ad
is,
free
which,
viewing.
if you're
Yeah.
the chosen ones,
Yeah, but
I
there's
think it
a
makes
guy
sense to,
running
like,
around
if you've
being
been practicing a kind of like composition as much as
everything
you
bad,
possibly can.
racist,
I do like
homophobic,
Benedict's onto
you know,
Emma. Cap
sexist.
is
Yeah,
good at
he's
domination,
just
but Emma has
just a
always been
failure
good on like convoy
and
maps in
waste of
particular,
space.
but also just
But,
is
yeah.
a lot better now because a lot of those nerfs that she hit earlier this year have been reverted and then some. So she's a little bit stronger than she
Is he
is.
actually in every
I'm
single?
curious if we see more of like the
yeah,
triple,
that guy has
strategy from
no.
Crownfall and
That guy has
defense, right,
no
based on the
life,
side that
bro.
they're
It's
playing.
sad.
Like that could be what they're going for too. Having this Emma save, banning out the Phoenix though, I think is a great option, right? We saw how effective FHD was on that too. You know, they're
Yeah,
only
they're still
going
botted.
down 3 times. The least
Just as a
casualties
heads
that
up
we
to all
saw
the
in
new followers
entire
out there,
lobby. So
appreciate
the
you guys,
position that we saw from them
but
in the
yeah,
flanking
we have
on the
to
off-angles
have
was
this
great,
on.
and there are some insane points that you can
Team
use
Bulk.
Phoenix specifically
Appreciate the
around that
massive new
second
tier 1
checkpoint.
sub, my friend.
I mean, it's also just like the damage you could do from distance, and I think Crownfall.
I'm crying, he's a
was,
failure.
MJD
Yeah,
was
pretty
able to
much.
get through quite a lot.
You know, if he did it for a
those cases,
day,
like,
I would be
FHD
like,
was
okay,
able to
someone's
just
probably
sort of
pissed off. But no,
get
he's
out a
been
lot
doing
of
it.
churn
This person's
damage
been doing it
without
for a
being
month,
contested all
chat.
that much.
Can you
That's good
imagine
disengage
sitting there
too. It seems that it's going to be like
in
Emma
your
Frost on the other
basement
side
for a
too, is, like,
month,
protect-
not doing
Is it gonna be
anything, not
prepared? No,
you
they
know,
want to get rid of
just
the white fox
going
and, like,
online and
sort
just
of
hate
get rid of
rating
some of those,
for a
like,
month.
divier
That's
options
crazy.
for your backline.
A lot of money. He's
Even though
spending
you
a
had
lot of
Luna
money.
taken out
He's
earlier,
wasting a
I
lot
still
of
think
time.
the White Fox
Sucks.
along the lines of like a Daredevil Black Cat composition really allows that dive as we saw from Team Heretics and Ken yesterday.
Sucks.
Yeah,
But
so we might see
anyways,
a little bit of that
Marvel
from
Rivals watch
Crownfall,
parties, let's get
specifically
it.
when they're on the attacking side, you know, just to keep themselves sustained if they are trying to go for more of that dive style.
You're
but I'm
fine,
really curious
Bree.
on what their
I have
backline's
it on
gonna
1
look like
week.
here, because like Lemon was saying, we saw, you know, the entire
If you want to
Rolodex
get
of
some
strategies
bans going,
pulled
I
out
could
to
turn
see
off the
what
1
would
week
work.
thing.
It was interesting,
You want some
seeing
bans?
the Loki rocket, seeing the Cloak and Dagger. I think Cloak and Dagger also is just so good with that Terror Cape, right? Able to use the vulnerability against the
you're
other
ban
team just
hungry,
to boost you
I could turn
a
it
little
off.
bit more in an edge, blind them as well as you're trying to get those eliminations, and could be the difference maker if they do opt for that. But you know, Luna Snow getting banned out, not too surprised. I mean, they're basically like a duelist at this point with how much damage they can do. If you have a Mantis damage boosting and self-snowflaking your Luna Snow, you're gonna have a bad time against that.
Yeah, seeing what the teams
I think
are
it's
trying
always
to
been
run
real
in the
accounts.
Spondars as the setup is going to come in from the defensive side of Crownfall first. MJD taking a seat, looking like he's on Punisher. Yeah,
look like
we're going
it,
to see
yeah.
some Punisher action. So we
yeah.
are going to see a little bit of Dino Ride in action with a team up, but also.
Oh snap! Are we seeing? Wait, we have a Punisher, chat. We have a Punisher and we have an Adam Warlock, something we have never seen. We seen a Punisher yesterday, but this is a crazy team comp.
Yeah, Rocket's probably just going to be a mainstay in this meta just based on the damage boost that we have, but also the ult charge, you're able to get it a lot faster too, and also having the extra healing orbs as well, just as you sustain your team. So buffs across the board for Rocket. You can see exactly why they're being used as efficiently as they can, but I'm kind of curious on how MJD will do on this. Do they use the team up? We saw it a couple times in scrims, but not to as much effectiveness as they would like.
I mean, it's the fact that, like, yeah, the Phoenix was banned out for Jean Grey. Even Elsa's getting passed up on this one, but he's just able to channel so much damage and even play close quarters with the shotgun, which often is getting a lot more attention than usual. The CC is great, but the amount of sustain the Devil Dinosaur has available to him is unfounded, and it's really
That's crazy. That character could just go invisible like instantly for a few, like 2 seconds. Bro, second you see her, second you don't.
Losing players on the side of Crownfall, but the Be Right Back is helping this defense stall out for a bit more time.
Yeah, even with, you know, the Cosmic Iron Amplifier from Crownfall actually not getting taken out by the JDX Ensong Inferno, so did stay up for a decent amount of time just to keep them engaged on this first hallway turnaround. So a great stop potential, but I do like 21K specifically on the Black Cat, using the invisibility, and JDX will also clean things up.
Yeah, JDX has found himself free just with the left click. Sparks be damned, it's not needed.
Crownfall. I don't know what Crownfall's doing, but I really want to know if that comp is going to work. That comp looks very interesting.
Amplifiers, you will have the copy on another one, and also a Punisher ult. And you have very little to actually contest that when it comes to like damage from distance, right? So could have been iffy. 21K is switching over towards
I think I saw that person in some smaller content creators for Rival streams too. Yeah, chat, if you guys want to help the fellow Marvel Rivals community or a streamer that you guys are watching, just tell them if that starts happening, tell them to turn it on 1 week follower limit. And I mean, it sucks because the new followers can't talk, but I mean, it takes away the bots. Or turn it to sub only.
The chosen ones.
Yeah. Yo, Fat Drake, please rise and tier 1 sub, my friend. How you doing?
He's actually built up this ultimate very quickly because of switch around, so now it's still just absolutely plummeting. You got the Flaming Orb to get some information on where these defenders are going to try and contest from. They want to do it together. They don't want to overstep. You want to make sure that, like, if you're going to go for a copy, you've got something to copy, but instead, you actually lose the cloak.
It doesn't matter, Bean. They're literally taking real people's
you
accounts. It doesn't matter if you have email verification, phone verification, it still goes through, bro. You're acting like I haven't done that before. Trust me, I've done everything.
Actually contest this, it looks like.
21K going pretty
it's not bot accounts. The guy's actually hacking real people's accounts. So protect your accounts, chat. You should turn on 2FA or phone verification or something.
On through from Crownfall to try to clear this up just in the nick of time. Maybe it was Chosen Ones that overextended. I like the fight to try and make sure that Crownfall can't set up. You're tracking these ultimates. You know that there's stuff to work with in the final.
Also, I do like the Punisher, chat. I do like the Punisher. The reason I like the Punisher, especially in my ranked games, is you do a lot of damage, and also if you go to shotgun, you kill that dinosaur pretty fast, and your ultimate ability does kill through any portal.
But instead, it's going to be the Galactic Legend start of the engagement.
I mean, the Phantom Pursuit usages from 21K are great, but here is that Galactic Legend, as you mentioned, does bait out the invisible boundary from 7 minutes, so... Oh, no.
It was looking like such a good hold on the defense, but it's like, wait, nobody's on the point. You have to go and fight this back. What are we doing? You have the bodies as well to just stick on an objective, but it's like Lowy wanted to take a little bit more of this space, but they managed to get the point not capped onto second, but the Chosen Ones trying to use this newfound area that they have control of with this Ensong Inferno, slamming down immediate elimination onto MJD, so that's one of those main points of this defense stops in its tracks, and there's still the contests going in. Chosen Ones have managed to use up a lot of this time on this attack, but it's maybe going to be turned around in the end if it wasn't for this Devil Dinosaur and the switch run. Crownfall are doing a lot of work. Ayana Koji, especially on this Loki, done well to try to stall this out, and a portal play is great for Crownfall to actually keep this going.
I like the Mento Fish usage as well, just to slow them down so they can't use any of their escape abilities. And Coco getting a triple there too on the Emma, almost has their ultimate available. They cannot be stopped, and the slicing and dicing of 21K is just so lethal with this Black Cat. They are using it perfectly, zoning them out, slowing them down with the CC abilities, and
dude, Black Cat is insane, dude. Oh my god.
Second checkpoint, so great look for the Chosen Ones, but hey, Crownfall, that's a good turnaround compared to almost just giving them the point by accident.
Oh, entirely, yeah. So, like, at least Crownfall were able to fight this back. Chosen Ones, it is those fine margins.
Good Black Cat players are very scary, man.
Punished at the highest level, and the Chosen Ones, that brief overextend could have potentially been the difference here. But Chosen Ones not only been able to cap the point, but hold on to a lot of ultimates and force good stuff out in the end from Crownfall, who have, again, switched around this backline, having the invisible boundary from Ayana Koji, moving away from this Yarn Amplifier low-key combo, which is also something that the Chosen Ones have done with 7 Minute moving over to the Invisible Woman to farm up these invisible boundaries and just maintain some control for JDX that is going to have some of this space shut down.
Crownfall actually completely changing up their lineup as well. We don't see the dinosaur at all. Lowy is just going to be on the Captain America instead. And the calling card coming out and just going to be slicing through every rank of Crownfall. And a tough spot for them to be in.
Dude,
even with the alts that they are using
she does
counter. The Sonic Seduction
so much damage.
You see the Rampage
Oh
with the
my
card.
goodness, man.
Duo combo from our two new heroes in stage 1 compared to
Oh
preseason.
my! Nah. We're gonna need a nerf on Spider-Man, bro. Come on. We're gonna need a nerf on Spider-Man. This is not real.
Much like a lot
Nah.
of the other like Saudi teams that we have seen from this Action of Big Night, doing better than expected. Like the
One thing that I noticed that works really well against Black Cat Chat, you can go into more. The Squid's wall shoot. Or Bucky. I do mess up some Black Cat players with the more Bucky in my ranked games.
21K can't get much more success out of the Black Cat.
I mean, speaking of that Black Cat, talking about the experience, right? MRC Season 7, you were able to play Black Cat for the first time, so you can see exactly why they are more veteran, I guess, on this hero and know how to use them very effectively, but both strategies ultimates coming through from either side. And Crownfall, they do have a lot in the bank.
Invisible Boundary was potentially used. It wasn't interrupted clearly because it's still in the hands of Ayana Koji, but he goes down, not going to be using it, thankfully, in this case. Still trades out. The Chosen Ones have to reset. There's only a minute left on the clock, and the defenders having 4 ultimates, only using that Eternal Bond from Protoss, means that they have plenty to sit back on. So like now, 21K, JDX, are they going to find these picks in the neutral? It's going to be tricky to find these ultimates other than the Animal Amplifier. Is that going to be the difference maker?
Could be the difference maker. It needs to be, specifically for the Chosen Ones, especially looking at the ultimates on the other side. Freedom Charge coming through. Eventually, the Devil will be unleashed.
Oh, poor little Rocket, man. Poor little Rocket. He just wanted to live his life.
Now you got Ensong being used,
They had 1 minute left, and now they only have 20 seconds. They got to get their shit together here.
It's not just going to be used for clearing out some of these more deployables. And
do they not have a TP? 18 seconds? They have to TP, right?
Going for them, but Chosen One still losing out on plenty of players. You've got Coco that's going to switch over towards the Doctor Strange to go for this play, and I would imagine Crownfall are going to be wise to it. They're going to try and close this distance down. They have the Star-Lord actually just jumping for the portal on the other side. Just, hey guys, how's it going? But the point is going to be touch, and Crownfall doing a very good job to actually be very subtle in how they're playing. It seems that the Chosen Ones are like, where are they? We're seeing like there's the dinosaur at the very least, but where's this Star-Lord with the Galactic Legend? The Invisible Boundary planted on
bro, I was going to say that earlier, man. It sucks when you're playing Star-Lord and they rocket ult. Bro, you cannot auto-aim the rocket ult. It sucks.
And Crownfall stopped the payload in its track.
That's still a good push. That's still a good push.
I mean, this goes to show, you know, what we saw.
We might see a game 3, chat. We might see a game 3. Actually, we will see a game 3. You know why? Because I voted for TCO to win, and TCO's losing right now. So if TCO wins this map, chat, we're going to a map 3, and then TCO's going to win, and J3 never gets a prediction wrong.
Members have, right? Even with Lowy coming in from the sub spot, of course, they've been scrimming with them in the meantime whenever people were busy, then also getting ready for this stage 1. So they know, you know, the call-outs, they know the comms that they need to go for. They know, hey, I'm just going to be using the strategist ultimate. That's all we need for this team fight. We saw them bait out so many of the options from the Chosen Ones during that last engagement towards that 3rd checkpoint, which is the hardest to get in the game, I would say, aside from Lower Manhattan, from what we've seen. So
that is true.
Groundfall, I mean, they turn things around. The only issue is it going to be enough, especially, you know, being on Museum of Contemplation. We've seen so many, you know, full holds and holds around that 2nd checkpoint, and Crownfall did make such a mistake to allow so much room for the Chosen Ones to get towards that 2nd checkpoint. So that could be their demise towards the end of it, but a great stop, at least at the end of the road there for Crownfall.
There's always that kind of like balance that you need to work with, I think, with the Phoenix Jean Grey play as well for JDX. Putting out a ton of damage, but luckily, and like to the plan,
I want
he's
Crownfall to win so we can watch 100 Thieves.
Like low on final hits. All it means is that Crownfall are farming.
Wait, that doesn't make any sense though.
And when you were running like the Loki and the Rocket Raccoon before,
Crownfall is EMEA. 100 Thieves is NA.
That on if there's too much pressure and more of a struggle. Crownfall not having Phoenix on
doesn't make any sense. Why would
they have to be a little bit more prepared, as Protoss is going to be on that Cloak and Dagger over on this attack. It's offensive capabilities as FHD wants to bring out the Punisher.
Oh, we move on quicker. Well, not really. NA, whether EMEA or whether EMEA takes longer or not, I think NA still starts at the same time. NA starts starts at
taking advantage. I mean, this is a great first stop for them, right? So much time wasted.
5
I like this
PM.
composition from them. And the problem for Crownfall, too, is they were just having the Rolodex again of their strategists, right? They didn't know exactly what they wanted to play on the back line, and I feel like that was to their demise a couple of times. This might be the good lock in the Cloaky, as we've seen touted a couple of times, but Maji going down so early is not what you want to see.
I do not get anything wrong, Talus.
The pocket money's been spent up from 21Ks. He's going to go in and get the cleave onto multiple targets here. They have to sort of respect this space, and it's going to be harder to take care of 21K as he's not going to be as susceptible
Wow,
to
I'm actually
critical hit
surprised he
damage.
did not
And
get
just
that
the
kill.
attention that he's
But he
taken,
did a
whilst it didn't
lot
lead
of
into an
damage to them.
elimination or really put anybody in that lethal zone. It was that the chosen ones were able to get a few more picks in the end and clear up. He's taken so much of the attention away. The rest of the team could fill up that space, and it means that this defense holds on a little bit more, as Crownfall have really not made that much space so far in this attack.
I mean, I think this is also going to show that Crownfall aren't as practiced as they could be against, this Black Cat composition, right? The flanking ability of this
What
hero,
other
the invisible
characters
options that you have from the Helm of
counter
Hades is such a nuisance
Black Cat
to
other
deal
than
with,
Namor and
especially 'cause they
Bucky?
can use it
I'm
as
pretty
much
sure
as
you
they
could go
want.
Daredevil.
So now going
Daredevil,
back to
you
the
can see
drawing
people
board
through
again with
walls, and
Chloe
you can see where the
playing
Black
it
Cat
at
is and mark the
Dinosaur
Black
and
Cat.
Inferno from JDX. So many bubbles to try and prevent it, but hey, it's still going to push them back.
And Song was used and stunned out. JDX is actually going to be taken out as Boo, who immediately leaps on to grab him and take him down. You've got the Eternal Bond copied over from Ayana Koji, and then on top of it, the Final Judgment, making this just a bit more of a slippery fight for the Chosen Ones.
Oh, the
But in
thing
all
is a
cases,
counter.
you've
Yeah,
got up
true.
2 minutes
The
on
thing,
this first point. You're going to have a chance to actually contest this one if you could at least get into position, or whether Crownfall is going to close that distance, make it so Chosen Ones can't actually touch.
You see the Loki clone just being baited out here, I guess, for a second, just so they could build some ult charge towards the end. But yeah, I like this positioning from the Chosen Ones, but it's all going to come down to these ultimates, right? You already see the engagement from Crownfall. They know that they have to go in first.
Seeing how much they can actually fight this position now, as it's going to be Loey just stomping on through with the Rampage. The Impact Beam is cleaning up, and the Frenzied Feast clawing at whoever's in the way, so that bleed damage is going to be incredibly annoying to deal with on the side now for Crownfall. As we're watching again, MJD still having a calling card in hand, now going to start to clean up and find out the fold. Instead, he gets folded himself. Crownfall still struggling to actually push this over towards this first checkpoint. The reset is going to be good
Gambit
enough.
has been nerfed
21K
enough.
continues to
Gambit
engage
is
with
a
on.
permanent ban if you don't. Gambit, you think Gambit has been nerfed enough, bro? Gambit is the most broken character. So also, who is that? I think that should be a character. I don't know who that is, but he should be a tank character. He has the build.
Even then, I mean, 21K doing everything for this team. Really masterful performance on the Black Cat. If you want to learn how to play Black Cat, just watch their gameplay in game with the replays afterwards.
Probably at half speed as well to really get a gauge of what they're doing, because it's at such a pace. You've got the Terror Cape thrown out quite early on.
Abomination? He should be a tank.
Use from Crazy if they want to try to sort of bait out anything more. You've got the Mentor Fish also being used from one of the Black Cats. As
That's
they're trying to spend some of this
Giganto?
money,
No,
but eventually
Giganto
does
is
find that pick
the
onto
fish of
21K, so
the
it
whale
means that
of
it's gonna be this
Namorzel.
defensive Black Cat that's going to be taking up this engagement.
Isn't it?
Ensong held up, seeing if he could get any of the players that are stacked on top of each other, but the strategists playing a little bit of powder cake off some of this like AoE healing means that it's not going to be threatening at all. Now is there going to be a chance to actually touch it narrowly on the side of the Chosen Ones, as it's going to be them trying to keep this going as overtime has started to hit. Crownfall, whatever they have available, they're going to want to try to use it, and they managed to take out everybody coming through the portal. The first checkpoint is hit,
almost a
but
full
4
hold, bro.
minutes of
Hey,
time
almost a
off on
full
this
hold from the
defense
team
the
that I
Chosen Ones.
predicted that you guys think that I'm
It was a
gonna curse.
massive, time bank that they were able to win themselves. Even after giving up that first checkpoint against Crownfall, I feel like they're, as confident as they could be, especially compared to how, the second point on
that
the
is
last map
true.
went
It
on
does show that
domination.
Emma
Could
is
be a
banned from
complete
both
turnaround for
teams,
them to
but I
go
think they
towards
probably
the third
fucked
map.
up
And
the.
every map matters, right? We
Yeah,
saw,
they
so
probably
many of
messed
the
up
games go down to
the
tiebreakers, especially in like
overlay.
OCE. One or
Yo,
two map
Marvel
differences
Rivals,
between,
can we get a change
teams
on the
making it
overlay?
out of the group stage.
Sometimes you just gotta ask chat, even though there's probably no one in my chat that works for Marvel Rivals.
Ooh, we got another Eternal Bond, and it's doing is setting up FHD to find a little bit
Yo,
more
Oh,
with
good morning,
this
Dad.
final
How you doing?
judgment
How you doing?
combination, it's just setting him up to find some success, but there's not really many eliminations outside of the start of it now, as the Chosen Ones are going to try and contest themselves with the calling card Eternal Bond conversation. 21k, seeing
You know
if
what? I
he
wanna
can
try
sort of
this.
add up the numbers into his favor, playing blackjack with the 21, as the calling card is going to see if he can find any more picks. It's going to force out the Eternal Bond on the other side for Protoss, but the rest of his team goes down, and he's narrowly just holding on and surviving. Eventually, he's taken out, and the Chosen Ones get to hold on with a minute left on the clock.
This is the toughest break of a hold, I would say, on Museum of Contemplation, especially, you know, because there's a couple of flank options for the defenders. You have this high ground.
How you doing,
too,
Dad? How
for
you doing? How you doing?
JDX,
Hope you're
and
having a great day.
21K, of course, is going to be able to go wherever they want, you know, with the teleports, with the invisibility that they have available to them, the Mento Fish just to slow people down as they dive into. But I think, you know, playing this more defensive style with this Emma Frost is just a good look for the Chosen Ones on this point specifically. Having that Psionic Seduction, too, is going to be a big windfall for them as well.
How much they can actually hold on in these engagements, as the one-sided Phoenix has been doing a lot. JDX actually
Oh,
just doing
but
it
no,
straight
oh,
from
it's the
ground.
Black Cat,
Very
bro,
little
it's the Black
fly
Cat.
down, but it is allowing 21k to find those final hits, as the rest of the team from the Chosen Ones is making his defense look a little bit like
Yeah,
it's going
no,
to
I
breeze
think
to
they
a
have
third map, if I'm
the
honest.
wrong graphics.
Crownfall, they'll have a lot
It says
more to
Devil
do,
Dinosaurs
and it
banned
seems
for
that
both
MJD
teams.
wanted
It
to sort of
says
put it in his back pocket,
Emma is
but
banned for
unfortunately,
both
the Black Cat
teams.
is able to escape with very little. 10 seconds now for Crownfall to touch, and I think the portal play was used up as they hit first, so I don't think it's going to be available for them here.
Now they have to find some way to rush in time, and you know, maybe using the portal specifically of the Black Cat to carry their team forward, but instead it's going to be Loey actually on the Captain America just to keep the cart moving for this.
Yeah, I
one
think it's
last
just a
effort
mistake.
of overtime, and they need a win here.
So now FHD is so close to having a final judgment, but he goes down. He gets eliminated from JDX. His ultimates now, as Coco was just using up the Psionic Seduction, has allowed his team to set up quite a lot with the lack of barriers to deal with. But now Loey's springing in on Captain America, mostly to try to touch and dive.
Yes,
this
Dad,
fight
you
if
said
they can
hi
get there, but
500
there's enough
times.
bodies.
We can
There's no
see
like
your
back
hi,
switches
Dad.
as
Oh,
the
yeah, unless you're saying
Spider-Man
hi to everyone
fly out
else.
on the side is Crownfall, because
I
the
feel like
portal is
sometimes my
available
dad-
just in time out of match,
Dad,
and
you
FHD
good?
has to switch over. So it does mean that we're not going to see
Oh,
that
he's
final
saying hi to
judgment
all
and
you
use this
guys. I thought he
final
was
fight.
trying to.
Coco's gonna
I
do
thought
it
my
on the
dad was saying
outside, but
hi, and
there's
he
no
doesn't
touch right at the
know that it went
end.
through. Oh no!
The portal
went on the
blocked
wrong
just so that they're not
side.
touching the objective there, Ryan. This is insane. Like, what? The Chosen Ones having the 200 IQ play just to block them off from the line of sight of the actual.
Wait, what's
card
my
so that
dad
they
doing
actually
today?
technically
Dad, what
are
you doing
C9
today?
From it.
I mean, it was Coco, like, would have been holding
Everyone
on there.
who
It looked
says
like
hi
it was
gets a
one of
hi
those
back.
attempts of, like,
Okay,
both
Dad.
teams just going
Never
for the
mind. I thought
ball
you
play
were
at the same
having
time,
problems
but
with your
a
phone.
great
Never mind.
read to get it on
Continue.
the timing
I'm
as well,
sorry.
because like I mentioned, it was
Chat, say
previously
hi
used
to
up
my
from
dad,
Crownfall
please.
to try to actually confirm that first checkpoint. It means that we're going to a map 3 Vodable, so
And I
we're not
told
gonna
you,
waste any
I
time.
told you
gonna
we're
see
going to a
exactly
map
what
3. Everyone that said
convergence map we're
J3
gonna
curse,
end on, as it's the choice of Crownfall after this.
eat my ass. Everyone that was saying J3 curse, eat my ass. Oh, Dad, make sure you get PJ to help you. Unhinged, free trials in 3 months.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see
Oh,
you
is my YouTube arguing about if Gambit is broken or not? Chat. Even though Gambit has all these nerfs, he's still the most banned character in the game. He's the most... he's broken. He enables so much more. Do you guys like grits? Chat, any grit lovers here? You guys like grits? Cheese grits bang. You guys like cheese grits? What's the song? I'm pretty sure this is called Rivals to the End of Time by, well, Marvels.
on those memories, and yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time?
Let me see this real quick.
We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen.
You know what? I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna try what chat says here. I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna delete this. I'm gonna try this. Bang. Okay, bang. There you go. Are you vaping? Yes. The finger that I use is a vape. Yes. No, man. This is so I can help you guys with this, because it's too far away. Look. J3's Get Rich Preds. You have EMEA, you have NA. This has helped me points, man. It's my finger. See, it's a finger. These are the teams that I circled that I think are gonna win. This is the NA state teams that I think are gonna win. So you have NRG, FlyQuest, TSM, YWL, TCO, Fire, Virtus Pro, and Rad. I think. There you go. Happy Memorial Day weekend, my dad said in all caps, by the way.
The duelist lineup, right? We saw JDX specifically, going in with the Phoenix.
Do you not have faith in 100 Thieves? No, I do not have faith in 100 Thieves. You know why? Because TTK came to my chat and he was typing for the past 15 minutes saying that he hates the Season 8 patch, but they were practicing on Season 7.5. And I asked them, what do you mean you're practicing on Season 7.5? I heard this tournament is on Season 8. And he said, oh, so I think him and his team and his coach have been practicing for the past few weeks on the wrong patch. So, I don't know. I don't have faith in 100 Thieves. And you know why I don't have faith in 100 Thieves? Because how many times do we have to sit there in the preseason and say, hey, 100 Thieves, you should ban Elsa. Oh, you guys lost? Maybe you should ban Elsa. Oh, you guys lost? Maybe you guys should ban Elsa. Wow, you guys didn't ban Elsa for the 8th time and you lost for the 8th time? Maybe you guys should ban Elsa. Oh, you guys lost again. I wonder how. It's ridiculous, bro.
And because Elsa's just not a high priority anymore, I think Punish is better in these kind of engagements. It was just a switch around, but it was like, made them so flat-footed and it was hard for them to actually contest. Both 21K was diving in and also JDX that was just soaring around in the sky. Both
hey J3, thanks for letting me borrow your vape last night. Oh, bro, like that would be believable if I did actually vape, but I do not vape.
But
I do not smoke.
Well, 41 eliminations, I guess.
I don't do any of that, chat. The only thing I do is smoke my enemies on the battlefield.
Coming from the Ignite preseason, the other one coming from MRC. Vaudable, do you think that that's that extra boon of being more familiar, more practice, and having more recent matches being in MRC? Because we weren't sure what to expect out of Chosen Ones.
Yeah, I think that a boon here for Chosen Ones specifically. Like, they're the scrappier team, they have less on the line for them, right? And I think that allows them to experiment a bit more with compositions leading into
100 Thieves is against FlyQuest. Chat, can you guys read this? Or is this like too out of focus? I need to change my settings.
So many different things that they have in their tool belt that they could pull out on a dime and just say, hey, I'm going to use this. I'm going to
it's too far.
Everyone is just like we can.
Can you guys at least read it if it's like full screen?
I can also teleport. I can also use the Mento Fish to slow you down and make it so that you're grounded and can't do anything. I could also use my own CC cleanse that I have as well. I could turn it visible.
A little blurry, right? I need to change my settings on this camera.
Crazy the utility that there is for this hero.
Yo, Gates of Above. Appreciate the massive donut, my friend. It's okay, Jay. They will ban Elsa and leave Black Cat open. Wait a minute.
And Ryan, this is Group B. This is a very important match to win in terms of not only setting the tone, but also the opponent that you're facing, wanting to maybe win against the teams that are expected to be
nice. Let's get it.
Also, you just want to kick off your group stage on a good foot. And
oh man, I think Emily got me sick.
It's been a lot of Halls of Jelly, but it's not too surprising for like Crownfall.
Oh, chat, I'm gonna go take medicine before I get sick.
Convergence map once.
I think that would be a great idea, right?
And it was Jalia. The problem is that they haven't won on either the Halls of Jelly that they picked and played there, or Shin Shibuya, which Vision forced out in a third map against them. So we have seen like Crownfall have these kind of like moments where they have been able to basically like go to a full free mapper, especially against some of the other Saudi teams with like the now Lion squad.
Convergence,
so, like,
Hall
the Chosen
of
Ones have like a good chance here to just pile on the pain. And also, like, both these teams are going to be keenly looking at the fixture after this because that's Firestray's reason. The other two teams, I think those 4 squads are the ones that are competing for those 2 final playoff spots behind Shikigami
Do you
and
think
Heretics.
TTK is going to roll out on
gets to decide
Emma?
on Hall of
Knowing
Shalia,
that
the
kid, the only
choice
thing
of
that he's going to be
Crownfall. We'll
rolling is
see
rolling out of
which
bed
team
when
will
that match
kick off their
starts
group
because he's going to
stage
be late.
1-0 as we head into the game.
So now I'm curious on whether it's going to be more like of a change up in draft, if there's going to be anything like going on with basically anything else, right? It was basically the same
Lock
draft
the
that we saw in
Phoenix, I
both
would
of those
say, if
2
you're
games.
Crownfall.
Okay, I'm
but
gonna
then
go
you
get my
sort of
medicine.
lose out
Yeah,
on one
that's
of the vanguards, but I feel like with some of this experience, like looking at like a Boohoo and stuff, like it's going to be like the Protect over onto Luna Snow. It's going to be double bans
That's
on
new.
Gambit to begin with. So yeah, it's not the Devil Dinosaur Protect to begin with. They want to go for the Luna Snow, maybe to sort of set up some like White Fox play, whether they want to go for like more Emma Frost, because those team ups do help. But it just means that your backline can be a little bit more like CC centric and make sure that the 21k like Black Cat can't do as much.
Well,
Okay.
seeing the one-sided Devil Dinosaur makes me worry for Crownfall here specifically, right? Like, usually when we've seen a one-sided Devil Dinosaur, the other team's been able to like lock in Gambit, right? Instead of the ban coming out initially from that, and it's worked out because they have Gambit. But because you're focusing on the Luna Snow, likely going to lead to the other team, you know, banning the White Fox because they don't want to worry about that team up, right? Because of how effective the charm specifically is with that, and like the chain that you can do with it too. So especially because of the dive composition that we've witnessed from the Chosen Ones, they would be, I don't know, it wouldn't be the smartest if they didn't ban out the White Fox specifically, because I think that's going to be the prioritization for the backline here, because the backline's been the biggest struggle, right, for Crownfall, is they haven't known exactly where to look specifically for what they can play. And banning the Black Cat, I respect.
Do they
that,
know
though,
where
from
the
their
LAN
end,
events
because
will be?
We saw how good 21K was on
Absolutely
that.
not.
I mean, I'm just curious.
I don't
on, like,
think they
where
came out with it
Crownfall
yet.
want to go for like the pivot here, because both teams have been trying to go for this like Rocket Loki, like just copy the Yarn amplifiers and just send it kind of strategy. But
If
both
I
have
had to
pulled away
guess,
from it
maybe
so
LA,
often.
right?
So it is going to be a Protect onto Luna Snow here, but it means that it's going to be one-sided Dino right at the start. There's a chance here for maybe Crownfall to protect their own Black Cat here, like potentially
Could do
at the
that.
end, because there's not going to be that final ban. But I also do like the Ultron ban on the side of like the Chosen Ones, because this is a very like strong map for the
I don't know.
likes of
If I
Ultron.
had to
You've already gone
guess,
for Protect
and I am
onto
not-
the strategist of Luna Snow, you want
You
to build
know,
around it. But yeah, the Jean Grey ban
I
at the
don't
end
know.
means that they are very
If
much
I had to
trapped in the two lists
guess-
of the Chosen Ones.
Yeah, I mean, making sure
and
that
this is
the
just a
Chosen
common
Ones do
knowledge,
not
right?
have that
Marvel
much priority.
Rivals
There's the Phoenix
isn't.
Protect
I
that
mean,
was
we
talking
had a
about
tournament
before,
in
so having
China.
Luna Snow, I think, is a good thing for them too. We
But
haven't seen a Mantis ban.
that was
from
a closed
Chosen One,
event.
so Luna, Mantis,
But I
and
think
potentially Rocket. Who knows?
Marvel
what they wanna do. I
Rivals
mean,
just
White
has
Fox
a
as well
bigger
is still
fan
available 'cause
base
that hasn't been banned
in
either.
America.
I think because they focused
So
on the
wouldn't
Phoenix for the save, that
it
makes
make
it
more
a little bit
sense
more
to have a
difficult for the
LAN
Chosen
event in
Ones and exactly what they
America?
want to prioritize in terms
Even
of
though
banning.
a
If it is
LAN
the
event
backline
in
that they focus
Asia
on
again
here,
will be
yeah, I
so
think you have to
fucking
get rid of
awesome.
that Mantis, because that damage boost on both Luna Snow and Phoenix, especially with how much damage Luna Snow can do and heals, would be too much to overcome, and on Phoenix as well.
I feel like if you're the Chosen Ones, you're quite happy with how this draft has gone for like some of the key areas, but it really is now like a test of like how the duelists are under this pressure, right? Like 21k, you'd still have
That
access
is
to stuff
also
like
true.
Daredevil,
If
for
the
example,
tournament
but
was in
you
China,
don't
the
have, like,
time
Phoenix
difference
or
is a little
Pleiades, you still
wild.
have
But
access to, like,
I mean,
Star-Lord and the Rocket
to be honest with you,
combination.
chat,
There's stuff to
China
work
was fucking
with,
amazing.
But it feels like just some of
Their
these, like,
their
win conditions
production
that the
and
Chosen Ones are gonna be
everything
happy
over there
about
was
from
absolutely
Museum
insane. I
aren't
got
in
sick,
play. So
but
it's whether they
yeah.
can actually go to plan B and have something planned up there.
Well, we do see the Rocket here from 7 Minute, and I don't believe it is just to give
Paco,
them the
appreciate
armor
some
packs.
2 months,
They've
my
been
friend. How you
rocking it
doing? How
pretty
you
well
doing?
so far for their team? I mean, JDX, when the Phoenix isn't available, as you mentioned, has been playing that Star-Lord, and the composition's been working out great for them, especially having, you know, the team up with the teleport here.
Bro,
Crownfall, I'm very
and the
interested
food
to
over
see
there
if
was
this is the
insane,
option
chat.
that they are going for, or if
I
they're just,
ordered,
you know, having fun
like,
with
a
potential
buffet
mines,
of
that they might
food.
throw to see if they can
And
catch anyone off
usually,
guard from that.
if
Yeah,
you
I know
order off
Koji will be
DoorDash here,
rocking the
it would be
Luna
like,
Snow. I'm actually
if I
more
ordered the same
surprised
amount of food, it
that
would
we
be like
don't see
70,
a
80,
White
90
Fox
bucks,
on
and then
their end
tip
of
and all
things
that
either
shit,
for
so 100,
Crownfall
110.
specifically,
Bro,
because, you
I
know, that
ordered
team up's
so
good
much food
against
over there,
dive,
and it
with
was
the charm
$6.
being available to both the Luna Snow
$6.
and the White Fox, and you can cycle it pretty well with
was
that
crazy.
and the freeze. But
USD.
they're opting for the Rocket themselves with
was insane.
the Star-Lord, and I respect it.
Yeah, I think it's
Emily and I went to a Michelin star restaurant
as the chosen ones have tried to build
and
around
ate
this
so much food, and it ended up being like $80.
It
was crazy.
To make this the
Delicious,
you want
good
to be
quality.
consistently
Oof.
running. But triple strategists is the main key factor. You'll have some dive to work with like crazy being able to be on the White Fox or at least deal with any dives that are coming in from Crownfall with this pressure. But MJD having a bit of support from the Luna, able to put like the Beer back teleport.
This is a good flank right here.
Position that is going to be threatening for the chosen ones.
That's a good flank.
They're either going to drop down to the low ground to go in onto these engages, and it's perfect from Coco as he finds 2 of the strategists in the back line, and a reset is going to be required from Crownfall.
That's a huge defensive effort for Chosen Ones so far. I think the big windfall for them is having that triple strategist lineup, right? They do have the Ultron available to them for the extra damage and speed boost as they use the defense matrix as properly as they can. And 21K not being known as the hit scan player for this team, but doing a pretty good job of it just positioning wise against the flanks that we've seen from Crownfall, specifically the Star-Lord with MJD. So I like this look from the Chosen Ones so far. The biggest question is where Crownfall will answer them.
Stomping around now. Chosen Ones just keeping somebody on the objective to not give away any thirds for free. As Crownfall trying to go for an attack on the high ground. It's going to be flanked behind from JDX. More the reset, try to use the low ground as a little bit of cover, but he's got all of that.
Oh, he actually lived. Wow.
From FHD, he was able to get an elimination just beforehand onto one of the strategists in the backline. Is crazy on the White Fox is the one to be eliminated. He's going to have to try and leap back into the engagement, but there is a window to work with, and Abuhu wants to carve this out to be a grand opening onto this objective. Progression has been made, and Yan Amplifier is going to be forced out now as the attackers want to really put their heel down onto the throats of the Chosen Ones. Galactic Legend following a little bit afterwards, not quite lined up perfectly for Protoss, but it's forced out quite a lot of that sustain from the Chosen Ones. Then
those guys are going to have to die. They're staggering themselves right now.
And expecting that this first point is going to be handed over to Crownfall with just like 4 minutes on the clock now.
Yeah, not many resources having to be used by Crownfall either in that
Just
team
die, bro. Just die. What are you guys doing? You're staggering yourselves. Die.
Back in time.
Oh, no, they're leaving him back there.
Might have been a better option for Chosen Ones just to go full in if they could. I think the problem was because the strategist lineup was separated
Chat,
from
if you're
them,
ever in that little situation, jump off the map, die, run into the enemy team, jump on the point so they can't cap without killing you.
Continuing to push here.
You don't want to stagger yourself, bro.
FHD is able to find a pick, and he's actually found a little bit more as Crazy goes down. I think just trying to jump in and leap in to help. Tries to go for the Sanctuary, but it's not going to quite work out in the end, which means that Crownfall actually have this momentum working very much to their favor.
Jay, are you claiming that you give
not really
2 times faster
using
drops?
too many of the ultimates? 21K
No,
over on the
there's 2
Daredevil
drops
is going to
going
find
on.
that focus
That's
over
why there's
to
2
Boo,
times
but
drops.
he's not really too deterred, even when the
Not
side
2 times
seduction used up.
faster.
He is going to give up this sort of space. Galactic Legend's going to be used up, and immediately the Emma trying to catch him out of the sky to CC him. It narrowly misses, and that narrow margin is going to allow JDX to
There's
find that
season 8
elimination
drops,
over
and there's
onto the
also
Rocket. Nowhere near having the Iron Amplifier, but Freedom
MRI
Challenge could
drops.
act as another strategist in its own right, but unfortunately, it's not enough to sustain this engagement as has to find to pick onto Ayanokoji.
I like the swap here for 21K specifically, right? Back onto the
Wait.
Daredevil, what they're comfortable with.
I don't want to have to bring up this game though, chat, but isn't Overwatch having a tournament right now in Japan? How's that working out? I'm pretty sure.
Let the Devil Out ultimate available to them, but this backline too, the Charm duos or the Snow White combo, as you could call it too. Between these two,
never mind.
I think it's going to be a good counter to specifically Majid going in, but they got to take them down before they can use Galactic Legend like here.
There's a leap in. No, you got Fate both worlds and let the Devil
that's
Out
awesome.
used together. Yan
The
Amplifier
tournament
is
is
going
in
to take a lot of the
Japan,
main
bro. That's
brunt
sick.
from 21K. In fact, it's bought so much like focus that the time duration hasn't really amounted to too much in the end. Crownfall, lots of players, multiple are low. They have to respect this space somewhat, especially a Boohoo that's so close to a Silent Seduction. Doesn't want to go down in this fight now. MJD, after using the ultimate, able to finally confirm that pick onto Coco to try to escape, to find a little bit of respite as a nomad in the ground, but Kamiho is going to be used from Crazy to try and push this in. FHD on the other side
I really want to know where this
actually allowed MJD to find a couple more eliminations outside of this ultimate window. A Boohoo going down with a Silent Seduction means that you don't have this front line to allow this card to be pushed forward a little bit more. now. Chosen One's feeling like they're the ones that are sort of lighting up the elimination feed and going down, but just having enough bodies to keep this stalled out. The Crownfall actually might have to go for a portal play. Haster's going to try and combine it too. This is where this engagement could happen. Is it going to be touched in time? No, which means that Chosen Ones are not going to have the portal play for the end of this map. They're going to have to wait a few minutes.
That's a rough spot for the Chosen Ones.
TCO, I need you guys to fucking lock it in here, bro. I do not want to start the day off with my first prediction being wrong.
Is what allowed the point to be pushed forward. So not the best spot to be in for Chosen Ones. I do like the change-ups that we have seen from them, right? 21K also allowing them to have vision on exactly where the flanks are coming out from Loey and MJD specifically, but even then it hasn't really been enough to change the pace too much, right? They still got the second checkpoint. They have enough, and the cancel on the JDX, the freeze came out, no!
Yeah, an amplifier and the Galactic Legend to just turn
Wait,
this
he
wound
actually
into
got
a
his legendary
fatal
canceled
hit,
with the
potentially
freeze.
on
That's
Chosen
insane.
One's defense.
Insane, Luna.
So much space has been bought up, so like even though the eliminations outside of the picks onto Devil Dinosaur and Daredevil 21K, it's just bought so much of that freedom to actually allow the rest of the team to sort of position, especially Loey having the freedom charge, can be a little bit more offensive, run back to his team and light up the way to
Yeah,
fight
that's
on
another
this
reason
final
why I want
area of the
Crownfall to
map.
lose, because
It's the
that
duel
Star-Lord
between
skin
the
is
Star-Lord and
ugly.
Captain
I don't
America
like
that's
it.
trying to go in for these flank plays, but so much damage has been done to Coco. It's forced out the ultimate on the defensive side
Nah,
first,
but
so
Crownfall's
Crownfall's going
doing
to try
really
to
well.
wait this out, disengage, kite the fight back towards them. But unfortunately, the elimination's coming in thick and fast.
Yeah, Coco just doing a great job with that freedom charge too, shutting things down with just the single ultimate. Haster almost has the rampage available to them as well. As long as they use these properly is the big caveat here for the Chosen Ones. They should be able to lock things down, but the problem is Crownfall, I feel like the way that they've been using their ultimates just in the perfect tandem and time and order of operations. They've done their map homework and it's worked out so far, and almost getting that pick on Coco would have been a huge get for them on this next engagement.
Yeah, this is the first game, chat.
Iced Out Diamond not quite catching on to the target, but there's the offense for Crownfall. It's pretty much all go time with Freedom Charge and Ensoul being used, and now the Silent Seduction alongside the Fate of Both Worlds. It's going to be mirrored from 7 Minute, and now Galactic Legend from JDX. It's the front line that's gone down first, though. Devil Dinosaur means it's one Vanguard in play for the Chosen Ones as JDX trying to go for a flank play to catch these like backline players, find the strategists, but everybody's leaped forward from Crownfall. They've gone for a more offensive option, and it's only now
There
that
you
the
go,
Star-Lord
there
is
you
starting
go,
to
there you
find
go, TCO,
eliminations.
there you
One
go.
has been brought back from the Be Right Back, but everything else is covering in blue. Chosen Ones looking to end the map here. The play was used up from Iron Akoji.
Look at the Captain America. He's doing nothing but jumping around, like I said, bro. That's all Captain America players do.
Really, but overtime at least was triggered. You have to imagine it's going to be set up, but no, Iron Akoji switching over towards the Jeff. Seems that it's not going to be enough in the end. Crownfall making good progress here, but we've already seen that it's not really enough. As Chosen Ones could have a great attack inside here to finish out.
Yeah, we've seen so many chances on this map go down to the final
Played
hour,
against someone named Jay3 last night on Rivals and had to check to see if it was my lots of hair tall streamer.
This is going to be a huge
There's a fake
defensive stop
Jay3 going
needing to
around. That's
happen for
interesting.
Crownfall specifically, and I feel like that's been a bit of their struggle, right? We saw it on Museum of Contemplation where they couldn't stop the other team until like the final hour. But I think that was also more to mistakes that we saw in, composition on the back line and the positioning that we saw from them, the usages of the ultimate too, where they've improved tenfold since that last map, at least in that case. And I like the way that they were kiting, the ultimates that we saw from Chosen Ones, right? JDX had to go towards the back line, trying to use.
I think Cap is very good because a lot of teams. I mean, he's good at stalling, but he's also good to help dive.
Likely should have if the Chosen Ones used their ultimates as efficiently as they could have. So Crownfall, they got a lot of room that they had to grow in between the last map and this one, and they have done spectacularly. But the question is, will it be enough?
Yeah, this is what I'm worried about. You sort of look at the damage at MJD, 19k, 5 final hits, 24k from FHD, only 7. 33k healing that came in from 7 Minute on the Lunar Snow. Like, that Protector's done quite a lot. And it means, like, it's sort of like the eliminations, not really that many onto Chosen Ones on this defense, but so much damage churned out from Crownfall isn't quite going into, like, lethal products.
Yeah, it's been spread across the board, I would say, for
okay,
the
let's see
Vanguards on either team and the duelists as well.
This is the last round, chat.
This
is the last round for this series.
It kind of goes to show how even both of these teams are. This is a battle to stay alive, right, in Ignite. If you get in the bottom half of the standings, and that's not just group stages, but also, from
two Caps look at each other and then they don't do anything. They just run by each other. I love it.
So a lot of teams worrying about that every single series matters.
I mean, especially at this point, because these are two teams that have to really like fight for two open spots. They're not in the group of death by any stretch, but it doesn't mean that it's going to be an easy ride, especially for the chosen ones who are the newest introductions. I wouldn't say it's quite been a baptism of fire so far this game, because it has been relatively even, but this heartbreak could definitely like sour the taste of stage one. And if you can't get it quite together in these next couple of round robin games, it could be a bottom finish and you're fighting for relegation. So chosen ones have the line drawn in front of them, and now they're actually finding the picks to maybe take this into a very quick first point.
Massive for them. There'll likely be a portal coming through. They just need someone to continue to unfortunately, I feel like
It
Chloe
doesn't look like
went in a bit
J3's
too
curse
soon.
is
It
going to
would've been better for
happen
them to stay
today,
alive
chat.
and stall out the point for the portal to come through, and I think the portal's going to be too late here as well as it goes the last second, and no, it's not going to happen in time, so a bit of a waste there. They just
You guys
go to
can
the
say,
second
hey,
checkpoint instead
J3,
and
I
not doing anything.
apologize.
That's
I am
shame.
wrong. You
That's
are
been a bit of a
right.
struggle
You
here
are
for
the
Crownfall to
best
recontest
predictor in the
them. Not been as
world.
strong as we would
There
like
is
them to
no
be.
such thing as a J3 curse.
It's
You
just
guys can
because
say that, by the
everybody
way.
got eliminated in such a tight window.
Yeah.
There wasn't really any chance like to sort of switch around for anybody. Awkward, and it means that any ultimate charge for FHG built up on reset back to 50% because he had to be the one to switch. Whereas JDX is very close to having a Galactic Legend that could really make the salt into the wound, really put the pressure on. And you could already see that like Crownfall weren't quite expecting it, looming up into the sky as they absolutely carved through. Nobody from Crownfall was in position. I imagine the comms are going to be very quiet and silent right now as the chosen ones have taken a
That would
very quick
actually be
point
really
into
cool
an
if they can bring
excellent
back the
first
comms.
engagement with these ultimates.
I know Koji's going to be wanting that freeze back every single time they replay this in VOD review.
Yo,
because they used it too early. They
S10J,
thought the
3,003
Galactic Legend was
months, my
coming
friend.
out
How you doing?
post-haste, and unfortunately it was baited out ahead of time, so they didn't have to worry about the interrupt and perfectly were able to just wipe the floor of Crownfall and make so much momentum towards the second checkpoint.
He's still finding picks though, the healing output, but also the damage from 7 Minute is actually setting up the chosen
Luna,
ones to
nice
be
freeze,
picking
nice
up
kill on
their
the
first win in stage one. If they can keep this momentum going. Crownfall, however, have ideas in other areas as it's going to be fate of both worlds to sustain this fight as the brawl is going to happen on both sides. Sonic Seduction.
I never see a Sharkle doing really. It's very rare a Sharkle does really well in
to try to chew up on
in a
Boohoo,
tournament.
but instead it's a Boohoo that gets the crunch onto him, sends his bags packing, and the chosen ones finally forced to reset on this attacking side.
That's usually
Crownfall
how my
holding off.
teams Jeff do in my ranked games. Usually they just pop their ult, die, and then
position, you know, use the bubbles for the extra speed.
I don't know.
For your
I
divers to go in on the
honestly
backline and everything else.
prefer
I
a
think in terms of
support
sustain,
that has
it
a
just wasn't
good
enough in that
defensive
team, but
ult
if
like
they
a
had gone for
Luna
Amplifier,
or
it
an
could have been a different
Inviswoman
story in terms of using that
or
instead of
shit,
it's
even a
Jeff, who
Mantis.
just
You know,
has
something
a
that
small,
heals very
AoE
fast and
heal
all that
comes
stuff.
from their ultimate, and then you know we saw what happened with Majid going in with the Galactic Legend. So awkward usages of ultimates from chosen ones and a lot of resources wasted. So this is a good.
I really don't like those support ults that are very like offensive. Jeff ults.
So some of the coordination with the
I just don't like those.
as you go along, but let the devil out if you're just around the enemies and you can
Or
sort of push and take this
what's
fight
that
you're
other
going
ult that
to is pretty
I
okay.
hate, chat?
It's led to a lot of
White Fox.
eliminations in
I
the
hate
other
White
side.
Fox's
Watching
ult.
Crownfall,
I
it
think
was
White
just a
Fox's
little
ult is one of the most
disconnected.
useless support
Almost
ults
like
I've
they were
ever seen
playing
in my
a
life.
different server at that point. With 21k able to find a lot, is trying to block some of this damage coming in. He's actually going to go for the riposte.
Wow.
MJD, don't even try it, Sunshine. Never mind, Ayanokoji gets the pick and then jumps off of the map. So anticlimactic, but Crownfall having to reset because it is onto that second checkpoint now.
You know,
I mean, that was a great usage of the
sometimes
ultimate, right? I think it was a bit of an
sometimes when
overextension
you
from
have a brain
Crownfall
like
too. You
me,
mentioned
chat,
it playing like a
and
different
you
map,
know
a
who's
different
going to
game,
win,
but I think
it
they
feels
don't wanna
so
be in this
good
game anymore
proving
because
you
they are having
guys
a tough
wrong.
time against the chosen ones, which they might have
It's
expected.
just so
You know,
it's
with
so
the team
nice.
coming into the last moment together, and you know maybe not having as much synergy to struggle against them. But it's been no smooth sailing for them. It's been rough waters, and a hurricane's coming in. Especially Legends.
What a
Interrupted,
freeze!
though.
Whoa!
Perfectly placed from Crownfall to make sure that that
What
ultimate wasn't going to
a
come in. But
freeze!
it's 50% easy to charge it when you just leap into the fray with a barrage like that. He's pretty much almost got it again. There's so many characters from Crownfall to farm up, but it forces the Yan Amplifier. Rocket has a go at Starlord and says, I'm the real leader of this ragtag group. And Crownfall now bought enough time to actually go in for this engagement, but it's still 3 minutes, Fodable. There's so much that they have to do to try and hold this, and chosen ones, if they're clever, banking up these ultimates, they're just letting it go through forward.
Oh man, like they got so much windfall in their favor, but they didn't even touch the cart the entire time. They're finally contesting for the first time in a minute, so they gave them all the meterage necessary. And with all these ultimates coming through, eventually something has to give for Crownfall.
Oh, that might be an opening, though, as MJD is going to bring the end song to find a pick and immediately gets onto Hasta as well. The Galactic Legend, if there's a chance for Crownfall to survive this, it might be enough to win out this defense, even if you've got so much time to hold, and they hold on, even with the Freedom Charge, to see if they can sustain out the Star-Lord a little bit longer. He's shot out the sky from MJD that has saved Crownfall on this defense for the time being.
JDX is having a rough time of it. Canceled ult multiple times, getting shot out of the sky by MJD. They're just not having the best chances that they can to enable their team, but the rest of their squad does
chat,
need
bro,
to,
we have 2 minutes, man.
bounce
Stop.
and rally
I'm not even
forward,
worried.
especially with the Let the Devil Out from 21K, if they can use that effectively towards the back line. I think Crownfall know that that is online, so they'll have to protect themselves as best as possible.
Yeah, Let the Devil Out now used from Chosen Ones. It's almost throwing whatever you have at the
Wow,
moment to see what
that was
sticks,
actually
but JDX is able to actually
insane.
team up with the Duelist, find those eliminations, but it's still trading out on either side. It's looking like a 4 versus 2 now for Crownfall. Not enough bodies to try and touch onto the point, and because the spawn doors are so close to where this payload needs to go, portal play is coming in from Protoss. I imagine if it's Chosen Ones, if they get the actual weight of this, they're going to try to contest it, but instead they just want to get the bodies on the point. They have a Devil Dinosaur there, for God's sake. He was charged off of it, but he's still able to touch. You've still got to get past this Dinosaur to actually keep up with where Protoss is for the rest of his team, as they're currently just down to these 2 strategists. Does FHD has to switch over towards the White Fox?
What an interesting portal play is to section off the, dinosaur from the rest
Yo,
of
yo, 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 yo. I'm not worried yet. I'm not worried yet.
For Aster didn't quite work as well as they would have liked it to. So Crownfall doing everything necessary to stop this with one last.
You know why? You know why I'm not worried? Because TCO has the Jeffel.
Now Crownfall
Oh no.
have it all to fight for. MJD's built up another end song Inferno. He was the one that saved this defense last time. Is he able to do the same thing again? He goes onto the Jeff that goes for the eat, but 21K on the Daredevil has found himself too.
21K!
Now taking a few swings, but MJD
21K!
seems to be the server admin in on himself. Like there's so many people to deal with.
Chat, you guys
The
worried
1
yet?
versus 11 isn't going
You
to
guys
work,
worried
so
yet,
know,
chat? You guys
as
worried?
Chosen
Oh
Ones have
my
managed to push
god, it
towards
feels
the
so
end
good.
and get a
It
shock
feels
win against Crownfall in their first
so
game of the
good
night.
to be right.
I feel
And you
like
know what's
if they
funny?
would've
Emily
at
said,
least
"Oh, I bet
contested earlier
100K
in that whole minute
on
push that we saw towards the third
Crownfall
checkpoint,
because you
we would've
voted
had a
for
different
the
story.
Chosen
It would've
Ones."
been
And you know
stopped before
what,
it even
Emily?
got to the end
Hold
of
the
the road
L.
here, but the Chosen Ones turn things around, reverse sweeping the series
Hold
and get their
the
first
L.
ever debut victory in Ignite. And what a victory this was, Ryan. I mean, seeing the way that they are able to, pull themselves
Oh
back
my God,
after
that
a bit
feels
of a
so
rough
good, man.
domination, and now, turning things into such a monumental victory for them. where
Also, that was a
even
very
myself,
funny
I mean,
thing.
in my predictions,
Only
I had
bad
them
players
last in
think
the
that
group,
White
and,
Fox's
well, now
ult is
they're proving
bad.
me
Not
wrong
saying
for
top
probably
tier,
a
but
lot of
definitely
people
not
breaking their
bad. No,
brackets.
it's really bad, but I guess
mean,
I'm bad at the
Funny,
game
you
too, I
just-
guess.
You're a little too honest today. We're not supposed to leak our predictions. I also did not expect this to go this way. I mean, what an
87
absolute banger.
people,
And we talked about
52%
this
lost
MRC team
1.2
emerging as
million.
this
Useless
exciting new
relic. I'm
talent,
glad
and
that
we
you
weren't
lost
sure if they were
250K.
able to gonna be punching up Ryan, but man, Chosen Ones certainly locked in after that map one.
I mean, it was fantastic, really. And I think the obviously the mechanics and the way that this team is played together, I really like their drafts. I really like the way that they wanted to play around this. And it
Okay,
was two
let me
very
get
different
this.
styles,
Where is
right?
it?
Make sure that we get like a one-sided Phoenix. Okay, we feel that like Crownfall maybe will overcorrect and make sure that like our duelists are going to be taken out. We just make sure that we have the Devil Dinosaur. We play around triple strategist.
Look,
we stop them from
first
getting Ultron,
prediction
which
of the day,
basically
chat.
shuts down one of their major options if they wanted to run triple strategist, and they were able to sort of sit it through.
Correct.
Really, really good performances. And for
First
Crownfall,
prediction
just a lot of,
of the
unforced
day
errors, certainly
is
with, like, power plays.
correct,
It
man.
looked uncomfortable. But 21K, whether it's the Black Cat or the Daredevil right at the end,
You know,
was a
sometimes it's really
huge help
tough
for his
being
team.
this smart.
And these are the type of brawlers or assassins that you need on your team, Vaudable, more than ever. It feels right now that it's the race to who can master Black Cat or who can have a strong secondary if that doesn't work out.
Sometimes it's
Yeah, I
really
mean,
tough
even
being
though
this smart,
we saw,
man.
some great looks.
Hold up,
from the
chat.
Black
I'm gonna
Cats
go
and
get some
Daredevil. I
water
do have to
before
give
this
a
next
nod
game
to
starts.
JDX,
I have to
right? I
fill
mean,
my
they
bottle.
were having to get countered time and time again by the backline of Crownfall and going in against them and using those Galactic Ledges perfectly. And it really just goes to show, like, this 10 ammo buff that we see for Star-Lord is super monumental in the neutral and building up that ultimate even faster. The amount of Galactic Legends we saw from them, I mean, has to be a record on this map or something.
It has to be, and it was cool to see just how much fluctuation happened more in the strategist line. That's where all of the changes kept happening, Ryan, of how do you deal with the dive, whether it's a Daredevil, a Black Cat, maybe just a Captain America running you down, and everyone is trying to come up with their own solution to it, whether it's Loki, Luna, Jeff. Like, what have you seen has really worked out?
Ooh, I think it's the fact that they're able to be a bit more flexible. Like, immediately you could sort of see, like, okay, we want to go for like Rocket Loki, go for these Yarn Amplifier copies, but it wasn't working. And you still are able to incorporate bits of that. Like, Rocket is still very good. Crazy had a great performance. But it was like, when 7 minutes is able to churn out so much like physical healing, it shows like he's able to be consistently in the fight, like very little in eliminations against him. But it also sort of shows like how many final hits was the side of Crownfall able to get in the end, 10 to 12, and then you're comparing it with the likes of like 15 for both duelists. And then Coco, he didn't really do a lot of damage in the end, like 15k was like pretty middling, it was 7k at the half, but still 12 final hits means that he is in on the characters that he needs to be, and that's why Crownfall was sent back to spawn so often.
I don't want to freak out, Bod. It is just the first match for these guys when it comes to stage 1. Oh my god, I really don't want to be doom and gloom, but I felt like Crownfall made the roster upgrades, bringing in Protoss and like still just kind of honing in on their strengths. But I feel like that identity is still lacking of maybe just not really mastering a couple of things, but trying to be the jack of all trades. And I wonder if that that kind of being overly flexible could be hurtful to them.
Definitely. Yeah, I feel like because of that, new roster energy that we see from them with, Loey coming into the fold and then Protoss also joining the team, I feel like they just didn't know exactly the strategy they want to do in terms of like the bans and protects. I don't know if it was necessarily lost there. I would just say like not having an answer to this composition, this rush that we see from the Chosen Ones, and specifically, the Star-Lord or the Phoenix, it didn't matter what they banned out because the duelist lineup just was unleashed every time regardless of what was available to them because they had at least another option. If the Black Cat's banned, 21k could play the Daredevil. If the Phoenix is banned, JDX could play the Star-Lord for good reason. You don't even need the the team up there that, well, not the team up, but the ultimates that you can use, with the Rage and Royal Flush and Galactic Legend. It's just good in its own right, as we saw there. So even with the freezes and all the counters from Ayakoji, it just was not enough. And that's a former teammate to a lot of these members on the Chosen Ones. And I'm sure they're, getting some smack talking DMs amongst each other and having good fun, because they know each other from their region. But yeah, for Crownfall, this is a wake-up call, I would say, for them. I mean, even stage 1 of preseason was for them, but they must win more matches from here on out, and they have even tougher opponents.
Well, looks like our interview is ready, and Ryan will get to check in with someone from the Chosen Ones after this win. Congratulations, bud. I mean,
Yeah,
what
thank
a
you.
banger of a game 3. JDX, you pulled it off. How was the prep like getting into this match? Did you expect to see so much success this early?
Yeah, actually, we expected that because we're playing too good as a mechanics, but we have no time for scrims, but we still beat them.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, short and sweet, like to hear it. I mean, in terms of, the preparation for you guys, a couple of you have played together on different rosters. You've played against some of these players before. Did you kind of know what the strategy was going to be for Crownfall going into this matchup, or was it more just like improvising since you didn't have that scrim experience against them?
Yeah. Actually, we know that they prefer to play front-to-back comps. They're not good on dive. That's why we was trying to force cap every game. Like, we have the best cap in the world, I guess. So we was trying to force cap as much as we can, and we beat them.
I'm curious on because it's like the first time that we've seen a lot of you guys playing in Ignite. Like, Kogo's a really good example, like the impact of like Captain America and stuff there. What other players would you say are worth highlighting from what they bring to the team? Whether it's like the strategy, the drafts, the vibes, like who are the players on your team that you think keep an eye on this guy because he's going to be a massive deal in the future for Marvel Rivals?
I think, to be honest, all of them, like, these guys are too good. Like, they don't play scrims that much. I mean, we didn't scrim like only just 1 week before the tourney, and as a mechanics, they are too good, too fucking good. Like, they play everything, and they are so good at everything.
Well, before we let you go, you surprised us all. We are so impressed by you, especially and everyone on the team. Do you have a message to all the other teams in Group B as Chosen Ones start off 1-0?
I think just bank up, or we're gonna 3-0 you.
Yeah. All right.
Respect it.
Drop the mic. Well, it's a headset, but thank you so much for joining us, JDX. Best of luck in your next match. Congratulations again.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm already a Chosen Ones fan. All right, put me in the church of Chosen Ones. These guys are hilarious. Vaughn, the vibes are amazing over there.
Yeah, I mean, like, seeing the confidence from them, they talked about the mechanics, and that was really what stood out to me on the domination map from the get-go. I was like, okay, you know, they got some good things going for them, and maybe they can turn things around. You know, domination isn't for everyone, and we saw, you know, during the preseason for Crownfall, Ryan, that, you know, domination was a bit of their struggle. They got the one win on that, but then they gave up everything else.
I mean, that seems to be the way to go forward, but it's Crownfall again, like just losing out on a grueling best of 3 against another like Saudi team. So it's gonna maybe be bad to worse. They have to get their groups in order when it comes to this, or they're playing for Promo Relo and not playing for playoffs.
Well, we will continue to see what Group B is cooking over there. Up next, we have Fire Strays versus Reason, a rematch from the preseason group stage, and who will come out on top? Well, I guess you'll find out after this.
Nice, nice, nice. Good shit, good shit. Are they? They're running out, bro. They're running out. Nice, good stuff, good stuff. Can you go through your predictions I missed at the start of the stream? Ooh, it's all on the board, man. It's all on the board.
About a minute.
He said a minute. These are the predictions. You have EMEA and you have NA. So this next game, I said TCO was going to beat CNF. Guess what? I was right. Fire Strays against RSG. I think Fire is going to win. Virtus Pro against Pulsar. I think Virtus Pro is going to win. And I think Rad against Alter. Rad's going to win. Yeah, that's what I think. Bang. Good stuff, good stuff, good stuff, good stuff. Yo, Psycho, appreciate massive 27 months. Appreciate it, appreciate it, appreciate it. Good stuff, good stuff, good
Well,
stuff.
the shop's always got something for you, and this time Penny Parker will get some love, and of course she looks good doing it, but maybe don't play her in my game. But at least you'll look good in my games, at the very least. But we have another amazing match around the corner, everybody. It's Fire Strays versus Reason Gaming, and Vaudable, this is going to be exciting because we've already seen these two teams, and we've seen them against each other.
Yeah, I mean, Fire Strays, they want revenge, right, against Reason. This was one of the, like, marks against their grade card that they had in the group stage specifically.
Good,
they might have had an easier run in the playoffs if they could have gotten that victory. So, you know, Reason, they've had some roster changes and some woes.
Okay,
they had some, like, loans come out before. So I'm really interested to see what they can do. But Fire Strays, Ryan, I mean, they have, you know, a lot going for them.
Yeah, I think this is the interesting case of, like, for Fire Strays, they hadn't made many changes coming out of, like, previous MRCs where they were, like, footballist and stuff like that. They were able to play foot esports, and then they were able to go in and play it under a different name. And then for Fire Strays, sort of expecting them to sort of continue on like this middling run of form, but they're able to get through to playoffs and have a decently good run, despite the fact that they weren't playing Gambit.
Stuff,
like they were really keen on avoiding.
Oh yeah,
it.
predictions.
Not because
I got
they
you guys.
couldn't, but it was just like they would prefer to play around some of the other options.
Reason.
And this team is just very relaxed, I suppose, in their approach compared to like Reason Gaming.
RSN
where it's
against
been a rocket change of
FYR.
roster moves.
Enjoy,
I mean,
chat.
They don't have the loans from
A
DRP
psycho
and
for
Balance
27
anymore
months, though.
from
Appreciate
that
it.
Lunex roster. They're now on a different team, but they do have, you know, Nocta, Simba still here, Rosa
Good luck,
joining the
good luck,
fold
good
as
luck.
well for this team, and Rashed also joining the strategist lineup for them as well. So like there's a couple of
Good
changes
luck,
that have
good
happened,
luck.
like 3 of them
I
at least for
said
this Reason Gaming roster. So I'm expecting, you know, a
that
different
Fire was
appearance
gonna
from
win
them. They
this
actually have
matchup,
had more time
personally.
to practice and scrim together, which I think is a good thing for this squad. But I mean, looking at the difference here, Lemon, I mean, what would you say
Reason
is the
Gaming
main things
2-0
between these two
Fire
teams?
Strays in the group stage. Their
It's
only
just
win.
the fact that Reason
Oh.
Gaming completely shut them out when they encountered each other in the group stage initially, and the fact that they're in the same group again, like this is a mini little rivalry that's happening, but a very different looking Reason Gaming. But man, Fire Strays, like you guys said, looked so competitive. We were not expecting that level of performance, whether it's making playoffs, taking a map off Na'Vi, defeating Peps, going to game 5 against Shikigami, which finished in the top 4. But Ryan, we'll have to see what Fire Strays can do on map 1 Krakoa.
AAPP. Appreciate the
Yeah,
massive dollar. My
Krakoa,
friend
I
just
think for
won.
Fire
He
Strays, one of the
interviewed-
iffy things from like
WWW.
preseason was
You're a good friend, man.
amount
You're a
of
good
domination
friend.
that you
You're a
had
good
to
friend.
play, where you've like 33% win rate, 3 wins, 6 losses. For Krakoa in particular,
If
it was
Fire
pretty even. They
lost,
didn't
I want
play
my
half
money
as
back.
much as say like
If-
Celestial Husk, which
Yeah.
we sort of expect. We always see Celestial Husk, so Krakoa is like a nice
No.
change of pace.
Not
but
how
I'm
it
curious of just like it feels very different in their approach. Like one team is like a little bit more reserved,
let's
just
get
trying
this.
to build on it slowly, whereas Reason Gaming change it up a lot, whether it's going to be enough or not.
We'll see if Reason will get the win over Fire Strays again, or will Fire Strays have enough firepower this time? Let's go to map 1 Krakoa with your casters, Vaudable and Ryan.
I'm wondering what kind of teams these are both going to be, whether they are like
I know, right?
dinosaur connoisseurs or whether they want to like, it really is like, is there anybody that's
Protect
actually like
your
insane
ball,
enough to
king.
go and ban like Dino first
Top
and then
pick.
have the
Appreciate
Gambit
the
be
Prime
left
sub,
open
my
on
friend.
the other side? It doesn't
Yeah.
feel like it, not with the amount of experience that these teams have had with Gambit. I feel like the dinosaur focus could be a bit of an overcorrect if they're not careful.
I think a lot of it too is like some teams.
Do you think
if they
Dino
don't want
needs
to play
nerfs? I
the
don't
Dino
think so.
specifically.
Bro, I
they'll
think
be able
Dinosaur
to,
is one of the
focus
easiest
on
characters to
some
counter,
other
bro. You
strategies
shoot
that they
him
can
and he
go for,
dies.
Right, we saw a little
You
bit
guys
of
know
that
that?
between Crownfall and Chosen Ones in that last series. So maybe we could see a bit of a different story if you're not wanting to run that Dino, depending on the map. Though I feel like Domination is like the Dino domain for most teams out there. Then you know that kind of peters off a little bit for Combo and Convergence depending on which map we get there specifically. But for Krakoa, I feel like it's got a lot of usages. Especially depending on the sub map, right? I feel like the more open areas maybe not as effective because you could just get hit by a Phoenix from any angle so often. So we could see some differences there. But we are seeing the Gambit double ban. I'm not too surprised by
Same,
that.
yeah.
Devil Dino save for Reason. So we'll probably see Fire Strays also saving the Dino as we were expecting for
Protect your
domination.
bald king.
Yeah, I think for Fire Strays, you're happy with sort of how the meta's gone of just the Gambit bans being out.
Yo,
because there was
Turtlehead,
that
appreciate the
change
5
in
months, my friend.
EMEA where like teams would maybe go for like Elsa priority, and then I think the reason why Fire Strays went out in playoffs when they did is that teams went, these guys don't play Gambit. Like we can leave it open. Like we can
Yep.
ban out Elsa, leave it open. They're not going to protect it. They're not going to prioritize it. Even if it's open, they're not going to play it because it's just not really the focus of what they want to do compositionally. So the first part of this draft, the first phase, as it were, pretty much.
Do you know what the
standard,
bracket
like
is for
making
today?
sure they
Yes,
take out
type
the Gambit because
exclamation
it
mark
synergizes
MRI.
with quite literally
Everything is
everybody,
there.
and then Mantis to shut down some of the options for
Exclamation
triple
mark
strategists.
MRI.
But I imagine that Ultron is also going to be high up on that list.
Oh yeah, I mean Ultron is specifically, you know, pretty decent on like the open-ended areas of this map as well. But Luna Snow, I think, has been the most banned recently in terms of strategists, just because of that output of healing, as we saw. But also, if you're going to be playing the White Fox, the team up is really good there.
The
as
guy on the
well.
left
So,
doesn't want to
you know,
be
having
here.
the White Fox priority for Fire
Whoa!
Strays is not too surprising. We saw a
Vaudable,
little bit
of
of that in
course
the
he wants
last
to
map,
be
but I
here.
think both teams
Vaudable
weren't
works
as
very hard,
practiced as
Chad.
they
Don't
could have
beat me
been
in the Vaudable.
on White Fox. And you really need to know White Fox in this meta, in my mind.
Yeah, if you're looking at like the backline now, like Close and Zanost have been playing together quite literally since All Business, where they were one of the teams to climb through MRC. One of the real like MRC teams that nobody really knew much about because they were like either console players or from like previous esports. It just felt like they sort of, and it continues, right? Even if it's a couple of different changes, you got Firestray still continuing on that. But the Jean Grey ban at the end, I think this is clever because we saw just how much damage she can do when she's left her own devices. The problem is it is going to be one-sided for a reason.
Yeah, I love the one-sided Phoenix, especially in this meta, right? It's basically the Elsa of last meta, just based on, how powerful they are. Yes, you don't do as much AoE damage with the sparks. It doesn't matter because the overall damage that you can do, you can just two-shot a 275 HP target just with the one spark explosion if you hit both headshots with it. So the White Fox one-sided, you can see the prioritizations between these two teams, more backline focus for Firestrays, more duelist, I guess, in the end of Reason Gaming. But it's more going to come down to what we see from the rest of the composition, right? Do we see the Black Cat? Do we see the Devil? Do we see the Daredevil specifically here as well? And we saw how effective that was in the last series from either team. So more curious on what the priority will be there.
This series was the weird one of preseason. Whilst Firestrays went on a good run into playoffs and beyond, Reason Gaming just changing up their roster a lot with various players coming in and out. Looked inconsistent up until they played Firestrays, where they absolutely dumpstered them in groups. Is that going to be the same here, or is Fire going to show some of that continued form? It's a pause to begin with, but at least we get to see a brief glimpse. I don't think Demon's going to be playing in the Black Panther, but it does strike the point, like, Demon on melee characters on Black Cat, I could definitely see him doing quite a lot of work. But his duelist pool has increased more than just Wolverine, for example. He has grown a lot as a duelist.
Cleaning them out.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of, the different versions of Deadpool, I'm curious when we'll see the strategist Deadpool come into play with like a rush composition, right? We saw some of that in Americas towards the end as well.
Yeah,
we've seen,
I don't see any of those. I don't know how we found these.
Like ranked, I know I've seen people on like social media just raging because they have just double strategists with like a rocket and a strategist Deadpool, but they're almost there. They just need one more support or one more strategist, and they'll be a little bit better on their end, and maybe we'll see something like that crazy composition wise thrown in. I know Coach Cuffy now on Reason Gaming, they've been cooking up some stuff for the back line specifically, so I'm excited to see what they come out there with their team. And I do like that, for Reason Gaming, talking about last preseason into now, they did have some great players who joined their roster, but the problem was that they didn't have enough time to like figure out the momentum that they needed. They looked a little bit better towards the end.
Crownfall lost,
the Crownfall series, and unfortunately they lost their chances to make it into the playoffs. But I think with time, this Reason Gaming team can be great.
Jay's making me hungry. I'm sorry, man.
Like,
listen, it's my breakfast time.
This Fire Strays team, then they'll look much better than they did during, I think confidently at least, during the preseason. But Fire Strays, because they've had so much time together, I think it's going to be even more difficult than it was last time.
Yeah, it's always like hard, I suppose, for these teams to actually get it together. I think that's what I'm worried about with like Reason Gaming. Like for Fire Strays, they could lose this series and still like just have the demeanor to turn it around, but not panic about it too much. For Reason, because it was a whiplash constantly, like the roster changes and stuff. I was really excited to see Simba like join this team. Like he seemed to be like one of the standout new players to potentially keep an eye out on. But then he was pretty much put to the side because Ballas came in as a substitute player.
Yeah. Jay, I'm trusting you. What, for the prediction?
Kind of like weird in and out, not using him.
Oh man, I've never lied about. I have 100% prediction rate so far today.
I do hope that we get to see more like Simba.
Overall, I am
like a
6 for 7
because it was just weird games.
I was 5 for 6 yesterday. Now
and again.
6 for 7 total.
I really just want to see what this guy can actually do up against like a tough team when it comes to their like line of like Sloppo.
Wait, can we get the game going now?
Very experienced in Ignite at the stage as duelists.
I mean, looking specifically at the groups, right? Like, this is still a tough group. It's not the group of death necessarily, like Group A, as we say, or like the group of chaos, I guess you could call it more than anything else. But, Fire Strays, Chosen Ones now showing their fangs in that first series makes me worry for both these teams a little bit more so. I think it's even more competitive than we saw in the last preseason, which is great, right? You see teams evolve from preseason into stage 1 as some rosters stay together and some change throughout it and try to consolidate the power as much as they can. Yeah. But sounds like we're getting into the game momentarily here as well. Just had some issues for some tech issues on one of the teams that they're getting resolved. But even then, I mean,
we have tech
this
issues,
is a must-win in my mind, Ryan. Just as much so as the last series was for Chosen Ones and Crownfall. Both these teams need to start off on the right foot. There's not going to be as many second chances as they had in the preseason.
ooh, do we get to see some Elsa from Nocta? Like, genuinely,
Ooh.
I would be down for it because, no, never mind. Oh, no, wait, it is. It's just changing the observer changes where people are in the UI, which I actually
We just want to see the sprites, you know?
Yeah. It was just bait. I was like, wait, he's a dinosaur now. It's like, nope, Nocta's still there. And he is going to be sticking over onto that Elsa. So it's like the
That
more things
Elsa
change,
pick.
the more they
Uh-oh.
stay the same.
I got you.
Simba's going to be in over on that Jean Grey one side.
Yesterday we saw a team play Elsa and they ended up winning, did they not?
2-2-2 setup
So
with
I mean,
Demon on the
maybe Elsa
Daredevil.
is still good.
Yeah, more of like kind of the brawl style for Fire, I guess you could say, and some flanking ability too, with like Sloppo, Closar also just being able to go in with Damon for, I guess, the dive, more specific focus there, and then Reason just trying to have all the hit scan possible.
Oh,
just to shoot
gambling
them
is
out
about
as
to
high as they
close,
can.
so if you guys haven't gambled yet,
I mean, when you've got,
unfortunate.
we've already sort of highlighted like Loki rocket combinations. Yeah,
They just closed, actually. You have 10 minutes to gamble, chat.
into, but it does require you to get those ultimates farmed up before you maybe to come through. Simba goes down, but the be right back means that it is going to be instantly into the fray. Firestrays not having the rocket on their side means that they are sending these players one at a time, Daredevil and then Devil Dinosaur, one after the other before this fight is over. Reason Gaming looking to take the point first. Now it's just a case of getting Rashed and Relaxing Sky
Oh
all
shit,
set up with these ults.
Yeah, I mean, already showing how quickly you can build up that ult charge with the Rocket Raccoon because of the changes in like how much damage they can do, how much healing they can output as well, just based on the amount of orbs that they have available. The big question
Yeah,
is,
what
will
happened?
these dives be coordinated well enough for Fire Strays? And we have yet to see it be successful. I think there's a lot of good flanking options on this submap specifically for the Grove, but even then we haven't seen it come to fruition just yet. So they just need one good pick on the backline, then they can really go in and decimate Reason.
Now Simba, I mean, I wanted to see the POV of more Phoenixes because of that. Like, he hasn't got anything going on in and around him, which means that he could just fight from range. But close in the distance is Rosa, bulldozing his way through that sort of front line to make sure that Firestrays can't group up in this case. But it means that like Demon is going to struggle to sort of get set up like with these flanks. You can see just how grouped up Reason are in these sort of setups. And yeah, you're playing around these ultimates, but having a low-key Rocket and then a Phoenix just sat on top of each other means that like the Daredevil is going to get more than he bargained for, even with some support from Zenost and the White Fox.
Yeah, I like the Zenost like White Fox support, as you mentioned, like able to use that teleport just to bail their team out. But I'm really curious on how Sloppo will be positioning themselves for this Galactic Legend, right? I think that's going to be a big boon for them if they can at least get a pick on the back line. But the problem is Consequent Amplifier is available to damage boost the ultimates of Reason specifically. So if they can't take out that rocket fast, it's going to be a dire straight for them in this team fight.
Yeah, it's bad
It's
habits,
a Galactic
honest.
Legend, nothing to be used
Gambling
in
channel
tandem.
points
It's
creates
just
a
in
bad habit,
isolation,
bro.
But the response is just
I
that
can't tell you how many times I wanted to gamble channel points and then go to a casino.
Focus away from Sloppo, and Simba's able to get a pick without
The answer is
expending
zero.
any form of ultimates. Reason are comfortable right now as Fire Strays have been tiptoeing around the objective and a team fight for quite some time. And now that they don't have that main go button of the Galactic Legend,
Yo, Fire
how are they going to
Strays.
approach it? They
I
wanna
don't
try
know
and
if you
punch
guys
on top of
saw,
the
but I
high
need
ground,
you guys to
but
fucking
Sloppo's
lock it
a
in
bit
here, bro.
split
I
on
voted
his
for you
focus.
guys.
Ensog Inferno might slam down right in between these players from Fire Strays, just in and out of this hokey-cokey fight. Blackstout's going to be taken out at a really impactful time as it's going to be the seduction used on the other side. Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
Amplifier
chat, just
to
ignore
increase
him.
that
I'm pretty sure
damage,
that's a
and its
troll.
range from fall-off is a little bit
I
stronger
don't think that guy
too.
understands.
It's Jeff going to try to eat to pull people away from this engagement, and Kamiho now seeing if the Fox could brawl up against the dinosaur.
Yeah. Fire
Unfortunately,
Strays.
it's just basic prey for the apex predator that is Rosa. The cleanup is nice, and Fire Strays.
Yo, I
just
understand
didn't
the
show up
Jeff
enough
hate,
in the middle of those fights.
but don't go kill the Jeff when
Man,
you're in
this
an
is deja
overtime
vu,
situation
unfortunately,
and you
for Fire
gotta
Strays
touch
against
points.
Reason, right? And
Bro.
I feel like because Reason have had time to cook, they have, you know, their new coach and coordination that they have for their staff as well, just to practice as best they can. I mean, they've been screaming their hearts out leading up to this.
Is it too
and
late to
figuring
change
out
my
exactly
prediction?
The meta, and I think that's the big difference here, right, between, you know, preseason into stage 1 and the last weeks of preseason.
Is
as
it
well,
too late to
that
change my prediction,
whichever
chat? I don't know
team are
what
able
the
to
hell this
find
team's
out the
doing right
meta
now.
the fastest are going to be the ones that do the best in group stage, specifically because we've had so much little time in comparison to the preseason specifically
Wait,
to learn.
do I
you know,
see?
the
Wait, do I
new
see that right?
Changes with the you
The
know,
Daredevil
heroes
has
specifically with
2,000
Rocket
damage, but the
Raccoon,
Rocket
and
has
we talked about the
4,000?
Star-Lord there as well, but also just how good Elsa still is even after the nerfs, and so many teams just like not relying on it, which is still crazy to me.
I've been saying that, like, I sort of like, you know, like Elsa was one of the main characters. I would have been shocked if she sort of fell out of the top 5. Her percentage played so far across all of Ignite is in the single digits. She is not even involved in the conversation, so it is nice to see a bit of vindication for a character that is objectively worse, and also switched away from, I think, as Nocta's going to switch over towards a Doctor Strange to go for some triple Vanguard action, immediately taking out Black Sao, who just could not get going so far in this game.
It's tough for Black Sal, especially because they had their ultimate available and they kind of knew where to position so they could take out one member who has their ult available. But the
tournament servers,
Damon, and this is going to be a tough spot to be in for Reason if they can't stay alive, but they actually do manage to sustain themselves, relaxing. It doesn't matter because they got res, and that rocket res beacon has been a monumental boon for them.
It's been a little bit more to bargain and deal with than you would have wanted. You have got Binary going over towards the Devil Dinosaur too. I think Black Sao came out on it first and then switched over to the Emma Frost. So there was that period of Fire Strays, despite protecting Dinosaur, was not really using him.
Yo,
so now
Bubba,
they're at
come
least
on,
a
man.
Binary over on it instead of the Captain America. You
Go,
got Nocta
go.
now on the Star-Lord. So it's looking very like standard. But Reason Gaming like sticking to this, looking a lot more like banded prepared for this whole like outright strategy as Fire Strays just looking for an in and an opening constantly in these fights.
Fire Strays seem a lot more scrappy in terms of their compositions and just going with the flow and whatever they feel works at the time, whereas Reason are more calm and collected and calculated. But, you know, we still see the explosiveness of Fire
Never
Strays.
trust
Damon
Jane
can
his
get a
prediction.
pick that'd
Bro,
be massive, but unfortunately,
my
Simba
last
just
prediction
being a
was
server
right,
ad
and
keeping
guess
them at
what?
bay.
CNF
See how much they
beat
can actually hold on to this
the
objective,
other
as it's been
team
Fire Strays unable to
first,
actually cap
the
point
first
once,
game, and guess
Binary
what?
losing
The other
out
team
in
reverse
this
swept.
dinosaur
So
butting
don't
of
say, oh,
heads.
don't trust Jay.
Now we're sort of watching
I am
Nocta switching
sticking with
over.
Fire, and Fire is going to reverse sweep. Watch.
Yeah, the last time that they played. Yeah, so it was
Watch.
a bit problematic when he ulted in spawn, and I will continue to bring that up to the point that he's fine with it. He's used to it.
Oh my God,
But
I just
Simba
witnessed
finding more
murdered.
kills means that he's not going to be too fussed about it. Simba sitting on ultimates, that's the main thing, I think, Vodable, right? It's just that Reason are winning these fights and have so many ultimates just saved in the bank that they just don't need.
Agreed, observers. Agreed. That's my thought process on Fire Strays right now as well. I appreciate you illustrating that as best as you can there. But, you know, Fire Strays, they have ultimates in the bank. They have a lot working for them. The problem is they haven't
Watch
been able
this.
to coordinate
Fire Strays
as
is
a
going to win this
team
next
so
team
far
fight,
against
and you guys
Reason
are all
Gaming.
going to be like, oh my God,
They need
J3 is going to be
win
right.
this
Watch.
game, or else they're gonna
Watch
get
this.
duos
Watch this.
swept
Watch this.
in domination.
There's the Galactic Legend used for Reason to maybe...
Yo, wait, go
make
back to the
this a
MLPOV
very
real quick.
Krakoa domination map to begin with, and you've got the Rampage now starting in from both sides, but Binary, whilst he was going for the stomp, he gets clapped himself, CC'd and eliminated. Galactic Legend out from Sloppo, looking a little bit more scared than anything, but he's able to find himself a lovely pick onto Nocta, in and out, but it's not going to matter too much because the Be Right Back means that it's an out and in case for Nocta to come back onto the Star-Lord. Ensong is going to be used now for Simba to keep sustaining and holding on to this engagement. Fire Strays having enough numbers to keep this fight going on. Hard to know, but there's really a case of stalling it out. You've got Black Cell switching over towards the Strange to see if he can actually
Is that 200 to 0?
Dipping. It's just now a case of the Captain America of Binary holding on to make sure that this wick is still burning on this defense. Black Cell trying to go in for the retake just in time, immediately having Demon leap in and let the Devil out is going to provide some breathing room for Fire Strays. Now looking to try to cap the point themselves.
I told you they were going to cap. Hey, this is the reverse, baby.
Yeah,
this is the reverse. Let's get it.
Their ultimates, the problem is that they had to use so many resources to try and hold on to the objective and try to close out this win as well.
This is
And
the
portal coming
reverse,
through
man.
at the
I can
last moment
smell
for
it,
Demon
bro.
to
I can
ult
smell
was
it. I can
perfect
smell it.
timing for Fire Strays to get their own windfall that they've been waiting for. They were dead in the water themselves and just had no paddle, and we're hoping for a life raft to come through and save the day for them. And well, that portal was just that. But the problem is, will they be able to sustain on the objective? I mean, this is the first team fight that they've actually gotten percentage, and they need a large comeback here.
Demon now looking to see if he can find a good opportunity. He's forced the lamps, the regeneration domain
Oh,
from the Lokis on the
no,
other side.
bro.
And it gets a nice pick onto Rosa because the focus wasn't quite on the front line to keep them sustained. Nocta now is going to bring out this Galactic Legend as the lamps are going to be reintroduced to try and hold on for Fire Strays as Nost is going to keep his team going. Or at least
Oh,
attempt to,
nice
because there's too many
fine,
players
nice
gone
fine.
down.
I'm actually
Sloppo
really
now,
surprised
see
that
if
that
he
guy
can be
didn't
the
get that other
hero
kill
in
though.
this player disadvantage. He at least is able to find one, trying to get the pick onto the other Star-Lord on the other side, able to, but it buys a lot of time. And immediately Rosa comes in and slams down onto Sloppo and gets the Nost in the same vein.
Oh no,
Reason
and the
now
other team
having
hasn't.
control of the objective to go for the portal play themselves. Not really much for Fire Strays to rely on to get back.
Yo,
into the
you,
game.
why did you get off the
It's
point
just
again?
him
No, bro.
alone. He tries to deflect the damage, hops off the point for a moment, and Reason Gaming eke it forward as a 2-0
No. I'm pretty sure
Well, I mean,
that
is
Daredevil,
too for Reason
chat.
Gaming, right? This is a different look for them.
I'm
of
pretty
course.
sure that
You know, they
Daredevil is
have their
actually
wins
friends with
about them. They've
TTK.
had time
Because
to
he's doing the
prepare,
same
I
shit,
think.
bro.
You know, it's similar
He's
to any
protecting his
stories, like,
KD. He doesn't
which
care if
heroes
he
are the
wins
best
the
with
round or not. He just wants to
preparation
protect
time. We
his
see that
KD,
here,
bro.
you know,
Nah.
similar to like an Iron Man.
Nah.
They get the map 1 victory. Looking for a similar performance to the preseason. We'll figure out if they can do that after this break.
Nah. Anyways, it's fine. It's fine. Just like last prediction. Just like last prediction, Crownfall won that first game against TCO.
Exactly what I saw from the scrims.
And TCO ended up winning. So, hey, still doable. Nope. Oh yeah, this is my favorite part right here. Lunar Snow song? Yeah. We have a 2-minute break here, chat. Yes, Jay's gonna go 5 out of 6 today as well. 5 incorrect. No, I am not. I am 6 out of 7 predictions correct. There is no such thing as a J3 curse, and I am going to go 7 for 8 after this game. Like this music, though. Yo, NK Most, appreciate as a prime sub, my friend. Marshall, appreciate as a prime sub. And the Bright Siren with the massive new tier 1 sub. Appreciate it. Oh, yeah, drop it right here, right? You gotta make that bingo a lot harder, man. You make that bingo a little too easy. You should not be getting bingo in first game. Oh yeah, right? Oh my god. Bro, this song is like, this is fire. These songs are fire, man. I really like the RGB on that skin, bro. That thing's good. That thing's good. Yo, Peng Wang for 3 months. Appreciate it. How you doing, my friend?
Well, group stage has been a journey, but the adventures continue with these Savage Adventures skins that have just come out for Luna, Snow, Hela, and Ultron. At least we are seeing a ton of Luna and Ultron, but more specifically, Rocket Raccoon, Invis, and Loki, at least in this matchup in particular. We zoom back in now to Fire Strays versus Reason, where Ryan, I mean, the more things change, the more the things stay the same. As you guys said, Reason
Bro,
take game
that
1,
Hela
just
skin
like
that
the
they
last
made
time
is
they met
actually
up.
wild.
And so
I
much of
actually
it too
cannot
is, like,
believe they
Reason
came out with
Gaming
that skin.
didn't
It was
do
like, yeah, that's a good
with-
skin. Let's send it out there.
Much faster meta
That's
than we're sort of seeing
that's
in
insane.
preseason already. But
Yeah.
it's like the Reason did it like. We've seen so much of teams try to go for strategies and go, it's not working, we're going to pivot. But like Reason Gaming stuck to it with such discipline. They were in full control of that. It was only towards the end of Fire Stray started to really bite back. But at that point, Reason Gaming had all of the resources and win conditions they needed. They could just sit the rest of this domination map out pretty and look the better team like they did in the preseason matchup with these two.
And Bod, we're just really looking forward to Reason settling in with a roster and a core that's going to last throughout the group stage and try to make that big push for the playoffs. Like, surely this is the stage for them.
Now I
had
can play hit
faith
scan
in the
one-handed. What does that
preseason
even
and I
mean?
was let down, but hey, we'll see if they can not let me down again this time because, I mean, we've seen some great performances in that map 1, but that's only map 1, right? We did have a really good MVP too. We were talking about it, Ryan. I mean, Simba did such a good job during that last map as well. We didn't get to see them too much in the preseason, but the Phoenix play was insane.
It was pretty much this whole talking point on Phoenix, I think, as well, of like she can't keep getting away with this, and you get glimpses of watching the Phoenix's POV, and it's just so much room to breathe. Here, for reason, they had people just in and around him, like just as protection to go in from those points, and whilst again it's leaping over onto the Doctor Strange at this point right at the end of the map, it was mostly that Phoenix. And it's nice to see, like, with all of the chaos not happening in the server, whether he's playing a map or not, whether he's playing against Virtus Pro or not, he's still able to do quite a lot, and this is why he was picked up in the first place.
And that was the thing, right, Vaudable? That when we looked at Simba last
Fire
in
Strays
the
is not
preseason,
looking like a
he
good
didn't
team
come
right
with,
now,
like, this
man.
huge resume
Bro.
of competitive esports experience. It was like a lot of this ranked stuff, and we weren't sure what to expect out of Reason. They had a strong start, but then
Look at this. Look at this right here. Their support almost has 9,000 damage. That's more than their DPS character. That's more than their tank character. That's more than their tank character. Only one person
I think it is. I think
their
this is the roster
support
for
and
them,
damage.
and
That's
specifically, you know,
no,
talking to
bro.
Minty, their manager, they're saying that their backline
Fire
feels a
Strays,
lot
y'all need to
stronger
fucking
than
lock
did
it in
before,
here,
and
man.
there's
I don't know
more
what y'all are
cohesion, at
doing,
least
but I
between this
voted for
roster
you
than we saw
guys.
last
So you guys
time,
got to
as I
step
mentioned,
it up,
because they had
man.
more time together. But Museum of
That ain't
Contemplation,
looking
I'm really
good.
interested to see this be a change up. Last time they went to
How you
Yggdrasil
doing,
Path,
Paws?
and it was a 3-0 for the victory for Reason Games. So I like this change up for Fire Strays.
I'm looking forward to seeing if Fire Strays have something
The
up
feet
their
on the
sleeve.
Hella
Of
skin
course,
are
we're looking at
crazy.
The Star-Lord's out there. The talent is there, but it's how it comes together that really matters. Series point for Reason Gaming. Let's get into the map.
I'm wondering, like, how much, like,
I
Fire
need
Strays
more
just seem to be
content
the kind of
for
team
us
that just
feet
starts off
lovers.
slow. I'm not panicked about them in this group.
That's
would consider,
YouTube
like,
right there,
even
chat.
with,
That's your
the Chosen
community.
Ones
That's you
definitely
guys.
impressing, I would still put these two teams that we're watching over the other two to qualify for playoffs alongside Heretics and Shikigami. That's expected, but already predictions might be broken because of the Chosen Ones. It might be broken here because I would have assumed that Fire Strays would be able to continue that form on, but maybe a new meta means that they're just a bit slow to adapt.
Okay, see, this is what I'm talking about. You know, some teams aren't feeling as confident on like the Devil Dinosaur composition, so they're going for different prioritizations. And
How do you guys feel about this ban phase?
Sided in terms
Where
of what you could play outside.
they're
of
doing
Devil
the
Dinosaur.
bans
I
with
love the Mantis
the
save,
casters
especially
on the
because of damage
screen.
boost.
What
You
do you
can
guys think
focus
about
more
that?
around your duelists, keeping them, you know, as damage boosted as possible to see if that'll be enough to outduel the other team. And it felt like because of the explosive power of the hit scan that we saw from Reason Gaming was just too much to overcome. So Rosa, of course, is going to continue to play the Devil Dinosaur, but I'm curious if we see more bans targeting that duelist lineup from Fire Strays after that last map.
I'm going to ban out the Luna here. I imagine that there would be a Mantis ban at this point because it's just consistent. Like Fedban Mantis seems to be the way that this has been played out in the end, but just making sure that you get rid of Luna before another Protect could come in from Reason Gaming is probably the direction that Fire Strays were thinking with that.
I mean, at least they're trying stuff. They're trying stuff. I like to see what the teams are clicking though. I like to see the map and stuff. Yeah.
The Loki being able to copy onto the likes of Rocket found a lot of success from Reason Gaming, and they know it. And they're certainly going onto a convoy map. They don't want to set up any more potency from a Rocket composition.
Is Gambit still a ban
Also
because of
shuts down the
Star-Lord?
low-key cloak and
I don't
dagger
think it's
that we
because
saw
of
in the previous
Star-Lord,
series
but
between
Gambit is
Chosen
just
One and
strong in
Crown Ball,
general.
right?
He enables so
both of them
much.
are going to be leaning towards the Mantis, which means that I think these last bans are going to be prioritized actually towards the back line entirely. Interesting there for Fire Stray. So they're probably going to focus on locking down. Okay. What are we doing here? They can just ban the Phoenix and make it so that you can't enable your Phoenix here. I guess we'll see what they take down here. The Visible Woman, I guess, in terms of like dive, if they're going to be playing.
Why
dive,
wouldn't you save Emma Frost when you went 2-9 on Emma Frost last game?
And having, you know, some of the
Chat, that's like,
effectiveness of the
have you
ultimate
guys,
too.
no, bro, I'm sorry, I have to say this. Have you guys ever had, like, let's just say your team was like, hey guys, let's ban Spider-Man. They have a really good Spider-Man on the other team. And then there's someone on your team that goes, hey man, I'm actually the best Spider-Man player in Silver. You should trust me. I could diff any Spider-Man player out there. And you're like, okay, you know what? You want to play Spider-Man? I'm going to trust you. And then that Spider-Man that you were going to ban in the first place, that said he was the best Spider-Man, is 1-12, and you're like, wow, why the flark did I trust this guy? And now you're losing because of the Spider-Man ban that you should have done.
You're going to have Rocket no matter what. you could
Why
kinda
are
go
you
in onto
saving
this
a
point.
2-9 Emma Frost?
And shout out Lemon in the background as well, giving us a good insight too. Black Style is actually a really good group player. We saw a ton of that during the group stage, especially when they were playing the Doctor Strange when it wasn't available too with the team up, but it's kind of fallen out of favor based on the compositions we've seen so far. So right now, I think that is a good ban. And I'd say Groot's a decent counter to Devil Dinosaur, especially because you can section them off from the heals that they desperately need to stay alive in these team fights. So not having to worry about that is good for the side of Reason. I believe we got to get those bans swapped around.
Yeah, it is Fire Strays that are wanting to claw back on their map choice to see if they can quite survive it, but Black's out protecting that Ember Frost was probably the thing that they wanted to leap forward and go on to anyway. Just
Yeah,
lost
Adam
edges
Warlock
on
is
both
a
sides, but Phoenix versus a Moon Knight, which we haven't seen that
a
much
good
of so
pick
far
because a
in
lot of
the
teams
NBA.
want to
It's
try to full hold
expected
this,
with the fact
and
that he's very
Adam
good
Warlock
at setting
res
the
is pretty
ultimate
good.
against the Devil Dinosaur.
Oh shit.
I misspoke on that one. The bans are correct. I'm just blind, but it's okay. We got glasses for a reason here, Ryan. Either way, though, Reason Gaming knocked it going down initially. We didn't even see the Adam Warlock work so well in the last time we saw it showcased on this map. I mean, you were mentioning, you know, it's been played a decent amount on Museum of Contemplation, but this just full hold comp strategy hasn't been
That guy-
as effective as
Dinosaur
it was
jumped
because
off
of
the
how much damage is able to be unleashed by
He,
this
he
Moon Knight.
picked someone up and tried to jump off the
Maxwell
map
has
with them,
actually
and,
moved over
but you
towards the
can't do it
Venom
with
because he feels
the
that this could
flying
be a very
character.
quick first point take, so wants to try to like dive in and sustain this fight a little bit more. Rosa going over towards Magneto.
Or not the flying character,
I mean,
but-
you aren't worrying about the Devil Dinosaur on the other side, so I guess it's just like an attempt to mitigate some of the damage coming through. Certainly when you got like Moon Knight on the obvious other side, you're not just going to get snowballed by
Ooh.
the giant lizard.
Okay.
But you're not able to touch the point either. Reason
Okay,
Gaming
yo,
looking a
Fire
little
Strays
bit
woke
wild on
up,
this defense
baby.
as Fire Strays
Fire
buckle
Strays
under
woke
the
up,
pressure,
baby, and
the
this
Moon Knight
guy's not on
especially, he
the
will
Daredevil, bro. He's on the
found up this
Moon
defense.
Knight, the Goon Knight,
Yeah, It
bro.
just goes to show, you know, the
5
bunker, like,
minutes
break
for the whole
composition
second
that you see
phase,
the
chat.
spawn hold break from
Yo,
Fire
happy
Strays
Rogue,
is
free
just
spawns
so
in 2 months.
lethal, especially being able to get that ultimate so fast, but just the burst damage that you have available after you use the Ankh and then just use your Crescent Moons to bounce off of it back and forth, and nobody can really escape it, especially based on the comp we see from Reason. So rough spot to be in. Some swaps coming in. Nocta actually moving off of the Adam Warlock onto the Ultron might be a better bet for just the double damage boost on the Simba.
And Reason not changing up their composition at all on the first map of Krakoa, changed it up 7-8 times now, as it's going to be the Ultron now in play. Rosa's still dedicating to the Magneto as Freedom Charge from Fire Strays, seeing if they can keep this attacking side fleeting forward.
I'm pretty sure it was a
on
mess
this
up
bus as
access,
the payload.
but
It's
thank you for
starting to
doing
grind to a
the
halt now. Nocta's
unban
actually
thing.
found the pickle to the other side with a little bit of help from the Yarn Amplifier as a damage boost. Range of Ultron not going to be needed, but that extra little bit of damage has allowed Simba to get the pick into the neutral.
What is
Fire
that?
Strays subdued for the
They just
time
have a
being.
book that's like in the collection?
For now, but there's a lot of time in the bank for them is the big thing here. I mean, this is the fastest, at least in today on Museum of Contemplation, we've seen a team get towards the second checkpoint. And yes, it takes a while to get around this one cylinder, and this corner is the one of doom, I would say, on this map. But even then, there's a lot of ultimates available, and this is a good counter for Fire Strays, using the Soul Resurgence to ban away, I guess, this Rage of Ultron from Nocta.
So Resurgence now, Reason, seeing if they can keep this defense, at least everything down for the time being. Sign of Seduction, no counterattack is in play. Demon is trying to farm up this final judgment as quick as he can, like 4/5 of the way having available as it's now at 80%. But there's a little bit of a lull, a quiet moment as Binary is going down. You can see him consistently on these flanks trying to go for picks. Might have overextended and overstayed as Rosa finds pick. Meteor M would be the first one that we've seen for EMEA from Magneto, because we've seen very little of one of the more common Vanguard options. But it
I
makes
think this
sense
guy's dead.
when you've got some of the other
There's no way
changes
he's not
being
dead.
made
That's wild.
here. But now it's just Reason actually having a good hold on here. The pivot and composition seems to be working out wonders for them. Binary now leaping in as Venom tries to take in some of the damage and is able to disengage. Demon set up. It's a great diamond wall actually to try to isolate where this Magneto's playing from. But
Yo,
there's
come on,
enough
Fire
of a
Strays.
gap.
You guys started
It's
this
just
game
now
off
a
so
case where
fucking
the Demon is
strong.
gonna
I need
use
you
his
guys to
final
win this
judgment
map.
now, or see if he
Come on.
can bait out some more ultimates on
Lock
the
it
side
in
of
here.
Reason.
Good shit,
Well,
Binary.
you know, it's just the bait game between Rosa and Demon, but the Meteor M coming out so quickly,
Big.
getting a double onto Demon and Closar is massive.
it was just in an instant, right? Yeah, an amplifier gets used, Meteor M, it can generate that damage a lot faster, and it travels a lot faster after, like, buffs earlier this year.
True.
Slam straight onto the ground, instant delete from some of these characters, and even with the triple strategist in play from Fire, there's just not enough sustain to survive. It's certainly not when there's not an invisible woman, like, in the server to actually sort of play off. Fire Strays have to try again, and the dive has to become a bit more deep with how they're playing.
Out to production on instant replay for this one too. I love it. Yeah, just getting them caught off guard as they were turning around the corner for that one as well. It's a great look from Rosa, and we saw Necrez kind of do the same thing on SSG before, but Simba going with the End Song Inferno. They tried to get
that poor Luna, bro. They bullied the shit out of that Luna, man.
The big thing.
It's Jeff now used, placed down some healing in area for Fire Strays and seeing what it can grab, but a Rage of Ultron from Nocta means that he's not going to be going too far, but there's the final judgment. Never from Demon. The devil that you know is able to try and get a few more picks, and it's a Scarper out for Reason. If they want to try and reset, maybe go for one final fight on this checkpoint.
Look at Captain America, bro. Captain America doesn't do anything. He's just jumping around and surviving and just being annoying.
Hold on to that ultimate as long as they could, but hey, I think it was a perfect time to use it against Reason to at least force the issue towards that third checkpoint. But an early
if he got that kill, if he got that kill, that would have been massive, dude.
A little bit further away from
that would have been a big pick.
Ooh, the grab onto Nocta. He was pulled in, lulled in by the sweet tones of Emma Frost, and then grabbed around the throat, and his chip was ripped straight off of
What's your problem with the Cap? Cap is stupid, bro. All he does is do hop, skip, and jump. He plays hopscotch in your back line, and he doesn't die.
But they're managing to buy.
He's just so annoying, dude.
It's not as clean as it was on Krakoa, but you're still gonna take it. There's now 45 seconds left, and a fate of both worlds is the attempt to try to get across. But it's a capital M as this defense from Reason has found its absolute footing, and these ult combinations, even without a Loki to get these Yan amplifiers working, they're finding so much.
This is a 5-minute hold, by the way. Yeah, remember, 5-minute hold.
Yes, they sectioned off, you know, Zanaz.
Fire Strays needs to hit that TP down.
And switch that was here as well, and the rest of them can get a portal through.
Now,
nice block. That was a good portal. To block that, entrance off. That was a good portal.
For Reason Gaming, but this is more of like a brawly attempt as Ensong is going to allow Simba to jump onto multiple targets and find the picks on afterwards. He's consistently.
How are they not winning?
Just a neutral damage from the left click now. The buffs have done him a great service as he's looking like the king in this server. Pasuo over on Venom though has managed to stall up these fights for such a good amount of time. The demon has to bring out the namesake. He's built up a stand at a very quick pace and leaping Rosa out of the line of sight from the strategists. It means that Soul Resurgence has to be used up and expended, and it's a great time as overtime is in play. The wick is still pretty chunky with how much Fire has to work with, but it's now Reason having to like make sure that they don't jump off the point too much. There's so much flowing movement. Everybody's hopping in and out of these separate fights and points, and the Eye of Agamotto is trying to cut off the supports and the team as they're trying to get onto this objective. They're off of it long enough. A great play from Reason with the Eye of Agamotto.
I'm seeing the same shit happen over and over, bro. They're never on the point. They're always.
Shout out to Nocta. I mean, playing the Doctor Strange is better, as best as
they got held
in that moment, so
for 5 minutes and like 20 seconds.
They pulled it out when it mattered most, and
they
Rosa
got held on second. They had 5 minutes
and
20 seconds to cap that whole second phase. Chat, no, bro.
Saying, you know, another reason why we saw the group ban specifically.
I think some players on Fire Strays.
They don't want to play up against the group
need
Moon
to
Knight composition, and we could see that from Reason if they want to opt for it, but it doesn't look like they're going for it.
I don't know, man.
No, it doesn't look like it. It was very panicky for like Reason with how that first point went, and then you see immediate like changes to various like players not only just changing hero once but twice in some cases, but then sort of landing on like Rosa being able to play the Magneto. You think Magneto's really tough in this meta, and then you realize, oh, they don't actually have to worry about Devil Dinosaur on the other side that is just going to bulldoze right through.
Wait, that doesn't make any sense. They had this guy that's 13-2 with 3,000 damage, 17,000 healing. That's their DPS player, but why is the DPS player playing support?
What? And also, whilst we've been glazing over
what is this team doing? Why are they all over the place?
As well, and it's a perfect hero for him. The two newbies, I suppose, for Reason Gaming and Ignite on signature heroes that
you know what that reminds me of, chat? I'm sorry, but I have to throw this team under the
We'll
bus.
see which,
Sentinels, bro.
heroes are
Sentinels are
stronger here,
pissing me the
specifically for Reason
flark off,
against
bro.
Firestrays, and that's what I was talking about.
Why
For
are
the
they
group Moon
taking
Knight
one of the
composition, you
best
can see
daredevils
exactly
and a
how
really
effective it will
great
be, but
DPS player
Firestrays, I mean,
and
this is
putting
do
him
or
on
die for
fucking
them, right? They drop
support,
here,
bro?
Ryan, they
Dude,
drop
I am
their first
I
series,
am
and again, it's
hating
to
Sentinels
Reason
right
they
now for
want
doing
their
that, bro.
revenge against.
And
Rye
Demon
Amazing is a
having the
great
Ultron
DPS player. They
in
put
the
him on
Skyrim
support.
He was on it briefly,
I just
but
don't
very,
understand.
very briefly
I don't know, man.
with how we saw from the defense of the attacking side of like Firestrays. Even actually, it was Nocta who's gone back over towards this Elsa. So you have
Who are
got
you
this, like,
annoyed
setup still
more by,
working with
Sentinels
the
or 100
duelists,
Thieves?
and Simba finds
Both
another
teams
pick
piss
onto
me off.
Blacksow. In the
Sentinels
neutral,
doesn't let
Blacksow's
their
been
best
taking so
DPS
much
player play
damage in a lot
DPS,
of these
and
early
100
fights. He's
Thieves.
often like a first
I
elimination
don't know what
against
100
him,
Thieves does,
at
but
least
they're
Pastor was able to
smoking
trade
on
out a
that
couple
shit
picks.
for
It's just not amounting to too much. Feels that
their
Firestrays
ban
having to
phase.
reset,
They piss me off with their ban
immediately
phase.
watching,
I don't know
like,
what's
Demon
worse.
and the rest of the back line running away. Sloppo just, not wanting to really fight on this one.
The portal might be a last-ditch effort as well for Firestrays, right? There was
Wait,
a
why
decent
would you
amount
put
of
the
time
portal
wasted,
that way,
but not
though?
as much as they would have liked, and the Cosgrion Amplifier is just going to
Why
shut
would
them
you not
down
flip the portal,
completely.
bro?
A rough spot to be in, but they need to build up that ult quickly for the Unsung Inferno.
Yeah,
Bro.
Amplifier might be enough to sort of push this and eke this
Oh,
over the edge. Not
remind
really
me-
needed. You've got a
I'm
Strangler
sorry,
Prison
bro.
and an end song combination to work with.
Remind
And then that
me
beats your
when
M, so
Firestrays
like,
plays,
this
chat.
one's
I don't
great.
care
You
what
can sort
team
of
they're
focus it
playing
on
against.
Blackside,
I
you
am
can focus it
never
on, like,
voting for
that Blue Knight
Firestrays again.
combination,
Remind me.
But it is like
Okay?
Reason have a great, straightforward, very easy win condition to try to go forward with this one. And Firestrays having to hold on this point for almost 5 minutes.
Yeah, not the best position that Firestrays want to find themselves in, specifically against
I
Reason,
feel like
who
they're
have
doing
turned
so
things
many
around.
like
Rosa being a bit more
mistakes.
comfortable on the
This
group
doesn't.
working out, and then we
I,
also
oh
have the
my
combination with
god,
Simba. Oh my
bro!
goodness, they're all
I feel like they're
deleted.
doing so many
Oh, no,
mistakes,
there's not much of a
like
chance
mistakes
there for
that you shouldn't
Firestrays.
even
It's
be
just
doing
resets
as a
because you
pro
can.
team, bro.
Luckily, those ultimates were used in combination quite early on in that engagement. That does mean that Reason do get to push this towards the end of this checkpoint and maybe make this a very quick series like last time that we saw these two teams play in pre-season. You've even got the Apex Predator used from Noct to see if it can CC some characters out as they're trying to regroup, but it is going to force that soul resurgence, and Firestrays sort of like ants running onto the objective as quick as they can. It's a bit unearthed, and Simba's looking to rock the ground beneath them as Ensong has allowed Relaxing Sky to set up his team for clearer views. Firestrays on this defense pretty much bricked out into a corner as Rage of Ultron now floating in from Demon to see if he can save his team. Meteor M is going to soak up a lot of that damage, but it's not leading to any more eliminations from Paseo this time. Reason Gaming on the ground, having to sort of give up some of this engagement. The Firestrays losing out on numbers, grouping up front to back over on
Maybe I was a little too harsh, chat.
Reason,
Listen,
I think they're ideal
Firestrays
is just
had
trying to
5
build
minutes
their
for this
ultimates as
phase.
quickly as they
Maybe
can. That's
maybe
why they want to
Firestrays can
sustain
hold
instead
them
of
for
just go
5
for a
minutes.
full
What are your
reset.
guys'
So I
thoughts?
do like the usage of that Meteor M from Paseo just to relieve some of that pressure too. Now have the Cosgrion Amplifier and sectioning off the front line. This is huge for Rosa.
A Terror Cape is great as well, which means a Blacksow Binary even's going to find so much more problem. He's forced to dash out, and luckily Sloppo is able to get a pick whilst all of this chaos is happening to this front line. For Reason Gaming, you don't have too far to push, just 20 more meters, and you have some easy ultimates to build off of. But these strikes that are coming in from the Sparks CC'd a moment that could have made Reason regroup a little bit more time consuming.
Yes,
and a
today
lot
has more games
costly.
than
Firestrays
yesterday.
biting up 2 minutes of the time, but still have 3 minutes
one
to go
more game
to
each.
hold on. Ensong now seeing if it can put a full stop at the end of Museum of Contemplation with a loud racket. Rosa, however, using the Strangler Prison almost goes down. No eliminations forced out, and no ultimates handy for Firestrays, which means that they survive off of their own accord. Demon has built up another Rage of Ultron, so you might want to use it as the Psionic Seduction is going to come out from Binary. Another Eternal Bond from Relaxing Sky is going to be used before Ultron
the
puts
Glartrox,
his
chat, the
reign
Glartrox.
over on the end of this map. More time is being wasted. Nocta trying to see if he can find other opportunities with these flanks, as the Yan Amplifier is going to allow a little bit more of this neutral fight to go their way. But these ultimates stacked on from the Strategist force it all the way back. Reason have used a lot, but they got two Strategist ultimates out at the same time.
Wait
That's
a
major.
minute.
This is
Wait
tough,
a
though, for
minute.
Reason. I mean, they're having
Maybe
a
I was a
full
little
reset
too
and the
harsh,
time is
chat.
ticking down.
Maybe
Yes, they do
maybe
have
I
2
need to
minutes
stop being a
available
little
to them,
harsh.
But Firestrays, I think.
Wait a minute.
I really like the usages of those
Wait a
Strategist
minute.
ultimates, right? They were able to push them all the way back to their spawn, have more of a forward positioning with their defensive
I
style.
mean, they did
now.
double support ult,
And
but
yes,
I
they don't
mean,
have as
you
strong
know,
of a
sometimes
front
you
line
just
as they could
gotta,
have hoped for in
sometimes you
terms
just
of,
gotta
like,
smile,
the
chat. Any
shield vanguards
smilers?
that we're used to seeing from like a Doctor Strange, or even having the walls for group because that was banned outright. I think there's still potential. If BlackStyle can use this effectively, take out the back line for this next push, I mean, that could be all
I
that
think
they
our
need to
caster's
even
lagging.
things out, but it's going to come down to how Passimo uses his as well.
Apex Predator, we haven't seen as many Glortrox moments, naturally, because we haven't seen as much Glortrox full stop. Meteor M off the back of this Terra cable. Doesn't find
Oh,
an
wow, he
elimination
lived.
for
Good
reason,
stuff.
But it's going to be used on the other side, broken
Good stuff.
just in time, so BlackStyle's not going to get much either. Nocta finds that
Wait, where was the
hit, and that's
Glortrox? I didn't
really
even
been
see
the
it.
difference maker. Reason Gaming outside of the ultimates have found key eliminations, and they've
Oh,
found
no.
three
That's
in
game, that's
succession.
game, that's game,
Nocta
that's
showing
game.
that Elsa is not to be ignored. She was the queen of the meta in preseason. She might have a claim to the crown again this time. Firestrays just get the portal out in time for Zenost, and Demon forced to jump through and contest this with the Rage of Ultron. Finds the pick onto Rosa and finds some space for the rest of his team to work with, but the end song Inferno from Simba might be enough to try to clear this out. Members from Firestrays are fighting this on, and 5 minutes is brought down to 30 seconds. It might not matter in the end, though. It's eked on to the end. Firestrays having a great hold on this second point, but it's just not enough. Reason Gaming, it's that lightning in a bottle again from preseason, a 2-0 win over Firestrays.
A lot closer
No,
than we
that
saw
is
in
not
the
my
previous
fault, bro.
battle
That is
between
not
these
my
two
fault.
rosters. But even then, I like the changes that we've seen from Reason Gaming. Firestrays, they have evolved.
That
and
is
proven
not
that they have
my
some
fault,
wits about
bro.
them, at
That
least,
is
that
not
it's
my
gonna take
fault.
them the entire week, I would say, to adjust and eventually in week 2 turn around their run in
I
group
am-
stages. But they have some things to go home for.
I am
and
6
work
for
on. I
8
think
on
the big thing
predictions,
is, like,
chat. Do not
panicking
even
in a lot of those
disrespect
moments
me.
in the team fights, right? We saw.
Listen,
a lot
I
of
got
that
the first
before,
one
and
right,
Lemon,
the second one
coming
wrong.
back into this,
I don't think I get the third one wrong. Virtus Pro against Pulsar, I don't think I get that one wrong,
Yeah,
bro.
I mean, that was competitive, but also Reason Gaming to come out swinging like that in the very first match. It really shows the level of
2.7 million from
preparation and just
200
the
people.
synergy. You guys kept talking about that coordination, Ryan, and it was very apparent. I'd love to see these Reason Gaming players, this talent, stick as a core and actually still kind of bring that same firepower from the preseason.
I mean, that's what you would want to see, right? I think Rose has come into this team phenomenally as well. Like, he had a good
Happy
showing
Rogue.
of, like,
Appreciate it as a
Crownfall.
14
He was,
2
like,
months,
all
my friend.
spots as well. Like,
All right,
it's
I think I
sad
said
to
that.
basically hop between teams from every single
So
tournament we had
many.
in EMEA. Here he feels like he's the pinnacle, and I think him switching it over
Wait,
towards the
bro.
Magneto to find some of those
Somebody-
key moments.
I have a
certainly
I have a
with the combination with
75%
Rocket, you could sort of see
prediction
that, like,
rate.
that's
That's not
where
bad.
This team really wants
6 out of 8?
their
Is that?
bread buttered.
Where's my
honestly.
calculator?
That's what they want to go for, and they're able to double down, and the team's all in on the strategy, which makes them look phenomenal.
I have a
Yeah, speaking of
75%.
that strategy,
Yeah,
Audible, you
that's
guys
not
talked
bad.
about the ban phase and how strong that was for Reason, and just mostly not just banning what's strong in the meta, but what was strong for Firestrays and Simba, back-to-back MVP, of course, on the Phoenix. He was roaring.
I just don't
over on
understand
Museum.
what-
But going back to what I was
I-
saying,
I have-
really like the Reason Gaming
I feel
bans
like-
against Firestrays. They forced them on these secondary and
I
tertiary
feel like
choices that
Firestrays
made
was a
them look
very,
uncomfortable.
very disconnected,
Yeah,
disorganized
I'm just
team,
so
man.
curious
They
on, like, the
their
prioritization of,
offense,
like,
their
the
first point
backline
offense right
focus
here
for
looked
Firestrays and
phenomenal, but then
Vanguard.
they
I feel like it
fell
would've been
apart, bro.
better
They had
served for them to
5 minutes and
target
30
Simba
seconds for
specifically
second
'cause they
phase, and
were
they failed it.
unleashed
They
on the
failed.
Phoenix yet again, and that seemed to be a big difference maker with, you know, how they were comboing that with the strangling prisons that we saw from Rosa there as well, and then, you know, the meter M's that also came out that you were seeing towards the end there too. Also, like, Passimo also swapping to the Magneto. It just seems like going to what you're comfortable with is the difference for a lot of these matchups, and, you know, playing what's meta isn't necessarily always the right answer, I think, is the thing both these teams can take from this matchup, and probably some viewers at home as well.
And going to a map like
Adriana.
this, was chosen
Adriana.
by Fire
Appreciate the
Strays,
massive
but
14 months. How
Ryan,
you
it
doing?
felt
How you
like it
doing?
was
Hope you're having a great
so
day.
open, and it really lends
Watch
to playing
party.
more front-to-back style.
Hey, for sure, yeah. I think it's also for, like, Reason. They're going to be feeling really good about this one, too, because it's like, yeah, if you don't want to deal with a dino, you could just ban it out. They protected it. They didn't really need to use it, frankly. Like, they could just go into a draft
Emily
and ban out Devil
DM'd me
Dinosaur,
and
then
said,
if it gets banned
"Thanks
out, like,
for the
mirrored,
channel points."
they're not going to mind.
Should I ban
because
Emily
they've
from my
shown
chat?
that they could make some of these other Vanguards work when a character
I'll
like
ban
that is
Emily.
taken out. And even with the likes of, like, Black Cat and Daredevil being available, we only saw, like, bits and pieces of it from Demon with the Daredevil over on Krakoa. On a map like Museum of Contemplation, really was just this, like, front to back style, the triple strategist. You've got, like, the Ultron focus that came in from Demon, and, like, the Mantis protects for Reason Gaming to sort of play around with it. They've just had so many options to work with that, like, it's going to be hard to deal with drafts going forward without just relying on, like, Dino.
Yeah, and just the strategy. We were wondering if we were ever going to see Elsa again, and Vaudable Nocta came out, and especially with how chunky the Vanguards are these days, Elsa has to be on the menu more.
I mean, the flanks that we saw from Nocta is part of the main reason why they were able to win at the end there too. But it sounds like we have an interview here, Lemon, a good old friend of mine, Minty, so I'm excited for this one.
I'm excited too, because it's not every day we get to say hello to the back room. So congratulations, Minty.
Yo, those headphones are actually kind of goated. Wait a minute.
And you know that revenge match still goes your way.
Yo,
against
Winter for
Fire
17
Strays.
months. How you doing, my friend?
How proud of how proud are you as a manager for this team?
Extremely. We've been working so hard. We had it's no secret, we had a really disappointing preseason. But it didn't go the way we wanted to. We've made a few roster changes and we've swapped some things around, and here we are. We're really, really pleased. And I'm super proud of my team. We've got players making their Ignite debuts today. Rashid especially. This is his first ever Ignite game, and if you look at the predictions, I mean, if I was watching the stream, 80% of the viewers at home voted for Fire Strays to win this. Just because these players aren't the same most known people of all time, that definitely doesn't mean that they're bad.
80%.
And I'm super.
I was a
pleased
part of
that
the
players got to show
80%.
that today.
80% of chat thought Fire Strays was going to win.
About that specifically, a lot of people not expecting too much from Reason Gaming after seeing the performance in the preseason. What is the goal, the kind of bar that you guys are trying to reach during stage 1?
We want to win. I'm not turning up to get last place or something like that. We want to win. What's the point of turning up if you don't intend to win? And what is a Shikigami anyway? We're going to win everything. Like, it's going to be, we're going to be sitting at the top afterwards. It's going to be so good. What does that even mean, right? It's like, no, I love those guys. I'm only kidding. But we're here to win. Like, we're not here, we tried our best today. We're playing some stuff that maybe other teams they don't expect. But a lot of the players on our teams we've come from all over the place. And, we've all turned up with that one goal, like, to win. It's going to be really, and we're doing our absolute best to do that. Everyone's giving it 100%. We're trying super, super hard. We're reviewing and putting plans into action literally every day. I've never been with. This is the most locked in a team I've been with has ever been to win, and I'm really glad we got to show that today.
I am never trusting Jay again. Well, chat, I think Virtus Pro is going to win the next game. Are you not going to trust me there? Checkmate. I dare you guys to vote against Virtus Pro, because I think Virtus Pro is going to win.
Crownfall, and then it's been a while since we've seen Relaxing play too. So what have they brought?
Rosa Verdoza has brought a lot of very valuable things to our team. Rosa's a really experienced player, and he's one of the better tank players in the region. Rosa's come over from Crownfall alongside our new coach, Coach Cuffy. They both come from Crownfall. Relaxing Sky was actually set to join Crownfall as well before he tried for Reason Gaming and decided this is where he wanted to go. So these players have joined our team, and they brought just
Jay3, you made me lose all my channel points. Can you shake it for us? Because I'm sad. Seems like you got to shake it for channel points, bro. You got to get the money back, not me.
Look at the rivals again with all these different
Start shaking, bro.
that kind of bleed into each other and lend together. And having a player that has all these different opinions because of that helped to expose us to all sorts of different ways to play the game. And when we're taking advantage of opportunities to review fixtures as regularly as we are, having these different experiences is so helpful in the learning process. And I think we've shown that, some of these players that you've just seen win today were some of the lower rated players individually at the end of the preseason. They've all had the opportunity to compete, having the knowledge that they've gained from this, and we've been together for 2 weeks with this roster. We've got at least another 2 of stage 1, right? And it's only going to keep getting better and better and better for us.
And I mean, it starts off pretty damn well. What a result. And it's so incredible what you were able to do with this team with all the different levels of experience. And thank you so much for your time, Minty. Congratulations again. We cannot wait to see Reason Gaming very soon.
Yeah, thank you so much. And you'll see us a lot more. Oh, okay.
Oh my god, he was like, hey, you'll see us a lot. Oh, okay. No, we ain't. No, that's fucked up, bro. Oh my god.
Anymore because we have more matches around the
Oh my god. Poco Grandes. Appreciate the massive primes up, bro. That is hilarious.
He has done so much with that team.
Yeah, I mean, shout out
Hey,
Rose
you're
and the
gonna see a
Doza.
lot
I
more of
forgot
a
to
cut.
call him that during the series. But
Oh
great
my
job and
God.
So much insight too for Minty on the roster. But I mean, Lemon, it's been great. Ryan, it's been great to have you here and cast of you as well. And I'll be taking over the host role in just a sec as well.
Yeah, and we're gonna get leg day on the mic. We have 2 more matches to go. Up next, Virtus Pro.
Wait,
versus
we got leg
Pulsar,
day.
Their first match of their group, and we'll see how things shake up after this.
Bro, I can't believe production does that, man. They cut me off before. Okay. Since you guys don't believe me, and if you guys look at the whiteboard behind me, I said... Wait, I gotta get my stick, my handy dandy stick, sorry. I said Virtus Pro is going to beat Pulsar Gaming. Now, that is my prediction, and if you guys don't want to trust Jay3's prediction, that is entirely up to you guys. But just know, if you vote, you guys are not going to vote against me. You guys are not going to vote against me, bro. I highly doubt you guys are going to vote against me. Jay, I want you to cast games? No, bro, I'm not a cast, man. I don't cast. And I don't know why Emily just messaged me and says, LOL, your chat is hilarious. Emily, I don't know if you're watching, but can you please not compliment my chat? If you keep saying and complimenting them and thinking that they're funny, they're going to keep trying to be funny. They're not funny. They're not funny. Also, wait, I voted against you. Why are you not voting Virtus Pro, bro? Virtus Pro is the last year's Grand Finals champion. They are the reigning champs, chat. You cannot vote against the reigning... Actually, they lost in the preseason. It was a fluke. It was a fluke. I don't think, chat, okay, listen. Virtus Pro is winning this matchup. If you guys don't believe, I will get naked and take the 3-day ban of getting naked on my stream if Virtus Pro loses.
Welcome back, everyone. We have the Lemon Leg Day duo to close out the show, and we had some very entertaining first 2 rounds to start off the day strong. But we have 4 matches that we'll be playing, 2 more remaining, and we have a pretty good one coming up here too. Virtus Pro facing off against Pulsar. I mean, Leg Day. There's a lot to overcome, I would say, for this Virtus Pro roster for the first time in a while.
4.5 million, almost 300 people. Pulsar doesn't even have 500,000 with 75 people.
From what we saw in the preseason, it seems like in preseason Pulsar couldn't quite find their footing. They're a little bit more of a newer introduction into the scene, and putting together their roster was a little bit difficult. But speaking about Virtus Pro, Lemon, you see a lot of champs here, right?
Well, you know, I think we recognize a few of these names, guys. What do we think? I think, well, Virtus Pro looked almost perfect, pretty much flawless in the group stage, in the preseason. What was most important is they are meta-proof. They were unbeatable. You just couldn't ban against them. And then we heard from Nevix during the playoffs, once kind of Virtus Pro fell off a little bit, that they felt like they lost touch with the meta and really perfecting their ban phase. That is what's most important to these players. And they're usually able to secure the comfort picks for their duelists, and that's going to be the highlight for Virtus Pro.
And when it comes to comfort picks on the other side, like, Crisis might be out of their comfort zone here on Pulsar, because Crisis has made a role swap here of Audible, which has been very... Yeah. It was all about premier hit scans in probably the entire world, as we saw at World Finals when he was playing for Na'Vi in that Punisher/Winter Soldier role. A little bit of a Phoenix play as well. But coming up as a strategist on Pulsar wasn't on my bingo card, but is incredibly interesting as a potential ace in the hole.
Yeah, I mean, they have experience against this Virtus Pro roster. They're the main reason they were able to actually get a map against them in those grand finals. So I'm excited to see how they do. Blur also coming over across from Space Station, DRP,
69 Carl, 69. Appreciate the massive new tier 1 sub, my friend. Welcome. And
Twisty was a sub,
this is a whole brand new Pulsar esports team. This is a crazy pickup.
about them, and Sapatic and Lapis Pistolas.
These are some crazy pickups. Also, look at that. Same roster since 2025, bro, for Virtus Pro. That's awesome.
Because I feel like domination leg day.
Even though they do lose, they don't replace anyone. They trust each other, and they stay as a team. That's what I like. That is very rare, bro. Virtus Pro, even though they lose, they still stick together and make no swaps. That is awesome to see. Usually kids these days, if they lose a game or lose a series, they all leave teams, they all go to somewhere else. They never stick together.
So all's fair in love and war. There's a lot of different geographies here to try and allow for both dive compositions and some heavy poke.
Well, we are.
Jay, are you scared about your bet? What, against Virtus Pro against Pulsar? I'm not scared at all, bro.
Virtus Pro, the current world champions, but not the winners for the preseason, looking for a rebound themselves. And
yeah, bro, I wish a lot more teams were like that. Just because you lose doesn't mean like you're a bad team. Metas change.
And the rest of the roster can turn things around for themselves.
Maybe one meta might not be your best, and the next meta might be your best. I don't know, bro. I mean, it's all about consistency, but like I really do respect a team that will stay together even through like the bad times and the good times. I really do. That's why I like Virtus Pro. That's why I really do like Virtus Pro. A lot of these kids nowadays, they lose a game, they lose a series, they all say GG's, forfeit, and then they want to go to a different team instead of like staying together and building the team cohesion and the team coordination and all that.
And with how, I mean, Captain America was so strong already in the preseason, and it's very much the Vanguard du jour to go with the Dyna, whether it's the Emma, the Captain America, there's some Mag, there's so many different team identities.
I think that's just on YouTube, by the way, Tay-Tay. J3 having more views than the official channel is crazy. I think that's just on YouTube. I don't have more viewers than
but does it warrant the ban? That's why
Marvel
I said
Rivals on Twitch.
When you ban the Vanguards, then you can't just let Sparker run Star-Lord, Elsa, whatever he wants.
Well, that's actually crazy.
Is ever so flexible. He'll learn anything you ask him to. So Pulsar have a lot on their plate in terms of the homework, and right now it's a one-sided Dino affair.
Yeah, the one-sided Dino, the Black Cat being taken away here. That's probably a respect ban towards
well, no,
we would assume to be the
that's with all the co-streamers. Marvel Rivals has 7.8k viewers. All the co-streamers had a lot more viewers.
Well, White Fox being taken out as well is probably
which is good for esports. They need a lot. They need to have more co-streamers. They also need better drops. If Marvel Rivals had better drops, this game's esports scene would be massive.
And this means that Virtus Pro might be turning up the tempo a little bit here. Wouldn't be surprised to see something like a Jeff or a Venom or even a Cat ban. Oh, Ultron, interesting.
Yeah. I've just seen a lot more success from teams that target the Virtus Pro duelists, and I very much agree with the Black Cat because
true, it is. It's because it's nicer to watch with someone else than on your own. That is true.
And I feel like that's very transferable to the Black Cat playstyle of dashing around, being elusive, being invisible, being annoying. And Sparker was so amazing at being annoying and winning at that. So I think that could have been a really strong hero for Sparker at that time. And we still don't know what is going to be the Virtus Pro strengths going into this because Elsa is very much fallen out of the meta, and that was Sparker was #1 in the world at that.
Okay, Captain America going to be the last ban taken away here from Pulsar. So we might see a Venom come out. Equally likely to see the Emma Frost. Emma Frost definitely has been resurgent after her buffs in season 8.
Okay, before this game starts, I gotta go pee real quick, chat. Give me a second.
After being essentially Thanos for a while and receiving nerf after nerf after nerf until eventually she was buried under the ground. But now it does seem that, especially with the prevalence of Devil Dinosaur, who can struggle into the large amount of damage a fully charged Emma can push out, that things do get a little bit more difficult.
Kick off on Burn into Charlotte here on the Imperial Institute of Science, where it has that giant pillar in the middle, but it's very, very open. So this can be a little bit of suffrage for the Vanguard players as a Vanguard main myself, but really who could suffer is Pulsar, depending on how much time they put into really practicing with this newly retooled roster. Virtus Pro, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And some people may have said that they looked a little broken and not in a good way in playoffs, but VP went flawless in the group stage of preseason. And I feel like we're all forgetting that. So let's see Virtus Pro back on the hype train.
All right, Virtus Pro looking to start strong as our reigning champions of the world, although not currently in EMEA. And they've got the speed up as well coming through, courtesy of the Jeff Bubbles.
It's one-sided Dino, and man, is he ever. Has his own sustain. It's really going to act as an anchor. You're going to have a kind of a hybrid style of the Captain America is going to be on off angles and harassing the backline, as you can see that Finzy's already trying to do, but the Venom has already marked him, and VP are looking to cap first. Pulsar have to step up.
Also under a lot of pressure here. That corrosive detonation is going to make sure the Crisis
shit,
on the other
shit,
side
sorry,
with
I'm
the
back. I
ice
just had to
up,
go
just
pee.
breathing through both heal and damage. It's going to be the next to fall.
What? Pulsar took the first
welcome
point?
Back.
Yeah, what a big fight win. Pulsar playing very reactively, making sure that they just don't really rush things, especially with an Elsa. You're going to do that percentage health damage, so focus on, well, warding away the Captain America of Finzy, and then see if you can chunk down Nevix, because again, this point is very exposed. Not a lot of cover to play around or corners to do, so Pulsar will be front and center at the choke point, looking to make as much space for Ballas as possible. But now Sparker has made his way around and also is getting harassed himself by a Venom.
Yo, casters, we good? Yo, casters. Okay, fine. I'll take over the casting. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you have a Venom giving someone the 19 inches on the high ground. Oh, shit. Okay, casting's done.
I'll get leg day back in a second. My bad, guys. But I don't know. We'll see.
That was my casting.
Here very soon for Blur, who's just been constantly on top of VP, marking Sparker, who has the Galactic Legend, but Fire's already missing. So Pulsar 6v5 are giving it to the world champs of VP, having a bit of a slow start, but it's how you finish that matters. At this point, it's looking like it might just be a 0 to 100 comeback. Galactic Legend now in the sky from Sparker, as Pulsar are out in the open. There is no shelter from the storm, and Sparker just finishes off everything that is served to him on a silver platter. And for the first time here on the Imperial Institute of Science, Pulsar will fall to their knees, and VP
Jay, I'm starting to think you get us the bet wrong on purpose. Bro, Virtus, chat. Virtus Pro is a great team, bro. Just because one team is winning in the beginning doesn't mean they're going to win the game. If you lose the first team fight of a match, are you calling it a forfeit? Are you calling it a GG's? No. You keep playing until the end. Virtus Pro's not losing.
Shredder, if you will. A lot of straddles though for Pulsar to mitigate some of the issues that could come out of VP, and now here's the Feast of the Abyss, but the Soul Resurgence gives enough of a cushion to Pulsar, who not only live, but thrive even. Look at these punishes onto Virtus Pro. They drop two as soon as they dive, and the poke at a distance takes care of Sparker, who's now on the Phoenix. And now 40% and accumulating. VP will have to give this up. Nevix is trying to squeeze out everything he can, and now you have the invisible boundary.
Two different
boundary just to try and save Nevix. Saipe inside might be control, but the healing inside of the invisible boundary should be enough to keep them content for now. Going under the map, Dredro tries their best to grab up some both allies and enemies. It's Jeff towards the edge. Ballas knows they can't quite finish that one off for now, and DRP is going to be falling towards Terra Firma as punishment for that. The Pulsar are still in control, and Fincy dreams of keeping this one contested. There's so much damage that they have to deal with. Nevix taps in to try and deal with it for now as Dredro plays from far away. The joyful stream healing up multiple members of Virtus Pro as Pulsar pop out their Fate of Both Worlds. Crisis makes sure everyone has all the healing and damage boosts they need to try and secure the objective.
Now Pulsar exhausted of ults, and now the final portals do come in. Overtime in favor of Pulsar. Sparker exposed, and you see Nevix trying to bail him out, but there's only so much he can do. Fire's also on the Strange, but he's finding himself behind the portal. It's just Soul Tactics, but now you got the Apex Predator claiming Finzy.
The Apex Predator is a big pull here from Ballas. Still, Saipe has plenty of space to work.
Wait, this new Pulsar team is really good. Wait a minute. Maybe I kind of underestimated them. But I still think Virtus Pro is going to do really well. It's just that Pulsar is holding their weight right here. I like it.
Fincy's out of LOS. Needs to retreat back towards the Invisible Woman, but Twitzy is quick on the trigger when it comes to chasing them down. Nevix gone as well, so there's no one to contest. And VP lose their debut domination round in our season.
Virtus Pro, bro. Uh-oh.
I mean, first, Pulsar just played reactively. They played so far back, they knew that they had to just mark where the Captain America was, and if you deny those off angles, you're gonna see Finzi coming. And if it's not him, then it's Nevix. Pulsar have the Elsa, who's just gonna be a Vanguard Shredder, as I said. And not only that, you have a brawler like Fi, and if he's not perfectly synced up
Finzi,
with his
0
Vanguards, then
finals,
he's
bro?
also
Nevix,
gonna be
0
very
finals? No, dude, this is not the
exposed
team that I
and
know,
paid
chat.
attention to, and not in the way that
Fi,
I would have appreciated.
Fi
So
has
Fi,
taken
when
more
fell
damage.
early, Pulsar got exactly what they wanted in these early fights.
Wait, where
and then
was
they
it? No,
claimed
go
the
back. I
skins.
gotta see that stat real quick. Go back, go back.
Pulsar got
Fi has... was he playing support the whole time? No, he wasn't, right?
exactly
he?
what they wanted in these.
In the nostrils, and the caffeine do be flowing. Virtus Pro, once again looking out with the Devil Dinosaur.
Bro,
They prioritize
Fi has
heavily
taken
in their
more
drop
damage than
tactics
damage
and
he's
use
dealt.
of it.
Damage that... what, you guys know what I mean.
Found something other than the Star-Lord wanting to just play that distance battle and contest someone like Ballast. Pulsar switching it up too with the Emma, and the poke phase so strong, especially when you have Fi on the
He switched the Doctor
Mantis,
Strange to
but
TP to
is
the
it enough
point
for them to start
and
stepping
overtime.
forward? You have the divers of Pulsar right behind VP.
Already having forced that rejuvenation domains as well from Lavtis of Tilas. Almost has the God of Mischief ready to go. Ballas notes the approach of Finzi, getting onto that catwalk straight away to make sure that he doesn't feel any freedoms getting onto that back line. A quick chomp there coming through from Avena as well. Gives over a little bit of additional overhealth. Survivability, but doesn't need to be given over by the strategist. Redro looking for an eat towards the ground.
Oh!
It's a fully solid
Oh!
including two Manti, by the way. Don't know if that's a plural.
Oh!
Tilas and the
God damn, that fucking eat was huge!
Sort of a different strat line. I guess I'm not used to seeing Fi on the third strategist.
was
This was a team that relied so much on the
insane.
double duelist. And how can you blame them? Now you have the damage boost onto Sparker so we can get better headshots going. And Tridro
That was insane, bro.
It just came down
Oh
to a
yeah, I think
hungry
sometimes
Shark,
YouTube
and
does that,
VP
chat. Sometimes you go on
hungry
like the front
to
page on
force the
YouTube.
round 3. Now you gotta be careful of cover though.
I don't
'cause
think it's a
silent
glitch.
seduction from
Just like how
DRP
sometimes Twitch
could
you can
lose
go
a
on the front
lot of
page.
value just based on the walls and the structure of this point, as all eyes are on Blur on how he puts pressure on Sparker.
Oh, Blur feeling the pressure himself right now from Sparker. The damage boost constantly applied to this Phoenix really is making him a tricky customer, as of course every
Nice aim.
has been buffed in Season 8, and well, Pulse...
Tainted Turtle, perspective 81 months, my friend. Absolutely insane. That's a very long time. Crazy. How you doing?
Now they have an opportunity to move forward.
A lot more safety for Nevix on the Dino, going unprotected. The Psionic Seduction from DRP is trying to drag the strategist in, forcing Sparker to end Song Inferno. Crisis with the fate of both worlds just in time to bail out the team. Blur needs those resources.
Yeah, I remember Crisis being the DPS player, like they said, chat. Crisis was that Bucky player that we watched. Now he's playing support. That's crazy.
Back and forth exchanges, one after the other, but now Ballas has to TP away from point as fast as possible. Nevix holding it down on the corner, out goes the glass strikes, but will anyone be caught within? It's more is the question. Seems like maybe two are dragged elsewhere, but Spark is still standing on business. Nevix has been taken down, Blur finally gets the Dark Depredations exactly where they need to be, and Pulsar flip point.
So far, so good, but Pulsar feels like Mount Everest that you have to overcome when it just takes so many ultimates.
I'd be
strategist
very
ultimates
impressed
at
if
that,
Pulsar
and
takes
that's
this
the
first
advantage
map.
that VP
I'll be
has.
very
We'll see what
impressed.
Saipe will want to copy. There's a lot of options there, and Twitzy also making sure to just keep as far away as possible. You don't want to be run down by Finzi. I really have liked Pulsar's spacing. Well, I'll see if I liked him in this fight. Nevix has claimed one.
Oh, Ballas on the off angle could be in some danger. The shield throws going out for Sentinel Strike. Strikes true with Sparker there as the second Saipe has made it onto a point now. Taking over the Mantis duties from Fi temporarily off the back of that God of Mischief. But now Blur is just having so much troubles. Caught within the jaws of the dinosaur, and he chews through symbiote and flesh alike. Those teeth tear through everything. VP now one fight away from claiming the spaceport.
And I mean, Pulsar are gonna have to fight on the point
Crisis
soon,
is
and
still
guess who
playing
has an ultimate?
DPS because he's
Guess who
playing
could
TikTok
win it
Luna.
all? It's
No.
Tridro with the It's Jeff. At least
No,
with the
that does
Dino,
not work
maybe
in
it could
pro
be
play.
CC immune with the Groot. This is a Hail Mary play for Pulsar, hoping that someone is gonna have to touch it a few seconds. They tried to rely on picks, but you just have to focus down this Dino, who's gonna be the ultimate anchor for
Talus,
VP
appreciate the
in this
massive dono.
potential
That's not
final
how many
fight.
viewers I have though.
Just giving Ballas
It's just
time.
like how
Building up towards
YouTube has a front page. I'm pretty sure that's what's happening. Just like how
Danger of
Twitch has a
Nevix
front
is
page.
Approaching. A lot of healing cut off courtesy of that Ironwood wall, but now Blur's going to be isolated. There's nothing to stop him from being CC-able. As you see Dredro
Oh,
go
he's
for
waiting for the
easies
ult.
and attempts to try and shut it down straight away off the back of the Ensong Inferno with DRP's there as well.
Poor
Carbon
Dredro.
Rush. Blur isolated from the rest of their team.
But I
Up comes the
appreciate
Ironwood
Talus.
wall to try and cut off any follow-up that might be coming through on the other side. Down goes the Ensong Inferno, but it's taken down. Sparker can't hit Terra Firma, and Vinci still thinks it's winnable. Out comes the Freedom Charge. Democracy reigns over this point, but will they get to choose to survive? Pulsar seems to be opting into it so far. What a save from
Ooh,
Clyde.
Sparker has really
There
good
as
aim.
well. It's Sparker
You know who
on the
taught Sparker how to
outside.
aim like that, chat?
Soon the Groot will be falling
J3.
down. He's weak to fire
Sparker's
damage.
actually a
These
very,
grass
very
types, they can't stick
heavy
around and
watcher
fight
on
for long.
J3
Vinci
streams.
Disengages, moving back to the remainder of their team for
Yeah.
a momentary pickup of HP off the back of Saipe, ready to go with the God of Mischief.
Oh, no touch.
Oh,
for Pulsar
and they
at the
committed
very end.
the portal,
not
too.
getting
Oof.
there in time.
Yo,
What
we
an
have a tie
absolute
game.
bloodbath. From, like you said, shutting down, killing, or eliminating Sparker.
We
in the middle
have
of
a
the end
tie
zone, but then
game.
you denied the Apex Predator from Pulsar's side. And Nevix has been so good at absorbing all the pressure. That is exactly what Dino is designed to do. Eating the Psionic Seduction from DRP. Kind of
My favorite thing right here is the Captain America stats. I hate, bro, Captain America seems like he's never doing anything, but he's such a huge distraction. He's 4-3 with one final hit and 8,000 damage, bro. His Jeff has more damage than Captain America.
commanding a lot
Nah,
of DPS
that's
on the
wild.
Dino. At least in the initial stages, that's how
How you
people
doing,
are
Crash?
figuring out how to counter a Dino.
Captain
and at least
America
in
is
a
so
situation
annoying, man. Uh-oh. What's going
where
on
it's a
here?
one-sided Dino, but only one war to decide who goes to series point. And when VP
Oh,
have cover, when Nevix
Bolus!
can play
Appreciate
with
the massive
space a
prime
bit
sub, my friend.
better,
How you doing?
VP look like the better team, but we'll see how Pulsar will pull this off.
Saipe. Over on the Loki, this has definitely been a big swap. We know that Saipe has been a great Loki player and also got some buffs in Season 8, really focusing on the healing rather than the damage, but does mean that Nevix, who is greedy for that healing on the Devil Dance, has a great time surviving.
Oh, with the damage boost from Twitzy 2 onto Ballas, you can see that Nevix has to be a little bit more careful with how he plays around safety. He's already been brought down to half health, but I'm never really sensing too much danger from VP, and this is where things ramp up with the Soul Resurgence.
Soul Resurgence ready to go, and the Ironwood Wall's down as well. Big strike towards the back coming from Spark with the Ensong Inferno. Isolation here onto DRP, surrounded and eviscerated.
Oh,
Limb
man.
from limb.
Oh,
and
man.
The remainder of Pulsar
Oh,
not
man.
having any better luck as Sparker just watches Ballas and Lapsi Sotila.
Young Dagger. Appreciate the massive 2 months, my friend. How you doing?
My goat.
Well, Pulsar will be on the retreat at least for now, and just these early ults have been huge for VP, but now that's off the table. Now the ball is in Pulsar's court, the strangling prison. There's not any real shields except maybe the Nevix Dino bubble at this point.
Yeah, I really like watching Sparker play. I'm a fan. You know why I'm a fan? Because when I watch Sparker play, it makes me realize this is the type of stuff that you guys watch when you guys watch me. Just like the crazy aim, the crazy mechanics, the wins. I see a lot of resemblance.
Damage continuously hit with that blade, looking for a quick grab, gets their own Devil Dinosaur, and the Ensong Inferno seemingly avoided for now. A nice body block coming through onto the Carbon Crush from Nevix to make sure that DRP cannot
Wait,
stop
did the
Jet
Groot
in
just
their
use his
tracks.
ult?
Blur is off, Vinci traded on the other side. And so
The
VP
Groot
even
just
Stevens for
used
now.
his
They're on ground
ult!
control, that's all in the hands
What
of
is
Ballas.
he
This is
doing?
how
Oh
position
my
to play,
god.
forcing Sparker into this more submitted position, and it's down to Nevix to just try and keep this one contested, momentarily sedated by the Mantis, but surrounded on so many
There's
sides.
no way he just tried to ult that, bro. If he saved his ult and then switched, he would have had 50% ult charge, chat. You retain up to 50% ult.
Strategists who still remain up, and now he needs to peel against Pulsar, getting into the VP backline. Still 80%, despite Nevix not being here. VP are still kicking.
He was swapping hero. It doesn't matter if you're swapping hero, chat. If you swap heroes with ults, you still retain 50% ult. So you're 50% closer to your other ult.
Inferno. And now Nevix is back to just keep this one contested on the other side. Still Pulsar managed to flip in the midst of all of this chaos. DRP thinks that it still needs securing power, and so Veron Seduction is sent down the lane, but Sparker is unbothered knowing that Rejuvenation Domain is behind them. And VP say, hey, you know what? We got an ult out. We're out.
Pulsar will have to be flawless from here on out, and maybe we'll have enough time to pull off a portal. All depend on what Lapsus can do here with the dupe. Usually it's been a soul resurgence to be able to have that speed so he could really run down VP, but the biggest issue has been removing Nevix, who's actually sitting on the high ground. So VP are just not accessible. They're actually wrapping behind Pulsar.
Oh, how do you get rid of a Devil Dinosaur up here? The question is, do you even want to? Out comes the ultimate from a Devil Dinosaur. Can't be kicked back for now. Instead, they just give up a little bit of space. Needs to pop their shield into regeneration domains. Saipe coming through with the God of Mischief. Likely has access now to the Soul Resurgence, copied over from 5. That's extra movement speed as well. And this is where the Dinosaur gets real scary. Dredro looking for an 8, manages to grab DRP. Needs to let go of their own Phoenix for now and send DRP off the map. It's well managed. And Pulsar are falling apart at the seams. Twitzy starts to cook with a portal to return as the Pentagram of Ferala opens.
And Dredro saved his team from the Feast of the Abyss and also himself, if you think about it. VP, though, will have to ward away against the reinforcements. The portal's getting body blocked by a big old dino, and Finzi pitching on the other side. Pulsar need to get in this point.
Now they're not going to be able to have it to come back up. Out comes the Glartrox.
Oh, that's a fat Glartrox, I think. Oh.
With the Ensong Inferno.
Never mind.
And it is Lapsus Sotilas who's broken
Look big.
under the cosmic power of the Phoenix. The approach of Crisis stopped by Finzi. Fist after fist flies furiously from the hands of the Icelandic Titan. Off goes the Hulk. It was a brave attempt from DRP, but unfortunately you need more than bravery to turn this one around. And despite an ignominious start from Virtus Pro, Pulsar pulse their last. And that's going to be domination going the way of the Bears.
And Finzi with the lawful good backhand of the day.
And weren't you guys the ones that were saying, oh, Jay3 cursed, oh, Jay3, I'm never listening to you again, Jay3. Nah, Pulsar is doing really well, though. I think they got a lot of new pickups, and they're basically like a brand new team. They are doing really well, though.
Get back into this map.
They are doing really, really well. It's not over yet, though. Andrea, appreciate us 100 bits. I hope you're having a great day.
UK and Hero Shoot as well. We do some mean.
That's a good game. I am really glad that this isn't just a roll, though. It looks like Pulsar is carrying their weight, and they are doing a very good job against the former 2025 champions.
But they double down. Nevix gets the additional healing from having Saipe on the Loki, which is a lot of sustainability compared to the Invisible Woman, who's still a strong healer as a strategist, but not quite as much as Saipe is on their magical Loki. We will see if Pulsar can clap back.
What happened on YouTube, 67K watching? It's, I'm pretty sure what's going on is like... Chat, you guys need to understand something. Sometimes on different platforms like YouTube, like Twitch, I don't know any other platforms because I don't really watch any other platforms. There is a thing called the front page. You can go on the front page of Twitch, the front page of YouTube Live. You can do all this stuff. Sometimes it boosts your viewership. Yes. Also, this is just a good example to say. You remember when you guys say Twitch is better than YouTube? How come Twitch is at 3.7K? YouTube's at 72K. I don't know, man. Maybe YouTube is taking over. Maybe I'm a YouTube streamer now, chat. What are your guys' thoughts? But yes, I do think it's the front page. Sometimes you can apply for the front page. Sometimes they give you the front page randomly. Chat, yes, front page. Front page. Also, one thing that you guys should know, stop looking at view count. If someone is a great streamer and you like watching them and they have 5 viewers or 2 viewers or 10 viewers, watch them, bro. View count does not mean better. In Jay3's case, it does, but view count does not mean better. Everyone starts out somewhere. I was a streamer for 5 viewers I remember the first time I started streaming, I streamed every single day for 12 hours to 5 people for the first 8 months. Every day, 12 hours, 5 people. Yeah, you have to... Yeah, everyone starts out somewhere, man. Okay, what are we doing here? Oh, the next game starts in a minute. Awesome. 12 hours? Yeah, I used to stream 12 hours a day. I still stream 12 hours a day. Whoa, 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 whoa. Are those still five still subscribed? No, there's 5 viewers. I never said 5 subscribers, but I believe I have 2 or 3 of them still here, yeah. More like 6 hours and less view party. That is definitely a lie.
Virtus Pro back in the saddle like they never left it, getting the victory here, but went down to the wire. I mean, Pulsar, how are you feeling they look so far like that?
I'm cautiously optimistic about Pulsar. Obviously, this is the first we're seeing of their new roster, and they're going up against VP, which is a tough first draw.
Yo, is everything okay with is everything okay with leg day? He seems to be frozen.
Ballas is looking strong, and obviously Crisis, the role swap, has been very impressive. But you're going up against the GOAT, Lemon, so
yeah, let's say Sparker MVP duelist again. First, the Star Lord. I think he was able to win a pretty important fight on the Imperial Science Center. It's a really long
Imperial Institute of Science.
That's the one. I have the rap gone through my. But then he swapped to the Phoenix, which I think allowed him to play even further back and be less accessible to people like an Elsa or anything like that. And it gave him more survivability to play off the Ensong Infernal.
Wait, chat. There are tournaments going on at the same time for Apex Legends, Marvel Rivals, and Overwatch. This is crazy. J3 thoughts.
Of some sort, and maybe if you're lucky, a Raging Royal
I don't
Flush,
get it. What
which
do you,
wasn't in this game. But
what do you want my thoughts
still
on?
On top in the stats, dropping 40K is amazing.
Yeah, I mean, seeing
I think it's good that games are doing tournaments.
Overall stats here for Burn and T'Challa, right? I mean, Saipe, I like the swap over to the Loki. I feel like some teams have been hesitant to play Loki too much in this specific meta. But
ACA is basically kills, casualties, and assists. They don't say deaths. So it's kills. It's literally KDA. Kills, deaths, assists, but it's kills, casualties, assists.
I mean, seeing DRP playing on that Hulk's a kind of crazy thing as well. So seeing the specifics here for Virtus Pro, I mean, Nevix did a great job on the Dino. I'm expecting big things from that in the future as well. For Convoy though, Museum of Contemplation, I'm not too surprised, Lemon, that this is what we're going into.
Yeah, this is going to be good for Pulsar. I still think they're very competitive, but also the domination game type has been historically one of the weakest for Virtus Pro, and even then it just took them, I feel like, a round to warm up and get to the composition that they knew how to counter Pulsar against. But Leg Day, we know historically that this is a very good front-to-back map.
Yeah, this is a map where
they want to be different. I don't think it's they want to be different. I think it's a
if they ban the Devil Dinosaur, which definitely seemed like
their NetEase is a Chinese company, and I don't think they like saying death as like a statistic. I don't know. I'm not so sure. I'm just guessing.
Only the Devil Dinosaur made it a little bit too difficult.
Or no, maybe Disney. Disney maybe doesn't want to say death.
And speaking of dinos, we'll see who
yeah, maybe it's because it's a Disney thing.
Map too,
that might be true.
Get to play. And I think Dino is really the strongest on domination because you just want to be able to stay in one place. It's not the most mobile guy in the world, but Dino is just incredibly sustainable because it's one of the few Vanguards that can actually heal itself, and it allows you to play that hybrid style, like I said, especially when we highlighted Finzi and his ability to be anywhere but the objective in a great way. There's so much you can do off the point, and that's why I think VP were very successful.
Okay, so first save's going to be going the way of Devil Dinosaur for both teams this time, which, well, if you can't beat them, join them, I suppose. For Pulsar, Mantis is going to be taken off the board. The Respect coming the way of Phi this time after it did manage to slip through the entirety of a draft last time, because like, oh, we don't need to ban Mantis because they've protected the Daredevil, but now we might see even more squeeze on the Phi hero port. I wouldn't be surprised to see VP once again protect the Daredevil here.
Yeah, really like continuing to ban the Black Cat because I just know Fi was probably told to learn that, and or Sparker really, but Fi was probably told go learn Black Cat, and now he's probably rank 1 Black Cat. So continuing to get rid of that because it's so difficult to counter, and like Vod was alluding to, the strategist is the way that you're.
Elsa
trying to
is
counter
not
dive right
a threat
now,
anymore
which
to
is
be
a lot around
banned.
the
No.
low-keys. You just make it a fun little
AG,
mini game
appreciate the
for
master
any
3
divers
months. Hope
coming
you're having a
your
great
way
day.
of which one's the real Loki, and then you throw in a Luna or even a White Fox team up to have the double charms. It's a lot of pressure on the strategist to live in this meta.
Yeah, like you're living through hell in many cases if you're a strategist. I wouldn't mind seeing a White Fox ban here from Virtus Pro actually, given they do have access to the Daredevil. The White Fox seems to be the most.
I do like the
survivable
backgrounds that they have
strategist
now.
when it
Kind of
comes to dealing
clean,
with
chat. Kind of
melee dives,
clean.
and we know that that's a big part of
Or maybe I should go over
role
here.
at the moment, and just dive in general is incredibly strong. As maybe you want to try and skip that front to back, we're actually going to get rid of the Loki, which we did see Lapsis Ortilas picking up over on being as the Charla. So this is very much a part of the Pulsar game plan, which could now be somewhat scuppered.
And this is also homework that VP has done, because even in map 1, they have not banned the Black Hat that was available to Pulsar, and they just really didn't play it. So again, if you're able to conserve some of these bans to focus on things like the strategist, you know that a very threatening person on the Pulsar side has been Crisis, and making sure his options are limited, just really Elapsis and Crisis options are limited, is going to be key here for VP. Kind of surprised to see a Protect on the Invisible Woman. She's pretty weak again in the Dino meta right now because the bleed gets her out of Invis, but clearly is still very capable despite the nerfs on her push.
Yeah, like the push also not really interacting with the dinosaur as well as another downside.
Can you explain the ban phase? You ban for the other team, but you save for your team. That's basically what it is. So if you ban Punisher, the other team can't play Punisher, but you can still play Punisher. And then you also have saves. You cannot save a character that's been banned. So if you ban Punisher, the other team cannot save Punisher. You have to save it before they ban it.
And we'll focus more on the defensive composition right now, and Fi has been hovering over kind of being the utility bot, whether it's the Mantis that we saw in Stellar Spaceport to now the Ultron, when you have more verticality to play with, and especially the buffs on the Ultron Ultimate. Fi could be just as much of a duelist threat, if you will, on the strategist.
Oh, speaking about Elsa, Virtus Pro still plays Elsa on this map.
With the Dino and the Deadpool,
Interesting.
trying to section off what could
Very,
be the Dino on the other
very,
side, and
very
Blur will be on that.
interesting. Oh, I gotta move back down here.
Yep, Blur just going to be able to match when it comes to Devil Dinosaur versus Devil Dinosaur. And we are seeing these rare returns of a Vanguard Deadpool, especially when it comes to a matchup against Devil Dinosaur, just because it's so easy to hit crits onto the Devil Dino. It does mean you can farm your XP incredibly quickly.
So far, so good. The Moon Knight special comes out with the Groove. This is just going to be a guaranteed win condition if DRP can get a big strangling prison. There is some flank, though, from VP, and even Finzy's back there causing trouble. Pulsar's attention is a little split, but still focused on pushing off this Dino, which right now Nevix is not unhealthy, but he is giving up a lot of space, and you need to see Finzy kind of achieve something back here, pull these strategists away, or VP are just going to get bulldozed. They're stuck at the choke point.
Well, I don't know what you want me to say. Jay, answer me. Why do pros love Museum of Contemplation? That would be an answer or a question you should ask the teams. I don't know how you want me to answer that, man. I'm sorry.
The Cosmic Yarn Amplifier from Lapsis Ortilas is perfectly timed to push through the end of first.
That's the thing. It's VP tried to do so much, and while that was being set up, Pulsar pushed, and I like that tempo shift, and especially when you utilize a Groot, it's gonna be good for these sections of the map through these doorways, and DRP is strangling prison.
I will say,
and of
though,
course you have the Moon Knight ready to pull that trigger. If VP are too grouped up,
Pulsar Esports, man, I'm starting to become a fan of them, bro. They are they're a good team.
Is not overly worried about taking a 1 versus 1 against Spark.
You were pro before, so I assume you know the strategy behind the pick. I was a pro in Overwatch back in 2016-17. This is 2026 Marvel Rivals, chat. It's a little different.
Follow up here with the hands of Khonshu, but it was up on the wall, and so we're a little bit far away from the detonations of the claws.
It just was slightly mistimed, and it was only on Sparker who just simply flew away out of the storm. 2 ultimates for no eliminations. Absolutely sucks, if I'm honest, for Pulsar, but they'll try to stabilize off the invisible boundary, and that is enough to catch Nevix with the slow.
Wait, what?
We'll
He
see if
ulted
VP
in the
can turn
room?
it around.
Okay, that's a little interesting.
Once again, caught in the corner. Where can you go, Treedra? But into the jaws
What am
of
I
Blah, who's
watching?
simply
A white
taking
fox
an
against a
unfortunate
dinosaur just in a
1v1
corner,
for
just
the white fox.
smacking each
And
other.
Treedra just has to try and get out of here, extricate himself the safest way possible.
Twitzy is also staying on the Moon Knight, and you have that kind of same match here from Sparker along with Finzi, and they should be grouped up for that kind of same combo. Now VP are stuck at these choke points, so Nevix needs to step up, and Saipe, ever so patient with the fate of both worlds. Pulsar have the damage boost.
All right, Saipe going to try and rebuff this one using the fate of both worlds. Can't break through the group walls easily though, and so drags the remainder of VP forward once they are broken. Finzi looking to try and isolate.
Where can I go to see the pro team's rosters? You can type !MRI, or you could go to the esports tab in the games in the game itself and look at whoever you want.
On the Moon Knight, but it is easy headshots, and he can work as an Ankh himself. Down come the hands of Khonshu. Up comes the Dinosaur. Crisis has fallen down now, and Twitzy is going to be joining them in a similar fate as Sparker just does their best to brawl on out when faced with these Pulsar aggressors, who are now down to 3 minutes worth of attacking time.
The Moon of Khonshu comes out without a strangling prison from both sides, so that'll be the big win condition for DRP and Finzi. I need VP though to be very careful how much space they give out, and also how they break back in. I think that's
is this going to be a repeat?
Punisher. This is going to be not only a Groot Shredder,
Is this going to be a repeat of the Fire Strays and Reason Gaming, where they had 5.5 minutes to cap second point and they got full held?
They need to also protect themselves, and you don't have an easy shield without an invisible woman. Maybe Dreedro can help, but you don't have a straddled against the strangling prison. We'll see if DRP can get more value out of it this time.
Oh, Bless has to use all of their defensive engagement.
They work.
Which means they won't be able to frontline for a
Chat,
while.
everything works, bro. You just gotta use your commands, man.
Down the walls behind it as Fire just focuses in their damage on survivability, but it's not enough to try and save Sparker. Finzi wants to turn around in her own right. A pair of Vanguards inside of a strangling prison, but follow-up's not really going to be there. It's just got to be Saipe with the raw mechanic to take down Ballast. The Battle Recall Beacon does its job. Nevix tries to isolate DRP and keep them away from the health pack. Looks towards the back. Where can Crisis go? But into the jaws of fate.
Oh my god, Nevix got deleted. Holy. And I'm actually really surprised at the support that he grabbed at Live.
But the raw damage can still get something done on the other side. VP have cashed in all of their resources right now to try and turn this one around when Pulsar saw a lick of momentum, and still Blur believes it's winnable. Out comes the Fox form, tries to turn it around. Dreedro into the melee, and Saipe behind them with a fate of both worlds.
Yeah, Twitzy with the Star-Lord has been really mobile and hard to lock down. As soon as VP step out in the open, their Vanguards have really been
Oh my
punished.
god, this
Nevix
Devil
has to be more
Dinosaur is going
conservative with how
crazy,
he
bro.
goes for these kidnaps, and Twitzy is, well, very aggressive.
Say goodbye to Sparker. A quick sanctuary erected there by the White Fox after a TP, just gives a momentary little bit of safety for VP to try and work with. Sparker's going to be able to come back with their own ultimate here, but it's going to take a moment to try and commute, and so Nevix has to step onto the cart and put their body on the line to keep this one from moving forward. Blur isolates the strategist for about a second to try and keep all of that healing away from the remainder of VP. Sparker takes to the skies. DRP going to be one of the primary targets here. But
oh, bro, getting someone so low and not finishing him off is so tilting.
To avoid their doppelganger from the time stream, and Sparker now looks once again towards Crisis. Soul grabbed by Emma. Quick flip comes through. Invisible boundary drawn up now by Crisis. For slow and for survivability could be all that Pulsar need to try and turn this one around once again. Ballast comes in close. Finzi's fallen down. The element guns are getting it done as Twitzy moves away. Needs to try and get away from Nevix. The Dinosaur's scary, but you know what's scary? A dual element
oh
guns
my
that
god, he
amplified
shredded
by
it,
the
bro.
Cosmic Yarn
Bro,
itself.
50 bullets? 50 bullets and the damage, what do you call it? The damage boost from the
This is where the
40% from Rocket? Oh my god, dude.
I don't think locked anyone down with the strangling prison, or just fell like pretty much immediately. VP were so good at retakes and taking so much time off this clock, but now they want to rob this Emma Frost. DRP will activate the diamond form to have that damage reduction to get towards the strategist. So kind of a nice approach for VP, but they won't have that portal for later on. Here is now the Psionic Seduction.
Attempt to try and get that seduction in. So Dr. Strange will kneel beyond the might of Emma Frost. Saipo's there with the rescue, and fires come out on the Daredevil. VP want to get up close and personal, and they are going to have the double charms off the back of both the White Fox and the Lunar Snow to try and make that one happen. Nevix has access to their own ultimate, but Twitzy has an excellent angle here to try and make
Okay, I want to see this.
with the Galactic Legend. First,
I actually don't think he's going to get any kills, but let's see.
Towards the back line, once Saipo, out comes the White Fox. The Kumiho form is
Hey, go aggressive. You can still probably kill one of the supports. At least
Saipo popping that. They really wanted to take the fight anyway, so you will trade that with the Galactic Legend as Finzy tries to jump out and block the End Song Inferno. And now both Vanguards of VP are victims. Pulsar need every ounce of momentum they can get, but VP absolutely shredded Pulsar's time bank. But it's about how far you can get and where this finish will be, which Pulsar are already halfway to the end of the map. But it will be an overtime, which means you need to take
I
the
really
fight
do hope
basically on
Pulsar
top
takes this
of the
map.
Float, which will be very tricky. But this
I want to see a good game, Chad. I want to see a good game, bro.
Thrive, along with the Rocket Raccoon.
I want to see a map 3. I don't want to see these 2-0s, bro. 2-0s are boring.
Ultimate, trying to really access someone like Crisis or Lapses. If you deny those straddles, VP could just win out right here.
Dreams of letting the devil out, but it's got to be the Galactic Legend that's woven first towards the back. Lipsy Sotilas lets loose of a Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, and now Spark is taking risks, continuing to peek into this one, going up against their counterpart. Where can Twitzy go? A quick stellar shift here and there as fire begins to unleash the devil onto the back line of Pulsar, but it's been a little turnaround. It's the invisible boundary from Crisis that turns it again. Finzy's gone too far. It needs to be now or never. They've put it all on the line to make a backline dive work, and it seems like they've come up a natural 20 on their strike. A critical hit onto the back of Pulsar,
I will
and
never
VP stop the
understand. It's
advancement
been
on third.
almost what, a year that this character's been out. I will never understand how Daredevil players play this game, bro. It seems like they're just literally smashing buttons. I don't know. But that was a really good push by Pulsar. That was a really good push.
Caught on the first point. So Pulsar almost made it to the end with the different swaps, and having both strategist ultimates at the end made that a good tug of war.
That was a really good push by Pulsar. Push-hard, push by Pulsar.
Force out
Push-hard,
the straddles.
push-hard by
Once those
Pulse.
had expired, so did Crisis, and so did Lapsus. VP will set up camp on top of your backline, and if you don't trade backlines or do something about it, the fight will eventually go VP's way. But that's still, like I said, a very good pace for Pulsar to set, and VP have to match that, or we're going to map 3.
I'd agree here, Lemon. This is an incredibly defensively favored map. We see so many holds on first and second.
I never played Marvel Rivals, but I watched
I'd say
one
we see a
game
lot
of
of holds
UJ,
on third,
and I
but
went
we
from
rarely get
Bronze
to
3 to
third.
Bronze
So,
2. Hey,
I think Pulsar are
I
pretty
call that
happy
a
with how
W.
things are. Have a look at the stats screen here. Like, does this look like a defensive victory for VP? I dare say no.
Yeah, jeez. The 22,000 from Sparker. I love the different choices that he's brought out, including from, what, the Moon Knight. I mean, there was Moon Knight originally from both sides, but the Sparker Punisher has been huge to deal with the Groot, which is forcing Pulsar to now other levels of strategy off the Groot to the Emma and the Dino, which has really been what's defining the meta right now, especially against other Dinos.
Yeah, Crisis moved to Pulsar Gaming, and now he's a support player.
The Dino
A lot of pros that are DPS move to support. Guess it's the lack of support mains out there. Chat, if you guys ever want to go pro in a video game, just play support. Apparently there's a lack of support players in this game.
The shotgun will do exactly what they need going up against Sparker, and so VP, they're going to just disengage back to the drawing board.
Foxy Moon, pre-pass in 2 months.
Coming through here from Twitzy off the back of those drones placed on Ballas.
And that's the tricky part, right? Moon Knight doesn't necessarily need line of sight to do damage. You kind of just throw the frisbee of death and hope for the best. But as soon as Fi turns the corner, Pulsar paid attention. It is going to be Fi versus Ballas. Again, Pulsar rely on the Elsa. That has been around their identity to try and chunk through these Vanguards of VP.
Raw hit scan talent, that's what Sparker says he has, and here he's going to be able to prove it. Just headshot after headshot. It's a big hitbox that means for Nevix and Blur just having to constantly rotate away from each other. Out comes the Glatrox. Is the damage going to be done? It seems like for now everyone's been pretty well-minded. Crisis temporarily stunned inside of the invisible boundary, and you're just seeing clear of them for now. 5-4 to take to the skies. The Ensong Inferno has a long way to go before it hits Terra Firma, and so is likely going to be easily destroyed on the descent, but still manages to
Yeah, I don't think that's going to do anything to the Devil Dinosaur, bro. Hitting him with that ult, that's just going to tickle him.
Your problem, and indeed, Fincy is seeing many a problem here as VP are too split up to deliver the heals onto their Vanguard. Still Sparker and Saipe. I think the dynamic duo can do it. Rolling on forward, everyone just managed to back away. DRP gets isolated, doesn't want to use their own ultimate, but can be resurrected here by the Battle Recall Beacon. And so when you trade two ultimates, for one
I would have
piece of
pushed
utility,
forward, been aggressive with that ult. I'm actually really surprised they went passive. Oh shit, Virtus Pro's getting their... Wait, what's it called, chat? What do the kids say? BTA.
And the spacing from Pulsar has been fantastic. I know Emma Frost is distracting, guys, but we really Punisher ulted at Emma, who was kind of in cover. I mean, huge play for someone like DRP to sacrifice themselves, allow the rest of Pulsar to get to safety after initially maybe not having the best invisible boundary just to stabilize, but that was enough to draw VP to their last 90 seconds. We may not even get to see the rest of this map if VP don't lock in.
A Jurassic Rampage here from Nevix, trying to get all of his damage over onto Blur. The question is, will the Battle Recall Beacon be up in time? Seems like it still hasn't come off of cooldown, so it's going to be a long return here for Blur. May decide to go over onto the Doctor Strange instead to try and teleport back as Fire tries to get stuck in here on Matthew Murdoch. Justice is certainly blind as it gives out a huge amount of damage. Ballast taken down before the Glass Rocks can really get anything done.
See, I don't understand what Daredevil players do when they're playing the game.
Into the invisible boundary. We did not see the Emma Frost.
Oh, poor Blur, bro. Poor Blur.
Devil's chains and Devil's flicks. Fi just finishes them off in style.
Poor guy, man.
Yeah, I'm pretty down to be greeted by an Emma Frost like that.
You
but,
know what, me too, bestie.
You know what? You know what? Dap me up. But anyway,
True.
VP are really suffering in the time bank. Like, this really needs to be a perfect push from here on out. And Finzy, you don't get to see him every day on the Emma Frost, but they really just are going for
Strange was exactly where he wanted to be, in Emma Frost's hands.
But also alongside the Dino. So now with the triple strategist, you're investing everything into Ballast, where the Apex Predators are still trying to claim enough bodies, and now Finzy will drag them in.
Sonic Seduction, but will any mines be grabbed inside of the invisible boundary? There's relative safety here for Pulsar to try and work with. So Crisis rebuffs the incoming damage, but now what do you have to try and deal with the final judgment of Sparker? The Rage of Ultron can't dare to peek.
That is insane, bro. He put so many shots into that Devil Dinosaur, and that Devil Dinosaur just walked away, bro. Oh my god.
In her own right, DRP on the other side, looking for any victims, but the walls of the Museum of Contemplation for now seem to be doing more than enough to try and get rid of the cunning wiles of the Emma Frost. Stuck in place momentarily by a smoke demon. A lot of damage taken here by DRP, but it's well managed to just give over extra charge for the strategists.
I just love a flanking Emma playstyle. DRP, I could watch this all day, and this Apex Predator falls again. VP will not be prey this time, but Sparker will be the first victim. Invisible boundary first from Dredro, and of course Pulsar very accessible, but now the Rocket Raccoon ultimate is still up despite the Ensong Inferno raining down, and now more strategist ultimates
Virtus
come
Pro
out of
wins
VP
this, bro. They have to win this. If Virtus Pro does not win this team fight, I would be actually very surprised.
From Sparky, yet another new character.
They are not winning this. Wow.
VP do not have the means
bro.
To stay on the point, and both Vanguards are down.
Damn.
For now, and only basically a minute to go for VP, and losing a fight after using both strategists ult, it may just be the nail in the coffin for this map.
Sparker on Ultron?
Maybe win this with a good
We're taking Sparker off DPS and putting him on Ultron. Bro, chat, no. Not the GOAT, dude. The guy who won MVP of last Grand Finals and won is now playing Ultron.
On what is ahead of them, and this is this Dino.
Get another swap as VP scramble for answers. The Ultron now unveiled. Camera players disengage.
It's the oh my god! It's the Sentinel Special. I love it. That's the new name for it. It's the Sentinel Special. You take your best player and you put them on support.
The Ultron, indeed, that is enough time. Crisis forced to use the invisible boundary, but for now, Pulsar.
You take your best DPS player. Well, I mean, they're both great DPS players, but you take a great DPS player and you put them on support.
Sonic Seduction, but that's a lot of damage for DRP to take back there.
And VP needs to think about touching soon. You survived the first wave of Pulsar. Will you survive the Apex Predator? It's the Vanguard's claimed here from VP as Sparker pressures back against Pulsar.
The damage is good. Instantly the bubble gets popped. The ice wall is erected behind the Devil Dinosaur, but the healing can still be given over by the more vertical members of that support core. Down to the floor.
Oh, man.
Hit. The Endsong Inferno cannot
Oh my. We're going to a map 3!
They've run out of second chances and they've run out of answers.
Virtus Pro getting held on second point by Pulsar.
As they're 1-1.
From a flawless
Chad, this is
group
fire.
stage in the preseason to dropping their first map in the very first match.
Virtus Pro
could tell this new
dropping
meta
a
is really
map in
shaking
their
them,
very
and I think
first map
especially
of
that
stage
ban onto
1,
the
bro.
Captain
Oh,
America. We've
snap.
seen a lot of Vanguard changes from the VP side.
Oh,
and ultimately
snap.
not able to match ban for ban, no matter how much they tried to mirror Pulsar.
That's
What
insane.
a performance from
Pulsar's
this
looking like a really
retooled
good team.
and revitalized roster. We go to map 3, and it's
Pulsar's
Virtus
looking
Pro's
like a really
choice.
good team,
We'll see
man.
what happens after this.
And when you wake up, avenge your rise, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, avenge your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end.
See a lot of old Overwatch pros in this game. Yeah, I mean, I think Overwatch is one of those games where it's very hard. I think Overwatch is a very hard game. But Overwatch is one of those games where, you know, it's very hard. There's a lot of things going on, and I think you see a lot of pros from Overwatch go to different games. I mean, I've seen pros from Overwatch go to Apex. I've seen pros from Overwatch go to Valorant. I've seen pros from Overwatch go to, you know, Marvel Rivals. But you know what's very crazy is I've never seen a pro from another game go to Overwatch. I think if you get really good at like hero shooters, I think that skill transfers over to any other game. But it doesn't work the other way around. Yeah. Why is Virtus Pro struggling? You guys need to understand. Some metas are better for some players, bro. Just like some teams. Some teams perform really well in a certain meta, and when the metas change, they don't perform well at all. You have to be consistent. You have to get with the times, man. Just because Virtus Pro, I mean, there are a bunch of great players, don't get me wrong, but when they win one season, that doesn't mean you're going to win the next season, chat. Take Virtus Pro for an example again. Virtus Pro did not make it to the mid-season playoffs last year to China. They lost. They didn't make it to LAN, but they stuck together. They stayed together, and they moved to... They ended up making it to the finals, the grand finals, and they ended up winning the grand finals. It's metas change. Characters get buffed. Characters get nerfed. Some characters are better than others. Some characters get announced and released into the game. It's different. Yeah, man. It's a whole new thing, man. It's a whole new thing. Jay, I have a pro scene question. What are your thoughts on feet? What? How is that a pro question? What? No, bro. What in the world is going on, dude?
To Virtus Pro getting back to their championship performance is going to be a long one, especially.
Didn't Kaluj go back to Overwatch? I mean, I'm pretty sure he did, but also I heard when he went back to Overwatch, he was like losing a lot of games and he wasn't like touching the point. They were C9ing a lot. I don't know. I don't follow Overwatch esports. Yo, Gates, appreciate the bands of Dodo on YouTube, my friend.
To buy my life savings on these next few games, who do I go with?
Who do you, the next, I think Virtus Pro is winning this game, and the next game between Rad and Alter, I think Rad Esports is going to win that.
Emma, how you're scaling off the energy, and where you're positioning. And it's how you set up these duelists for success, and our MVP being Ballast, because
But Gates, appreciate the massive dono. Also,
46,000 damage on Elsa.
Kiyaka Lama, appreciate the massive new tier 1 sub. Welcome, welcome.
I'm gobsmacked.
Wait, they kicked him off
46?
Team
Like,
Liquid?
that
So
wasn't
wait.
even a full game, bro. That was like 5
So is he not playing professionally right now?
That's insanity,
sucks.
honestly, from Ballas on that end. But I think it just goes to show like how good Elsa still is here leg day. We were talking about it with Ryan in the previous, half of the show, and I feel like a lot of teams still hesitant to play that duelist, even though they still have so much lethality.
Yeah, like, it definitely feels like, especially when you're looking at such a big health bar like Devil Dinosaur, you are able to interact with that very well as the Elsa, because not only are you getting headshots with your primary fire, but also obviously your Monster Piercer can really take advantage of a tightly knit, very front-to-back team by doing that percentage HP damage and piercing through the Devil Dino, who's often going to be inadvertently body blocking for the remainder of their team as well.
I mean, Jen, I think you have some thoughts about Virtus Pro going to Central Park here.
Yeah, and it's Central Park has that choke point. So many teams just can't even cap the point, let alone see the rest of Central Park. But for me, it's going to be about the Vanguard bans. You saw how much that Captain America ban affected Virtus Pro. That was their bread and butter.
Well, going into Convergence Central Park, a last-ditch effort for the world champions in Virtus Pro. Can they turn it around and get their first series win? Or will Pulsar Esports get our biggest upset to date of Stage 1? We'll find out on Central Park.
Indeed we will, Audible. This is going to be a very telling ban phase. Will Virtus Pro once again bend the knee and try and get that first ban on Devil Dino? Of course, both of our teams are prioritizing the Gambit to start off with, as he's still Thanos. Like, there's no other way to put it. Like, he's still the best strategist in the game, probably the best character in the game by a wide margin. But we're often seeing this move towards, is that it? Okay, yeah, it's going to be Devil Dinosaur Protect coming through from Virtus Pro, and so Pulsar Esports to say front to back. Yeah, we're down, bro. We're cool with that.
Yeah, and it's tough to play front to back against a Dino unless you have something that can do kind of health percentage damage, like an Emma,
Angel,
like
appreciate the 7 months. I hope you're having a great day.
But I think VP's name of the game has been so much of the flanks, whether it's the Daredevil from Fi and the Captain America from Finzi. That was generated a lot of success for them on Burn and T'Challa. But Black Cat still is the name of the game for Pulsar to just get that out of the way. Virtus Pro don't have to waste it on that like they have, or they just are focusing on the strategist. And right now I'm wondering, is there going to be a ban on that Captain America? Because Pulsar have to protect first, but that's got to be a consideration.
Okay, Invisible Woman once again grabbed from the ETH. The question is, Virtus Pro here, would they get rid of a Rocket Raccoon, or would they get rid of the Ultron? I'd say Ultron's probably the more powerful of the two, but we know that Twitzy is more than capable of swapping over to a secondary duelist like a Star-Lord. We don't know if Twitzy's got like that melee pool on them, like maybe they've got like a Black Cat or a Daredevil, which thus far hasn't received any ban attention. Loki going to be taken off the field here at Virtus Pro once again. They are just all in on getting rid of these strategists and trying to constrain the options of Pulsar, but Pulsar still have all of the strategists that they won with on Museum of Contemplation.
Yeah, Loki was used on Burn and T'Challa, and it just makes it a giant time waster for Virtus Pro, who are going to protect that Captain America, and I'm very glad to see that. That is a huge strength of theirs, and people have been trying to figure out what can you ban against Virtus
the Wolverine
Pro.
banner.
And
What the hell did you do? Why are you blaming me, bro? What
that is? So yeah, the Loki means that, well, Finzi doesn't have to waste time
Marvel Rivals said the
like,
banner's bugged right now,
Waldo
but the next
where's
update
Loki,
should be fixed, and you should be able to claim it.
On if he can dodge the Luna freeze, if he can live through the multiple charms, if the White Fox comes out again, then Finzi can have more staying power in this backline.
Yeah, like, also maybe force out the White Fox as well. Like, the White Fox to try and answer your dives could mean that maybe there's a little bit more room for Devil Dinosaur to try and make something happen, or your poke heroes to try and make something happen, because, like, White Fox does have a little bit weaker neutral healing off the back of those beads, where you are able to...
Okay, let's get this. Last game, chat. Last game. It's tied 1-1.
Less strong.
Yeah, and with that Luna being banned from VP's side, so now you don't have that double charm team up, but that means that Pulsar have been protecting this Invisible Woman, and it kind of was getting dove on a little bit. Obviously, they win Museum of Contemplation, but Crisis looked like he was having a hard time getting chased by Fi's Daredevil on Museum, or kind of suffering through the bleeds of the Dino from Nevix. But Crisis has still been able to generate such a good invisible boundary field that kind of owns the real estate through a lot of that. And if you're not running a Doctor Strange or something that could easily burst through the Invisible Woman, it's still a very powerful strategist ultimate, but the neutral is much weaker for Invisible Woman.
Yeah, that neutral Invisible Woman.
You should do watch parties with other streamers as well, like Boger. I want to do watch parties by myself, if that's all right, chat.
So Nevix is going to be in a weird position as a Devil Dinosaur, where they might just try and feed in towards the back. This might be like a catch a bunch of poke with Devil Dinosaur until we get Loki ultimate kind of vibe. But really, we want to be attacking the backline with this.
And it's cool how Sparker and Fi are trading out who is going to be on these third strategists. As soon as the bleed is applied, though, you are
hate
submissive
Boger,
and
damn. If that's how you want to take it, then sure.
For how Nevix and Blur are going to take each other away.
All right, Seppo's managed to claim quite a bit of space here, brings out the regeneration domain, and that's a great grab onto Blur. The question is the follow-up going to be there? No, counter kidnap coming on through, and you can see that Fincy needs attention, isn't able to get it in time. The bleed gets it done. Get exsanguinated, idiot. As
I was sick, Boo Love.
VP.
I was literally sick.
Where did that one come from?
Your ranked comms are coming out.
You're spreading misinformation.
But, hey, Pulsar win the first wave, and they are playing a more front-to-back composition and running the Emma, obviously, instead of a Captain America, as Fi will linger as soon as the approach happens. He's looking to jump right on top of Crisis, while Twitzy in the air will be more difficult to actually access, as you can tell.
Fi's approach is noticed. Twitch is already used the Imperative Firewall here to give over that additional HP and damage boost as well. And now Fi's finding themselves alone.
I know you just hate other
streamers.
Bro,
is drawn on up, and Crisis answers readily.
I don't like co-streaming with other people because it's going to be too much talking, and then you guys can't hear me talking, and you can't hear the casters. Oh my god, Virtus Pro just rolled them.
Finally, VP found their calling. There could be time for a recontest here, and yes, Crisis is going to start opening the pentagram of Ferala.
Yeah, I'm worried about the Dredro invisible.
It was actually such a bummer that you got sick.
To make sure Pulsar could not
yeah, the first day I got to China, I actually had diarrhea. It was my body was not used to the food. Also, when I first got to China, they didn't have those normal toilets. The first toilet that I had to use when I had diarrhea, chat, was those in-ground toilets that I've never seen before. Also, I just want to let you guys know, before I went to China, I hit a nasty leg day. So just imagine how my first experience was in China. Also, let me keep in mind that the bathroom that I went to also didn't have toilet paper, so I had to steal the next time I went to my hotel. I had to steal the toilet paper and put it in my backpack.
This is good stalling, and this is going to be the job of the Dino to really own this corner. But how much attention do you want to commit to someone like Finzy, who is now behind the Elsa?
Yeah, man.
Ballas gets pulled off by the
But it was I love China, bro. I would go back. It was such a great experience.
The Devil being let out, but Fi a little bit nervous about going much deeper when faced with
such a great experience, man. Also, I don't know if there's any Canadians here, but I am very jealous of Canada, because they get to have those Chinese cars, bro. Oh, those Chinese cars are fucking awesome, man.
Now it'll be all eyes on Blur, while VP, they still have their own strategist ultimate. This could be the fight that never ends, and I think Pulsar need to take a lot of minutes off this VP.
Yeah, it's not Canada, dude. It's Canada.
All right, in comes the Freedom Charge. Fincy drags everyone forward here, and Fi certainly needs the overhelp. So much damage coming through. The Rampage of Nevix is now going to be well known. An attempt to try and kidnap DRP. The Tenacity is proc, yes, but I don't think it does too much here. Fincy gets momentarily stunned, and we need to try and put in even more damage. So Sparker lets loose with the Rage of Ultron, and anger management didn't work for the young droid.
So anyways, PLDR, I really don't like co-streaming with other streamers because on top of my talking, you'll have another streamer talking, and if you have another streamer, there's 3 people talking. You can't really hear the casters. There's too much. It's just too much noise, chat. Just too much noise, bro. I don't like it. And I think it's not good for the viewer experience.
And of course, you have 2 Strat ultimates. The sustain is in VP's favor, but they still have to get some card push going. So Pulsar have time, and this is an aggressive invisible boundary.
Yeah, the slow being applied to so many members of Pulsar here. Saipe is ready with a second one with the God of Mischief.
Also, Sparker's on the Ultron again, man. He's not on DPS. It pains me to see such a great DPS player playing another support.
Now has to be drawn forward by Crisis with their own invisible boundary, looking for a target. Fire is going to be the primary one, taking to the skies the Monster Piercer. What can it get done? Pulled on into the midst of a strategist, but maybe they've bitten off more than they could chew on the side of VP as they find themselves temporarily cornered by Blur. Nevix looking for her own kidnap, but unable to really connect as Pulsar seem to have found some stability here.
Yeah, Pulsar living through that wave. I don't know if I agree with the invisible boundary. Now it's like the strategist is now the shot caller in that moment, but Finzi gets checked at the door. Good punish from the Elsa. Now VP really in trouble with only one Vanguard. Now no Vanguards.
Ooh, yo, and they're making Elsa work, bro. They're making Elsa work.
Gets stepped on by the White Fox. That sees Tilas.
They need to take off Sparker off the Ultron though. Put him on Phoenix, man. Have Fi and Sparker both play DPS, bro.
Still have to get to that second point, and we had two strategist ultimates. You had Finzi on the flank. It's just not coming together as the way that VP envisioned it. Now Apex Predator, Rage of Ultron, these are all things on the menu, and Blur is exploring that menu.
Dude, Blur just took Fi's lunch money. Whatever is on the menu, bro cannot afford it. Sparker makes a fall on down with telekinetic beam. He doesn't even have a brain, and yet Emma Frost still gets it done.
Yeah, but Virtus Pro has better ult economy here for the last fight.
Big, and now only 30 seconds, and VP will have to find a way to touch the cart very soon. Finzi is on his own adventures, and Ballas is staring him down.
Appreciate the best of 3 months, my friend. How you doing?
And their Vanguards are just struggling to do just that. Now the strategists are accessible. Saipe can't die here.
Devil unleashed here by Fi. Healing should be good coming through from Twitzy. Grabbed in place by Blur. And while we get chomped on down upon the rest of the team,
that's not good that Fi died. They had better ult economy too. What's going on here, chat? The Glartrox is gonna pop off.
Very aggressive usage here of the invisible boundary. Try and drag them forth from it. And the healing can't be delivered onto Nevix. And now VP start to see their lives flash before their eyes as Ballas is going to be taking the role.
Pulsar is going ham right now, bro. If Virtus Pro loses their first matchup of the stage 1, chat, that's gonna be insane. Yo, Tutter, appreciate us getting this up to Jay3
back multiple players via the teleporter, but you're going to be debuffing yourself straight into an invisible boundary, but both by Crisis and by Saipe, a momentary stalemate, and this means that there's no more dinosaur to play with after Nevix has had to swap on over. It's too difficult to try and stay on this point. Fi tries to make something work around the outside, but
there's no way, bro. There's no way. Virtus Pro, oh my god, chat.
Stopped midway through second.
Man, Blur is looking crispy.
Virtus Pro is
I can't lie. Bubbling off Saipe and the rest of VP's strategists from the double Vanguard anchor of Virtus Pro, who are still trying to contest. I mean, it was an uphill battle, but Blur's ability to walk on this
Sparker off Ultron. He is too goated to play support. Slap it in chat, bro. Has Virtus? Does anyone here follow any of the pro players here, chat? Do you guys watch their streams? Has Virtus Pro been scrimming fucking Sentinels? Are they trying to copy the same shit? Hey, let's take our best DPS player, the best DPS player in the world, and let's just slap him on fucking support for some reason. Bro, what are we doing? Virtus Pro!
Like a dog. He hasn't actually suffered any casualties. He's really
bro. Oh, thank you. Wait, why are you guys switching? Okay, wait, they heard me. Now they put Sparker on DPS, but they took Fi off DPS and put him on the Ultron. Wait, that's not what I was talking about. Run 222. Professor Guang said 222 has the highest win rate.
Solo DPS Daredevil, when you're trying to play this kind of front-to-back approach, unideal. I much prefer the Elsa here, which lets you play your front-to-back a lot better, because it was just so hard for the remainder of VP to get in onto that backline. Finzi and Fi kind of just couldn't get a dive together going up against 3 strategists.
Oh, this front to back, I think, could really favor Pulsar. So Nevix has to really communicate with his team if he gets shielded off by the Emma. And Nevix is not someone who goes too crazy. He's not insanely aggressive on the Dino anyway, and he has to be measured. As now the Diamond form from DRP, he's got the mitts out, but no one wants to tango with the Emma.
All right, DRP now having that on cooldown does mean they're a potential prime kidnap target here. Question is, has Blur made it happen already? Nevix gets grabbed on in. Up come the shields to try and block off some of that healing. And Twitzy just forced to watch from afar for now. Can't really do the burst damage just needed to get rid of any of their opponents. But it's all about balance building. Already 69% of the way towards a nice ult.
Yeah, Fixie also back on the Emma. Wasn't a comfort pick on Museum, but it's going to be a lot simpler to do it on a map like this. But Pulsar have really crept their way in, but Blur is looking less and less healthy, and Nevix tackles him to the ground.
Oh, what is DRP doing back there? Homie is in Narnia. Needs to be rescued off the back of the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, and this is where you get the value. That's going to be a huge kidnap, and it means that Spark is not going to be around.
I gotta go to the bathroom, bro. I don't feel so good.
Temporarily, the Emma Frost has to be rescued here. Rashrujo brings up the invisible boundary. DRP too far out, the damage is good. Twitzy lays down their own with the Rage of Ultron, and it's an exchange of fire between the Ernstwhile robotic overlord.
Good hold so far from Virtus Pro.
Ran out of momentum.
Good hold so far.
Pulsar not winning that Apex Predator fight is pretty massive because now Sparker has his, and in a tight choke point like this in a very long lane, Sparker dragging attackers into the defender's base is going to be really hard for Pulsar to get the resources to those claimed members, especially against an Emma Frost shield.
Oh, Blur, yeah, it's it's not looking good for Blur. Gets kidnapped, gets seduced by the pretty lady. What more can a dinosaur get before it gets turned into oil?
VP have brought this time bank down to half, and now it's time for VP to put on
Oh my god, Blur is getting bullied right now. I feel bad for the guy, bro.
The rampage is strong.
Blur has died 3 or 4 times in the span of like 2 minutes, dude. I feel so bad.
They've lost half their time.
He's died, he got revived, he died, he came back with his team, he died, he got revived, he died.
Bro. Predators, and I think it's gonna be easy for VP to play the perimeter.
I feel so bad.
To claim, while Pulsar are gonna have to look directly into the sun, directly into this Apex Predator. And VP have been good at, taking care of that ultimate and eliminating it in the past, but Sparker is getting checked. You gotta help him.
All right, Ballas can jump inside of Invisible Boundary now, but still wants to try and challenge Saipei. Uses both of their dashes to try and make this one work, and so is going to be in a pretty difficult position. Still, Vincent.
Oh, he's going to want to use his Glarchalks off the map.
The Moon Knight has changed everything here. Twitzy with a quick identification of
he didn't hit anyone with his Glarchalks. Uh-oh.
To the dinosaur.
Virtus Pro does have 3 ults, though.
Damage boost from Pulsar, but VP way more tools in the bank, including an invisible boundary, which could just stabilize them and the field, make it so Pulsar can't move, but Pulsar have the damage.
Lapsus the Killers and Blur about to do so much damage. The Glarchalk's going to drag players inside of the invisible boundary.
Sparker with the 2-piece and the ult. Hey, what did I say? I should be a coach. Even though I really don't agree with the 3 supports that they're running, I told you put Sparker on DPS, chat. I told you. I take credit for this win. And everyone that was saying, Jay3, how does it feel that you made everyone vote Virtus Pro and lose their channel points? Eat my ass. Lick my feet. I am never wrong.
The strangling prison is, well, that combo with the Moon Knight's the only thing they have.
When you come for the king, you best not miss, and it's got to be DRP who's going to try and take the
When
shot
you come
right
for
now,
the
but
king,
it's
you
taking
better
so much
not
damage.
miss. Oh my god, I didn't know Flax was playing. Is that why Pulsar's losing?
The Moon Knight combo, season 1.5, seems to have done nothing. There's no one inside it. VP spread out. They knew the threats and they identified them. DRP is taken down, and now Sparker is free to just let loose with shot after shot. Watch the dinosaur go around and watch Pulsar skip from the point.
Who was
right?
right?
It was nice of you to come here.
Who was right now? Hit the check mark, bro. Check mark. Who was right?
And on the
Who
edge of
was right?
That is a
You are welcome, bro.
To end the series for Pulsar, but also
bang! Didn't I tell you? Put Sparker on DPS. And it's almost like bro, my brain is so big. It's like what's that cartoon, chat? It's like Jimmy Neutron, bro. I am 24/7 in brain blast mode, bro. 24/7 in brain blast mode.
Stage 1, I'm excited.
Yeah, I mean,
let's get it. Let's get it.
much of a thriller of a series as we could have asked for, right,
410
between
people
VP and
trusted
Pulsar.
me.
I think this put a lot of
116
teams
people
on
did not
notice
trust me, and
against
that's why
Pulsar
they're
in their
losing
group,
1.2
specifically
million
with how
dollars.
close they played the world champions themselves. But I think the big thing also just goes to show that it's Virtus Pro at the end of the day. You know, you
Yo,
can take a shot at the
Rado,
crown,
one
but you better not
Rado.
miss,
Pretty sure
and
that's
that's
tier 1
exactly
song,
what
my
we
friend.
saw
How you
happen
doing?
here. You know, yet again, shout out Flats on that one. But even then, I mean, talking specifically about the stars of Virtus Pro, right? I think Saipe really locked in specifically on this last map. I mean, you know, going into that second half, didn't have a single casualty against them specifically, and really just being exactly where they need to be for their team, knowing how to kite perfectly, how to stay alive and keep them sustained is so massive in this meta where, you know, these strategists are just getting deleted left and right. And I think that's the issue that we saw specifically for Pulsars. They just struggled to keep their team alive towards the end there, Jen.
Absolutely. And I mean, just getting through Central Park choke point, I thought the front to back would have been enough, but once Finzi went to the Emma, you really are matching that mirror and that shield. As soon as you walk in on the attackers, if the strategists don't follow along, that Emma shield is going to deny so many sight lines, whether it's the duelist and also the strategist. And despite, you know, speaking of staying alive, Saipe had 0 casualties in that first half, so it was really impressive.
Yeah, great look from them, specifically looking at Sparker. Again, another MVP performance. Not as much damage as last time, but some great accuracy, as we could see their leg day.
Yeah, maybe not as much damage, but that's because they were spending half their time on Ultron. And honestly, if I'm VP, like, it was a victory, but we gotta go cook a little bit harder on that competition. So I don't really vibe with it. I'm not sure.
Yo, it's Smellfish for 3 months.
Like
appreciate it.
Never get on a target together, but the second that Sparker swapped over onto the Elsa and they're a little bit more focused in on their front to back, like, we saw like the change for Blur's reality in real time, right? Like, there was so much more damage going Blur's way. Could not play this audacious, like, as Lemon was pointing out during the cast, like, there was so little, like, Vanguard damage coming out of VP to start with. Blur was just sitting in their backline. He was just eating Saipe the entire time. It's like, oh man, my favorite flavor, Asgardian, yum! Frost Giant, if we're being pedantic about it. But I think that Virtus Pro made a good adjustment to put Sparker onto the Elsa, and they definitely recognized from that previous Museum of Contemplation, this Elsa character's still pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, seeing Elsa the Monster Hunter slaying a monster, it makes sense that it works, right? So that's what we saw
Artstuck
happening with
Platish with the
from
10
Vi.
gifted
I like
subs
that,
on YouTube.
combination. We saw it
Absolutely
from
insane, my
preseason.
friend. Appreciate it.
If it ain't broke, you don't need to fix it here. I mean, in terms of like improvements we need to see from Pulsar to close it out next time here, Lemon, what was like the main thing you thought was like lacking from them?
Sometimes the lack of impact of ultimates. It's not the first time or the last time we saw a Strangling Prison, Moon of Khonshu kind of be comboed, and it either only got Sparker on Museum of Contemplation or it got nobody at the end of Central Park, or at least pretty much unaffected. And that's a big investment, and it's tough because there is a lot of things that can block it away, whether it's Invisible Woman barrier, the bubble from the Dino, Diamond form unaffects the Emma, so there's a lot of things that could stop that combo, but then that's why people have moved away from that. But unfortunately for Pulsar, their big Hail Mary landed short.
Yeah, tough run for Pulsar. They were so close to glory, but hey, this is a great start to their first ever debut.
That was a good showing by Pulsar, though,
for this stage 1. And compared to what we saw, like, Dave, from you know, the preseason, this is the best kind of performance they could have asked for.
Yeah, like
Pulsar Esports is a new team, chat. They're doing
from
absolutely insane.
Non-factor team, like kind of slot filler, to absolute cinema team. Like, this is a great dark horse. I've got them in my predictions making playoffs. I think that they are a very dangerous roster with their upgrades. They've kind of got a lot of disparate pieces that didn't quite make it onto teams. I kind of like, I don't know if any old heads out there. I think that this team is basically the new Chopped. Like, the people that were too good to not be in Ignite but didn't have their own teams, you know?
Oh, one second.
Well, we'll hear from the winners later on. Unfortunately, we don't have time for the interview for them, but we are going to be going to a quick break for our last series of the day.
Skipping their interview. That's toxic, bro.
Esports, both of them looking for their first one in stage 1. We'll find out after this who gets it.
Skipping their interview, chat. That's flarked, dude. One second. Bang. Oh, while we're doing this, I'm gonna do the next predictions, chat. Okay, you guys ready? Next game, we have Rad against Alter Esports, which I think, in my opinion, that Rad is going to win. So I'll let you guys do your predictions here, chat. Good luck, have fun. Good luck and have fun, chat. Good luck and have fun. Nice. Sorry, one second, 1 second.
Every series today has been cinema and delivering to the highest level, but we got one more matchup for you for EMEA to get your fill and get ready to see how the rest of the groups are going to met out. We have Rad Esport and Alter Esports versus each other for their second chance at getting a win here. I mean, talking about this Rad roster, we expected big things leg day, you know, going into their first series yesterday, and unfortunately they've kind of fallen a little bit short.
Yeah, Rad might not have been able to make it happen yesterday, but when it comes to the capacity, to like the quality of competition, like, can we blame them? Like, oh, yeah. Rad.
Okay, I'm gonna let you guys do your predictions here, chat.
The roster now,
fortunately, appreciate the massive prime sub, my friend.
Fired. Crazy Kitty is a crazy guy. I want to see a little bit more melee play from.
Did Virtus Pro win? Yes, Virtus Pro did win. Virtus Pro did win.
And on the Daredevil. This roster, I think, is very well suited towards like the front-to-back style that the Devil Dinosaur is able to drag out as well. So I'm excited to see what they can do after, you know, getting a little bit angered by Na'Vi.
Yeah, I mean, Crazy Kitty is legally obligated to play the cat, and he's going to get his lawyer involved if that gets banned out. And Alter Esports also went to the map 3. Both these teams starting off 0-1. I would say Rad, more respect to losing to Na'Vi, but Alter, you know, losing to Lions after they won the first map was, or they had responded on the second map was really
appreciate
surprising.
the massive prime sub. Jordan for 33 months. Appreciate it. Fortunately, appreciate massive prime sub as well.
And their strategists, the communication broke down. There was a lot of punish into team.
Who are you going with this time? I think Rad's going to win.
Boxing is still trying to find his pacing on the Emma. So Alter,
I think Rad was looking like a really good team yesterday. Rad played. Who did Rad play yesterday, chat? Rad played Na'Vi.
At the placements,
even though they didn't win, I think they did really well.
MRC matchups. This is a bit of a grudge match between these two teams, right? First place went to Rad, second place went to Alter Esports, of course, having a little bit of a different result in the playoffs. Specifically, Alter Esports didn't make it there last time, whereas Rad all the way to top 4. This is a much win moment, I would say, here leg day for Alter Esports to kind of change their fate in the eyes of the audience out there.
I mean, they kind of need to after losing to Lions. Like, Alter Esports are already in a very dangerous position because you've got to think about the people in their group. Like Na'Vi is one of the teams you're gonna have to go up against as well. Are you gonna be winning that one? There are so many scary teams in this group, and I think that maybe as we go over to Hell's Heaven, this is an area where you're probably.
Hey, appreciate it. After all the YouTube videos, thought I'd pay a visit. Appreciate it.
Wolverine, the Black Cat, and the Daredevil are all very good here.
Oh man, yeah. I mean, the versatility that we have for the duelist lineup of Rad Esport, I think, is their strong suit. And I'd say the Vanguard lineup, specifically for Alter Esports, looks really strong on their side of things, though. So we'll see who can come out on top on Hell's Heaven. Our first matchup here for this best of 3, the final one of the day in the EMEA groups. It's do or demise for both these teams, Rad Esports and Alter Esports. We'll see who takes it.
1 second.
Yeah, it's congratulate or casualty, I guess.
Sorry or congrats that happened, basically.
I ain't reading all those bans, but I'm happy for you, bro.
Well, speaking of bans, we'll get into that. And, kind of the team identity, it's very two different identities when it comes to these Vanguards. I think Ducky has been one of the more formidable Groots, which I think is a strong niche pick on Hell's Heaven, while his team captain has told us how confident and how comfortable he is on the Captain America, also a legally obligated hero for him to play. And once that got banned out, either if the Dino or the Captain America gets banned out from Alter, it feels like something changes. They're not as confident, and they're definitely not as fluid. So it definitely needs to be a Dino Protect and of course, a Black Cat consideration going into this pick ban.
Has anyone ever cheated in MRI?
Is gonna be able to
Not to my knowledge. Also, if you do cheat in MRI, not only are you ruining your whole team's reputation and probably disqualifying them, but you're also ruining your own reputation and probably never play in another esports event ever in any other game, because that follows you. So, yeah. I don't think so.
Devil Dinosaur though, which is pretty powerful.
And it's very important to have that one-sided Dino on a map like Domination, because yes, you could basically just leave your Dino almost solo, maybe with a strategist, and then you could have the rest of your team figure out what the win condition is, and it's off the Captain America for Alter, or at least they're gonna ban the other side's Captain America. So usually with Black Cat for Rad, they actually paired it with a Captain America to run around. So Crazy Kitty would either be by himself or with some kind of diving Vanguard with him. So to minimize the support that Crazy Kitty's going to get is pretty huge for Alter.
Yeah, the next option would be a Venom, which could go with Black Cat for some of these dives, but it's going to be Mantis that's taken off the board for now. And of course, Mantis is an incredibly valuable ban in general, but also, if you've got a Devil Dinosaur, the Mantis ban kind of like is even more valuable because she has unlimited spores when it's just the easiest headshot in the world sitting in front of you, which refills those leaves.
Invisible Woman being kept here from Alter, and does that leave? Okay, Rad are not going to target any more Vanguards here. It's just been the strategist name of the game, and Alter are going to have to stick to more of the ground game. And again, the Invisible Woman, good at also healing so many people at once, but mainly the invisible boundary encompasses usually the entirety of the point on Domination, which makes it a great place to fight in.
Yeah, like on Domination, when you've got these singular points like the Invisible Woman ultimate is very strong, with the exception of Frozen Airfield, if you do it when the point is moving, in which case you have a very sad, like, Willem Dafoe looking up gif as your invisible boundary slowly leaves you.
Okay, chat, let's see this.
Come back!
Oh, bro is mogging us? That's just his regular face, chat.
That they're comfortable with is really gonna be a good tone to set at the beginning. But Rad having Crazy Kitty on the kitty, like, Alter got absolutely ruined by Lions running a really good Black Cat once they pivoted.
I don't have a mog face, bro.
Either way, once the Black Cat
I do not have a mog face.
Lions,
some people, like, it's like some people have like resting bitch faces.
This is where the strategists for all teams have come into play, whether it's the Loki, the Luna, the White Fox, any kind of CC to catch Black Cat, because she is so elusive to lock down.
Yeah, Black Cat, like, off the back of those iframes as well. Unsurprising to see Vertigo here rolling out on the White Fox as well. I was thinking maybe Alter would be keen to match this, but instead we're going to go for
let's see this, chat.
With the strategist dead.
I do believe that Rad is the better team, though, but we'll see. We'll see if I'm proven wrong.
Now Black Cat will be able to, well, needs to farm up some money, don't we all, in this economy? And now we'll just need to get that bread. That is going to be objective number one for Crazy Kitty, who just gets in the middle of the action, but these hold bubbles are making it painful for Crazy Kitty.
Yeah, doesn't want to stay in too long here, but Rad are already pressuring out that point, and so multiple players drop down from the high ground to stop that instant captain coming through. But of course, Frankie Boxing, just where's the healing? I've got 3 strategists, and yet none of them are looking at my Devil Dinosaur. Hello?
Yeah, Crazy Kitty is doing Crazy Kitty things again, just like he tried to do against
Crazy Kitty on Black Cat is very, very crazy indeed.
Double charm,
but
Ultron. I mean, there's also a charm from the Emma. This is a really strong composition from Rad, and Lugia was that mythical bird that we talked about.
What's the prediction over here on my chat?
Meta. You also have Alter playing with
374 people for 6 million on Rad, 120 people for 1.3 million on Alter. Uh-oh.
Very, very
Why do you guys always vote against me?
Goes crazy, though. I'm watching him whip, I'm watching him nay-nay, and I'm watching him say, oh, no, no, as it's going to be...
What is...
How do you
What did Leg Day just say?
Oh my god. And how do you stop Crazy Kitty?
I'm watching
Like,
them
every
whip.
fight, there's a
I'm
lens
watching them
for
nay
that.
nay.
And
I'm
the first
watching them
ultimate of
no
the game
no.
goes to the
Oh
Black
my
Cat.
god.
It's time to call 911. And here are the strategist swaps. You got the Cloak and Dagger, Loki available, Tesco. I'm liking this swap. Make it as difficult as possible for Crazy Kitty to identify where the resources are coming from. And also those Loki lamps to try and negate things.
Okay, everyone's with a Cloaky now as Crazy Kitty just gets out of there after forcing out those green. Oh my goodness, Crazy Kitty's movement is a little bit different, isn't it? Still farming up that money, 570 coins to play with on top of Monarch once again. Nice iframe into the transition, a Phantom pursuit, and indeed turning Alter into a collection of Phantoms where once a team stood, the disengagement of team captain doesn't work out and Frankie Boxing goes down as well. Rad are looking angry.
And Monarch's on the secondary duelist, where yesterday he was running a lot of the Mantis, and at least that was really his identity in the past. So needing that extra damage to deal with all the Vanguards that Rad are going to have, and Monarch, now that's the type of picks I need to see from Alter, and you gotta make Lugia a little bit hesitant on how he's gonna dive.
All right, taking up to the sky now. Has to deal with the Rage of Ultron, though. All in on towards that White Fox.
Oops.
It seems like Vertigo's been able to dodge most of that incoming damage as well. Rad still in control. Smashner has already fallen down. That one's courtesy of Whoops as Mash just rolls around on the point. You can see the TP incoming through from a White Fox. It might be a little bit foolhardy to try and play with us. Alter get their cap and now can get on the
Bro, your
chase.
comb over is looking
Yeah,
good.
Mash was
W, thank you, thank you.
On the point, like
So good, it made me two. Appreciate the massive donut, my friend.
So big silver lining for Alter, but it's still a 0 to 100 comeback that you need to do. Galactic Legend will be available from Whoops, and this has been a Star-Lord to watch, and one that I've been waiting to put into the spotlight outside of this Elsa meta, or maybe the returning one, as Alter are really trying to take shelter, and Ducky's gonna pull them out of it.
Team captain drags everyone forward with a freedom charge. It seems like there's a good chase out here onto the Black Cat. Yes, there will be some survival for Crazy Kitty, but at least isn't involved in the fight for now as Alter continue to climb up those percentage points. Looking for an opening now. Vertigo starts off with the Kumiho being unleashed, and Crazy Kitty's fallen down to the auto aim of the Galactic Legend. For Rad, I think it's back to the drawing board as they just disengage and see if anyone overextends to try and chase them.
Yeah, an expensive fight though for Alter, but the end song Inferno, more to just help Monarch escape things like this as Lugia does go for
There's no way Alter Esports comes back and reverse sweeps them, right? After being dominated for the first like minute and a half, 2 minutes of the game.
Needs some triage instantly, and Mash is there to give it on over. Exo's been taken down by a Phantom pursuit of Crazy Kitty. Only healing coming through now is going to be Tesco on the White Fox. So has to unleash the Kumiho to keep the remainder of the team healthy. Still, there's going to be so much damage going their way. Crazy Kitty's just slicing on through. The calling cards have been extended, but do you want to continue throwing forward here? As it is going to be a quick TP. Opened up.
How is Rad playing Ultron when Alter banned him?
Do so, but Rad are falling low on resources themselves. Mash moves forward.
What you're seeing in the top left and right are banned characters for that team. So Ultron is banned for Alter Esports. Alter Esports can't play it, but Rad can still play it, chat.
95%. There's one last fight for it.
This is the 0 to 100 comeback. Mash yet again, the fate of both worlds, just to escape and not to thrive. And here comes
Wow, this is
Alter
actually
yet
insane,
again
though. I did not think Alter Esports was going to come back. I did not think they were going to come back, but this is crazy.
And if he could try to trade backlines, because Crazy Kitty is relentless.
Dude, Monarch came back in an emergency on the Rocket Raccoon. What a grab for Frankie Boxing! And that meant that Tesco got resurrected as well by the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Now just sending out the beads, all of the marbles going into the healing right now as Frankie Boxing just chomps on through his favorite flavors.
There is no way.
Alter take away the first submap of Hell's Heaven. What a reversal.
Absolutely. After Alter were really having their backline ravaged by a Black Cat, Alter just stayed composed and stayed resilient on the front lines. Frankie, this has become more of his comfort pick now on the Dino, and when he could be trusted to play solo and be the ultimate anchor, there is no eliminating this Dino at the end of the day. 10k damage for a reason, whilst the other side...
Bro, chat, I did not think this was going to happen, man. Listen. It's not a curse, bro. It's not a curse.
gonna
It's not a
run the
curse.
Phoenix almost every single time.
It's not a curse,
Phoenix
bro.
is gonna be your best option to be as survivable as you can. If it's not gonna be a Star-Lord who's just gonna straight up fly away. But Rad, their dive is looking very menacing, but Alter's space taking is looking better. And what a comeback that was from
Bro.
Alter. And we'll see if they could go all the way as
When
they
is the
will
Swamp
open up this
Gaming
first fight
match?
with the Galactic
Swamp
Legend.
Gaming does not play today.
Legend's gonna be huge here. Not too much to try.
If
and
you guys
answer
ever
on the
need to
other
know what
side. So obviously we've seen
the
TP from
games
Vertigo
are,
on the White Fox.
exclamation
That's gonna be
mark
the go sign here
MRI.
for Whoops. Also, Alter, their fortunes definitely turned around when we moved over towards the White Fox, which is great at rebuffing these melee-focused divers.
Whoops is just trying to find an angle, and Rad at any point could escape into that back hallway. So I like the patience here from Whoops. Maybe wait for the point to unlock when everyone's going to be forced to be within arm's reach, as Whoops is getting eager, and the ice walls from Ducky to try and keep Alter off of their back. And the cap will not go Alter's way quite yet, not until Lugia has been removed.
But when you're forced onto a point, that's when Whoops could try and find his opening here with the Galactic Legend. Lugia Goat attempts to eat, but doesn't find much in the way of nutrition. Frankie Boxing found around the other side. Whoops continues chasing and taking cover inside
let's see this.
of all of the architecture. Ultron seems to have found their man. What a great split here from Rad. And they found their 1v1s as well. Started to win them. Lugia Goat eats through Tesco. Call that one a meal deal. It's going to be Crazy Kitty finding team captain on the other side, and Whoops can't do nothing.
The counter positioning from Rad was really good. They knew what to expect out of Alter, that Galactic Legend. They just played cat and mouse, and Whoops never found a solid opportunity. And then you have a double health percentage of Lugia's Feast of the Abyss and a Ducky chunking down Frankie Boxing. So Alter, they can only buy so much time for these duelists to make the magic happen.
Frankie Boxing almost has a rampage. Doesn't have much HP to try and work with, though. Rad, they have plenty of ults to try and stop this next push. Lugia needs to be rescued, does get alarmingly low, but it seems like the remainder of the healing has been sent their way. We're trying to get some quick clips over, and of course this is going to allow Mash to build up towards that fade of birth. Well, Smash Days in the air is going to be in a lot of danger, and Exo needs to try and rebuff all of this, using the Eternal Bond towards the back. They don't know where the targets are, the pings aren't there. Monarch had no information to work with, and so Alter aren't getting so much value off their ultimates right now. Mash going down, there's team captain in the back. It's a great dive. Crazy Kitty! Oh, stopped in their tracks. The Kumiho was unleashed. Oh, it's so cinematic. Absolute cinema here from the White Fox versus Black Cat matchup.
And Alter subtracted Mash from that fight.
Bro, I was doing this.
Fate of both worlds. That would have been the second.
This has been looking really good lately, man. I can't wait for the playoffs. I think the playoffs are going to be a lot of fun.
To live through and also win that fight. So again, Alter need to get proactive in these fights, especially with the Galactic Legend. You still need to earn up to that, but creating the opportunities. Team captain, I need to see him zone Rad into the open so that Whoops can get more sight lines out of this
EMEA
Galactic
means
Legend.
Europe, Middle East, and Africa. That's the region.
A damage boost perhaps onto the Feast of the Abyss. At the moment, Whoops just needs to try and get a track onto their counterpart. Crazy Kitty's being annoying as they move on forward. Crazy Kitty's cleave absolutely has cloven through Alter Esports in midair. There's no way! Oh, the Galactic Legend! But I've stolen your papers, I've stolen your library card, I've stolen your hope of making this one work. Rad have Crazy Kitty to thank for an absolute mythos busting.
So yesterday, someone in my chat said, "Yo, can we not nerf Black Cat? Black Cat is perfectly balanced, and everyone else is mad that she's balanced." Chat, are we still thinking she's balanced?
With how rebuffed
what are your guys' thoughts? Concerns?
So
Yeah.
Alter's win condition is very much minimized as. Well, we'll go and do a replay of that ultimate getting shut down. While
It was a YouTube viewer, so I don't know.
Point, and it's the last fight before round 3.
Crazy Kitty wants more cooking, wants onto Whips, Phantom Pursuit, gets them low, and now into stealth towards the back.
By the way, Jay, sorry I can't see those. Wait, you can't? Really? It's just the activity feed. You can't see the activity feed?
Nice and healthy, and Alter can't feel
You're good, you're
moving
good.
forward. Still Frankie Boxing with a rampage, ready to try and work. Inside of overtime, they're forced onto a point, but he isn't overly bothered as he moves on forward towards the back. Mash is assaulted from so many sides, and Team Captain just carves through them with the Vibranium Energy Saw. Where can you go, Frankie Boxing? But back to the Cretaceous period. You're no longer welcome in the modern day, Devil Dinosaur. Crazy Kitty finds another Exo, falls on the side, and Rad strike back with a vengeance.
And this is what's hurt Alter in the past of investing everything into Whoops. And if that doesn't get pulled off, then there is no plan B. It is the only plan for Alter. You know, sometimes the Vanguards, I think, can win it out, but that's if Crazy Kitty isn't going crazy on your backline. So Rad seemed to have a more easier execution and more burst as well from a Black Cat versus a Star-Lord who, you know, it's very mechanical to try and one-clip everybody, even with the extra ammo, and it's even harder to do through a strategist ultimate. So Whoops is still the MVP for those final hits, but it is going to have to be a team effort from Alter if they want to end up winning this out. Because right now, Rad, it's very clear that Crazy Kitty is the final boss of Hell's Heaven.
Crazy Kitty might be the final boss of the EMEA, honestly. I've become such a fan of Crazy Kitty over the last, I don't know, 6 months. Homie has went from, who is this guy on an MRC team to, oh, he is the guy.
I'm looking forward to seeing how Lugia and Ducky deal with these Vanguards, because like I said, the double health percentage, the crystal grab from Ducky, Lugia with the feast of the Abyss is
let's see this chat.
Focus onto Frankie boxing, and Rad have really split up the objectives well, and Alter are getting split.
Oh, Frankie boxing down straight away again. Like, the timing of the damage onto Frankie boxing when Lugia demands the attention of the strategist to dive in the back is so well done. A little bit of 3-2-1 magic coming through from Rad.
Oh, and winning on a point like this, there's so many difficult choke points to try and
I don't know
get
why
through.
this
Monarch
Venom
on the
skin?
Daredevil. He's trying to have more a sustained brawl. Alter just haven't really used the Black Cat, and that may be what puts them behind in the meta, while Ducky pulls in through the Psionic Seduction. Back Cat from Alter to relieve that pressure on the front lines, and Whoops is going to go for the ultimate.
Doesn't have much HP to work with, though. However, that is going to be a forcing of the Kumiho to be unleashed.
Oh my god, nah, we're gonna need to nerf this, bro.
Guaranteed damage when you're not doing that much HP.
We're gonna need, nah, bro, nerf that character, man.
Over a little bit of additional survivability, but now you have to deal with the remainder of the damage that's coming through from Crazy Kitty, and the damage boost as well that can be given over by Mash and the fate of both worlds. Taking to the sky, the calling cards ready to be sent on out. And oh, Whoops, you better run, buddy, because guess what? Crazy Kitty's here, and he knows you're over $5. Out comes the face of the Abyss.
Crazy Kitty's here, and that he knows that you owe him $5.
Round from Monarch gets grabbed by the pretty lady, and Ducky says, "Go to bed, sugar."
And even while missing a strategist, Rad, because they're running a triple, they still have all the resources left. And Alter, I mean, they have Whoops and Monarch still trying to find their footing while dealing with an assassin. Despite bringing a gun to a claw battle, it's still not an easy thing for Whoops or Monarch to deal with, even trying to baton the cat to death. So Rad, one fight away from taking the first map.
This is crazy. Can we get another random Luna buff? Hey, leave Luna alone. Luna is perfectly fine, chat. Luna's perfectly fine. Leave Luna alone. Actually, yeah, wait, she might need a nerf to her damage, actually.
Putting Frankie boxing in so much danger. All out of cooldowns, Lugia just going to be forced to do some frontline vanguarding in front of their strategists.
Oh, Frankie Boxy trying to grab the ammo, might have popped the diamond form, and now the ice wall up. Alter at least can flip the point. No, Lugia is there to bail them out with the extra health, but that will be gone. And Lugia has barely fallen despite how aggressive he has been on the Venom. Now 99% for Rad, and here comes Kumiho form.
Wake up, babe. Crazy Kitty on the white kill team again. Smash is going to get started to begin with, though. Ducky begins
oh
to
my
lose
god,
everybody.
dude,
Now
nah.
Crazy Kitty's farmed the money.
Nah.
He's farming Alter too.
Nah.
Diego joins the crescendo as the Phantom Strike strikes true. Opened up the portal, but there's no means of staying on the point despite a spirit.
Hey, Rad came back, though. Didn't I say it? Didn't I say it? Rad came back.
And they stick to their strengths, they stick to their guns, or I guess claws, and that's what works out perfectly for Rad. When you can depend on Crazy Kitty to deliver, of course you're gonna go, I mean, triple strategist around that. Lugia gets to let loose on the Venom. I'm gonna be looking forward to seeing the stats. I mean, how many casualties this Vanguard line from Rad even suffered. I mean, they are just angling
Dive players will
well
look at you dead in the face and
Alter,
tell you that she's balanced.
Can anchor well themselves around the Dino.
That is true.
But the duelist win condition from Alter has not been clear, and they'll have more time to think about that and their map choice after this break.
Nah, it's crazy. Jay, can I see your America's predictions? My America predictions. Bang. NRG against Nightmare. NRG wins. 100 Thieves against FlyQuest. I think FlyQuest is gonna win, chat. I don't have faith in 100 Thieves right now. They need to earn my faith back. Then you have right here, you can't really see it, but it says STD. STD against TSM. I have TSM winning. YWL against EXG. I have YWL winning. Yeah. There you guys go. Why Quest is ass? In the preseason, they were butt cheeks. But as you can see, the difference between the preseason and stage 1 is that a lot of characters got changed. A lot of players got removed. A lot of players got added. So it's a whole brand new team, chat. So it's gonna be different. It's gonna be different. I mean, look at Ultra Esports. No, not Ultra Esports. Look at Pulsar. I didn't know Pulsar was gonna do that well against Virtus Pro, and they did. So yeah. Look at Reason. Fire against Reason. I thought Reason's popping off too. No, America's does not start until 5 o'clock. Jay, why do you never play Elsa? I do play Elsa. You probably just don't watch me when I play Elsa. Nice. You're not even Lord on Elsa, hashtag not locked in. Just because I'm not Lord on something doesn't mean I don't play it. Yeah. Star-Lord ult has 40 bullets. Yes, I don't think Star-Lord's ult is going to have 50 bullets yet. If Star-Lord's ult had 50 bullets, that would be very broken. Yeah, but it is very weird. Star-Lord's original kit has 50, and then when you ult, you go down to 40. It is weird, in my opinion, at least. I don't think we have seen Storm at all now.
I would say that map was more hell than heaven for Ultra Esports, unfortunately, on their end, because that was a nightmare that they were hoping to wake up from a little bit sooner. They did it in the first point, but then once it went the other direction, it was not in their favor, and it was Rad all the way. And I feel like Rad kind of warmed up throughout that series, or the first map specifically here. But Alter, I mean, they're having some roster, I don't know if it's instability or just change-ups. They have some subs coming in here as well. Jen, what's going on over there?
Yeah, I mean, they have 2 substitutes, a duelist and a strategist. They're playing with Tesco today instead of Hatro, and that has affected, well, whether Tesco is playing the Loki, we saw a little bit of that, and just kind of what they're running in the strategist line. Not doing the triple strategist, because I think the Mantis got banned, but also thinking if they run the Dino, they're going to have enough sustain to do it. But who did look really untouchable is someone like Lugia. The Venom returns, only experiencing 3 casualties. That's what I wanted to see. This guy dives in and there is no punish towards him, whether it's like any kind of charms.
That's actually
grabs,
insane.
Like,
I don't know if you guys can see that.
As much as
31 kills, 3 deaths, 8 assists.
I mean, like, the 42% accuracy as well on Venom is kind of disgusting. And we talked about, like, keeping Frankie sustained on the front line, right? And I think Lugia is a big part of why that couldn't happen so much, because while we may see that swap over to 2 like primary healers as strategists to try and make sure that you could keep.
I do think Venom is really good, especially if the other team is not running a Inviswoman to pull you back to kill you.
That back line again and again to allow for the remainder of the team to just collapse on Frankie and destroy him.
It was pretty great to, you know, see the turnaround for Rad specifically too, and I feel like that Vanguard lineup worked out so well together for it. The Black Cat diff as well. I mean, this meta you need to have someone who's good at either Black Cat or Daredevil as well that you could play on. Haldajalia, not too surprised on this one, Lemon, especially after yesterday we saw them get the win there against the Lions for it.
Yeah, I would say like something like a Star-Lord's going to be more mechanical in terms of the movement and the aiming, while as Black Cat, it's more decision and resource balance, and you're getting so much
How
out
many
of it
subs
if
for
you
you to
really
watch this
master
POV of a
that.
thrower
And
on my
not-
team?
Some teams are hesitant on
5,000.
bringing out the Black Cat immediately.
Take it or
Alter
leave it.
doing just that, but man, Rad do ever look so good behind Crazy Kitty.
Well, Rad one step away from getting their first win in
Storm
stage
has
one,
Storm has
turning
been used
around from their loss
temporarily.
to
Where-
Na'Vi.
when
Not
have
too
we
bad.
seen
It's
a
just
Storm
1-2
in
on the
MRI?
preseason. Makes sense, but Alter Esports, they have their work cut out for them. Can they turn it around, or will they be going down 0-2 to end off the day? Well, we'll figure it out. Like, why don't you take it away?
Jalia once again chosen by Alter Esports, but will they have better luck here? This does seem to be one of their preferred maps. However, it is a map where Black Cat is very difficult to deal with, so maybe there's a world where we start to see us get some respect in the bat. Never mind, it's been instantly saved.
I'll give
It's
you
been
2
locked in by
McDoubles,
Rad,
take it or
and
leave
now
it. Oh,
Alter have
I'll
to
leave it,
fear
bro.
Black Cat
I'm
once
sorry.
again
I don't eat
appearing.
McDonald's.
Yeah, I think it's just everyone's tunneled on just dealing with the Gambit because you don't
Yeah.
want to deal with Gambit just turning any duelist into Thanos, basically. And Mantis, the Protect, possibly for a Monarch, just trying to make their strategist line as
Emily would
comfortable
kill
as
me if I ate
possible, 'cause Alter
McDonald's.
are already having their opening series with Tesco, and he's getting banned out, so that's kind of awkward, especially when you don't have a ton of scrim time with some of your substitutes. So this is Rad sticking to what they know best, and Alter working with changes.
Okay. Bit of respect once again onto the Venom here from Rad, making sure that Black Cat has a diving buddy or a distractionary measure in the back. And Alter Esports saying, wait, Devil Dinosaurs made it quite deep into this draft. We don't want to risk going up against that without one of our own. This is going to mean that we see Frankie Boxing once again have to flex that hero pool a little bit when it comes to their Vanguards. I'm not sure if he's going to bring out the patented Angela. She's not in the greatest place right now.
No,
Little
no,
White Fox
no,
ban
no,
here
no,
to
no,
avoid
no,
the double charm, but I also think Hollow Jalia is really good for Star-Lord based teams, which Alter seem to be centering their identity around, while as Rad, like you
Captain
said,
America
the Crazy Kitty,
is banned,
Rad
bro.
also went on Hollow Jalia, but they went to actually extra innings against Na'Vi, so that looked also really solid for them.
Captain
Like Na'Vi were
America.
also
So they
trying to come
are
up with a way to
leaving
stop Crazy
the
Kitty, which
Phoenix
was a
out there.
lot
They
around
are
Loki
leaving
and
the Star-Lord.
strategist, and
They are
mainly,
leaving
just kind of marking where this
White
Black Cat
Fox
is going,
and
which
Luna
sometimes
team
with
up.
the Daredevil,
Damn.
sometimes just using your own eyeballs.
Ooh.
So gonna be a fun map.
Yeah, definitely don't mind like having the Daredevil as that like Black Cat marking device with the wall hacks. It's great to know where the Black Cat at all times, and we're going to be able to jump pretty quickly into match here, so we can see what Alter have cooked up to try and make this a map 3 bonanza.
Yeah, and kind of tough to have some of these both comfort vanguards of Alter to be tagged up here. No Dino and no Captain America. And yeah, Rad are not going to have the Dino either, but I mean, the rest is free, including the Black Cat. You guys get $1 every time we say Black Cat this series, because that is just what is winning everything for Rad, and what just may make them
I wish we saw
a number
other
2 team in this group
Moss.
behind
I'm guessing you
Na'Vi.
need modes besides
We'll
3
see
or
if
4,
Alter's
but I
map
guess
pick
there's
will
only
look different because this is
4
their
actually
second
good maps.
appearance on it, along with Rad as well.
Oh, you mean maps? The maps are pre-selected already before the tournament even starts, so the pros know what to practice on and what to do, like what to practice on for each map. Also, all of the maps that they play on first, the King of the Hills, are already pre-selected as well. It says whoever loses picks the next map.
Can dive in, where it's usually either Captain America or
Stuzzy,
some kind of
100
dive,
bits,
so
my friend.
Crazy Kitty can't
And
remove them
Nunstruck,
easily.
Massive Prime
And the
sub.
Frankie Boxy Angela is also call 911, and oh, what a stun! Crazy Kitty does get punished after getting traded out, and having 3 strategists means Alter still have resources to play with.
Yeah, huge freeze from
I think they could actually come out with a MOBA-like game mode with 3 lanes and towers. Brother, you're in the wrong game if you want that. Go play League of Legends. That's not what this game's about. What?
Stopping them in their tracks. Can Frankie Boxing follow up here? Yes, Whoops manages to connect with
Go
the
play
shots
Deadlock.
of the Phoenix.
That's not
Power
Marvel.
is laying into them, and farewell to the Emma, even with a quick attempt at a carbon crush.
Also, I am really really surprised to see an Angela right now because Angela, I don't think is a good. I think Angela's the worst tank right now.
When you ban all the strategists that could really make this Angela have a hard time, it works out. Alter can maintain the pressure here as Rad are portaling in, but they only have 3 alive, and it does not go through in time. So a very swift cap here for Alter off of that.
Wow.
Sad sorcerer noises for sure right there. Whoops has an End Song Inferno to try and play with as well. And honestly, the Kumiho Unleashed that Mash almost has is not the greatest answer for it.
But at least the Invis swap from Vertigo is the answer to this Angela. Anything from the shift to the... anything in the Invis kit will interrupt the flight of the Angela. And then Frankie has to manage that shield well as Crazy Kitty is juggling through all these players of Alter.
Oh my god, bro. Oh, I mean, Mash couldn't dodge it, but I mean, the Black Cat dodged it. Poor guy got solo ulted.
Teleporting up to the high ground, leaving a sanctuary behind, and Rad haven't been able to stop the cart yet.
Worried about this Groot, especially if Alter are gonna just play around the high ground or just be all people that could get away from this. Like, who are we really trying to wall here with Ducky? But it is a comfort pick of his.
How do you not get Mortal Marvel Rivals when I play one half of a season and burn out? That's because you don't have passion, bro. You don't have passion.
So many inside of a Heaven's Retribution.
You gotta have some passion.
Boxing knows that with 3 strategists inside, you can't outdo the healing with the axes of Icors, and so looks elsewhere for more easy prey. Still, it was Monarch who was made prey there by Rad, turned upon. The back line of Alter has been torn apart with the bend but don't break defense that Rad showed.
And Rad won that fight also with 5 ultimates still in tow, and that is gonna be an absolute parade. From the strangling prison, if you can get anybody from Alter, I mean, especially the strats, but there's a lot of answers from the Alter side as Frankie gets proactive on the flank, and Smash lets loose.
Rage of Ultron goes first, counted out here by the Luna. Fate of Both Worlds rolling on forward, and Crazy Kitty gets plenty of work done. Crazy Kitty now ready with the call.
Uh-oh, I want to see the Black Cat. Show us the Black Cat.
Onto the back line. Quick freeze is good. Frankie boxing down, being even
Oh, wow, he lived. He didn't get any kills, but he lived.
To this one right now, and so no reset.
Nice freeze.
Coming. Brad have invested so much already into this fight. Same could be said for Alter. It all comes down to the vanilla mechanics now. Finding your 3-2-1s and finding your victims. A TP away, but some nasty tech there coming from Crazy Kitty to avoid all of that incoming damage, putting great distance between themselves and danger. But Ducky brings danger.
Every time I hear ults go off and they don't show us what's happening, I want to see these ults, man.
And there's nowhere for Team Captain to go. Just has to get back to their Luna.
Yeah, and Team Captain has had to be more measured as well. Love these pulls, and another reason why you run the Invisible Woman, and Whoops is trying to run the field and goes after
Wait, did my stream freeze?
Backline's in trouble. Whoops is alive and well. Until now.
Taken down in mid-air, though. Where was the healing on it to the Star-Lord? That should have been a star position. But now you're going to be lacking on this. Oh, waiting tears to cool down. Can they snap through the Mantis? No, the burst healing and the overhealth are too much to try and deal with. Still, it's giving Luki a go even more HP to try and keep this one contested. As Team Captain's in the back. Big symbiotic corrosion being inflicted onto multiple players. The Feast of the Abyss in the back as well. And you've got to be careful. That blue health gets taken down so fast by the Rage of Ultron. It does dope bonus.
Oh, that feels bad, man.
HP, and Team Captain just melts away.
This is a great hold by Rad, though. Even though they lost first point really fast, they are doing very, very well. Also, I gotta go to the bathroom, chat. Forgot to go.
And maybe a fight
Damn
that
it.
could be turned is now all over. 90 seconds or less for Alter, and at least you can go for a more healthy fight without throwing any kind of Hail Marys. But also Ducky has the strangling prison. He'll even throw it on a solo strategist if he needs. The Invisible Woman pull is making Team Captain's life a living hell, and now that extra health is already popped.
Symbiotic Resilience already used, as you said. Heaven's Retribution grabs in 3 players. The X of Icors are unleashed as Crazy Kitty moves towards the back. A bunch of squishies and a
Nah, bro. Nah, bro.
Farewell to the back line of Alter. They were so fragile and, well, they weren't handled with care.
I think Rad have just adapted
Nah,
to the
bro.
Angela very well. This is also a much more open section of the map where you can kind of see that.
If you
coming,
have a
but it's
really
also
good
coming
black
down
cat
to
on you,
more
or like
economics.
a friend that's
Vertigo,
who's
invisible
really good
boundary,
at black
Rad win
cat,
the
bro,
fight.
you
This is
could literally
disastrous
farm
for
games,
Alter.
bro.
So it's a good call to get off the Angela and go something that'll be better from front to back. And Alter have their own tools, but they gotta deal with Crazy Kitty.
Oh,
And they
absolute
forced
textbook
out
dive, forced
Luna
out early
all
here
the
from
way
Exos to
out their
survive
spawn.
the
No,
combined
bro.
powers of a Black Cat and Venom both. But now it's not
Forced
gonna be
out
available
Luna
for the
at
point
their
itself.
spawn,
Luna
bro.
Towards overtime, calling cast towards the back. Whoops wants to try and shut this one down before it can begin. But there's the first reset coming on through. Where's Crazy Kitty gone? Just trying to dodge the wooden arms of Groot as they extend towards the back line. Crazy Kitty continues to go wild, but Whoop shuts them down with the blaster barrage. Where's the remainder of the team, though? Someone's going to be on the cart. It's overtime now. Team captain's going to have to stand alone. Has the ultimate, but the Feast of the Abyss has been cancelled. And then out comes the portal. A last-second chance to keep this one contested. Lugia and
Yep.
team captain will exchange their feasts.
If Rad wins
Once the
this,
Soul
if Ducky gets a
Resurgence
big
is
ult here,
expired,
nah, Rad
comes
wins, bro.
Lugia to put down the anti-heal and to put down the hammer of the
Is it
law.
big? Is it big? Is it big?
They've just dominated on this defense.
Not really,
and
but-
Ultra have generated no momentum or win.
Team
in their
captain
sails
didn't even
as
get
the
to use
boat
his
sinks.
ult.
This will be the end of Alter's attack.
I think for a second the team captain just debarked from a portal, got ulted by the Groots, and then couldn't use the Feast of the Abyss.
Oh, he could still use it. He was
times
out of
for
the ult
Venom,
for a little bit.
And sad times for Alter, but this is not lost yet. Alter Esports still have so many opportunities to try and hold this one. With Crazy Kitty playing like this, is it likely?
And it's tough. If you don't maintain momentum after you've captured the point, it is really hard to retake because the defenders basically almost see your spawn room doors. And when there's assassins lurking about, there's so much that you have to clear and watch out for as you're leaving spawn when you're facing a Black Cat that Alter sometimes lost fights before they even began. But the impact of ults is also not always there for Alter. Rad are winning off of just
Wow,
one
Ducky,
invisible
16-1,
boundary
9 final
and
hits.
just having punishes, whether it's really Vertigo has done an amazing job pulling team captain, forcing Frankie off the Angela.
Not too
and
bad,
for Whoops
man,
to return
not
on the
too
Star-Lord.
bad.
This is the reason why you picked this map. He's looked better here than Hell's Heaven, but it's still all on Whoops, and that's almost too much to put on one person.
It's a lot of pressure. Monarch is giving over the speed boost, yes, with the damage boost, the inspiration of the Mantis, but he might need more than a spark of inspiration to go up against a juggernaut like Rad. Ducky is going to be rolling out once more on the slow Groot. Okay, this is just going to mean that there could be some good separation. Oh no, Frankie Boxing's on the mag. This makes Groot a fantastic pick.
Nice.
It also affects like what direction team captain can swing in, which is just a small thing. Like he's not gonna get fully isolated by the group, but it does make the whole arena that you're trying to fight in very bad. And you don't, when you run only a Star-Lord, it's not easy to take those walls down.
All right, Lugia go already forced to use the resilience here, but Frankie Boxing just got isolated and overwhelmed by while the
Poor
remainder of the team
Frankie,
were
man.
looking at
Does anyone know
Lugia.
what Frankie
Mirror
Boxing's like hero
movements
pool is?
between
Because
the
I know he
Venom
plays a lot of
support.
Angela,
Lugia's in the back.
but
He's
this
got
guy,
his hands in
he's
the
getting
Lugia,
bullied, man.
And these symbiotic tendrils, they yearn for sweet treats.
Portal.
I don't understand running Angela. I think he's Frankie likes. I think he likes Angela, chat. He really does like Angela, but I don't think Angela's a good tank right now. I think Angela's the worst tank in the game at this season. I'll do a tier list if we have enough time between NA and EMEA, but
I mean, Alter can't even regroup because the Black Cat's on the hunt.
Season 8.5, I think, is June 12th, by the way.
For players who are in range of it,
Wow.
so easy for Crazy Kitty to try and plan their engagements, especially when Lugia goes to demand so much attention. Frankie Boxing has no idea the Black Cat is so close, and the danger is starting to build up. Whoops is down once again. Crazy Kitty is going absolutely nightmarish right now. Just continues to chase. Yes, there's healing there, but look at all the space that's had to be given up in exchange for your lives.
I hope Rad wins this, and I'm not trying to be mean, but I gotta go to the bathroom, bro.
You're just being forced off your cooldowns as soon as the Black Cat is around.
I gotta go to the bathroom.
And he uses the invisibility timed so well, and they just can't decloak him. They don't
Oh,
know where
that's
he is.
another big
He's there
old dude.
fighting a Daredevil, and now Alter are in prison.
Crazy Kitty's already
Crazy Kitty just killing everyone in the kill feed.
Much room to work with. Ultra to try and make it work here and now. A Soul Resurgence popped by Tesco. Surely there's going to be some inspiration over towards Team Captain. A Feast of the Abyss chomps through many, but the Kumiho gets unleashed. Whoop sees that this is a chance. It's now or never when it comes to the defense. They want Crazy Kitty so badly because he's so evasive, but inside of the invisible boundary, you can't do enough damage.
Nah.
You start to chomp on through. The Feast of the Abyss is more than enough as he sees so many low players from Ultra. They're torn apart, limb
This
from
might be
limb.
GG's, bro.
Rad come from all angles with no mercy, and still they see the approach of a Star-Lord. A quick
Why does
teleport
Star-Lord's
through
burst
the ring of
damage with his
Zona.
E give
Just
more
managed
ult
to make
charge
it
than
an
his
easy
primary?
pathing for Rad. There's no
Because he can
touches, the
hit more
walls
than
are
one target with
erected,
his
and Ultra
with his
can't
E
get
than his
onto a
primary?
point. What a
If you
performance
dive into the
from
enemy
Rad.
team and you hit your E and you're hitting
Man, when
6
Ultra are
people,
trying to
bro,
find
you're
their
doing so
footing,
much
Rad
damage.
have already begun a sprint.
Also, that was a
when it
sweep,
comes to
bro.
Ignite stage
Chat.
1 group stage and
Everyone
what a
who
bounce back
voted
for
Rad,
Rad.
oh my
Navi's a
god,
pretty nice
look at
warm-up,
that. Wait a
and
minute,
even then forcing
Jay3?
Navi to the extra innings of Hall of Jalia, like Rad were
J3
looking like
is
a threat, and they're ahead of the meta.
3 for
And
4
Vlad,
in the
I'm
EMEA
so
category,
excited
bro.
to
And
see
you guys
more
say
of
I have a
Black Cat.
curse.
Which teams are gonna look strong just because
And
of
you
that.
guys say I have a curse.
Crazy
Everyone that
Kitty's been
voted
kind of
with
insane so
J3,
far on the
congratulations.
Black Cat
Enjoy
specifically.
your money.
I mean, we
I
saw
think
Crazy
that was
Kitty,
the
we saw,
last game of
Jerky from
EMEA,
Navi.
though.
We've seen some great Black Cat play from the other regions as well, and
think
really just going to
NA
show
starts
why
at
this hero
5
isn't available in the
o'clock,
preseason
chat.
playoffs because of
NA starts
how much
at
craziness
5
that would have
o'clock.
added into it. No pun intended on that one.
Yeah,
But I
5.
think the big thing here is like, even with the map
So
pick
we're
for
gonna
Alter
probably do
Esports,
a little
like,
bit
they
of
just
comp.
didn't
We're gonna do
feel
some
like they
content
could
if we have
find
enough
their
time.
footing at
Maybe we'll
all.
even do a tier
Frankie
list.
was doing great on the
but I gotta go to the
Angela,
bathroom real
the first
quick.
time we've
So,
seen it
be
really
right back,
being
chat.
played here in stage 1, but Invis is a great counter and
Be
they
right
didn't
back
ban it
here. I'm
out,
gonna
so
put
it
myself
makes
up
sense
here.
why they couldn't really run that the rest of it.
Yeah, like the quick swap to Invis was real heads-up play. You know what? I don't need to play with Rocket Raccoon anymore. It's really easy for my BRB to get hunted down by the Angela, and I can just make Angela's life miserable by playing over on the Invisible Woman. So why not pull that? It also had the secondary effect of Vertigo making sure that Lugia, or rather that Team Captain couldn't disengage, was constantly getting those pulls on the symbiotic swings so that Team Captain had to use their symbolic resilience when they were hoping for a really soft dive that was forcing out their cooldowns.
And it's hard to highlight an invisible woman and just the impact there, because strategists never get to be put in the spotlight. And as someone who plays a lot of invis, the timing on the pulls on a Venom is really hard to get because Venom just disappears in the blink of an eye. So getting that pretty consistently on Team Captain was the one thing. Forcing the Angela off is another. Winning fights off of a single invisible boundary, that placement does come down to a lot of IQ, and Vertigo is part of that conversation. Also, with only 2 casualties against double dive, against all of that pressure, Vertigo still managed to keep the team afloat while also helping himself.
I mean, shout out to Bash as well on that same end, right? Going down only 3 times. Ducky, of course, a definitely MVP performance from them, but we definitely had to highlight the strategists because there's been so much of a focus on that dive, on just destroying the backline as much as you can in this meta, and having a backline that can actually sustain yourselves throughout fights like this is part of the reason why Ducky was able to stay up as long as they did and be as enabled as they were. Same for Crazy Kitty, you know, going on the flanks, peeling some of the attention away from the rest of their team. You can see it here, you know, using the Helm of Hades as much as they can just to stay invisible, swap into the backline, and then go in afterwards. And we saw some great group play, of course, from Ducky, but it was a whole team effort from Rad, and I think that's what was really missing, Jen, yesterday from this Rad roster, is they seemed kind of discombobulated against Navi.
And it was pretty close at some points between Rad and Navi, especially on Hall of Jalia, and it forced Navi off of their game and to consider different things. Yeah, there was a really fun Star-Lord 1v1 between Rad and Navi against Terra, but once they swapped Crazy Kitty onto this Black Cat, it really forced Navi to think twice. And Navi is the preseason champ, so if you're making them sweat, everybody else better watch out.
Yeah, this group is kind of insane just thinking about how strong all of the teams are that are performing it. Alter Esports might just have to take a backseat based on the performances we have seen from the other squads so far, but hey, they got a couple of things to work on. They know where their weaknesses lie, and I mean, leg day, looking towards the future for like that roster, what do we really need to see the most from them?
What do we need to see?
It's tough.
Yeah, like there are things to tighten up. We can get some
we'll go over it after.
player,
yeah,
though.
yeah. We got Ducky here on the line. We'll hear from him on why they got the victory, how they changed things around from Na'Vi. So welcome in, Ducky. That's my question. Congratulations on the win, but what did you guys change up from yesterday to now after the Na'Vi loss to get the win here against Alter Esports?
I think as you already said, today we played as a team a lot better. Because yesterday, I don't know, it was either the first time coming back to Ignite and playing in matches in a few weeks or something like that, but we just wasn't playing that well. And we felt super confident in scrims too, so it just doesn't really make much sense, but it must just be first time going back, jitters or something. I don't know.
Makes sense.
When it comes to the team play, you guys are one of the rosters that didn't really change your primary players that much. Do you think it's an advantage for you guys to continue working on that synergy rather than mix up the roster like some teams have done to try to get stronger?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely shows we all have trust in each other, and we think we can make it all the way as a team, and that's really, really nice to have, you know? Definitely over the other teams. I mean, I think pretty much every team swapped players apart from Na'Vi and VP, so... But yeah, no, it definitely feels good to keep playing with the same people.
Yeah, and it was nice to see that you guys didn't have to swap away from the Black Cat or not have that banned out. And I'm curious how you would rate Crazy Kitty versus the rest of the Black Cats in EMEA. And who was not who was running, but how do you compare Crazy Kitty to the rest of EMEA when it comes to Black Cat?
I think Crazy Key is the best Black Cat in the game, but sometimes we just don't play to his advantages. But yeah, no, I think he's at least top 3. But in my opinion, I think he's the best. So we'll see.
Of course,
how
you're
we can
a good
use
teammate.
that better.
Yeah, it's important to glaze your teammates as you can in those moments. Well, final question for you, Ducky. You know, you fell to Na'Vi, but you have the rest of your group ahead of you. VP, Pulsar. Who is that opponent that you think is going to be the toughest? And I mean, tell us a little bit about your thoughts on the group so far.
Yeah, I'm definitely most excited to play against VP. I want to beat VP again now. That felt so good to beat them last time in preseason, and then I just want to beat them again. And then the other teams, I mean, we definitely have to lock in. We're always locked in now for every team we play against, because I feel like the gap has closed a bit more, or something is happening. Because I don't know, it just feels like every team has started playing a lot better. So yeah, but definitely the most excited team I am to face would be VP.
Awesome. Well, thank you for joining us here, Ducky. Congratulations on your win, and we'll see you next time.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Ducky.
Great to hear the insight there. I mean, seeing, that VP is the kind of mountaintop they're looking to peak over top of again, like we saw during the preseason. And I'm not too surprised that is where they're keeping their eyes on here, Leg Day.
Yeah, we're going to keep our eyes, though, on the big picture as we have our group standings ready to go. And you can see we're at the second day, at the end of our second day, where everyone is standing. As we can see, as expected, Na'Vi and Reason sitting pretty high in their groups, but still many games in hand for so many of our rosters. And Alter Esports, unfortunately, are already in the danger zone, being 0-2 in Group A.
Hey, I mean, EMEA has already been shaken up. For Virtus Pro to go from a flawless, not dropping a game group stage in preseason to almost low-key dropping the series against Pulsar. That could have gone either way and eventually closing it out, but dropping a game could affect their map differential when it comes to who will lock in the number 1 or number 2 seed between them and Na'Vi, and who knows what Rad will do as well, but they have a loss currently. And that seeding is going to matter because only 4 teams from each group go to playoffs.
Yeah, the seeding is everything. Every map matters. Every series matters as well. If you don't make it to the playoffs, you are guaranteed to be in that promo relegation tournament in between now and stage 2. So all these teams keeping their eyes on the competition and trying to improve as best they can day after day, and some have done exactly what they need to, like we saw from Rad, but others have struggled. But here is the schedule for our final day of action for week 1 in EMEA for tomorrow. Shikigami versus Crownfall, both teams looking for their first win. And on the other end, we have Fire Strays versus Chosen Ones. I'm even more excited about that one now. And Virtus Pro versus Lions. Lions seem to be like one of those teams to keep an eye on, specifically from, you know, the Saudi Arabia rosters that we've seen so far. I mean, leg day, what's your favorite match that you have here?
I think the second one. I think Fire Strays need to kind of find their footing. Chosen One seem to be a little bit ascendant. 21k, like I wasn't expecting such beastly behavior, but the Daredevil was very impressive.
Yeah, the Fire Strays Chosen Ones game is also my favorite because it's two teams that have talent on paper, but it's the coordination difference. Chosen Ones didn't have as big of names as Fire Strays, but Chosen Ones came together a lot better as a team this early in the group stage compared to the way that Fire looked. So super excited to see how that match is going to turn out because, I mean, we're back to back to back days. There's barely any time.
Okay,
like,
sorry, I had to go to the bathroom.
Really need to change
I
how
feel
you're
much
approaching
better.
this meta.
We're no closer to determining who exactly is going to be our top 4 teams out of both groups yet. But maybe tomorrow will give us a little bit more insight into the middle of the pack and who will actually have the best chances to make it through. But it's been a great time here so far, Leg Day and Lemon. Thank you all for joining us for day 2 of week 1 for stage 1 of EMEA. I've been Vile. We've had Leg Day and Lemon here. Ryan earlier on. And stay tuned in a couple of hours for Americos. We'll see you then.
Oh, okay. This is done, right? America is starting at 1700, and if I'm not mistaken, that is about 5 p.m. chat. It is currently 2:36. So we have about what? 2 hours and 20 minutes. So we could probably do it. We could dabble in a little bit of the content, don't you think? Yeah, we could dabble in a little bit of the content, man. Let's go do that. Oh, wait. Would you like me to open the stream? Right. Loser queue with Bogert? No, I think I need to do content before I do anything before, yeah, I have to do content because I don't think we have any content for tomorrow, chat. Is B or Rin or Bree here? I think Bree is here, right? Okay, let's open the game here, chat. Wait, is Bree sleeping? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. They all quit? Did they actually quit? I'm pretty sure I am working them pretty hard, so they all probably did quit. Move this over here. Unfortunate. I am going to test one thing, chat. I just wanna see something real quick. Also, is this thing working? Buys Black Cat is an 80% win rate. That's actually okay. That is actually. Nice. I liked all the scripting. Hold on, I'm trying to figure out what Alex wants us to do here. Alex wants us to do. Wants us to do this. Ooh, okay, chat. We have a cheater video for you guys today. That's what Alex wants us to do. So before we go play our own ranked games, we are going to. Hey, look, that still has a problem. We're gonna do our ranked games, but we're gonna do a cheater VOD before it. Alright, just making sure I got the code and everything. Okay, let's us get to it, chat. Right here, Alex has given us this code, and he says the hacker's name is, well, this is not Alex, but the hacker's name is this. This is the code of the lobby we are going to copy. And the game mode is ranked Diamond 2. The hacker has played Psylocke, Blade, and then Rocket. The summary says the cheater were playing Psylocke. They were so bad, but the aimbot still looked very, very clear to me. Like, even though they barely got any kills, the aim snapping and tracking looked super unnatural at times. After the game, I confronted them about it, and then they started denying everything and talking nonsense to cover their cheats. One of their defenses was, I only got 4 kills, so how can I be cheating? Which makes no sense. They also said they have many accounts for some reason, which also doesn't really prove anything. Even my friend was saying the cheats weren't obvious because the player was bad, but I'm sure they were cheating. I already reported the player, and I'll post any updates later if anything happens. Check it out and see for yourself. So, let's see. Hold up. Let me get all these out of here. So let me do this, and then bang. There you go. Okay, we'll get to this in a second, chat. So let me just make sure I do. All gonna. Okay, give me 1 second. Jay, bro, you said you'll do a tier list? Yes, later. Okay, give me 1 second, chat. 1 second, just cleaning up. They call me the janitor real quick. Awesome, awesome. Okay, then we're gonna keep it back to bang. Bang that off. Easy. Okay, anyways, we are gonna check this out ourselves. We copied it already. We're gonna go here. And then match replays. It was a 9-minute and 34-second game of a rockout. The guy went down here. He went 4 kills, 10 deaths, 2 final hits, 10,000 damage, 9,000 damage taken with 3,000 healing done. Are we really sure this guy's cheating? Are we really sure this guy's cheating? Okay, anyways, let's see this. I have never seen a cheater with these types of stats before, but I guess we could see it. Bang. Bang, bang. Uh-oh. I heard a disconnect. What just disconnected? Okay. Wait, what happened? Why do those people get banned? If you don't know, the whole Marvel Rivals category is getting chat botted by some weirdo for the past, like, whole month. So, yeah. Okay, let's see what happens here. Wait, streamer mode even works in spectating mode? Okay. So apparently this guy's the cheater, chat.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
Oh, wait. Before we begin the game, let me do a crosshair check on everyone.
Protect your bald king.
Okay, sorry. I had to do it for. Oh, Failer! Appreciate massive new tier 1 sub, my friend. How you doing?
3, 2, 1.
Also, this guy does have a skin, so...
Enemy has arrived. The enemy will be coming.
Across the galaxy for this? You gotta be kidding me.
Sai, we need you back.
Are we sure this guy's cheating? Are we sure? Chat. I just want to make sure before we continue this video. When you guys lose to someone or you get diffed, I hope you guys don't take it personally. I hope when you guys get outplayed, you guys are like, oh my God, I'm better than this guy. He has to be cheating. Bro, because this guy, if you get outplayed by this guy, it does not look good. I don't know. We just watched the first death. I don't know. But... And I noticed this guy's playing on a controller. Are you sure this guy's cheating?
Yet another reason you took that shit.
There's no way you could cheat on a controller. I mean, chat, I don't play with a controller, so I'm gonna need all my controller players out there. Where's my controller players? Say, where are you guys at? Say I. I? Where's all my controller players at? Also, all the ones that you see, Bree and B, I do not see. Oh, B's not here. Never mind. Yeah, I'm gonna need you guys to tell me if this guy's cheating or not, because I don't think controller players are cheating. Maybe there's aim assist, but from the first life that guy had absolutely horrible aim and he died to this looks like, look at his tracking. That tracking looked very spot on and very different from the life that we just saw, the first life. That looked very different. Very different. I am not the best chat. Like you guys are saying you can cheat on controller. Listen, I do not. I'm a PC player. I see PC cheats. I don't play console. I don't know what console looks like. But it does look like an aimbot, like aim tracking. Because that right there, that sensitivity to turn around 180 was absolutely slow and ass.
I don't give up so easily. Step aside. Taking it all.
Oh, Bree, by the way, if we'll do it after.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might
What do the
be the
stats
time
look
to
like?
stop them. They hit a checkpoint.
The stats look like he's 2-2 with 1 final hit and 1,000 damage with a 25% accuracy.
Now might be a good time to stop them.
Also, that does look like aimbot, bro. He is locked on the target. His aim is not off the guy. Nah, bro. And first of all, like he snapped to this guy. He knew he was there. He snapped to him. Look.
Now might be a good time to stop them.
His crosshair is not going off that guy. And what rank was this? This was apparently supposed to be. This was Diamond 2. You're telling me a Diamond 2 player has this aim? I don't know about that one, chat. I don't know about that one.
That's better. You're mine.
Wait, is this a... What the... Oh, this is a PC lobby. Okay. Yeah, his...
Behold, Dark Child!
Never fall! Tremble before fast!
Okay, like, okay. This is exactly why I think this guy might be a little sus. I mean, first of all, his tracking is already crazy, but look at this. Why can't he do that same tracking? If you have really good tracking like that, why can't you do the same tracking on that BP right there?
Tremble before fast!
And he just lost him. He just lost him because I think he moves too fast for his aimbot or his aim assist to track him. Nah.
Reborn once more.
He is not legit, bro. He's not legit, chat. He's literally looking at people through the walls.
I'm ready to put on a show.
The aim is just not consistent, bro. The aim is just not consistent. Sometimes he has perfect tracking and he's hitting every single shot, and then sometimes he looks like he's the actual Daredevil trying to play a video game while blind. No, it doesn't make any sense.
Cutting in. Got me good.
Okay, let's see what this looks like.
Silver bullet. As good as gold. By the eye of Agamotto.
I don't think this guy knows what he's doing. What is he doing? Hold up. We have to go back. Let's go back real quick.
By the eye of Agamotto. I've always walked the line between the living and the hunt is on.
Stop them in their tracks.
Chase cold steel.
Only 60 seconds left. A nice deep freeze.
Silver bullet. The hunt is on.
you see what I mean here, chat? Though you see what I mean. Look at his aim right here. But then once he locks on that magic, then it's like very obvious. Look at this. Look at his aim. He doesn't know where he's at, and then he locks on, and it's just... Nah, bro. Come on, man.
Down to 30 seconds.
I'm back, baby.
Stop them in their tracks.
Cold steel. The hunt is 1,000 gods! Damn it, never fall!
He's definitely not aimbotting with his melee. I can tell you that. It's not locking. It's just it only happens when he's like doing the shooting, not the melee. Oh, and he switches the rocket. Okay, let's see this.
0, 2, 1.
It looks like he's playing rocket now. Yeah, what are your guys' thoughts? What are your guys' thoughts? Because I don't think listen, I have watched TTK play. I have watched other controller players play. That is not, dude, you do not get aim assist that much, especially if you're playing on PC with a controller, chat. You do not get that much aim assist. That is bonkers, bro.
We've got some pretty big competition on the other side of this fight.
Don't you worry that pretty little head. This here thief is about to steal us.
Also, I can tell you right now, something about his aim to all his other skills don't really add up. His aim sometimes is like insane tracking, never gets off the guy, and perfect tracking. And then you could also take his tracking and his aim and apply it to his other skills as well. His mechanical skill is ass. When he's meleeing people, he doesn't have the same tracking. He's completely lost. When he's shooting, half the time he was shooting the wall and not shooting the enemy. Bro.
Please don't tell me you steal music too.
Gambit ain't no pirate, chef. He only take what deserved.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I'll patch you up. We can pull it off. I've been in work.
Is he trying to hide it now by playing Rocket?
That is much better.
Am I crazy? You guys see that snap? He's not really hitting anything, but look at the snap. Right there. You saw that? Nah, that's a snap, chat. That's not that your aim does not snap like that, bro. Bro. Nah, bro. Controller players, console players, is there controllers that give you aimbot or aim assist, and is that considered cheating? I don't fucking know. I'm clueless on this one. I just know the only thing I know about console is that it is very frowned upon, and it's also considered cheating if you plug in a mouse and a keyboard, and it's called zimming, right? I think that is frowned upon and also considered cheats. Some games even ban that. But, really?
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
This is a nice spot. I was a little messed up there. My good cheese for the day.
Bro, because he goes from 100% tracking, which is perfect, to this. I don't think if you have that great of an aim, you play like this.
By the eye of
I'm ready to put on a show.
Tremble before fire!
This is real firepower.
He is 4 and 10 with 2 final hits
Things are gonna be different.
and 10,000 damage. Oh, poor guy, bro.
I'm opening a port.
Final score 2-2-1.
Poor guy, dude. I mean, let's see if this guy's profile is open. His profile is not open, chat, so we cannot go look at any other game that he's played. But I guess we could report him. Let's see what happens if you do this, because this guy has never said that if this guy was cheating or not. Holy shit! This guy was actually banned. This guy, even though you guys were saying, "Oh my God, he looks like a bot," you know, whatever, it's not cheating, but this guy was actually banned. I guess the Cronus or whatever the thing is called is actually, it is considered cheating, bro. He was cheating. Damn. It has to be a kid though, bro. There is no way this was an actual adult. It just doesn't give me the vibes of like an actual older guy playing the game. It seems like it was a kid. He probably asked this thing for Christmas or his birthday, bought it, plugged it in, and then he wanted to climb ranks because he was stuck in bronze, and every time he went to school, his friends made fun of him, so he decided to cheat. That's what it seems like. I don't know, man. Nah, that is actually crazy, bro. Now, I do not think this guy was boosting anyone, bro. Because if this guy was boosting someone, whoever who was paying that shit definitely needs a refund. There is no way. There's no way. But I do appreciate the one thing I do appreciate about this person who gave us this cheater code is that they didn't ruin the ending for us. They said, "Hey, check it out. We thought this guy was cheating. Enjoy." And it happens to be that this guy was actually cheating. He didn't spoil it for us. And I like that. It gives us that, like, debate. Hey, is this guy cheating? Is this guy not cheating? Half of the chat says he is. Half of the chat says not. And we come to a conclusion at the end. I like that. I don't think someone was boosting this guy as well. There's no way someone would be boosting this guy. He was actually hardcore cheating. No one would be boosting him if we didn't think this guy was cheating, chat. That doesn't make any sense. Okay. Let's see. Let's bang. Bang. But before I go play ranked, chat, before we go play ranked, oh my God. Before we go play ranked, it is time for us to go do our thing. Oh, wait, don't you have to buy that thing? Let me ask Alex. Hey, hello, Alex. Is there a thing for me to use to make a tier list? Because I think tier list maker is now something you have to pay for. You can't use it for free. Unless they reverted that. Did they revert that? Let me see. Oh wait, maybe not. I thought. No, I remember someone saying that the tier list maker thing, the tier maker website was gonna start charging. Apparently not. I don't think so. The last character to be added to the game was Devil Dinosaur. Do we have Devil Dinosaur? We have Black Cat. We do not have Devil Dinosaur. This one has Devil Dinosaur. Okay, okay, cool. Do this. I think this is a good one, right? And then you could go presentation mode. What is disconnecting, bro? You could go presentation mode. Let me see. Sorry, I unplugged my balls. Oh, okay. Derby, appreciate massive 2 months, my friend. I hope you're having a great day. Okay, let's get this, chat. This is going to be my tier list. Should we do... Let me organize this. Let's do tanks first, obviously. Tank, 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 tank. Oh man. This is gonna be a hard one. You missed Emma. Where's Emma? Emma is... Oh, Emma's right here. Tank. This is gonna be a hard one because it looks like there's only one. So I'm gonna keep redoing this one here, chat. And then here's a tank. That's the new one. And then support, 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 support.
Protect your bald king.
Support, 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 and I think that is about it. Awesome, sick. And then we are going to add a tier. Add a row above. We're gonna call this one. What is it?
Sup, Jay?
Best
Are you able to ask Netties we want
in
custom games? I've been begging Danny Koo on Twitter Lamau.
Bro, I want custom games. That's all I want. That's all. I don't care about anything else. I don't care if that game is healthy. I don't care if the game dies. I just want custom games. Best in slot, S. What else should we do here? S, A, B, C, D. And then I don't know. F? Should I add an F, chat, or is D good? You wanna add a row below? Playing for the vibes. There you go. And that would be considered F tier. There you go. Look at that. Bang. So best in slot, S, A, B, C, D. Awesome. Cool. Let's get this show on the road, shall we? Sorry. I had to go get my water. change the colors around? Can you actually change the colors? How do you change the colors? Oh. Best in slot. What do you guys want the best in slot to be? Let's go a cyan. S tier. Let's go a nice little blue. Playing for the vibes. Let's make that like a red. Let's make this like color coordinated. Look at this chat. Oh my god, we're geniuses. This is gonna be like an orange because it goes down and down. That's gonna be a yellow. Let's make this one let's make this one more of a purple. I don't know if we could do that. Let's make this one more of a green. No. Fuck, chat, what do we do?
Protect your bald
Make this one a green, and let's make this one a... We're making this shit look pretty, dude. Bang, look at that. Bang. Bang. In suspension for 3 months. Appreciate it, appreciate it. That looks beautiful. Okay, I really don't care about the colors, chat. Let's get to this. So, first up, we are going to be doing our tanks. So the best in slot, chat. Well, in my opinion, as you guys can see, everyone complaining on Twitter, the pros, the average players, all this stuff, I do think the best in slot is going to be the Devil of the Dinosaur. I don't think we really have to have a little... we really don't have to have a conversation about this one or a debate. I do think he's just the best in the slot right now. Other characters that I think are very good in the tank slot, I do think Venom is probably going to be one of your best tanks as well. For dive, a lot of characters are dive meta right now, chat, as you guys can see with Black Cat, and we'll get to all the DPS characters later. But I do think Black Cat is going to be... Venom is going to be a very good tank character as well. Let's just go down the list, I guess. We have Captain America. Captain America, I do not think he is the best in slot, but I do think he is going to be an S tier character because he is a very good dive character. He has a lot of survivability. He's very annoying. He just does the job. It's a very good distraction. Magneto. Ooh.
Protect your bald king.
Okay, my problem with Magneto right now, chat, is I think Magneto has been one of the most consistent and best tanks in the game. But this meta, I don't think suits Magneto right now. I think maybe... I'm not trying to make this by the way, this tier list is... I am not trying to make this a high tier list. I am not trying to make this a high ranked tier list or a pro tier list. I am trying to think of something... You know what? You know what would be a great idea for a tier list? I should grab someone from chat who's like in the metal ranks, and me and the metal rank player talk about the meta. That has probably never been done. And that way, you get a high rank player's mentality and a lower rank player's mentality. Hey. I think that would be a great idea. No, where's... First time hearing Jay have a great idea. Wow, what? What? Okay, you know what? Sensual. Wait, no, not sensual. Who said that? First time I heard J3 actually have a good idea. Yo, Bokar, what rank are you? No, you're put on the spot right now. What rank are you? Oh, wow. Bokar is now quiet, chat. Look at that. Come on, Bokar. I don't play this game, Jay. What rank are you, Bokar? You're not getting out of this, bro. You're not getting out. What rank? I play. I was plat on season 5. That sounds like a good opportunity for you to hey. That sounds like a great addition. Yo, Bokar. Yo, Bokar, you wanna get in Discord real quick and represent the lower tier players? Sorry, not lower tier, but that's very rude. The lower rank players. You guys are going to climb. I believe in you guys. You guys are just listening to the wrong tier list. I'm giving you the right tier list. Oh, shit. Okay, Bokar doesn't want to do it. We'll get someone who's a regular here. Who's a regular here that wants to debate for the lower end? Neighborhood, appreciate the massive prime sub. Para, appreciate the massive prime sub as well. You know what? Yo, Cargo Sharks, come on, let's get it. You're gonna be the one for the metal rank players. Come on, Cargo.
Protect your bald king.
Wait, is this Devil Cargo Sword? Oh, okay.
Oh, hi.
Hello, hello. Do you want to introduce yourself to chat before we begin?
Sure. I'm Cargo Sharks. I am peak GM season 1.5, but right now I'm hanging around in Plat 2.
Which is fine. I mean, it's the brand new season, so everyone's like, you know, a little lower than expected right now.
Yeah, and I'm usually into Diamond 3.
Okay, cool, cool. By the way, chat, this is your fellow community member. If you be mean, I will grab you by the balls and I will fucking twist them. Be respectful. Okay. So, you are going, I'm going to, I guess, be the higher voice. You're going to be for the chatters.
Okay.
I think right now the best in slot, I don't know about your games, but I do think Devil Dinosaur is the best in slot character. Do you agree in the games?
It seems like, yes, in the lower ranks, he's been beating everyone's ass. So I would definitely agree with Devil Dinosaur.
Okay, awesome. And how do you feel about Venom and Captain America? And then we'll continue with the other characters.
I think Venom in the lower ranks is actually like more around B tier. People can't seem to play him correctly. But Cap, yeah, he beats ass in the back line.
Really? Hold on, let me see if I could do this. Okay, wait a minute. So you would put Venom in B tier.
Yeah.
And how about Captain America? You said Captain America is good in the games that you play?
Yeah. I think he would be A or S tier. Nobody can seem to manage him.
A or S. Okay, so what would you think? You have to pick one.
I'll do A.
We'll do A. Okay, pretty good. Okay, so I have to do all this, but I'll do that later. Magneto is the next character. Like I was saying to chat, I think Magneto has been a very consistent character, but right now I don't think he fits the meta, so I would actually put Magneto in A tier. How about yourself?
A as well. We're not seeing a lot of Magneto, but I think that's also because not a lot of people are playing Cloak and Dagger.
But that is a very huge... You put Magneto in A?
Yeah.
That is a very huge misconception, though. You don't have to play Magneto because there's a Cloak and Dagger. Magneto can counter a lot of other characters. On the top of my head, Star-Lord, Punisher, I mean, a lot. It's just yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I just don't think people are playing him like that. They're not sucking up the Star-Lord ult.
Really? Okay. Do people in your games just if they see a Cloak and Dagger, then they go Magneto, even though there's like a Punisher and Star-Lord and all this stuff?
Yup.
Really? Okay. Before I get to this character, I want to know yours. Angela, where would you put Angela in your tier list?
So in my tier list, Angela would probably go B tier.
You would put Angela in B tier.
Yes.
Okay, I would put Angela in F. I think Angela is the worst character in tank right now. I don't think Angela's good at all. I mean, we've been watching the tournament chat. Angela is just not good, bro. I'm sorry, but Angela is not good. Okay, Rogue. Where would you put Rogue?
Oh, playing for the vibes.
Rogue in lower ranks is playing for the vibes, really?
Yeah. Maybe it's because I can hit a freeze on her very easily, but I don't know.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
How about Rogue with Gambit? Would you change that at all?
Gambit's always banned, so I haven't seen it.
Okay. Fair enough, fair enough. Personally, for me, I would put Rogue, we'll do without the team up first, chat. Without the team up first, I would probably put Rogue in maybe the lower end. I don't think she's one of the best tanks without Rogue. I would probably put Rogue in C, but if you have sorry, not Rogue. If you have a Gambit, Rogue would be in C. If you don't have a Gambit, Rogue is in C. If you do have a Rogue, I would probably put... Fuck! If you have a Gambit with Rogue, I would put Rogue much higher as in an A. Probably not an S. I would probably do an S, but we're doing no. No Gambit. There you go. And then I would say... you know what? I would say Rogue with Gambit, to be honest with you. I would put Rogue as an S, yeah. Emma Frost. What would you think? She just got buffed. She got changed. Where would you think Emma Frost would be?
A tier.
A tier. Okay. Yeah. I would probably agree with you. But I do think she is very complicated. I do think she's much better in a spot she is right now, so I'm gonna put her in S. The reason I'm putting her in S is in my games, usually you see a Devil Dinosaur if he's not banned, and the other teammate that is not Devil Dinosaur is going to be the Emma, and that's because you bully front lines. Basically, the dinosaur will chomp someone down, turn around. If it's a tank, throw him into your backline. Then the Emma grabs him and then slams him on the ground, and it's a pretty fast kill. And you bully front lines with that.
I think for where I'm at, a lot of people aren't playing tank. There's not a lot of tank players, and so Emma, she's a easy comfort pick for a lot of folks because when she first came out, people learned how to play her, and she was cool and fun. So that's like, yeah.
I could agree with that. I think Emma as a DPS player is one of the best DPS friendly tanks to pick up. So I do like that. Okay, pretty good, pretty good. Where would you think Penny is right now? I feel like Penny is really broken for, you know, when I do Elo Hell videos and we're doing like a silver or gold player chat, I do see a lot of players run into the nest and die. So.
Yeah. I think Penny's also the same. When people decide to play her, she's also banned a lot in my ranks. I would put her at probably S.
What? Penny's an S tier? No way.
Nobody kills the nest. They can't even do the Groot wall thing.
What do you mean the Groot wall thing?
Using Groot wall to kill the nests.
What do you mean? You could put a Groot wall on a nest and it destroys it?
Yeah.
I never fucking knew that. I mean, it tells you how much I play Groot, but like I never actually knew that. Wow. You just taught me something. That's wild. Okay. In my honest opinion, I would probably say she's a very tricky character. I would probably put her in C. The reason I'm thinking she's a C tier character is, well, I do think on a lot of maps when it's the first point, you pick Penny because she's really good on first point. Very good defensive character, but after first point, usually you want to swap off. So I think it depends on the map. I'm gonna put her in C. I don't think she's a B tier character. No,
That's valid.
I think she's very situational. The Thing.
The Thong. I would put him in A.
A. Okay.
He's
Why
another
is-
one of those comfort picks for folks. He's easy to pick up.
Okay, fair enough. I do think he's a very good character right now. I would either say he's either A or a B tier character. I think he's very situational as well. If the other team is playing full dive, I do think you pick the Thing, and then he counters a lot of these dive characters. So, that's probably where I would put him. If you're not playing against dive and you're playing the Thing, I do think you're probably going to get blown up. And if the other team is running, let's say, a Devil Dinosaur or Emma Frost, you're probably going to get deleted.
Mm-hmm.
Thor. Where would you actually? I put this here because I want to put this guy here. Where would you put Thor?
I would put Thor probably in C tier.
C?
A good Thor can, in at least like my rank, can actually terrorize the backlines.
If he could terrorize the backlines, why would you keep him in C?
Mostly because like he's also easily countered. It's like a 50-50 because like usually people pick Thor because he's popular, other than like him actually being good. So it's like a coin toss on if people are really good or if they're beating ass in the backline.
Chad, is that true? Is that true, Chad? Be honest. Something I noticed with chat, you can never get them to agree on anything.
Oh, it's fine.
I don't know why. Okay, Hulk. Where would you think the Hulk is?
S.
S tier on Hulk? Really?
Yeah.
Protect your ball.
Why is that?
A good one is like just always jumping in and out and like using his bubbles properly. Granted, I'll never get bubbled by a Hulk, but he's like impossible to kill.
Really? Usually when I think of, we have done an Elo Hell recently, so that's why I'm saying this. When I think of a lower ranked player playing either the Thing or Hulk, I'd never see them get low HP and then get out. They're always going in, they die, and then that's the only time they get out is because they're respawning. We literally just watched the Thing player say he was the best Thing player, and that's what exactly he was doing.
I feel that, and probably I haven't been in bronze in a long time, so maybe that's more accurate in bronze.
Okay. I would probably put Hulk in A myself. Not just quite S. I would say he is a very good character, though. Not better than Venom and Captain America, though, at dive.
Oh, went everywhere.
You.
Yo, the Stig, tier 3 for the 113 months, my friend. And Techi for 4 months. Appreciate it. How you doing, Mark? The last two tanks that we have, Groot and Strange. But we'll start with Groot first. Where do you think Groot is?
I think Groot is S tier when people actually play him.
Do not a lot of people play Groot?
It doesn't seem that way unless like no, it's just been a lot of Devil Dinosaur and Strange actually. And
Really? So
yeah, for me.
I'll let you go for Strange right now. Where would you put Strange? Because you say a lot of people play him.
I would put Strange and probably B.
So a lot of people are playing Strange right now, but he's a B tier character?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yeah, just because he's popular doesn't mean he's good.
Okay. So the thing I will say is that I do think Groot is, if if you're not playing dive, because it's a dive heavy meta, I do think he's going to be one of the best tanks that you could play. He has always been a very consistent, strong tank. He does get his ult fast, and he also has one of the most powerful ults. Obviously, it brings everyone together, and then you could combo it with a lot of other things. So I do think Groot is good. Groot is not good until Devil Dinosaur, though. And also Strange. I think Strange is a very consistent character, but I don't think he's probably going to be one of the best. So I do think he's also going to be kind of an A tier character.
Okay.
I don't know. Strange is a very consistent character as well. I would even put him with S, but I do think he's A because he gets bullied by the dinosaur as well. And Emma Frost.
I think S would be crazy, but I'm also not your rank, so.
Soon enough, you'll be there.
Imagine.
Soon enough. Since you're the guest, what would you like to do? You want to go to supports, or do you want to do a lot of these DPS characters?
We can do DPS. I'm a support main, so maybe my like input is also a little biased, but
No problem at all. Okay, I guess we'll go from top to bottom. Where would you think our boy Black Panther would be?
playing for the vibes.
Playing for the vibes. Okay. I would put him in D.
Really?
I think he does. He's not the strongest dive character, but if their enemy team is playing dive and you have some guy who lives and breathes Wakanda, then like he's going to be insane.
I see. I think because in the lower ranks he was banned like for so many seasons, people are out of practice with him, so he doesn't get picked very much anymore.
That is true. I do think the characters who... I think he's a very annoying character. I do think there are, like I said, other better dive characters that we'll get to. But I don't think he's... as bad. Oh, yeah, I forgot tank pool. Chat, there's only one thing here, so it's actually kind of bad. Tank pool, I don't see him that much. I'd probably put tank pool in... probably... The pros play him, but I don't see him at all. I'd probably put him in B.
I've been seeing more support pool than tank pool because of the nerfs, which is pain for me.
So you would put tank pool in...
I would put him in B as well. He's still
B?
okay, but
Okay. Tank pool. And I would say tank pool because I don't have enough things here. So bang. You did say something that I also noticed a lot too. I have started seeing a lot more support pool for some reason, and every time there's a support pool, I lose my game. So what we could go DPS pool for now. Where do you think DPS pool is?
I would put him D probably.
Okay.
I've never
DPS.
seen one like pop off.
That is true. I rarely see DPS pools pop off, but the ones that do pop off are like the JIT word, or it's like it's not really a lot of people that play DPS pool. Little Souls is another one of them. Yeah, but that's what I mean, chat. Like you have a very small sample pool, but that very small sample pool does pop off. I will say, in my opinion, I'd probably say B.
Okay.
Tank pool and DPS pool. Tank. Wait, no. Maybe I should do tank. That looks a little cleaner. Doesn't Necros play DPS pool? Oh, he does? Okay, so I'll probably move DPS pool to probably C now. Some chatter just brought up a good okay, so you did that. You put DPS pool in D. Okay, and then we'll save him for the supports. We'll save him for the supports. Ooh, my next character is Black Widow. Where do you have Black Widow?
Oh, playing for the vibes. You'll get one that like pops off just because like people get confused or something, but no, it's bad.
I agree. I mean, there's no explanation. Chat, they have to rework. I don't know. That's a very tricky thing, though. How do you rework Black Widow, though? Because she obviously is a sniper. How do you rework her? You can't have her one-shot, because if she can one-shot, then the whole community is going to be up in flames. I just don't know what you could do with that character.
So what you do is like you make her ass bigger, and then like she gets a clap, and she claps with her ass, and that will stun the team.
What? What are you?
We'll make
What
that
are
her
you saying? What? Okay, chat. That is not me. I did not say that. That is Cargo. Okay, moving on. Hawkeye.
I would put Hawkeye in C.
Hawkeye's in C. That is true. I don't think Hawkeye is a really good character right now. I do think he's not that good. I don't think he's being played right now. So Hawkeye, I would actually put... The only person I ever see play Hawkeye... Chat, the only person I can think of when I play Hawkeye is Moxie. Does Moxie play Hawkeye? Do you guys watch him? Does he still play Hawkeye? Because I would probably put Hawkeye in D tier. I've never seen... I don't see Hawkeye in my games. And when Hawkeye gets played, I usually lose. I think I've seen him once. I don't see Hawkeye at all. But Hella.
Hella is... Oh, goodness. I would put Hella in A tier.
A tier.
S if people are shooting, like hitting their shots, but I think where I'm at, she's A.
Okay. You know what? Our next character I want to try. I want to hear your thoughts on this one next. Hella, I would say that, in my opinion, Hella is probably going to be a B tier. I don't think she's all that bad, but I also don't think she's all that good. I think she is only... I personally think she's really good when she has the team up. I think the team up moves her up to A, but not S. But I think she's very consistent, I would say.
Yeah.
But going on to the next character, I do think this is going to be the character that you have to play. Phoenix is really good. They buffed her. She's really strong. She's going to be the best in slot. With other characters, I will say as well. But
No,
yeah,
I agree. Phoenix is best in slot in my elo as well, and she's banned pretty much all the time.
Okay. Makes sense. I mean, she's busted right now. They changed her a little bit. She does more damage if you hit your shots. A lot of combustions as well. Also, I don't know if you guys know this, but when there's a devil dinosaur on the field and his head is huge, you keep headshotting that devil dinosaur and everyone just keeps blowing up and blowing up and blowing up. You get your ult pretty fast. I think the fastest I got my ult on Hella this season was like 14 seconds, which is crazy. Jeez. I'm pretty sure I think I did. Iron Fist.
A-ish. If there was like a B.5, I would put him there.
A B.5. Okay. Respect it. Let's see if my face is starting to get there. Iron Fist is A. I do think he is very annoying recently. I wouldn't probably put him in A. I'd probably put him a tier lower, and I'll probably say probably B. So
Okay.
we're pretty much the same there almost. Iron Man.
Ooh, D tier.
Your first D tier character is Iron Man.
Yeah.
Why Iron Man a D tier? I feel like in lower ranks, people actually don't look up, and therefore Iron Man would actually be a very strong character.
Which is very true. I've had a couple of games in my where he was just beating our ass, just floating around in the air. But I do think if someone like chooses to use their brain and just picks Punisher, like he melts. So
Okay. Iron Man, I chat. Would you put Iron Man or D or F? I don't see Iron Man in my games.
I would probably put him in F then.
Do you want to move your Iron Man?
No, he's gonna stay in D for me. But if you're not saying him,
Yeah, I don't see him at all. Personally. Magic.
Magic is I think I would put her in A tier. Oh, I have so many A's. I actually would put her in B tier. She's
I mean,
not as good as
can,
Iron Fist.
You can have a lot of A's. It's no problem.
That's true.
Let me see if I can like make it. Can you make this like half and half? No, you're probably not, right? I need to move my fat head. I'm gonna move my fat head down here. There you go. Yeah, you can keep them in A. There's a lot of characters. There's almost 50 characters in this game, or there's probably 50 characters now. So we have a pretty big tier list. Magic for me, I would probably say is I think Magic is not the best dive character right now. Kingsman would probably have a easier explanation on this, but I do think Iron Fist is a little better than Magic. I don't think Magic is in a good spot right now, even though it is kind of a dive meta. And we will get to why there's other better characters, in my opinion, chat. You guys, I know, are pretty much waiting for me to say, oh my god, Black Cat, that's going to be the character to go. But slowly but surely, you put Magic in B tier. That's fine. Moon Knight. Where would you put Moon Knight?
I would put Moon Knight in S tier.
Moon Knight in S tier, which I can agree with. I would not put him as high. I'd probably put him in A.
That makes sense.
That's
no
good.
one shoots the fucking onk.
True. Also, I don't know if people know this, but if you are playing Moon Knight and the other team has a Punisher and Dinosaur, you shred them because your Unk will bounce between them two and you literally kill them instantly. So if you're also playing Punisher, don't go on your Devil Dinosaur if the other team has a Moon Knight. You will get shredded and killed right away. Namor. We'll do Namor without the team up.
No more without the team up is B for me.
Okay. I am going to say Namor is actually higher than that. I'm going to say A. He's good at he's good for counter dive. Even if the other team has a really good dive, which is really strong right now, you put your squids down, your squids will do a great job.
I think if more people flanked with him, he would probably be better in my ranks, but people just like throw their squids like either on a wall or in front of them and are shooting from the back line.
Which is, I mean, that just comes with game time. There are times where you want to stay with your team because the other team is diving you and you want to absorb that dive and you want to kill them. But there are also times where you have to pick and choose your battles. You can't go on the flank. If the other team is diving your team, you could put your squids and go from the back line. But it's a battle of, like, who kills whose team faster. So pretty, it's a pick and choose your battle, basically, type of thing. Psylocke.
I would put Psylocke in A tier. Not a lot of people are playing her, but she's also like, people know how to patty cake through her ult, and if they're not getting picks, then they're useless anyway.
Okay, fair enough. I'd agree with you. I think Psylocke is a very consistent and strong character. She's good, and plus she's really good at dive. She can go in and do a lot of damage or flank from the back. So I do agree. Scarlet Witch.
So I'm gonna put Wanda at C, and hear me out. It's because there's so many support players down in Plat and Diamond, And so we're all picking support, and their comfort DPS pick will always be Wanda. So if you have a Wanda on your team, it's because the support player is trying to fill.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's actually kind of crazy that you say that support players are trying to fill. It's the same thing with tanks. If you have 3 tank players on your team, 3 tanks is still a viable strat. Just like how 3 supports is a viable strat. So it's just because you have 2-2-2 or 2 people picked supports first, you can pick another support. There are characters who do fit in that category. Like if you have 2 main supports, you could also go Mantis, you could go Ultron, you could go Adam Warlock. There's still a lot of things that you could do. So you put her in C tier. I am going to put Scarlet Witch. Oh my god, I want to put her in the vibes, man. I have not seen a Scarlet Witch in my game. I personally have not seen a Scarlet Witch in my game.
There's that one guy that plays a lot of Wanda, Jirot. You've duoed with him before.
When did I do it with him? Because I have not remember this.
Oh, it was like a few seasons ago.
There is one person that I know that plays Scarlet Witch and only Scarlet Witch. They go like Maximoff. I don't know. Chat. Do you guys know who I'm talking about? There's a person who goes by Max me off, Max me off. Mulch Max me, that guy. He only plays Scarlet Witch, but I have not seen him in a very long time. Yeah, so okay, Spider-Man. I think this is going to be a very, for some reason, I feel like it's going to be a very high one for you.
So I would put him in probably B. I've had like some really good Spider-Mans and some really awful ones, and they're in every single fucking game unless he's banned.
That is true. I kind of what happened?
Sorry, Flarking.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine. I would put him not in B, but I'll probably put him in A. He's very good, you know, being annoying, diving, all that stuff. Plus, he did get a little change to his ultimate ability. I don't think that makes him broken though, but he is. You can still cancel his ult. I don't know. Spider-Man players are a hit or miss. Chat. The reason I like A is because there are some Spider-Man players out there who look like before they got on Marvel Rivals, they took 9,000 milligrams of Adderall, sniffed some crack off their table, I don't know, and then they're playing insane. I don't know. We all have seen those Spider-Mans before. A few days ago, I remember playing against a Spider-Man and saying, wow, that Spider-Man is one of the best Spider-Man players I've ever seen. But sometimes you guys get those Spider-Man players who go in your voice chat and they're like, hey man, guys, let's not ban Spider-Man. I'm the best Spider-Man in this game. Trust me. And then you're like, okay, whatever, I'll trust you. The enemy team Spider-Man is kicking your ass while that Spider-Man that said trust him is 1-12 and you're losing the game and he's still saying, hey guys, I need you to trust me. Like, hey, we all been there. We all been there. So, Spider-Man can be S. Consistent ones can be an A. Horrible ones, B or lower. Squirrel Girl.
I would put Squirt Girl at D.
Wait, Squirrel Girl.
Sorry, Squirrel Girl at D. Mostly because, same as Wanda, support DPS comfort pick can go crazy because nobody knows how to position themselves, but it's still bad.
Okay, fair enough. God, I don't see her at all. I don't see Squirrel Girl at all. I think she could probably be good on some maps with spam. I don't know, chat. I would either say F or D. What are your guys' thoughts? I don't see Squirrel Girl a lot at all. Plus, I mean, D, she's not useless. I do not see Squirrel Girl, bro. I'm sorry. I do not see Squirrel Girl on my games, man. Nah, man. She has one map, D tier. So you are saying that a whole character moves up the list because one map she's kind of good at? No, I don't think so. Star-Lord. Ooh, it's gonna be a good one.
I would say S. Probably like one step away from best in slot, but he's pretty S.
See, I would see, this is a tough one for me. I want to put Star-Lord in best in slot, but I think Star-Lord is going to be an S just because I think the last best in slot is, you guys know who it's going to go to. I can't put the same character in the same thing, bro. Oh, I messed her other thing. You said S, right? Sorry.
Yeah, S. That's fine.
Okay, so we agree there. We agree there. Yeah, our best in slots are looking like the same, so it's good. You know, I just wanna go ahead and do this. Black Cat in your rank. What is she? Is she best in slot?
Yeah, I would say Black Cat's best in slot. Also banned all the time.
Okay, I had to get that one out the way. Black Cat is one of the best characters out right now. Chat, you see her in pro play. She's just disgusting. I don't know, man. Now this is gonna be a tricky one. Storm.
I would put Storm down B tier.
Storm is in. Okay. For me personally, I don't even play Storm that much, but I'm always on the Storm train. I always think Storm is a very high value pick, especially in the previous seasons. She was a very low pick rate, but she had always a very high win rate. She's very consistent. A lot of people don't know about that. I think Storm is a very consistent character, but during this dive meta and during this meta, I don't think she's really good, so I'd probably put her in D.
That's valid.
Personally, for myself, chat. I don't see a lot of Storm players, especially with how much, like, you know, Punisher's probably being played right now, and Star-Lord deletes Storm. Okay, up next, who do we have? Punisher.
Punisher, I would put him in A tier mostly because like he's really consistent and just an all around like wholesome pick. He's just good.
He's a wholesome pick. Personally, for me, chat, I'd put Punisher in A tier, man. I think if not A, I'd put him in S. I think Punisher is a really good tank, man. Not tank, a really good DPS, bro. Not only does he, bro, a lot of people are not playing Magneto right now. You guys need to understand, this is my thought process. A lot of people are not playing Magneto right now. A lot of people are playing Emma Frost, they're playing Doctor Strange, or they're playing the big Groot, or they're playing the big guy, Devil Dinosaur. You shred Devil Dinosaur. You build your ult so fast, and not only that you build your ult so fast, you kill through any support ult. Bro, he is such a good pick right now. No. He is such a good pick right now, man.
And his gunplay is just so easy to get a handle on that he's easy to pick up for everyone.
True. And his team up is a lot of fun. No, who doesn't like riding their friends? They're dinosaurs. So.
Right.
Next up, Bucky. I'll let you go first because I might be a little biased on this one.
I would put Bucky in B tier. And B is not bad. He's like middle of the, you know, pool.
Breaking my heart.
I know, I'm sorry.
I put Bucky in A tier. I think he's good. Depends who's
you're good on Bucky.
Well, I'm trying to teach, you know, the younger generation that when you play Bucky, you need to... the one thing that they did change, I would put him higher, but the one thing they did change is his uppercut, which does flark with a lot of the other flankers, but I still think he is a very consistent pick. He has a hook. He could do a lot with his hook, chat. Hey, I still have... and even in this season right now, I have a 60% win rate with Bucky, so... Wolverine.
I don't see him a lot. I'd put Wolverine maybe in C.
You don't see Wolverine a lot, really. C tier, I think he's a very strong character right now. I'd probably put him either in A or S. A or S, A or S, A or S, A or S. Probably S.
Really?
He's a very strong pick right now. He deletes He actually deletes Devil Dinosaur. Wolverine is really strong. He's not the best. I would pick either Star-Lord or Phoenix or Black Cat over him, but I do think he's a very consistent. I would play him, but I am not good on Wolverine. So
Yeah, I've seen.
you've seen, wow. Mr. Fantastic.
Pisses me off. I would put him in D tier.
I would also put him in a very low tier. You know, you would think a character like Mr. Fantastic would do really good with helping his team against dive and all that stuff, but I think they kind of changed him. I don't think he's good right now.
He doesn't die, but he doesn't do anything.
True. He doesn't do anything. He doesn't do anything. Human Torch.
I would put Torch in either D or Playing for the Vibes.
Ooh, you gotta pick one.
I'll do D.
You'll do D? Okay, I don't think he's that bad. I think he's still pretty bad, but I don't think he's that bad throwing for the vibes. I'd probably put him in C. There are some teams that play Human Torch chat. Human Torch, I think, can pull off some things, especially if you have like an Ultron or something. 3 supports. I think he's very situational though. But I do think he's a C. I don't think he's all that bad. Blade.
Playing for the Vibes.
I mean, yeah. I would rather have a Blade than any of these characters down here. So I'd probably say D. Yeah.
That's valid.
Daredevil.
Daredevil, when people can play him, I would put him in S tier. He's another one that's banned all the time.
You put Daredevil in S tier. I would agree with you on that one. He's a very strong character. We see him played a lot in Marvel Rivals Ignite. I do think if you don't have a really good cat player, a black cat player, a lot of people do pick Daredevil because you can mark the black cat. You see her in her invisibility. You can mark her. And also, he's still a really good melee dive character. And dive is very strong. And last but not least, the last DPS character, Elsa. We have started seeing a little bit of more teams picking up Elsa.
I would
What are your
put
thoughts?
Elsa in A tier.
You would put Elsa in A tier. Ooh, okay.
Whatever they did to Glartrox, like he's super melty and the ult isn't as strong anymore. Still pretty strong, but
I do not think Elsa is best in slot, chat. Elsa, I think, is a... Okay, I was going to put Elsa in A, but I'm going to put her in S. I think she's still a really good character, but she's not as good as any of these characters, in my opinion. But she is better than these characters down here, if that makes any sense, chat. Obviously, it's a tier list. Nice. So this is going to be a lot of fun because you said you're a support player, and I want to know your opinions here. So let's go with White Fox. What are your thoughts on White Fox?
White Fox is S tier.
White Fox to you is S tier. Okay. I completely agree. She's a very good character. She is very good with dive. Not only is she really good with dive, if someone dives her, she is really good to, sustain that dive and, absorb that dive and she can 1v1 any dive character and probably win.
And mobility is king, so just being able to teleport around is just super helpful.
That is true. If someone dives you can just teleport. Easy. Gambit.
Gambit, I would put him in A tier. I don't think he's as scary as everyone thinks he is, at least not in my elo. I would put him in A tier.
Gambit, I still think is best in slot. He's broken. I'm sorry, he's broken. He is one of the most. He got so many. Someone in chat today said, "Why are there people banning Gambit? Gambit got so many nerfs." It doesn't matter if Gambit got so many nerfs. Chat. Gambit is still a very broken support character. Not only is he broken, he enables so many people with his support, especially Star-Lord and Phoenix and everyone else when they combo. Propaganda, he's not broken. Gambit is broken. That ultimate ability, I will stay on. I wouldn't. I was gonna say on Boba's life, but I can't say that because Emily will kill me. Gambit's broken. No, you can easily kill him. No, you do not. He has 2 dashes, and he also has 2 slams to heal himself. And he could throw cards and all that stuff. Chat, he's strong.
Yeah.
Stop it. Shit, you know what? I kind of want to move like White Fox to best in slot as well. Would that be crack? No, that would be drugs, right, chat? Mantis.
C? Not a lot of people play her, and that's probably because she's very aim intensive.
Really? You know what the misconception there is there? A lot of people think Mantis is not a good support in lower ranks, but she is actually one of the best supports. There's a reason why a lot of pros ban her, chat, or a lot of people ban her. She enables 3 supports. She has that damage boost. They kind of changed her damage boost a little bit to 12% to 8%, but they also increased her movement speed, and I'm pretty sure other people's movement speed as well. Mantis is a very strong character, and we'll also get into the fact that Ultron is another one of those characters that are very strong. But first, next up we have Luna. What do you think of Luna?
My baby girl. I would put her probably in A.
Okay, just so I.
So she's like A, between A and S. Like, if I'm getting dove all the time, I'm gonna swap to Luna and hopefully hit my freezes. But if I usually pick Sue first.
Okay,
like
makes
I'll
sense.
play Sue over Luna.
I think Luna is an S tier character. Bro, chat, help me with this. I am in a predicament. I want to move White Fox to best in slot or Luna to best in slot, bro, because I think they are 2 of the best support characters right now. I think I'm going to say you guys would say Luna over White Fox and best in slot? Nah, I'd say this. Hold on, let me think. No, bro. See, I can't put White Fox in best in slot. The reason I can't put White Fox in best in slot is because I have to stay true to myself, chat. I wear my heart on my sleeve, and every time I see White Fox, I think her neutral is really good. But I am sorry, I am gonna stand on this hill that White Fox's neutral is so good that they have to make her ultimate suck ass, and that's why her ultimate is not as good as it can be. They can't make her ultimate too strong because she would be one of the most busted characters. I do think her ultimate is ass. When she pops her ultimate, especially in my ranks, she gets deleted. She gets CC'd. She's horrible. But that's where Luna comes in, and I think Luna, she could die in her ult as well, but I think that defensive ult, that 10 seconds or 8 seconds that she's dancing, no one dies. So that's why I think, but I cannot say that Luna is best in slot because then I want to say, because Inviswoman still exists, and I think Inviswoman is on par with Luna. So that's my thinking. And I guess I'll go to you as well. Where would you put Invis Woman?
I would put her in best in slot.
Best in slot?
Yeah.
Luna.
Luna.
You think? Oh, not Luna. Invis Woman. You think Invis Woman is the best character in your ranks?
Yes.
For support.
I think she's pumping out consistent heals. A lot of heal botting is happening in the lower ranks because nobody knows how to use corners, and the shield is just so nice to be able to play around when you're being dove. Yeah, I put Invis in best in slot.
Okay. I can't argue with that. I think Invis is really good. Okay, moving on to Loki. What do you think Loki is?
I think Loki's a solid A. He's still good, but what makes him good is being able to copy another support that is better than him.
That is true. That is true. See, that's where I am also in a little problem here. I think Loki is a I think Loki is a very good support character. I wish I had really good memory, because I would say, I know chat, you guys probably have better memory than me. Gambit is usually always banned, but if you don't ban Gambit, you're gonna have to ban Loki, because you cannot give Loki Gambit. That's just some of the most broken. That's broken. I feel like I need to add another support in best in slot. I feel like I need to. But there are so many good supports right now. I don't know how. I just don't know which one it is. Jeff, where would you think Jeff?
I think Jeff is D. I wouldn't say he's playing for the vibes, but he's definitely pissing me off, even though he's so cute.
Okay. A lot of teams that we do see in MRI play Jeff.
I think because there's a lot of 2-2-2 in my elo. If Jeff is my second support, I want to die.
Wait, so wait a minute. This is funny that you said that. You said there's a lot of 2-2-2 in your elos, but how come every time there's an elo hell or someone in my chat, they always complain that they're never running 2-2-2?
Maybe because I'm plat diamond, so maybe triple support or whatever is lower a lot. I don't know.
Okay. I would say Jeff is... Okay, I'm saying Jeff is A. I don't think he's S. I think Jeff is A. The reason I think Jeff is A is I think in my ranks, chat, from my experience, when there's a Jeff ult, you have I'm going to say you have a 1 in 4 chance, a 25% chance of swallowing someone and actually living to kill those people. Usually, you get your ass blown up. Now, you get your ass blown up. Your ult is not that strong, in my opinion. It's like White Fox. White Fox, when you pop a Jeff ult, bro, someone is waiting for you around that corner, bro. As soon as you pop a Jeff ult, bro, Phoenix pops ult. You have like a Magneto about to ult you. You have a, Hulk jumping to your team, and then everyone's getting bubbled, and you can't swallow anyone, bro. A Namor is waiting for you when you swallow people. A Bucky is waiting to slam you. I just think there are too many ways to counter. A lot of people do use it for positioning, but when you Jeff ult and leave that puddle on the ground and you go Jeff ult back to your to live, I still don't think that Jeff ult is good. I think Jeff ult is an ass heal, just like White Fox. I don't think it's good. I do think Jeff is still strong, but I don't think he is on par with any of these other supports, in my opinion. Though he does have good survivability against the dives. Yes. Someone said Jeff is an S tier character because Jeff players are A with 2 capital S's. What are your guys' thoughts? Adam Warlock.
I would put Adam Warlock as another C character.
Adam Warlock C. I'm roughly the same as you. I think I think the only time you ever play Adam Warlock is when you're trying. It's like Penny. I feel like I'm gonna put him down here at C because the only time you ever want to play him is when you're trying to full hold on first point on a lot of these maps, and then after you fail the full hold, like Penny, you would probably switch. So that's what I would think. Cloak and Dagger.
So, Cloak and Dagger is just S in my ranks. Everyone plays her. I think she's very boring, but she's just so consistent and just so annoying. And everyone's learned how to do her fade. And yeah, so very easy to play. Everyone can play her.
Okay. I'm putting Cloak in one below you. I'm putting Cloak in A. I just feel like she's not as good as like Luna, White Fox, or Luna, Inviswoman, Loki. I don't. She is. I guess you say very easy to play, but I don't think she gets the same value as the other supports right now.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Even though she is pretty good, if she does get dove, chat, or someone's diving her teammates, she can put a bubble on the floor and then live that dive kind of. Rocket Raccoon.
I would put Rocket as maybe A.
I agree. I think Rocket Raccoon is a good character right now, but the main problem with Rocket Raccoon, the reason I don't think he's S, Phoenix is very, very strong right now.
Right.
And I do think Rocket Raccoon, just like chat, Cloak and Dagger, he is not that hard to play. He does get a lot of value. They did buff him, by the way. And also, I do think people don't realize this, but you get a res beacon every 45 seconds, or I think if I'm not mistaken, you get the res beacon if you die. It goes off cooldown, right? So if you throw down a res beacon, someone gets res, you die, and you come back. That's you get your res beacon right away. So I do think having an ability to bring someone back to life is really strong. It's like a redo button. So it's a redo button. I mean, I'm pretty sure a lot of people in my chat, you guys have played against Mercy. Remember Mercy and Moth meta and all that stuff? Do you know how annoying that is? So, Ultron.
I would say Ultron is C down with the others that require triple support.
Really?
Yeah.
I think we see a lot of people playing Ultron right now. I guess not in what if go ahead.
It really is like 2-2-2 is like what everyone wants to play. They like really don't like triple support where I'm at in like Plat and Diamond. They think it's throwing sometimes. I think because like there's not a lot of consistent DPS that you require that second DPS to lean on to pump out as much damage.
You in your rank, and chat can also agree with this if you're in that rank. So, and you said in Plat or Diamond, people think 3 support is throwing. There's no way. How are Plat and Diamond players going to complain that 3 support is broken and not want and you guys say you don't play 3 supports? Chat. 3 supports is so strong. Especially if you're a DPS player, or let's just say you're a DPS player and you're not playing really well and you want to go Ultron or Mantis. Giving your team an Ultron or a Mantis is insane. That's wild. I think Ultron is an A. I don't think he's an S tier character, but I do think he's an A. I think you put him at C. Well, we're almost relatively close. And they go 1, 2, 3 is the problem. Yeah, chat. If you're running 3 supports, you cannot run 1 tank. How are you going to build your ult charge? You can't build your ult charge. You can't build your ults really fast if you have 1 tank player. That's not enough health pool right there. You need 2 tanks. 2 tanks, 1 DPS, 3 supports. And then last but not least, you have your support pool. Your support pool, I don't think is good right now. I am going to put support pool at, usually when I have a support pool player, I'm sorry, we lose. I'm putting support at C. I think he's a C tier character. I don't think he's good. The only time I think support pool is good is like the beginning of the game. Support pool will probably have his ult much quicker than everyone else, and then you have that advantage. But throughout the whole game, I don't think so. I don't think so, man. And what would you think support pool's at?
I would put him at a B just because I would rather have him as my second DPS than the people I put in C. But he still like makes it really hard as the second DPS to keep everyone up. Like, yeah, he gets his ult in 0.5 seconds, but it's not really that good.
Wait, so you guys are playing support pool as your second DPS?
Yeah, second support, sorry.
Oh, your second support. Oh. Okay. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I usually have support Deadpool as my second second support, and we lose games. I have not had good luck. Maybe it's just me, but I don't have good luck. But I think this is a good tier list, chat. What are your guys' thoughts? This is my tier list of my honest. Usually when people do tier lists, you guys always say, "Oh, you guys are biased. You guys are, only talking about your ranked experience or the top 1%, blah, 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 whatever you guys might be." Hey, but this time we had a great idea to bring in someone from chat who's going to represent you guys, and that is your guys' tier list on the right side. I think bang. What are your thoughts? I think this is a great tier list.
Yeah, and again, like this is the point of view from a support, but I hope I was able to represent everyone appropriately, and also thank you for letting me do this.
No, thank you for joining. I appreciate that. That's awesome. Thank you. Chat, can we get a massive W for Cargo Sharks for joining us and doing her ranks tier list? Massive W. I like that. Hey, that was a little clever. Appreciate it.
See ya. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too. Hey, that's a little clever. I like that, bro. I don't know. I randomly thought, because you guys usually when I do tier lists, usually you guys piss me off, and you're like, "But J3, this isn't what happens in lower ranks. This is what happened in the lower." Well, we got someone from lower ranks. We put and they made a tier list for you guys as well. So you have my tier list and you have another tier list. There you guys go. Give Cargo your channel and retire, Jay. What the flark, bro? What the hell, man? Nah, you know what? Now I'm actually really mad. I'm gonna go run it down in my ranked games, and I'm gonna blame my chat for it. Okay, this is not live right now. We go live at what, 5 o'clock, right, chat? So we have about 45 minutes. Oh man, do we even have time for a ranked game? Maybe I should just like play. Maybe I should just play quick play.
Yeah, let's go, champ!
Okay, cool. Hug. Appreciate a massive gifted sub, my friend. Sorry, did I miss everyone? Missed a lot of people, didn't I? Sorry. Chili. Appreciate the massive new tier 1 sub. Champ Leary. Appreciate massive 3 months. Mile Arena for 2 months. Appreciate it as well. In Suspension for 3 months. Appreciate it. X Zabu. Appreciate massive prime sub. Bone Collector for 2 months. Jeremy for 2 months. Most likely Luigi for 5 months. Appreciate it. And Drizzy, appreciate the massive prime sub, my friend. Welcome. Okay, let's get this. Okay, let's see that. Bang. Okay, we start in about 26 minutes, chat. Yeah, we're gonna do quick play, bro. Sorry. I was just looking to see when we start. Came from YouTube, had a sub. Hey, appreciate it. If you guys were wondering, by the way, NA starts in about 30 minutes. They already have a countdown.
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
Should I just go backline Punisher? Oh yeah, I gotta fix this, by the way. Yeah, my bad. What is it? Control Z? There you go. And I go over here. Oh no, I have to play support? You guys are not gonna get healed.
Where there is evil in this universe, I will be there
My
to
team
balance
is
it.
not gonna get healed, bro. Oops.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Look at you, golden boy. You look like something I'd steal from a museum.
Taking that which does not
where's
belong to
Alex?
you hardly seems like a fulfilling existence.
You might think that, until you roll around in a pile of expensive stolen jewelry.
The only jewel I
battle
need is
starts
the
in
Soul
5,
Stone,
4,
and I shudder to
3,
think what might happen if it
2,
ended up in your
1.
hands.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Living is so overrated.
Okay, sick.
Your souls unite.
Oops. GG, no heals, chat. Big Toe Brush 99. Eh?
A shield. How nice.
No. We gotta kill that guy, bro. Yo, these guys are tryharding, bro. Yo. No, I'm not giving up, bro. Let's go. Come on. Yo, it's my first game on, bro. I've been spectating all day, man. Yo, this is why Penny is in C tier right now. We cannot. What are we doing here?
I'm good to go. Some assistance, please.
Okay, I can't believe that guy actually just stayed in there to get beat up.
Born again!
I will bring my team alive. Why is my team? What is going on here? My team is standing still while Hella is shooting them. Stop.
I have risen.
You know what? Watch this. I'm just gonna do this.
Magic is not to be owned, but to be felt, experienced, lived.
I am Thor, son of Odin. No watcher, but a warrior. Shortcut through space.
Did he just leave the game? Did he just leave the game?
Magic is not to be owned, but to be felt.
He left the game, bro!
Lived.
He left the game!
Open your eyes. Reality is but an illusion.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I am no sorcerer.
Sorry, first time portaling. Team was yelling at me. I got stressed.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Understandable.
Didn't run from the altar. Sure as hell not gonna run from the fight.
Ay, 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 ay. I didn't lie. Oh my god, where did my health go? Oh my god.
The mission area is yours to capture now.
I wasn't lying, man. I wasn't lying. What? Chat, honestly, look at me. Do I look like the face of a liar?
Let the devil
Oh my god! Yo, 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 yo. What is going on right now, bro? I'm 1 and 4. What's going on, man? What's going on, man? Dude! Dude! I'm getting shredded! Holy shit! I want to learn Rogue, but you said she's bad, so I don't want to anymore. Rogue's not bad. I think Rogue is bad by herself, but if you have a Gambit on your team, Rogue is really good. Oh my god.
by the eye of Agamotto.
Oh, I was spamming E and I wanted to get that. Ooh.
We are undefeatable! You are nothing!
Bro. Where's the hella at? Christ, bro. Oh my goodness gracious.
Let the devil out!
Wait, that person's not dead? Oh my god, I'm dead. It doesn't matter. They're not touching. W. W.
Armor-Pack's here. Pay up.
Before you attack. Get ready.
You gotta be kidding me. There's a dinosaur on our team now? And I thought that shark was weird.
Thank you. Jay finally locked in? Nah, I'm just messing around, man. Should I send my team off the map again?
3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I can't believe that guy quit the game that he fell off the map on. I actually cannot believe that. That's crazy. Dude.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Oh, this guy's bouncing on it. Oh, come back here, bro. Damn, I was trying to catch up. I was trying to help that guy. I couldn't even move. Also, I popped my ult and I feel like I did nothing.
Enemies. Perfect.
Okay, you know what? Doesn't matter. I'm going in. Bro, why does it feel like I am tickling people? Devil Dinosaur needs a buff. I don't care what anyone says. They need to double his HP, double his damage, make his ult last 4 times longer, and also give him 5 times on shield. Wait, Emily? Hello?
Hello.
Wait, what? The guy just said hello to me. Yo, bro. I swear either 2-minute ads really J3. Who gives a shit about ads? You're in the middle of a fucking game, bro. Pay attention. What? This guy's complaining about ads in a middle of a fucking game. Oh shit, we need a TP. We lost. I can't believe we lost, chat. It's not my fault. We have about 12 more minutes, so I think we have like one more game. Okay, let's get it. I'm not being Mr. Nice Guy next game, chat. I'm not being Mr. Nice Guy. I gotta...
Protect your bald king!
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Squirrel girl. Squirrel girl. Dragon! Appreciate the massive 34 months. Hold up, chat. Give me 1 sec. How about that?
I do still kind of have a crush. They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
I sense in you a being pure of heart. One be my next host.
Wow, gosh, thanks. I'm really flattered, but I don't know if I'm.
Giddy up. Speaking to the minuscule mammal that you.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area. Checks out. She's the greatest.
Okay, I heard a loud noise in my house, and I walked around, and I don't see anyone, and now I'm really scared. Chat, you guys would protect me, right? No. I'm gonna pop off here. Bro. I think this guy has ult. I wanna stay away from that. Yo, what's wrong with me on Squirrel Girl, chat? You guys are hating, bro. You guys are just not one with the nuts.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Pulse charge, fire!
Did he just... What? You gotta be one with the squirrels, bro. You gotta be one with the squirrels. No way I missed that night row.
You did that with an acorn? Impressive.
This character's... No!
You mess with the Phoenix? I'm not done with this fight yet.
Frontlining with Squirrel Girl? That's how... Yeah, bro, she's insane. Of course I'm gonna frontline with Squirrel Girl. Squirrel Girl beat Thanos. So technically I can beat anyone. No way. Oh, ready? Watch this, watch this. The team up ability. You ready? Watch this. That's not where I wanted to go! Look at that. No one expects the Squirrel Girl, bro. No one expects it.
And I was holding back. We're back, right, Tippy Toe? You stop them in their tracks.
Okay. We have about 4 minutes, chat. We have 4 minutes. Let's get this.
Time to go nuts.
I think Squirrel Girl on this map is one of the best things you can possibly do, too. She's awesome on this map. Okay, ready? Watch this. Let's get this.
Hey, look at the Iron Man.
We are undefeated.
Wait, they double support ulted? Okay.
I got both healers right here.
No! I tried. I tried. Oh, I tried, man. When is MRI-NA? 15 minutes.
Iron Man flanking frontal.
You did that with an
Nice, you're fucking killing that Iron Man.
Thank you. I'm a squirrel girl main. I appreciate it.
Enemies on approach.
The final 10 seconds. You are nothing. Got you covered. Another epic victory.
Nice. Oh my god, wait, I'm on the main broadcast. My title is creator. I am the creator of everything, chat. You saw that? Saw that? Okay, let's get out of here. No. I'm not getting an ad, bro. Okay, let's get this.
V, who did really well for themselves, were the first team to beat Virtus Pro in a number of months in an entire series, and actually since we saw way back when during Stage 1, and now we got to see it happen again here in the preseason. Then Rad beat them as well. So
Did 100 Thieves fire their coach? No, they did not.
And then Rad and Shikigami somewhere in there. Pulsar has some potential based on the players that they picked up. I'll let you take a look at their roster and see what your thoughts are there as well. Other side of things, in Pacific specifically, there's the two favorites, right? It's Gen G, it's Reject. Those are the two teams that should make the mid-season finals. Everyone else is kind of a toss-up. You could have Z10, you could have Chiefs, you could have some unknown rosters.
Is Jay playing in the tournament today? No. We're watch party.
The fold. So we don't really know who else is going to be contending with those top two teams. On the other side of things, for China, it's been more parity than ever, right? OUG fell earlier on. We saw Conix get the victory. Fiat Lux doing really well for themselves.
Well, I'm not a chat. I'm a creator, bro. I'm a content creator. I'm not a talent. Talent is like,
so if you have three in your mind,
he's a talent for Marvel Rivals. He's a caster. He's a host.
Conix maybe falls down a little bit, and we saw some big pickups in the offseason for Fiat Lux, so I could see them actually making it. But that's everything you need to know for Stage 1 of Ignite. Go enjoy the matches, and we'll see you later.
Nah, bro, listen. They pay me not to play in tournaments because it wouldn't be entertaining for you guys to watch.
Hello and welcome, my friends, to day 2 of the American scene in Stage 1 of Ignite. And day 1 gave us a good taste of the group stage, some big statement wins by the nation's
Is he
best.
wearing a shirt with Guang Guang on it?
For me, at least, was how quick some of these teams synergize. But today we get the bigger picture, a real look at the other teams in this tournament, new questions and new expectations along the way. I'm Cozy, your host today, joined by
a shirt with Guang Guang on it.
Like a movie trailer in Gaskin. Of course, the talented, the unmatchable hype machine in Vicky Kitty. And I've got to ask both of you guys, great to have you here. Yesterday, it showed us that a few of these teams came ready, and today we find out who else belongs in that
I'm going to start the predictions in a second, chat.
Let me start with Vicky. Which team are you most excited to finally get your eyes on today?
I want to see FlyQuest, man. There's been so many changes diving into not only Season 8 changes in the game, but with these roster mania changes
Shib is
too.
at his Shib is at his sister's wedding right now. He'll be back probably tomorrow. Also, by the way, if you guys were wondering, these are the matches today. You have NRG against Nightmare. You have 100 Thieves against FlyQuest. You have STDs. Yes, chat. That is a team against TSM. And you have YWL against EXG. Everything that I circled are the teams that are blue that are going to win. So I think between NRG and Nightmare, for an example, NRG is going to win. FlyQuest is going to beat 100 Thieves. TSM is going to beat STDs. And YWL is going to beat EXG. If you guys want to make money, J3's Get Rich Preds. This is how you get rich. 100% accurate, never wrong. There you guys go.
The players that are in this as stinkers is that Wolverine we'll be looking
there
at that
you
shortly. But
guys
this is
go.
just such a great moment. Fun to see some real storylines quite literally come to life. And one of my favorite things to do just by, while you're watching is look at someone playing your main and learn a thing or two about how they play, ability cooldowns, their placements. Love to see it. And you can earn Twitch drops along the way. On top of that, we got Season 8's newest Vanguard is here. It's Devil Dinosaur, and it's already making a massive impact. He brings frontline pressure, disruptive engages, and the kind of game plan only a giant red T-Rex can provide. Run through the enemy team and ask questions later. You can expect him to be a major focus again today as teams continue figuring out just how much he changes the meta. Now, Gaskin, we saw the Dino not have as large of an impact yesterday, with the majority of teams protecting him actually taking the L. Does that carry over today?
Every team who protected Devil Dinosaur lost yesterday. I
Every
think that people would
team
have
who
learned their lesson
protected
yesterday.
Devil
You can't
Dinosaur
let Gambit
lost.
go through, but at the same time, Devil Dinosaur, even though an incredible Vanguard, very
And a lot of
powerful in
people are
ranks as
saying
well,
he's
these pro
broken.
players are starting to find ways to get around him, whether that be through the impressive poke you can have on your side as well, the comps you can kind of counter with, but certainly you can't be letting Gambit get through that easily. Devil Dino is good, but maybe not as good as people thought.
This is not Gaskin, the pro player, Chad. This is Gaskin.
In the preseason, Vicky, I know you were
Two
watching
different
yesterday.
people.
For you, what was kind of the biggest takeaway of what you saw from our first 3 matches of Stage 1?
Oh, Black Cat. Phoenix buffs, we love to see it, especially when the Gambit gets to go through, but it's been quite interesting to see how the Season 8 changes has brought not only Felicia, still back to light, right? Because,
by the way,
we didn't see the
Nathaniel
changes
for
on Black Cat's end of
96
things,
months,
but seeing how
Nathaniel,
dominating it's
absolutely
been in pro
insane,
play
my friend.
together
Appreciate
with
it.
Emma Frost, you get a team up implied in there when it comes to, having Luna Snow and having the extension on that ice wall. Star-Lord hand in hand. When we talk about Phoenix buffs, we can't ignore Star-Lord. These 3 heroes have just
Bro,
gone through
what is that
crazy
selective
changes
hearing,
that help
bro? I
elevate
love
the
Phoenix. I
battlefield
love
cozy,
Poke
and we
Slot,
got
W
to
Marvel
see that
Rivals.
in
She
day
said
one,
Black Cat,
especially
Black
when it
Cat,
starts to
Black
pick
Cat,
advantage.
and then Phoenix as the
Yeah,
last
for sure.
thing.
I mean, I think obviously getting 10 extra ammo to get that extra
What happened to Black Cat?
elimination factor on those 275 and
Nah.
up HPs. And as you said, I mean, Emma having
Fuck
that real presence. I don't
Black
know about you. I've been
Cat
playing a lot of Mother lately, and you can just beam
Daredevil.
down that dinosaur and always be at that 100%, which just has her have that much lethality and respect given to her not only as
Yo,
a
Gates
hero,
of Above.
but
Appreciate the
on
massive
the
donut, my
battlefield.
friend.
And then Phoenix, I mean, come on, just absolutely already front to back a
W,
great,
W.
hit scan hero, but Gaskin, all that much more threatening.
Yeah, it's been amazing to see Phoenix kind of pop off throughout pro play and ranked games, to be honest. I think that she was always a character when added. There was always going to be that threat. But even more so, a lot of the players who were playing a lot of Elsa last season and then occasionally were forced onto Phoenix because of the ban, now are going to reap all those benefits because there's going to be a lot of Phoenix coming through, let me tell you.
Well, if you did miss yesterday, let me quickly catch you up. Group A on the left side, we do have the nation's best 1-0 winning with ease. Team Liquid Citadel came away with that W yesterday against We Lost. Space Station Gaming squeaked out a reverse sweep, which was pretty unexpected against Equinox, but great that they were able to find their footing.
Okay, chat, I'm going to start the predictions now. First game is going to be NRG against Nightmare. You have 10 minutes.
With today in the remaining teams, as you can see down there at the bottom, Sentinels look to get right. And We Lost in Equinox once again. This is today's matchup schedule for today. So an extra
NRG
spice to yesterday. NRG Shock versus Nightmare to start the day. Very exciting. About that, we'll break that down more in a moment. Vicky, 100 Thieves FlyQuest. This is obviously, I would say, the most hyped of today in terms of not only org notoriety, but also expectation of these rosters.
100%. And what we talked about at the very beginning of the show, Cozy, why I wanted to look into FlyQuest and with the roster mania, it's not like 100 Thieves went through that change, but if anything, you saw what happened with Sentinels just yesterday when they had to face off against such a strong team that is Swamp Gaming. You have to imagine, have we learned our lesson? Have we been able to adapt around what the Season 8 changes have brought to us? Can 100 Thieves deal with FlyQuest after they've made their own changes too?
Absolutely, and you can see how we round out the rest of the day with Stick Drift, which is formerly Lunex versus TSM, and We Lost in Equinox. We saw them yesterday. Both take the L. Can one of them obviously right the ship? We'll find out which one does just that. And with that, let's go to turn our attention to NRG Shock versus Nightmare. And this is going to be a very interesting matchup because if you don't know, NRG Shock, pretty favored team by a lot of people, especially the preseason. I think they came away second in their group.
There's a typo. It's NTMR, not
it felt completely flat in the playoffs.
Whatever.
Lost 2 in a row,
you know who you're voting for.
definitely look to
not
to
really
right the
that
ship, and they do
much
so
of a problem.
by
Man.
replacing
you
their
know,
backline. They went over
typo
Gaskin
or
to
not, what team it is.
the Pacific
Fine.
Asia region and found
I think it'll be
themselves
okay.
the third place team's backline. Looks pretty solid at that, with Aztec and Hoodie joining here. Might have a little bit of ping, but can they get connection issues or communication going with them in the new additions?
Yeah, Aztec playing a lot of Loki and Jeff in the preseason, whereas for Hoodie it was White Fox, Mantis. So they've got a lot of variety between the two as strategists. I'm very excited to see how they perform on this team. I love that teams are kind of like either finding an entire back line or an entire front line.
Do you get
to
anything
make
from
sure that you
watching
get
on Twitch?
Really a solid
Yes.
addition to the
Twitch,
team
there
rather
are
than trying
Twitch
to force
drops.
someone's
There's 2 different drops going on
chemistry
right now.
right off the bat. We already know they can play well together. They got top 3 in preseason, so I'm very excited to see what they can do on this team. And you add that to already the impressive roster of NRG. As you said, they did fall a little bit when we got to the playoffs in preseason, but they showed in group stages that they can go toe-to-toe with some of the best teams.
Yeah, more on them in a moment, but between Window and Madara, really strong kind of tank pool or Vanguard lineup there that I'm excited to see. And Stinker's one of the few Wolverines that we have alongside what Shime does in the hit scan department. Again, we'll get to them in a moment.
I bet all my channel points on NRG, Jay. You better be right.
And that will be Nightmare. Now, Nightmare, was a team that I would say the story of the
Have I
preseason
ever
was
been wrong?
Explosive start, game 1, match 1. But then a slow end. They always found themselves reverse swept a lot during the preseason. Not only that, they've lost Ignite's or one of Ignite's best duelists in Vision.
Wait.
So how can this team find new identity?
Whoa,
right?
wait.
You were this close so many times before. These players are hungry. Can they fight
I've
it
gotten
here on day 2?
3
their
out of
first
4
matchup
correct
with Mace
on
and Impunity,
EMEA.
having that new addition in Impunity.
Yesterday,
to this
I had
lineup.
5 out of
And
6
SJW
correct.
taking over that role a bit.
I'm
for
popping
Vision.
off
Vic, what do you
right
think of
now,
Nightmare?
bro.
I think it's a team that has been able to include a lot of players that they could sub in, right? And I think that's been a very big highlight that we focused on in the preseason, on the importance on being able to slot in a player if what you're rolling out with isn't going to work. And Cozy, Gaskin, we know in a best of 3,
Bro.
there's little room for error.
Wait,
And we
I was
always
fi-
start
I was
our first
5
map
for
on
6
Dom,
yesterday,
so
and now
you
I'm
have
3
to be
for
able to
4
figure that out
today.
very quickly.
So I am 8
Having
for 9.
Impunity coming to this
I'm
roster,
8 for 9 right now,
can
chat.
SJW
Eat
fill in the shoes that you mentioned of
my butt.
Vision, who was going crazy on the Elsa, which, because Elsa has
That's a
taken
passing
huge step
grade.
back, just looking at our
Wait, no.
performance of matches between EMEA and
No,
Americas yesterday,
no.
that probably
Wait.
is a hand-in-hand
5 for
influence to
6,
what we
and
may
I'm
see
3
from
for
Nightmare.
4.
I mean, we also can't forget, I've always asked this question even in the preseason.
No, I'm 8
where
for
is
10.
Smash?
I'm 8 for
Where
10.
has
That's
Smash
80%.
been? We haven't really seen too much of Smash, but then
7
you
for
add
9?
in Fidel too
No,
to that
I'm 8
backline
for 10.
together with Pain, and we could kind of see how these teams are going to shape out.
No, for sure. That's a great point. For me, what I want to look at is obviously you have balance adjustments happening between these seasons. Tank pool taking a large bit of that. We saw a little of Deadpool yesterday, but Window really relied on that tank pool position. Very flexible player, Venom and Groot. Want to see when they put this all together here as we, take a look at this team comparison. And for me, I think that's the lineup I want to look at. It's going to be the Vanguard versus the Vanguard, right? What can they do there? And really, one team in NRG is going to look to probably have a bit more of a stacked department as we take a look at the new players that we just mentioned.
I'm glad
Listen,
Woofles
Gaskin,
got
for
picked
me,
up.
I mean,
Woofles was
you
a
look at
support
what
one trick, I'm pretty sure. Now he plays
SJW
everything.
can do
He's
going
good.
back. A lot of Star-Lord love, so obviously going to fit right in here. I want to see if we can get back to the good old stinkers on Daredevil, taking over the lobby. That's how NRG can really shine, is getting their prime duelists back on top.
Yeah, I wonder how long it will take the likes of SJW and
I hope you
Pain
get
to
this
kind of
one
get
right,
back
Jay. I
into
put all
the
my
swing
points
of
in
things. We
NRG.
haven't really seen
I've
them
never
at
been
this
wrong
level
before.
since 2025, Stage 2 of Ignite, where they were like top 12. So it is probably going to be a little bit of an adjustment, but I'm sure Scrims would have helped with that. In terms of NRG, yeah, I'm excited to see what they can do, and especially with the new additions. It's going to be a very difficult time to try and adjust, but at the same time, the fact they've had that practice previously. One person I do want to mention is Mace on Emma Frost. I mean, we saw her a little bit last in preseason, and yeah, she wasn't kind of in the meta. Now she is, and I do think that this could really benefit Mace and the rest of the team.
No, it's a good point. I think Mace likes to play a lot of Magneto too, and Magneto's in such a weird position. I always like to say, he could be like the babysitter of the team a little bit. He's never going to be the reason you maybe win all the time, but he's also going to help your team not lose easily. And it's in a weird kind of meta right now with the dinosaur coming into picture and Emma as well. So I do think we see more of that traditional, obviously very good against Star-Lord and some of those projectile defensive ways, having that ult to its advantage. But what have they learned from there? You've got to expand your Vanguard pool. That's what we've learned, a ton, obviously, here. And obviously, we've got new maps, a new map into rotation into today, too. Do we get our first look at Lower Manhattan eventually? Maybe. But we're going to start with Celestial Husk, of course. Vicky, I feel like this is your home base. It's always just a map you seem to cast.
You know, I love it when Halloween season comes early. You know me, Cozy. I'm all about the fall vibes, but Celestial Husk cannot ever escape me. And I'm excited to see how this plays out, too, because you guys mentioned the matchups between what we've seen between Emma, Mace being on the Magneto. You know, as an Emma fan, we have seen Madara pop off on that hero, too. So with Emma also taking a frontline step up into the spotlight with the changes going into Season 8, Devil Dinosaur, of course, too, going into the mix, I like to see how this first game is going to play out.
I mean, a big way we're going to see that is those backlines. We just talked about it. You know, you've got Hoodie and Aztec there being teammates, which I think goes a long way, obviously, right? Against what would be two others in Fidel and Payne. Fidel coming from SSG, and we know SSG getting that win yesterday. Seeing your old team get the win is always nice, but now time to prove yourself on this new team, and Nightmare can really get the monkey off their back, per se, getting themselves at least a win. Now, domination is actually their strong suit if you look back to history past, Gaskin, so I do expect them to have kind of a fiery start. But Energy Shock is a team that's great under pressure, and that's exactly kind of what we'll see there from Chime. Is he going to go the White Fox department with the triple strap?
310 people on NRG. Not even 100 on
my team get the Gambit through is going to be the question. I mean, you'd imagine maybe one of them. Are we going to get literally replication of yesterday where one team gets Devil Dino, the other gets Gambit?
Yo,
and
it's
history
my
has shown
tier
us that
3
whoever
for
does
3
get the Gambit
months.
is
Absolutely
going to
insane,
win
my
out.
friend. I
That being
appreciate
said,
it. Hope you're
data
having a
may be
great
a little
day.
bit skewed because of the teams that were able to get Gambit yesterday. You don't give Valentina Gambit. When is everyone going to learn? But yeah, it might be a different situation today, but I just think that Devil Dino at the moment just scares a lot of people about the possibilities of just how he can control the game. But we'll have to see whether it happens here in these matches.
I mean, Vicky, as we look at the pick ban below us, I think Melophobia said, Devil Dino bans, fake news. We don't need to have those anymore. And, well, wouldn't you know, we get ourselves a Devil Dino protect and ban. So they didn't listen. They don't care about the homework. One side did, one side didn't. You see right away with the Gambit on the right side there for Nightmare as well.
I think it's so interesting to see how Devil Dino has also played out in the pick and ban phase when we start on Dom, right? Then you see the follow-up with the ban onto the Mantis, because when you see the Devil Dinosaur too, and if you know, you can't replicate that since it was banned on your side, you have to see what you could get in terms of pings and the resets of what Mantis could do against a headshot, big hitbox that is Devil Dinosaur hurtling in your face.
For sure, Gaskin, I do like the approach here, getting rid of Mantis, and then the White Fox for Chime, a comfort pick for the flex if they want to go that direction. Looks like Nightmare did their homework.
Yeah, definitely been studying up who's been playing what in terms of preseason and just in general throughout scrims as well. The Black Cat Protect makes a lot of sense. We've already seen what Black Cat can do so far in this stage 1, and I tell you what, you have to. I think if you've got Devil Dinosaur team, you need to have the Black Cat alongside that. You need a big threat to be able to punish when everyone else is kind of focusing the Dino.
Yeah, it really fits the Daredevil playstyle. Stinker's definitely going to be playing the Black Hat there. If you have all that front pressure, you got to get the back line, right, Vicky, and try to make them uncomfortable, and we're going to see just that, as Phoenix is going to be the last protect. Obviously, a very good hit step front to back hero.
Is it going to
Looks
be
like that's how Nightmare wants to play
ban?
this.
I really like the ban onto the Luna Snow too, right? You don't provide all that.
Right? Doesn't Nightmare have a good?
Your Dino when you put the snowflake on it, but then on top of that, you deny the team up onto the Emma Frost. They ban the Emma Frost from the other side, and even after they ban the Luna Snow, because you don't want to be able to have that team up possibly there when it comes to controlling that space with that ice wall.
Appreciate the massive 2 months. How you doing? How you doing?
Well, they're like, hey, Mace, what else do you got, right? Because Magneto in a different spot, Emma being banned. Now, Gaskin, we just talked about it, right? Mother not available over there for Mace's side. This is going to be a true test. Impunity coming from Dark Zero, a little bit over there in the OC, but it's been a while since he's been on this side of things. We're going to see the lineups between these Vanguards and trying to make them uncomfortable right away.
Yeah, definitely going to try and make them uncomfortable. Thank you so much, Cozy. It's Energy Shock versus Nightmare here, Vicky, and I'm curious to see where
insane,
Mace goes with this one. Is Mace going to be on the Devil Dino, or will we see maybe Impunity rocket instead? We know Impunity plays a lot of Cap,
insane.
Groot,
And
Hulk,
now apparently
Venom,
it's
so
35% off.
he will
5
be
getting
able to
subs for
transition
more.
over to
Holy
something
shit,
like
he
that.
just started a hype train.
I'm excited.
Absolutely
Gaskin,
insane. I
this is
appreciate
the
it,
first time
You're
I
too
get
kind,
to
you're too
sit on
kind.
the desk to break down pro play into season 8.
That was
you talk about the Gambit
massive.
before, no Gambit allowed
Massive.
for
Appreciate it,
NRG.
Mike.
Nightmare here gets
That's
to roll out with that. You
huge.
talk about the team ups too, together with whether it be with the
God
Emma
damn.
Frost or the Luna if it gets to go through. But then you cannot ignore what that Gambit can do.
It's a
together
party
with
up
Good
in here
Rogue
now.
and
God
AMAG as
damn,
we
Mike.
get this
Appreciate
started.
it. Appreciate it. And Peter, appreciate the massive 3 months.
Yeah, it's going to be again
We're starting,
the
chat.
Devil
We're starting.
Dino versus the Gambit situation that we've already mentioned a few times here, Vicky. And
First
I am curious to see
NA
whether
game of
anyone
the
can break
day.
that mold, because at the moment,
And
just hasn't been able to
Appreciate
happen.
the massive 5
Gambit
subs.
just wins out.
Absolutely insane.
and immediately coming in with the portal play to take the fight to them and to block out any entrance from the window. A very aggressive play that we're already seeing roll out from Window himself before diving into the bottom side. NRG
absolutely
now being able to
insane,
look at
Mike.
Nightmares and force it kind of away. Light gonna be able to be on that Daredevil already, but it's gonna be the standoff in the neutral here with Chime trying to take an off angle with the Phoenix, and we talk about the Rogue, and it's gonna be Mace together with Pain in that team up onto the Rogue to be able to deal that extra damage, and plus you have the BRB from Fidel to bring Mace right back.
I completely forgot about Mace possibly being on Rogue. A really good addition here for Nightmare, who are definitely going to be a big threat as they try and get into the faces of NRG. But on the other side of the window, it's going to be Hulk, and we know how Hulk plays. Hulk smash.
Hulk's
We know how
man
Hulk.
of many words here, but sometimes you don't really need to say anything when you're duking it out, especially when you're coming to harass that backline Madara. Being on the Devil Dino themselves here, we're hyping up the ammo right before. You don't need it here when it comes to controlling.
And
charge
the
or
red
from that
guy
big
with the
window.
massive 5 units on
And
as
with
well.
the bubbles,
Absolutely
just trying to
insane.
isolate
Appreciate it,
Light
guys.
here, who's trying to take the angle at the same time. SJW does have the reset available. Light literally one shot running for their life from Window. He looks behind him, and Impunity and Mace have had their way onto both Chun and Madara. That's 2 up for NRG.
Yeah, Window's a really good tank player.
It's an insane neutral that has happened.
I
by
am
the way, just
surprised
all over the place. It feels like there's
that,
three fights happening at the same
NRG
time.
is-
Light doing a fantastic distraction job at the moment, allowing everyone else to create a little bit of space, but still going to be scoring as well. NRG just haven't really been able to break through.
Now going into this here, Hoodie does have the invisible boundary. SJW.
Yo, I'm actually, yo, it's the beginning of the game, chat, but Nightmares,
water with Fidel having to see ya.
it's a
We're
different,
diving in, Light.
a little different, but Nightmares showing in preseason was not that good, so I'm surprised they're doing really well right now.
Boundary so close into the other side of the choke, not enough for them to put one toe in line to contest on this point. Window is looking for the reset, and it's going to be up to NRG to really rely on this Eternal Bond from Aztec to survive this Rager Royal Flush from Pain.
Chime does get that opener though, so it is going to give them a 6v5 advantage temporarily, but now the push is going to come through. But Pain covering well and making sure that SJW stays alive. Otherwise, if SJW had gone down, they really would have struggled as Madara gets an opener onto Mix.
And starting off with the Rager Royal Flush, there goes the counter. It's going to be Aztec to keep everybody alive, and Chime goes in and stops Light before letting the Devil out. Infinity could rally the troops together, but they're going to wait with the Eternal Bond still benefiting Nightmare for now, trying to stall for as long as possible before NRG finally flip the point, but it is at 98% in favor for Nightmare, and they still have 2 ultimates coming on. I mean, really 3 with Mace.
Chat, I did not make you guys poor, bro. The game's not over, bro. Game's not over till it's over.
With this kind of composition, are they able to just bully Nightmare back, constantly apply that pressure with Hulk plus Dino, and not really allow Nightmare to even get
I'm
close to the
surprised
point?
they
So
are
a lot
doing
of
Hulk
responsibility
and
comes down to Light. Maybe to try and
Dino.
get behind on that back line, see if you can do some damage. Here is Daredevil.
Let the devil
High ground. The Devil out here. Together is going to be Impunity to rally the troops to keep them up and alive. Good way for Light to try to peel and help out and find 2K real quick onto NRG. Window and Madara, though, quick stall as Madara activates the Devil Dinosaur ultimate. Everybody is taking a trip into Jurassic Park, but Light sends Hoodie back into the spawn room gates. Window and Madara trying to stall for as long as
Appreciate the
possible.
massive
Before
props. Wait,
Mace
chat.
comes right back around. That's with Light losing out before.
Was it
and
Impunity
allowing
on
to try to
NRG?
trickle in.
Paul comes in as well just to re-engage and make sure there's not going to be an easy take back from Nightmare, and NRG still scoring at the moment. So it was a valiant effort, a lot of it from Light, to be honest, on that Daredevil. But as you mentioned, with that Dino coming out with the ult, it really forced them back. And now it's going to be Phoenix just trying to make a difference with the Ensong Inferno. Not quite converting.
What team was
though.
Impunity on?
Just trying to be able to get rid of the Sia, but was it really worth it when Impunity is right in your face? Together with Pain, they deal just enough of that pressure for a Nightmare to try to flip this point. There's that last member of Seekers to go out, and like you mentioned already, Gaskin, they burned out that portal
he was with
overtime
Ryan
to
Amazing
keep
on Dark
away
Zero, but
in
no, he
favor
was on another
for
team,
Nightmare.
I thought.
NRG really only have Hoodie's invisible boundary for this next round, and they're gonna have to hold on to it because Nightmare have made a statement with this first round, taking it first.
And again, it is going to be the situation where the Devil Dinosaur team struggling a little bit at times, but then being able to just come out
Jay, I love
and
your
demonstrate
content. Good
what you
stuff.
can
Hey,
do
appreciate it, my
to make a
friend.
difference with it. I think there's going to be a lot of like tweaks that need to be made as we go through the season with Devil Dinosaur and trying to adjust around the playstyle, because I do think it's drastically
Damn,
different. from
SJW
anything
is
that we've
8-0 right
seen
now.
before.
15,
but it
almost
wasn't a bad effort
16,000
by all
damage,
means.
almost a
Though
60%
you look on the side
accuracy.
of Nightmare and they just looked more
Looking good out there,
comfortable.
man.
They were finding angles for Light. They were making sure Light was either protected or Light was able to distract so much. He had them on a manhunt at one point, and it allowed them to get onto that point, get behind enemy lines, and take full advantage.
Yeah, and you want to be able to at least help heal for your backline there. We did see some quick swap-ups where like Tribe was able to.
I knew I had a bet against Jay. You're gonna regret that. Watch. You're gonna regret that.
The insurance policy of the Raging Royal Flood, and then you have to worry about.
Everyone knows that the first person who wins the first map of Koth usually loses the series.
It's been a lot. I like the look right now from Nightmare as they roll out Impunity still on this captain. And Energy, once again, really gonna rely on Hoodie to have that invisible boundary first.
Window looking to try and engage instantly. Just has to be careful. If you don't have that support, you are just going to quickly get eaten alive. And Impunity is more than happy to just get in the face and take this fight, as always. And again, the Captain America can be such an integral part of this team, but now getting bullied a little bit, needs support, needs some heals, and just about gets away.
And before trying to dive here, the Raging Royal Flush together with Pain. Hoodie waits just for the end here. The invisible boundary comes up, but they focus Hoodie right through it. They take down the invisible boundary, they take down the sustains, and it's still a delay with Energy planting their feet on this point. They get it first, even with the pressure that Nightmare was putting down, but it's a slow way for Nightmare to brute force their way onto this
they still get the kill, but damn.
Energy falls.
Madara pops the ult, but gets absolutely obliterated instantly. SJW getting the final hit, does now have Ensong Inferno available as well, so that is going to be used to try and take down the strategist a little bit later once you've done a little bit of poke damage. But at the moment, they are just stalling out Window here, and
poor
finally
Window,
we'll
bro.
send him back.
I don't know why he was shooting, though. He should have just jumped off the map.
To the other side with SJW still having that Ensong Inferno. Impunity could rally the troops with the Freedom Charge. Looking at Chime, though, and trying to counter the C that Fidel will get eventually. Look at this off angle, though, as Light tries to dive in together with the Rogue. They force them back. Good stun here. And that's Chime able to suppress them. SJW just dives in with the reset on the Ensong Inferno. Wanted to get the follow-up, though. Not going to be able to achieve their goal. For Energy are slowly taking their time. Fidel does have that Sia, knows that Chime has the Ensong Inferno to just shut it down, and they open things up with the Eternal Bond from Aztec, so that way Energy can at least paint a path for them to contest on this point.
Ensong Inferno did get used in the end.
Bro, I'm seeing a lot of ults get popped, but a little, like, not really a lot of value.
Devil out comes from Light. If you can connect with one of these strategists,
how does he even get that kill?
Yeah, bro. And that might just help Nightmare continue to score.
This character
here.
doesn't make any sense to me.
Unable to break through. They just can't do anything. Doesn't matter how many ults they throw him at the moment. Nightmare seems to always have the answer.
It's like a mosquito here. They're just trying to swat Impunity away, even with the markings that we see from the Phoenix. And now you get the reset from Window just trying to harass the backline here. At least finds Mace isolated, but guess what? You still have a BRB. Mace comes back, Impunity won't, but it's fine because the Cap will be able to get back into the action just as quickly. You got 74% extra credit if you are Nightmare right now, and NRG really only have the Devil out that they could release from Sinkers.
Yeah, and Pain's got Raging Royal Flush available. This isn't looking great for NRG at the moment on this next push, but at least they are back to scoring up to 30%, so it is turning heads over towards Nightmare and see what you can do. And here comes Let the Devil Out, then Stinkers, can you make the difference? Can you be the one? But at the moment, not really connecting with anything, but he's certainly doing damage, just not enough to get a KO.
And now forcing him to back away, right? They mark Impunity here. They get so much damage, though. I love the follow-up as
I have never seen a pro game pop so many ults and
before
nothing's
Nightmare
being
gets
done.
to dive back into this fight, though, Pain does have that Raging Royal Flush together. SJW also has a reset available with the Ensong Inferno and a lot of that extra damage.
Just so much damage, isn't it? And Nightmare now suddenly left scratching their heads a little bit, but again, still have that Raging Royal Flush available alongside the Ensong Inferno you were talking about. So SJW definitely going to be one to watch here. It is going to be popped as well. And alongside the damage that's coming out from the other side, surely you connect with something, but it's going to be the invisible boundary that saves them for now.
I love the communication that we just saw right there from Hoodie as Chime gets way more done with the Ensong Inferno. You don't need to just hold it for the Sia to counter it. You want to shut down the Gambit, shut down any antis as they find the pick off of Pain, but they trade that off as Light does mark onto Stinkers here backing away as Energy finally get oppression onto this point, nearing 95% here and climbing, and Nightmare are just trying to force their way in together with the Sia that Fidel will have.
Let's see him at 3.
Nightmare definitely touching, but Double Dino ult comes through just to try and force them back as well. I'm firing my laser, but can you actually get any KOs is going to be the real question. Overtime now starts to engage.
I mean, how can you be mad at Dinosaur?
Chat, we might be going to a round 3.
But they've lost out on 2. The number
We might be going to a round 3
for NRG. Overtime ticking away, forces a portal contest from Nightmare as SJW does make the swap. Is it going to be enough time as Chime now finds Mace next? And Kennedy just trying to delay, but nobody left on the point.
I like how
going. No portal
remember
play,
what I said. The first team to win the first map of King of the Hills usually loses.
Without that,
I
it
just
was
want to
probably
say,
game.
all
Nightmare
of you
had their
guys,
plan
we
in
lost.
action. You hit the Endsong
NRG
Inferno,
lost the
you
first
send
round, but a
Daredevil
lot
at
of
the
you
same time
guys
to
were like,
initiate the
oh,
damage,
J3,
trying
you
just
lost
to
my
delete the
channel
strategist.
points. J3,
Sadly, with the
you
invisible
suck.
boundary coming
No.
up, it just kept
You have to
everyone
have
alive.
faith,
And then
bro.
it was the counter Endsong Inferno
Have
that actually
faith.
got the KO onto Pain. And Nightmare just fell apart from that point. I think that was their game plan. That was the way they won.
You guys
And
are the
once that fell
same
apart, they were
teammates I
just
get
kinda
in my
struggling
game. We
and
lose
staggered
one
a
team
little
fight,
bit
you
to
guys
try
are
and get
already
back
trying to
onto the
forfeit,
point.
bro, and say GG's, and you're
Going
switching
into this
Black
next
Widow.
third round, they
Stop.
do have Light Widow
Stop.
at the Devil out, so he can certainly
Game's not over
go
till
on
it's
a
over,
tangent
bro.
once more.
You know how many layers to the onion that is, too? Like, not only
Nah.
are you talking about prioritizing communication, grouping everybody up, making sure your invis doesn't get antied, because we did see the invis get burned right through their own invisible boundary the first attempt when they try to take that first fight, and then regrouping to then count what the ult economy was, to then not only not save the Endsong Inferno for the Sia, instead using it to combat the Gambit, Gaskin.
Yeah, it's a huge combat as well, and it's what you need, right? If you're going to be letting Gambit up, you need to find a way to counter it. And if NRG are the first team to figure it out so far this season, then I'm sure they would be delighted. But we're into round 3 then. And NRG, they do have Cloak and Dagger available to use ult as well, and that could certainly help them sustain when they do get onto that point. But you've got to get that point first.
And with this Eternal Bond that Aztec has, could it be enough here? Unity with the Freedom Charge too could just keep this stall going, and he activates it first. Light can't let the Devil out together, just waiting to boost into these ultimates as everyone follows his trail. You have the Eternal Bond, you have Chime with another Endsong Inferno. Light just pieces away from the health pack, cannot get the
have you guys ever experienced that? Right on the health pack, you die?
Heartbreaker now activated from Mace, but that is 2 out. Make it 3, make it 4 from Nightmare. NRG, the way that they were able to play around Nightmare, who utilized
Ashlyn,
only that Freedom Charge.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's going to be
Storm
so
is
detrimental.
really
NRG
bad
really
right
had to
now.
rely on the Endsong Inferno and the
Storm
Eternal
is
Bond.
really
Chime's
bad.
just starting to hit so many more shots as well. It makes such a
How you
huge
doing?
difference when you've got your poke player connecting headshot after headshot. Just so much damage being output right now, and it just allows everyone else to be able to convert. So fantastic work from Chime just to step things up a bit going into this round 3. As Nightmare have 2 ults to work with, but Light's potentially going to be the first one to pop in.
Yeah, and being able to let the Devil out and finding SJW trying to float around in the air, clip their wings, but the BRB will bring SJW right back.
I
into
think
top.
Storm
Reset
is a very low-key,
get
great
away.
character
Safe
throughout
and
the
sound
seasons.
behind the back
A lot of people don't play her,
Energy
but she
have
usually
all
has a
the
very high
answers
win
too,
rate.
But it's gonna be Mace
But
taking
this
the fight
season,
into
I think
Sneaker's
there's a lot of
face.
two
Window
characters that are
isolating
just too
Light, that's
strong
gonna be
that
another number
would
advantage
kill
in
her
favor
very
for
fast.
NRG. Aztec isolates Mace too. So the
You
dodge
have
protect
Star-Lord.
behind
I
her
mean,
is
you
getting
have
shut down
Phoenix
a
that's,
lot, and
you
they
know,
don't
pretty
really
good
have a lot
right
of
now. I
time
mean, really
left.
good right now.
Yeah, Nightmare trying to get a little bit fancy, and they're getting caught out by NRG, who just seem to be one step ahead at the moment. So maybe a slight
Double
adjustment from
Dinosaur
Nightmare.
will
Yes,
shoot
you get
Storm
it.
down.
Light
True.
is going to
That's
switch
true.
over to
That's true.
Star-Lord, perhaps just to try and shut down Stinkers a little bit, and maybe work together with SJW to get a little bit more damage output here to try and take NRG down.
Oh man, Madara just kind of delaying a little bit, pulling back. The Ranger Royal Flush is going to start this fight. Hoodie is ready with the invisible boundary. They're trying to do enough damage onto Hoodie. No anti-landing onto this player, but Window has a reset too, as they're nearing 80% on the point. Impunity, who is incredibly low. Fidel is holding onto that Sia as he activates it right on time.
Oh
to couple that
my-
together
oh,
with SJW.
wait.
But the moment you try to unleash it, then you get
He
focused
did use his
down.
ult.
SJW comes slamming
Oh,
down. But
he
guess what?
used his ult,
Everybody
he
from Nightmare
died,
is already
and
taken out because
they
NRG
broke his
was
ult.
ready with
Oh.
Chime having their own Endsong Inferno.
Any quick switch over to Strange? Yeah, Fidel's going to switch over. There's going to be one last portal attempt here from Nightmare if you are quick enough, and they will be to get the touch. But is it actually going to be any sort of attempt where you can find anything? It's usually going to have to try and brute force your way through.
And they're literally trying to body block right there through the mouth of the portal. Light activates the Galactic Legend, but he's one shot.
Oh
he immediately
my
gets
God.
shut
I don't know
down
who
at the
this
hands
Hoodie
of
guy
Hoodie
is, but
once
he's
again.
dominating
and
right now.
NRG
with the changes that they made, the adjustments to hide away around Nightmare and their dive potential is getting shut down, but it's not over yet.
Oh, so close to your cloak goal, but you can't cloak goal. Oh, that
sucks. They still have not been
sucks.
able to isolate the cloak that's about to have the Eternal Bond from Aztec.
Just not finding the KOs though, are they? They're using the ults to press them back, but no damage is finding that final hit, and it looks like NRG should just be able to close this one out as one by one Nightmare will fall. And NRG, after being 1-0 down here in this map, have been able to fight their way back and take map one, and they've finally done it.
Where's all my chatters who are saying J3, you're an asshole, J3 this, J3 that, J3 you lost me my channel points? Where's all my chat at? You guys need to believe, bro. It is never over till it's over, man.
At the very end.
Where's all the twos in my chat? Where's all the twos? All the ones trusted me. Where's all the twos? Blark you.
Don't go anywhere, guys. We're gonna go for a quick break.
Also, Ashlyn, if you could make more Storm players, I would love that because I feel like Storm is very easy to farm. And Storm pops her ult. Phoenix will just pop her ult and kill Storm right away. I mean, Storm is not really that good right now. No, it's the bet that we do is for the whole series, chat. It's not for a game. And no, listen, ask my chat. Every time I do a tier list or every season, I say, hey, Storm is really good. Storm is really slept on. Storm has a low pick rate. Storm has a very high win rate. Storm, hey, bro, people need to play Storm. I even play Storm sometimes. Storm. But this season, I actually don't think Storm is good. Oh, wait a minute. This is good, though. I just think there's a lot of characters that are out right now that are so much better than Storm. Black Cat, Phoenix. What else do you have? You have Black Cat, Phoenix, Star-Lord. I mean, I think Punisher's better. Daredevil's better. Bucky. I even think Bucky's better. Elsa. Yeah. Phoenix mentioned. W Phoenix. W folks up. Slow S Zola. You're pissing me off. Every time I mention Phoenix, you say the same shit. Oh yeah, here you go, chat. Ready? Oh yeah, I love this, man. Have you seen Bucky in stage 1 yet? Yeah, we've seen a Bucky here or there, here and there. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. Spider-Man? I've seen a lot of Spider-Man players. Spider-Man is a very tricky character, though. There are Spider-Man players out there who are absolutely disgusting, but there's also those Spider-Man players who just go 15 and 36 in your game, and then you're like, what the hell? Oh, nightmares. Oh my god.
Daredevil is stepping out of the shadows with the new Shadowed Start skin and the Devil's debut event. Pop your balloon, see if you can cope the skin early or end up like myself and having to go the full distance. But either way, it's inspired by his classic 1993 comic look, and you got to cope it, especially with how good this guy has been in the meta, and we continue to see even on that last game we just
you also
had.
said my Phoenix win rate is 60%, but my Storm is 67%.
I mean, we saw someone
okay,
the same
Ashlyn,
from Nightmare.
let me answer this question for me. If you think Storm is so good, if you think Storm is so good, why did you lose to me on LAN playing Storm?
Vanguard lineup to go against, and it finally found success, Gaskin.
Yeah, finally we see Devil Dino get some success, but I'm not going to speak too soon because you never know. We might see the reverse sweep happen and then suddenly everyone's laughing at the Dino yet again. But yeah, just very oppressive. They really made it very difficult, especially for the Cap, to actually be able to survive. How many times did you see the Cap just trying to dive away and stay alive from impunity, just unable to really get the pressure that he wanted to
Storm because we knew you only played
They
Storm.
did a good job. You know, obviously they got rid of Emma for Mace, but then they left over the Gambit. So you had the Gambit Rogue. You kind of had to adjust to pretty quickly.
Also, we banned your Storm because Storm helps enable the other DPS by giving, you know, the damage boost and stuff. And, well, we shut down you and we shut down your other DPS. I forgot who your other DPS player was. Sorry about that.
It was very apparent when everybody rallied onto Hoodie to make sure Hoodie wasn't going to get oppressed, right? We're talking about backline that's playing on ping from Energy Shock, and Aztec and Hoodie were playing hand in hand. I really like to see how Chime was able to pick up on that and not only deal with the Rocket Raccoon Sia, but then also isolate the Gambit. When you take out two really strong win conditions off the table when it comes to all the damage output that you could expect, you keep your backline alive, which is what Aztec and Hoodie were able to do together with Chime.
Yeah, for sure. Gaskin, in my opinion, as Chime did get that MVP that round. A couple of things. First, they did a good job, I think, banning those strategists out, forcing them into that uncomfortable situation, and then that White Fox being not available for Chime that does like to lean that way. But I want to take the attention to SJW as well. What a good, formidable foe on the other end of the hit scan, right? I thought SJW did a good job putting up their best against Chime, but towards the end, locked in, loaded, and cooked the lobby.
Yeah, I think both Phoenixes were doing well to respond to their own Daredevil and what the Daredevil was doing. Like, if the Daredevil is just getting any sort of hits on the back line, you need to be there to try and get the final hit with them if you are in that sideline. Very difficult to position yourselves that way, and also you then expose yourselves to the opposition Daredevil at times. So it is a little bit of a merry dance that you find, and Chime struggle.
If Storm was so good, why did chat vote me the better Black Cat cosplayer?
More in tune. I thought Light and Impunity were doing a good job together diving. You know, I think Mace getting in there as well is going to really help their cause. And what a shout out as well, Vicky, Window. This guy, it's like, man, obviously we know Window can play Venom well, Groot well.
It is what it is.
It always seems like he has a new Vanguard in the arsenal, and this time being the form of the Gamma God. You know, color me impressed.
Yeah, Window doing a really good job together with Madara to try to shut down any sort of opposition that either Impunity was trying to be annoying. Literally,
where's
like
TTK? TTK's on 100 Ds, chat.
Together with Light, then you force Light to make the swap up, and then you get the body block, you isolate Light.
Bro, I can't stop the hate. Bro, I love Cozy's little Guang Guang shirt. His little eyes are just peeking over the edge, dude.
So he really felt pressured to the point where he wasn't able to play the field the way that Chime was.
Well, when you look at Nightmare, they get to pick the map, and typically they like to take it into a couple of different places. Sometimes it's Shin Shibuya, which is obviously going to be newer to the rotation, if you will, as of this preseason. And then outside of that, Hall of Dajalia, they have a couple of favorites, and they are going to show us now as we take a look. It will be going to Convergence, and it is Symbiotic Surface. What is going on? Because we have now had this map chosen twice in 2 days, and I'm pretty sure all of the last year, it was one of the least picked. So I'm impressed and a little surprised by this, guys.
Yeah, in Pacific, we saw Lower Manhattan chose as well. I think everyone's feeling a little bit frisky coming into stage 1 rather than preseason.
What's up, chat? What's up, Jay3?
The meme of preseason was, what, Nightmare getting reverse swept over and over again, right? So they now need to do the opposite here and show what they can be made of going into Convergence and Convoy.
Rivals
struggled a little bit in the domination in the latter rounds, but they have shown promise. So I think that they are going to have a good response here. They just need to take a look at some of the things that were going wrong. Just getting picked off a little bit too easily, being exposed at certain times to that DPS that was coming through from the Phoenix on the other side.
It doesn't make any sense for casters to stick with one game, chat. All these casters cast different games. Vicky Kitty casts like 15 different games.
Energy Shock with that immediate Luna
what's his name?
ban, I think, is obviously targeted for that reason and really helped out ultimately. But I'd like to see them maybe change it up here on Celestial Husk and try to figure out
games as well.
a new way that they want to
Apex.
attack this
Vicky,
plan. Unless
Vicky
they
does
want to
everything.
go
Vicky
with
does
the same
Overwatch.
Devil Dinosaur. But
She
yeah,
did,
this all 3 points
Vicky
lend
did
itself to
Overwatch.
very
She did
awkward
Apex.
and kind of chaotic play. This would be one of my favorite strange ban maps.
Valorant, I think, as well.
Can you imagine?
Lemon does
that would be so
Valorant
chaotic
too, yeah.
But it's always like so risky when it comes to not having.
Lemon also has done Overwatch.
And I'm wondering too, like, okay, so obviously the Devil Dinosaur
Caster's
guys
Caster's gotta make money too, chat. They gotta live.
The damage output that Madara put in with the Devil Dinosaur, the bleed has just been so much. But then you combine that together with like an End Song Inferno, and I think that's gonna be pressure that we're probably gonna expect from Nightmare when it comes to maybe not them wanting to deal with it again.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, hey, they swapped it up a bit here and ended to go with the Loki first here, Gaskin, and then going to go with that Dino save. So still kind of staying with the same premise, and this could be a map that is kind of disgusting because going
what you're
right
saying
to
is
the
that
front
they're
line is
cheating
what
on
Devil
us.
does so well, and this could
They
be a weird
have to
choke,
survive.
especially point
Chat,
one.
they have to live
Nightmare
too.
just trying
They have
to
to make
target
money.
backline again. Mantis is going to be the removal to start with. And yeah, Devil Dinosaur going into this point 1, obviously it's a little bit of a choke and difficult to go through
Does
so many other
Cozy have a
doorways as a
wife? Yes.
40-foot dinosaur, however tall his
Cozy
body
is
is.
married.
But is
He
going
has
to be a big target and a big focus. So
2
Nightmare
kids.
might want to build their kind of team around that. Try and find a lot of poke that can actually be able to converge just onto the Devil Dino and get a lot of damage output in the initial.
I always love when you have like your enemy Devil Dinosaur trying to hide behind like the one tree. It's like, dude, I can see you in plain sight. You know, Vic.
I am
but,
the wife.
Hey, we've got the Phoenix Protect this time around. Perfect front to back map for a hit scan hero as good as Phoenix. So Black Cat, they're not going to go for the save. Maybe that gets the ban here.
Maybe actually, because we know how strong Black Cat is on a map like this, but obviously like Phoenix too, the fact that you're able to have Phoenix saved up now as we see the Luna banned next. Okay, so then you won't have the upkeep that you could expect onto your Devil Dino, but it's not like that was a problem in our first map too. We saw how quickly the backline of Shock were able to make those adjustments, and seeing the last Protect being onto the Emma Frost, but still we did see Shock ban at the Luna Snow, so you still won't be able to have that team up together with the Emma Frost that you have saved from Nightmare's side, and they are still leaning onto that Gambit.
Yeah, but Gaskin Mace now is going to have that, and they need that frontline presence. They could not have made this work with the Rogue and the dive again with Cap, especially on the defensive front. Maybe towards the offense, I think this is going to give them a bit more stability, and it
They
cooks the
saved the Emma
dinosaur.
Frost
That
this
ice
time.
beam
Wow.
absolutely can put it back into the prehistoric stage, and that allows the Phoenix ban. And I think that's way bigger than you might think. Not only losing out on Phoenix, Gaskin, but that Phoenix against Devil Dinosaur is a huge protection.
Yeah, I mean, Devil Dino going up against Phoenix is a big struggle. That will mean they can potentially move over to Star-Lord alongside Gambit, though, so I don't think Nightmare will be too disappointed. I think the big thing is definitely the Emma Frost Protect. I mean, Mace can play plenty of Vanguards. We have seen that, but his Emma play last preseason was just unbelievable. So very excited to see just how that's developed now that she's actually a bit more viable here.
Well, we'll see what SJW could cook up with Phoenix out of the rotation here as NRG Shock looks to shut out Nightmare, or will they flip the script completely and Nightmare gets one with the reverse sweep? Take it away, Vicky.
What else has Cozy
Gaskin for match
casted?
number 2.
Thank you so much, Cozy. Diving
so
right
sure.
into
I
the
know
action,
Cozy
Gaskin. I
was
like how you
in
guys
a lot of
highlighted
Marvel
too.
Snap,
Pretty
wasn't
big
he? But I don't
dinosaur,
think he
pretty
casted.
hard to not hit the dino. You want to boost up that beam as quickly as possible, retain that damage output that you can have. But we also mentioned the issue
Okay, chat,
that
let's see
has
this.
been Black Cat. If it's not going to be in EMEA, we've seen it already go down in Americas just yesterday. Now looking at Stinkers already being on that
Okay, let's
Black
get
Cat
it.
here for energy, hovering over that. On the defense is going to be interesting because Mace is already rolling out on that Emma Frost like you've mentioned.
It's going to be an instant portal as well, it would seem, just to try and get behind enemy lines here. But as soon as they don't see them pushing through this choke, it's going to be lights up and it's going to be given away. But now you will see the dive through. So I'm going
Holy
to take
shit,
a
I
look
thought they
really
fell
onto
off the
Light and
map.
how he
I was about to
approaches
say,
this
I
one.
didn't
If Light
see
can
the other
get
side
any
of the
sort of
portal,
damage
bro. I was about
onto
to
one
say,
of these strategists,
oh.
it could be a big opener here for Nightmare.
Now, ready and lingering right behind SJW here before they try to play around the point together. But take a look at these shots from SJW as Impedi does get stunned, playing very split up. SJW with a shot onto Sinkers to completely tame the Black Cat. The BRB does bring Sinkers right back though, and looking over to the left side, trying to call out where Hoodie may be relying on, holding a different off angle, but they're walking up for free. They've already gotten 2 of these checkpoints. Looking behind them, Stinkers is
come
back.
on.
One shot as
I
SJW
like to see that Bucky gameplay.
Yeah, that's a great opening KO for them. Nightmare now starting to get
I
very
like
close to
see
taking
that
this
Bucky
point as
gameplay.
NRG
No,
looking to desperately
SJW was
try
not a
and steal
support
it back.
player
But
for
window
100 days.
is
I
so
think you're
low at the
talking about
moment and will get sent back
SJP.
to Bruce Banner. And Mace going toe-to-toe with the
Whisper.
Dino, saying, I feel way more comfortable this time on the Emma. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4 falling all after one another like dominoes. And Nightmare will get the first point.
Big highlight.
That's a big
was
cap, though.
SJW.
Nightmare-
The way
Nightmare's
that
a good team,
SJW
it looks
was
like.
also lingering back to help heal
They're doing pretty
Fidel
good.
and shoot down and completely shut down the Black Cat approach here too. But now you see Light on the prowl, trying to get the mark down too. Finding Stinkers. It's going to be that Daredevil v Daredevil, and calling out the BRBs is going to be another big one because you won't be able to have that in your utility as energy. You're still holding that back line, and Hoodie finds Mace first.
Yeah, that's a good one for Hoodie, and now they're definitely going to follow up NRG. You've got to make it count, and boy, will they, as Madara chomps down onto Light, denying any sort of potential from the Daredevil, and Nightmare just trying to fall back to group together here, which they do need to, and that's something they were doing successfully in the the domination. When they lost 1 or 2, they were making sure they regrouped quickly, not just staggering themselves too much.
This is what I was mentioning too about like Phoenix. You have these close quarter fights, especially once you get that payload moving, and there is going to be so much damage being done. Chime does have the reset, but Dell's going to start things off with the Rager Royal. Plus, they find Seekers first as SJW still holding on to that Kraken impact. Now you have the Sia to try to match that, and they find the trade-off as
They
Mace
really
goes
didn't
down
do
next.
anything with that
TD
Gambit
also has
ult.
the reset with the Beast of the Abyss, but it's just straight neutral fights as Monroe is the next to go down, activating that Dino ultimate, catching SAW after activating the bleeds, and also isolating him from inside the bubble. He has nowhere to go. Good luck. And it's going to have to be another reset now from Nightmare. As you mentioned, Gaskin, they have to try to regroup.
Yeah, not the end of the world. Still plenty of time because they were able to get that first point so quickly.
Some of
So
them have
3
been
minutes and
pretty
40
good.
left on the clock. They can back off, and
This
they
is the
are going to
first
have
NA
Hulks to
game,
work
though.
with. 3 to be precise. NRG are going to have Hulks. Plus Hoodie to work with the invisible boundary. We've already seen how important and integral that
If they
invisible
get
boundary
Honey
can be
Badger on
to stopping
Daredevil,
the
he's doing
kind of
nothing.
action that Nightmare
Wow.
want to take going into it. But everything slows down a little bit as we focus on Chime once more. And again, just hitting so hard is Chime. So difficult for them to push up right now with that
Honey
damage
Badger's
output.
not even here to defend
It's like
himself,
that satisfying noise when you get the 2-tap on a 275 hero and you can't really do much about it, but you let the devil out on top of it all. Seekers does get stunned. Light tries to match that, but guess what? You've lost out on Mace and Fidel. Mace every single
Damn,
time
NRG's
who has
looking really
gone through
strong
that
right
choke
now.
has gotten sent right back over to the spawn room gates, and NRG are dominating on this control
Bro,
over the point.
NRG
That
lost
being
first
said,
point
invisible
so
boundary got
fast,
used.
but they're
Nightmare
doing
didn't
really
use
well
too
on
much
defense.
in terms of their own ult economy here, so they're going to have everything to move forward for themselves. The Sonic Seduction is going to be a key factor here for Mace as well. Try and draw some of those strategists in and allow Stinkers maybe to get behind the back line, but I don't think it's going to happen too much because Light is going to be there on the Star-Lord to deny.
See right, Chime getting harassed here up on the high ground before backing away, finding Light.
Virtus
trying to
Pro,
displace
that
him
Virtus
here
Pro
from
game was
Sonic
really good.
Seduction.
They didn't
Chime
roll.
gets away
It was a
right
really
on
close
time.
game.
Samsung Inferno is
Voltar
still
Esports did
available.
really well.
Kraken Impact doesn't really get the reset that they really needed to rely on for the extra pressure. The way that energy was able to kite away. Here comes Window opening things up with Chime, and Chime isolates Light. Gets that next pick up again, shutting down the Star-Lord approach from Nightmare's changeup. They have the Rage Royal Flush for this next contention, and even with these different changes that Nightmare's rolling out with, they're trickling in like flies.
Again, though, Chime with a slap and a wallop over and over again. It's a very satisfying noise, as you had mentioned, but it is going to be slowly crawling forward now here for Nightmare, and they do have the Raging Royal Flush to follow up with as well if they'd like to use it soon. Mace is taking so much damage, though, needs to stay alive, and here comes that Raging Royal Flush as Nightmare looks to try and sustain.
And with the Sia to try to match that in terms of the damage output together with Moderate. Remember what we highlighted from this Devil Dino in terms of the damage output together with the Devil Beast Rampage, going on a rampage and trying to harass Nightmare. They come back together around this choke. They're playing very split up. The BRB
almost.
being right there to their left, and with the Freedom Charge from Infinity, he rallies the troops to harass Energy in their face. SJW opens it up by finding Moderate. That's a great first pick off here, and that's 2 out, forcing the swap into the Doctor's Strange to try to get a portal play going.
Harassing is the perfect word. I think the Nightmare have just been able to constantly
Please
force
open bets again.
NRG
I
back
forgot.
when
I
they
can't
get a
vote.
little
You got
bit of
10
oomph.
minutes to
Boy,
do
do
bets,
they push
if you
and take
forgot.
their advantage. There is going to be a last ditch attack
Sorry.
at the portal, though, and it is going to be sent through by NRG.
I love the positioning of this portal too, just so that way they use it for some extra cover. They go in with the invisible boundary together with Hoodie. Kraken Impact though, finding one on the outskirts of the boundary. It's gonna be Window. He jumps back. The protection behind Monitor's shield keeps him up. And Light now has the Galactic Legend with no invisible boundary to counter him.
Not at all, and they have been forced back, Nightmare, so they were so close, but now Galactic
Oh, what a hit.
Ripped out of
Oh,
the
they
sky,
canceled
and
the
NRG
ult.
continue to control this, but Madonna has gone
what
down, so it's going to be advantage over towards Nightmare.
Wow.
It always feels so crazy when the Hulk gets the snipe from a mile away, but you have
Hulk
to
got a
expect it here.
snipe on
And
the
right
oh
when
my.
they felt the pressure backing away, Nightmare just do enough to get to that second checkpoint and even force out a few staggers here now as the force regroup comes in for NRG.
I think so much focus was onto Star-Lord that Nightmare were able to just kind of catch them off guard a little bit with the force on the back line. And now Nightmare have been able to push onto that second point and start to trench towards third. Do NRG have any sort of changes at the moment? It's not like it's been going badly for NRG. They've just been losing out a couple of times when it comes to ult economy.
I wish I could see the stats.
Moving off to the other side already, trying to get that Galactic Legend for the next round here. Hashtag Having to back away here close to that God of Mischief. You can see Mace here with the Sonic Seduction just trying to pull everybody together but clearing enough space and trying to boost up more into that beam. Letting the double out as Fidel activates the Rager Royal Flush. Needs some help before backing away. Has enough but he runs out of those cards. 6-second cooldown by the way to get each of those cards back up as Mace finds Stinkers and Light has a Galactic Legend. It was answered from Aztec who got the God of Mischief in the form of the Invisible Woman for that boundary.
SJW has been doing bits on Winter Soldier, by the way. Bucky has been hitting hard and taking down Stinkers over and over again as Freedom Charge is used again to force back the spawn.
Nice
and
shot.
it's SJW once more with final hits. The KOs have been massive and he's going to have ult available.
Ready to go here for a Kraken impact. Can it go big? Window with the Eye of Agamotto could change this up with Hoodie having the invisible boundary together with Madara.
It's a bug right
a
now.
lot
You
of
can't
damage to
pull,
worry about. Together with Madara and Chime. Pain is going to let the Kumio unleash first though. And as the Eye of Agamotto comes in, trying to find the stun, finds the stun onto Pain and SJW. Madara answers right back and Seekers follows up to find Mace. Both of the Vanguards are off the table for Nightmare. With the Kraken impact from SJW, it is nothing. Window shuts him down together with Chime. Too much of the impact here, so much damage, and with overtime ticking away, can they recontest? No, they cannot.
That's still a really good
Time
push.
is of the essence, and they still have the invisible boundary from NRG
That is still
to
a really
help
good push,
them
man.
hold their defense. But Nightmare got it pretty far here, Gaskin, right before the third point.
Hey J3, greetings from Germany.
Yeah,
I
I
love
think
your
they'll
YouTube
be
videos because
relatively
of
happy
you,
with that
me and my
performance. Sure, they
girlfriend
didn't
just
get
started
the
playing
full
Rivals
three,
and we
but
love
it's
it.
a long old distance, and they did it
I'm glad to
relatively
hear that,
quickly
man.
at
I'm glad to
certain
hear
points,
that.
So NRG need to have an answer back here. But as I was mentioning earlier, with that Devil Dino, you are going to have somewhat of a better time being able to bully your opposition off of some of those points and just through the middle, especially alongside the Hulk if they decide to go down that route. But at the moment, hovering a Doctor Strange instead. But what will be interesting if we see Stinkers on that Wolverine that's currently being hovered as well, because we've already seen what Stinkers can do on Wolf, and it could just
Stinkers
open up
as
things
well
for NRG here and allow them to take this first point so quickly if Nightmare aren't expecting it.
Honestly, SJW and we're seeing from Chime are just putting in so much of that
Not
damage
looking good,
pressure
man.
here too. But denying the Kraken impact reset is also so detrimental, and it goes hand in hand with what we're talking about before after that first map, Gaskin, in the communication that is obviously flowing for NRG.
Stats don't matter.
So a
No,
lot of
that is
pressure
true.
on
Hey, listen,
NRG
at the
this
end of the
first
game,
point.
chat, if he wins,
They
he
can take
wins,
it
bro.
very quickly. They're going to be in such good stead to try and win
But
this
you guys
entire
got to
thing.
remember,
But for Nightmare,
if you are
I'm
playing
curious
as
on
a
their
team,
hold, especially
you
if
are
Impunity can
as
kind of
strong
cause disruption
as your weakest
that
player.
Captain America, alongside Light over on
Gotta step
Black
it up,
Cat.
man.
This could be fun to watch for Nightmare if they play this one correctly.
Oh, the counter portal! The counter portal! They're calling them
Oh
out, Mace!
my
With the
God.
opening! Little cheeky, we take those. Just a little bit of the KOs here as they like to
Oh
open things up
my
and delay
God,
the
dude.
oppression from NRG. But you
That
know
was
what? You always
dirty,
like to
bro.
see that
That
every
was
now and
dirty.
then, Gaskin, and it's just a little bit of a
That
statement before
was
he swaps right
dirty.
over to the Emma Frost.
Some unwanted guests.
Goes back to his comfort. And that just slows NRG down a little bit. But of course, they still have plenty of time to work with. But this is the POV I was curious on. Light on Black Cat at the moment could certainly be in a situation where you can win this game for your team if you play it in the right way. He's just trying to find backline at the moment, but struggling really to keep up with them as they are counter-rotating, unknowingly so.
Now looking at the way that Light's gonna try to harass his backline here, they find the Phoenix, they find the Invis, they find the resets here, the Ivory coming in, has harassed Hoodie enough to take down the Invis. They traded off, but
There we
thankfully,
go,
with
there we
Aztec
go.
still being alive, they have the BRB to bring Hoodie together. Windows is gonna be the only casualties here for NRG, but at least your Venom will get back into the action just as quickly. Stinkers really stepping up to find SJW next. The defensive side of Nightmare is slowly falling down, and Mace needs some help. They're playing Ring Around the Rosie behind the wall and the rocks, and is still alive. The support from Nightmare could only be so much here, and it's a lot of this damage.
Oh, I like that Black Cat portal, but he went straight into the Wolverine. Ooh,
Stinkers
that was
is
actually
like
really
Nightmare
clever. I
fuel
like
at the
that.
moment, just hunting down victim after victim, as we will see NRG get this point fairly quickly, to be honest. It was disrupted initially by that portal from Mace, but it's not going to stop NRG in their quest to try and dominate this map and take this series 2-0, as Madara now is going to get very much in the face of Nightmare, ready to just open things up for Stinkers yet again. When you've got Windows and Madara getting in front of the faces of Nightmare, it just opens the world for Stinkers. He's having a field day.
Having a little too much fun here. The Wolverine Also could try to bait out a lot from Mace if they activate the diamond form, but even worse for Impunity, he can't really get set up behind his own walls. You still have the Sia being held onto as Chime harassing him from the high ground. Look at the Sonic Seduction. The Sia is going to be met, and the Galactic Legend, as you go all the way up with the End Song Inferno, you come crashing down. Can there be any follow-up? As Aztec has a BRB
That's
to
an
bring
ult
Window
Fiesta,
back,
but
just
only one
delaying
person
the
died.
inevitable before
More
diving in
ults are
together
still being
with
popped,
Mara
bro.
unleashing the Rampage to find pain, and that is a huge pickoff because you will not be able to have the Kumio unleash to keep everybody up.
Okay, well, the BRB has been huge, hasn't it, for
Oh,
NRG?
no.
It's been really the difference maker as SJW gets kidnapped.
Poor
Sadly,
guy,
cannot
bro. Poor
survive as
guy.
Nightmare fall down to just 2, and they'll have to reset. And maybe they have a chance to try and get to this point with the portal. And yeah, here comes that portal from Mace.
Wolverine
But
has
is there
ult,
going
though.
to be enough sustain here to try and avoid the damage that's coming through? Impunity's already taken so much, but just about survives. But the invisible boundary now is going to open up the door here for NRG.
Oh.
And NRG should be able to comfortably take this second point.
Did it cancel Fidel right there too, who tried to use a Raging Roll Flush on cue with the way that Sinker just went all the way up with those Adamantium Claws to come crashing down like a meteor. Madara follows up to
Wait.
find 2 more,
Okay,
and
chat, wait.
Stinkers is stepping up
I want to
on this
rewind,
pick,
but wait.
on this change.
He
and
didn't
take a look at
cancel
time
the
bank
Royal
too,
Flush,
Gaskin.
did he?
You got 4 minutes, less than 25 seconds on the clock.
When you look at some of the best Wolverine players that we have in Ignite, the likes of Daze, the likes of Stinkers, when they start to get going, it's almost impossible to try and counteract it, because as soon as you start focusing on the Wolverine, you start to get bullied by the Venom, by the Double Dino, and by the Phoenix. It just, your eyes are elsewhere, and it gives so much freedom to the rest of the squad. And Nightmare at the moment, they look a little bit lost at trying to keep up with the pressure that NRG are applying.
Yeah, no, it's quite accurate lure right here, too, with the way that Madara has just been harassing SJW on this Star-Lord. Now, activating Blackout, Ultimate, Light, and Impunity, they're going hand in hand. The BRB, once again, Gaskin, getting the impact that we keep highlighting, bringing another member back. They did lose out on Hoodie, but the Sia is still allowing Energy to come right back around here. They're going to be able to force their way back before Nightmare try to regain their control over these chokes.
I was going to say, you'd probably
That's
prefer
what I thought,
Hoodie to
Harper.
get the one to get onto the BRB spawn, but Chime does have Ensong Inferno available, though, so it might actually work out for them here. NRG, as they continue to push forward. Mace taking so much damage as well, and will fall. It's Stinkers yet again in that feed. Fidel has to pop Raging Royal Flush as the last attempt to stay alive alongside Galactic Legend here.
And the focus, too, onto finding that Gambit.
Wow.
It may not have hit its mark, but guess what?
Wow,
Stinkers has hit
everyone
his mark
grouped
onto
up,
Impunity
everyone ran in
before
there.
letting
The what do you call it? The shield for the
Vanguards are not
Double
having a
Dinosaur,
good
bro. That's
day when
insane.
Stinkers is out on the field and he comes diving in like a torpedo before backing away. Activates the overhealth. You see the freedom charge. You force it to get popped before going back into the safe arms of your own strategist.
It was so good from NRG as well, utilizing the bubble from Madara on the Devil Dino to avoid all of that damage from the Galactic Legend. And NRG very cleverly playing around any sort of damage possibilities from Nightmare. And now they can press their advantage again, although Invisible Boundary will come out from Pain.
Somebody needs to put this dinosaur back on the extinction list. This is just way too much damage output. It's
The
been a
dinosaur.
pain as the invisible boundary was at least met up, and Modern taking a good chunk of that damage, being able to get away though together into Hoodie's invisible boundary, keep everybody up for NRG. They need to stay contested. Remember,
There's no
they didn't
way-
get into the
there's no
finish
way
line.
Nightmare
If
wins
you were
this
Nightmare on the attack, they're still trying to hold them back. But with Window finding Mace, you have to now deal with the Sia.
That's
That is only
GG's,
3
bro.
members out left for Nightmare
GG's.
with nobody left to contest, and NRG get it all the way to the finish line.
We have found a team that can utilize Devil Dino to his best ability. So good watching
I want
NRG using
everyone
to full effect,
that
especially
said that I
bubble
lost their
protecting
channel points
everyone from
to
Galactic
say,
Legend, a winning moment.
I'm sorry,
really, for this
J3.
NRG team
I
here,
should
Vicky.
trust you more.
Yeah, I loved it.
You
I loved
guys
it. And the
are
damage output too,
welcome.
right? You're harassing
You
these
guys
strategists.
are
You know that their
welcome,
game plan
bro.
is to rely on the
112 people lost
$1.6
$1.6 million.
When it came to the Gambit, and then shutting down the damage output when it came to the Galactic
Hey,
Legend
what's up,
with
Mike?
that bubble that we see the Devil Dino have.
Cozy, they've done it. Devil Dinosaur has succeeded over Gambit for the first time here in stage 1.
Yeah, no, I mean, hey, it's nice to see, you know, the Vanguard that we're all experiencing in ranked play show the same here at the pro play level. And honestly, I think
Yes,
first
there's
just
3
big tip of
games.
the cap to the
Also-
new back line. I mean, just, you know, slotting right in there and having, you know, no falter at all. And I think it's Dogman who highlights this a lot, but it needs to be said more. There's just not a lot of Wolverines in NA play, and we can see exactly. I always like to say this. He's an easy hero to pick up, but man, at the top end, it is so tough to deal with a great Wolverine.
Didn't mean to block your
Stinker's
face.
one of the few. I mean, he's immortalized in the history, Vicky, of the spray for how good he is of a play he made, at least, but we saw it right there.
Yeah, exactly. And when you also are able to isolate either an Invisible Woman out of your own Invisible Boundary, you get a cancel at the startup of another ultimate utility. If you get to shut down maybe the attack on a Rage Royal Flesh, you're shooting down the opposition.
You think Remix learned his lesson, or should I vote it for?
It was a great swap up, but then we also got to see, unfortunately, from the Emma Frost not really getting the extension because of that Wolverine.
And Chime just continues to show.
I said FlyQuest is winning.
Such a big anchor of this team.
Look,
him and Stinkers
I
together.
got the first one right. I got the second one wrong. Third one was right. Fourth one's right. Fifth one's right. Chat, I'm on a roll right now, bro.
I felt like Window and Madara had such a good presence as that Vanguard
I'm
line.
on a roll,
and
bro.
Made Light struggle a ton there on the Black Hat, not getting that value. And
you're
it's
so
tough
fake.
because if you're going to be the cat, you
TTK came to my chat and was complaining that the stage 1 game was going to be on the season 7.5 patch. He's been practicing, he told me, on the wrong patch this whole time, he said. So yes, I'm going to vote for the other team. Plus, FlyQuest is not the same team that you guys saw in the preseason. So, yes, and something else about 100 Thieves that I noticed is that 100 Thieves didn't like to ban Elsa, the most broken character last stage. Are they going to learn their lesson here in the ban phase? Probably not. They're probably going to be like, wow, Black Cat, she's a really strong character. Let's ban Black Widow instead. Like, come on, bro. Nah, get out of here.
Dive is thriving so much right now that you need that dive role to get the most value of that. And I think we're going to continue to see that. Devil Dinosaur obviously, does help with the peel and can prevent some of that. But that is going to be a key focus for a lot of these pro teams as they move forward. And NRG continues to get that 2-0.
Until 100 Thieves proves themselves to me. I'm sorry, I have to go against them.
Oh, the damage output that we see from Devil Dinosaur again. Then you see Chime out here.
Yo, Belligerent for 6 months. Appreciate it, my friend.
Also able to keep that beam uptime as much as possible.
Hey,
but it's
appreciate it. Hope you're having a great day.
Stinkers being on the Wolverine out here. Look at this. 23-6 here, as well as the fact that Aztec was able to stay alive for so long to get a lot out of that BRB that we've mentioned before.
Yeah, honestly, the adjustment there from Hoodie and Aztec to go ahead and have most of the line banned completely. And in some ways, obviously Rocket thriving very well. Hey, just another win in the Phoenix ban department, right? They banned all those strategists, and all Rocket players out there want two things: a little bit more movement and Phoenix not in their games.
I don't see enough movement
there, allowed them to cook with success. And overall, I think this was a comp that they were pretty confident in.
I don't know,
once
Odin,
the energy
until
shot
I
against
see
some
it,
of the
bro.
bigger competition and heavyweights within this stage 1, but what a way to show out there, Gaskin, as you've alluded to, because this was a team that they got second in the group stage
finals.
before that
That's
playoffs.
bad.
They looked all the part.
They did, and then they fell apart. And that can happen. Sometimes you come up into knockout competition and you start
J3
struggle a little
predictions, you
bit,
didn't
or
set
maybe
them
the
up.
nerves get
Why would
the
I set
better
them
of you,
up?
but
We're not even
regardless,
at the
it's all in
next
past.
game yet.
And that's what preseason is for, right? It's for building, seeing
We're
if that
still
was the
talking
correct
about
team
the
to
last
bring
game,
into
chat.
stage 1 of Ignite. Evidently it wasn't,
Yo,
and now
Omen!
NRG, they
Appreciate
have
the
found
massive
that
new tier
rebuild,
one,
and they look
tier one
better
sub, my friend.
than
Welcome.
ever. I'm very excited to see how they develop as a team, and certainly if Chime can keep playing this way, because on the Phoenix looks unstoppable, and I wouldn't be surprised if teams start to go for a little bit of a target ban onto that Phoenix.
Yeah, before we get to our interview, I will say some of the things that stand out to me on Nightmare's side. I think Impunity did a pretty good job kind of slotting into that Vanguard role that they have there. SGW, too, kind of living up a lot to that part. I mean, obviously much more comfortable in that back-to-line hit scan where they thrive, but definitely fitting in well with this comp. So I do think they have some things that are working. Fidel coming from, SSG, still finding a little bit of synergy there with Pain.
Yo,
but they definitely have
Paige,
the
appreciate
building
the massive
blocks
2
to
months.
go. They've got a tough schedule up ahead. and
Until
definitely not the
he
easiest
wins.
grouping. But they can find success. Definitely, I'm not saying they would want
Their-
to lose in any way.
their
but gonna get
preseason
reverse
was
swept,
not
always,
strong.
at least giving you a different outlook on these matches. We do have an interview.
And Solo,
and,
appreciate
I'm
massive
excited
12 months,
for it.
my friend. How
We
you
will be
doing?
talking shortly with Madara, one of the Vanguards that have been in the scene for a while, Vicky. Over there, I believe, and funny enough, we did not point this out, I believe it was Madara and Impunity on Dark Zero last year at the LAN in Atlanta. And so now you had, the matchup of the old Vanguard.
That's actually a really good point here, Cozy. And just being able to see Madara step up onto a new hero where we keep highlighting, okay, well, is this going to be the nail in the coffin for some teams that want to try to force us out? Or is this going to be something that some teams aren't prepared for, especially with the inclusion of Devil Dino with Season 8 just dropping not that long ago, and being able to find your upper hand in some of these scrims, right? We've heard the discussion, we've seen it go down on social media, but then seeing Madara really play into it could be difficult in trying to match the pacing of maybe what that Devil Dinosaur could provide to the playfield.
Always has been a big player with huge plays as well. I mean, I remember plenty of the Doctor Strange, Agamottos that were just completely disgusting on their end. And we've seen this, a lot of roster mania. Obviously, they've had the chance to swap out 3 people going into this gasket, a lot of these teams, and we're starting to see most of them take advantage of that. There's a few that haven't, 100 Thieves being one of the core ones of that. Obviously, Swamp Gaming, TLC, the ones that I think are a bit more comfortable with what they have to bring in.
I don't
But
know
as
why I
the
have a
Rivals
razor blade,
evolves
bro.
more, right? More
I don't
heroes
know.
come in. We're going to see these subs come in for their specific role.
Absolutely, because there will be certain players who are far more comfortable on a hero than others, and as the meta changes as well, the hero you're comfortable on, you either have to adapt and change, or you might be benched, and it's a sad reality, but you'll get your opportunity again when a new patch comes out, potentially. But that's the beauty of substitutes. In like every real sport, substitutes are heavily used. Esports, it's a little bit more rare, but that's why I kind of love Marvel Rivals esports, because we are starting to see those subs used a little bit more frequently.
Well, I'll tell you what, Nightmare, they've got a tall task because it's going to be Sentinels tomorrow for them. And Sentinels is coming off a loss that they definitely, look to correct a lot of the mistakes that they had. And one of those teams is going to be very desperate to find the win because we talked about it. It's only the top 4 in each group moving on. And that has so much pressure. Obviously, relegation being a part of this thing, too, for teams, like Nightmare, if you will. And, Vic, I think that's going to play a huge part.
Yeah, I'm excited. Just already seeing how everything is shaped up, Cozy. I was sitting on the edge of my seat watching you guys take us through the action yesterday. Like, oh my gosh, finally, I get to see what, Black Cat in the hands of a pro player is going to look like. Where is Devil Dinosaur going to stay? How is the pick and ban phase going to influence these two new heroes coming up to the plate? And then
I appreciate the massive
how
32
a lot of
months.
our former
What?
Vanguard players, how they've been able to make those adjustments, especially the Vanguard players that have always played so aggressive, now really being able to shine through creatively in a different hero.
Yeah, well, listen, I think Madara and Co, they're just too excited. They're celebrating too much, the interview. We're not going to be able to get together, but we do have ourselves an amazing matchup next. Probably the one that I would say a lot of people have circled in. What are these new teams? What have they cooked up in the lab? The free agency, FlyQuest, 100 Thieves coming at you at the other side of this break.
There you go, chat. See, I was waiting for them to go on a break. Now we talk about the next game. I'm gonna let you guys do your stuff. 100 Thieves against FlyQuest. Wait, did I start the prediction? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Did my internet break? Chat, can you guys hear me? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What's going on here? Hello? Hello? Why did my Chrome just die? Okay, the prediction started. I'm gonna let you guys do the prediction. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I have 1 minute. I'll be right back. Enjoy. I'll be right back, chat. Love you guys. Do your predictions. If you guys want money, vote FlyQuest. I noticed that a lot of you guys are not trusting me, but it's gonna feel so good when I take all your guys' money. It's gonna feel so good. Vote FlyQuest. Vote FlyQuest.
What up, what up? Thanks for being a homie. Hello and welcome back, my friends, to our second matchup of the day, and it is from looking last year, the two highest placed teams in the grand finals that we had on the Americas side, FlyQuest, 100 Thieves. One team looks a whole lot different, the other looking somewhat the same, but these teams are definitely both having a lot to prove. Coming into year two, not exactly on the same fire that Ignite brought year one. Vicky, right away, FlyQuest, that's the team we want to talk about, right? Because if you look at them front to back, this team's looking a lot different. They lost someone like Vest, but they brought in some great talent.
I'm excited to see Cart, and I think everybody else is. I can't wait to see how Cart slots into this team, but, you know, he's not the only one, right? We got Techie, you know, and the fact that we get both of them together with Velocity, with Zella, like, this is going to be a completely different look for FlyQuest.
Yeah, for sure. Gaskin, I mean, Techie coming over there from Sentinels. When really everything began, I was like, where is Techie? We got to get more of him in the scene. What was a great Vanguard, especially, last year. We'll see how they've evolved as a player. And then Cart, if you're going to replace Vest, I mean, Cart is a great one to do so. Obviously, a bit more niche in the hero pool in general, but plays those heroes at some of the best role. Might be the best Hulk in this entire game. That's talking all regions.
And we've just seen what Hulk can do when in the right hands, So FlyQuest, I'm sure, will be delighted to have the pickup of Cart. Losing Vespa is, of course, going to be a heavy hit, but I think they've brought in some fantastic replacements.
Look at this team.
Like Velocity coming in previously in NRG as well, who we just watched.
50 right now. 3.1 million, 3.1 million. Put your channel points on the line,
glad
chat.
to see him back
259 people, 252
people.
people.
Let's be honest, it was an extremely disappointing preseason. That is not what we would expect from a team that was in the grand finals that far on. We were expecting them now to show us what they can be made of, although they are going up against 100 Thieves, who are unchanged, as you mentioned.
Yeah, they kind of started coming into form more towards the second half, and I think Velocity was a big pickup for them because they need more of a voice. They need a leader in that backline. He loves to, kind of have that slot. So great pickup from them. We then take our eyes to 100 Thieves, which I would say, even though FlyQuest had its moments, obviously in the preseason that were disappointing, 100 Thieves might be towards the top of that list. They kind of tripped into the playoffs. And then on top of that, this is a team with very high expectations. People know these players as household names. TTK, one of the best in the biz. Emma, obviously coming back to the light. He will love. But you've got players front to back that have the experience. They've got a brand new identity. What will we see from this 100 Thieves team that typically come out a bit slow, but they usually own these stages?
That's a good question, Cozy, because then you have to imagine, after watching the action from even Sentinels just yesterday, are we going to see a very similar game plan, or have we made the adjustments to not really lean onto just one composition that we excel in, right? And that's something 100 Thieves have to obviously been working on. You have TTK that gets to go back up together with Emma Frost, and it's
rolls
kind of
out
like the TTK
on
show
Angela,
that you and I have seen from the very beginning of time, and then you match that together.
I'm going to bring out the hard
liquor. Didn't
liquor.
make those adjustments in terms of a roster, but obviously having to make adjustments in terms of the compositions that they want to rely on.
Well, heck, if we talk about what we just said, you need a dive hero to have that forefront. Self is a very good representation of that, as we see a Group 8 Gatekeepers, 6th place finish on that preseason, and the struggling Giants. Again, it's a brand new team. That's what happens in esports, and so we will be looking at that not only into the preseason, but as of now. But they've got themselves some veteran names. I think this is a tough first matchup for both because I would say both of them have so much to prove, Gaskin, but they're going against the exact opposition. Like, we could not have scripted this better as the matchup of the orgs to prove.
Yeah, I wonder whether this could be the perfect time for 100 Thieves to face this FlyQuest roster, because in theory they should just get better as they go on, as they build chemistry and as they get used to each other as a roster. So maybe they will come in a little bit quieter into the group stages as they did in preseason and start to build. So maybe 100 Thieves will be happy with that. But the other end of things is sometimes you get that phenomenon of a new team being added, a new couple of players coming in, and suddenly you have that instant chemistry, that honeymoon period where you play absolutely lights out. So I'm intrigued to see which kind of end of the spectrum we see FlyQuest ending up here.
Hey, Crappy Pen, appreciate it.
I'm going to go go ahead and probably give a bit of an edge to 100 Thieves because I will say this meta favors them a lot more than last. I think obviously Delina played a fine Elsa out there, but I really like to see the front to back that's going to come back into their own form a bit. And obviously, this feels like, to me at least, TTK in the meta for them. We look at map 1 being Hell's Heaven. What a perfect representation. But we were getting a lot of kind of awkward Magneto and Angela in play there. Angela is begging for life with dino beams shooting her to the ground at the moment. And so now you've got Emma Frost back on top. And that is not only just great for controllers and the sticks, I think the Vanguard role in general for TTK is going to be much more comfortable going back to form.
I definitely agree, Cozy. I love how you have to highlight that too. Like, somebody help out Angela. Her wings have been clipped once again here, even with the
Do you
slight
trust
changes that we
me?
have seen onto Angela. But then you have to deal with a dinosaur on the other end.
Do
Will
you
we
trust
see
me?
The dinosaur is the biggest question after the action that we just
Fly
saw
Quest.
in our first series. But diving into Hell's Heaven, Cozy.
Yeah, I mean, heaven falling, quite literally, the only thing is Angela.
Likewise.
She's got the fish from Black Hat, too. There's so much grounding, dear gosh. But either way, Hell's Heaven's such a fun map to open
Everyone
it up.
that
I would
said
say
no,
one of the
eat
more
my
iconic
ass.
ones
Likewise.
out there as we see the wall of statues. That was originally how they teased, I believe, Black Widow into the game. So fun fact, back into the old days. But either way, we take a look at this pick ban. Again, we talked about it, Gaskin. The Gambit's been sneaking through. I think Millennia, one of the better strategists we don't talk about. Obviously, with FlyQuest in, Velocity's going to have a lot of that talent there.
And Millennia got a lot of Gambit in preseason as well. 9, to be precise, maps were on Gambit. So I think if you are looking at this 100 Thieves roster and you're trying to find a way to nuke them a little bit, I think you do remove the Gambit instantly, but we'll have to see whether it
Hey,
happens.
tell your
All right,
tell your
well,
daughter
we've got
happy
Devil
birthday.
being saved
Right
on
now,
both
we're in
sides.
the
I
middle of
think
a
this is the
tournament. I
first
can't.
time
But
we've got the Jurassic
happy
Park
birthday,
special.
happy birthday.
Hold on, 2 Titans going at it, both in Orgs and in the Dino Sense, and it's going to be the Gambit Mantis band. You know what? This is what I love to see, is the homework from yesterday a bit, but also what I would probably expect here for the tip of the cap to the strategist, Vic.
Yeah, John Williams is once again singing just somewhere else, right? It's not going to be the Jeff dun 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 dun. No, instead you're going to have to cue the Jurassic Park noise. The Ultron getting banned next to is very interesting here. 100 Thieves, you talk about doing their homework with no Mantis, no Gambit from the side, but then on their end, they're going to be able to prioritize
100 Thieves doing their homework since when?
Expecting that triple strat to roll out.
Since when?
Yeah, for sure. We see Self play a lot of that Ultron as well, and heck, Delina can even flex into that. So we're seeing a bit more of an interesting lineup here. Probably going to lean to the way I would probably expect them to go ahead and enable Self with that Ultron, but he might take that role after all. Rocket going to be banned. That's going to give a bit of love to how 100 Thieves likes to play their backline, as everybody being able to handle the dive themselves, Gaskin. We saw that with Millennia in the past as well as Winnie.
Yeah, we've also seen just how powerful the BRB can be for winning some of these engagements as well. So I
Honey Badger, I just want to let you know I'm not no snitch, but Gob was talking shit about you.
Not entirely surprised by that as well, especially
the
with the amount
predictions
that
the predictions literally just closed
previously. So curious to see whether that's going to be the dance that FlyQuest choose to make. But this is going to be a little bit of an interesting one with both Gambits being removed, and we got our first Devil Dino mirror, which we haven't actually seen so far in stage 1. So it is going to be like butting 2 heads and then what happens around it.
Yeah, and a lot of ways to throw your opponent off the environment. What Hell Heaven is just absolutely chock full of.
Do
right?
you
so
guys
Devil
think
Dinosaur being quite
that
literally one of the
100
more
Thieves
interesting picks on this map. A lot of strategies
did their
being banned
homework?
behind
Or
you know,
do you
both teams
think
here, and with White Fox being the
they're
difference.
gonna do a
That's what I want to
repeat
see
of what
cleaned
they
up.
did
You
in
picked
the
up Velocity.
preseason?
You have Zelos. Can they find that synergy quickly against this 100 Thieves team that didn't have to go into too many changes overall? Vicky, when you look at it, one thing that stands out, who's a player you want to step up on both sides?
I want to see TTK come up into fruition once again here from 100 Thieves. I think it's going to be a really good fight here, but then together with that,
Yo,
and Velocity you mentioned
Dalto with
being
the
in
massive
call
10
out
get
on
this
the
out, my friend.
ultimates. That's going to be a
Absolutely
great
insane.
addition for
Appreciate it.
FlyQuest. Part 2 popping off as we see from the Hulk, but this is a series that we've been waiting for, Cozy. Our second match of the day.
Straight out of Michael Bay film, lasers everywhere from the Dino Gaskin. Let's get going as we have ourselves going to Hell's Heaven, match number 1, 100 Thieves versus FlyQuest.
All right, let's get this going, Gaskin. We were waiting for this here, and now we finally get to see what FlyQuest and their pickups bring to the table. Techie, welcome back together with Hart as well. We've mentioned already Velocity in the backline together with Zelos. Is it going to be enough with 2C also popping off? And let's get this gate going here. 100 Thieves, TTK rolling out, not on the Queen herself, but on the Devil Dino.
We're going to get
GTK
Cart
on
Devil
Devil
Dino as well,
Dinosaur?
instead of Hulk. Are we going to see what Cart could do on
Well,
this
that's gonna be
new
fun.
oppressive Vanguard? As I said, it's going to be a lot of butting heads, quite literally, with these compositions. But also keep an eye on those who are going to be playing the duelist here. With the amount of damage you can put in, you can build up those ultimates relatively quickly as well. And it is already going to be a back and forth at the moment. Neither team kind of stepping on the point as it unlocks.
No
Instead,
Phoenix
it's gonna
from
be an
each
outright
team.
brawl
Wow.
on this left-hand side.
I think it's really interesting to see Vinny too, really still relying on that tank pool too to try to match that with Techie. Playing this slow with Zelos being on the Jeff. How about making a lineup here extinct with Velocity trying to be the anchor in the main strat and getting those COs down. Card take a good chunk of that damage, but it's the delay while FlyQuest have a bit more control over the point, but it's going to be a match for both of the tank pools between Vinny and Techie. Nice bubble from the other side of the Devil Dino that is TTK while he slowly tries to approach over onto the point.
Uh-oh.
These battles are going to be all about sustain when you get this kind of mirror as well. It's about surviving, waiting for those ultimates, and then who's going to be the one to pop it first. Zealous is going to have already It's Jeff available if you want to try and go for a little bit of a gobble. But Winnie's going to be the first one to go for it, and we'll actually get a grab, and then the counter comes out from Zealous here.
And together with Zelos, the It's Jeff, oh, it's a buffet
Wow.
of all three members of FlyQuest. Winnie coming out to find those three
100
victims,
Thieves
and
capping the
100
point
Thieves
first,
will be
chat.
able to get the point first thanks to the It's Jeff.
Just an insane neutral that we had to see as well, and just get used to it. These long engagements when you have Devil Dino on both sides, because the amount of pressure you can kind of consume as that Vanguard, you block so much damage as well, especially with that bubble. You can protect all of your team, so everyone just kind of hunkering down behind the Dino and waiting to build up those ults.
Look at TTK, very close to that Rampage, and Self does have the Extermination. A lot of sustainability from 100 Thieves, with Millennia having the Invisible Boundary. With the 2C, who can try to go for an environmental KO on the Glartrox if they can get a little cheeky with it. But with the Extermination, finding Cart, trying to move up with the rest of the team, getting displaced is something huge here, and it's going to put a delay to the
What's
way
going
that
on here,
FlyQuest
chat?
want to try to take over the point.
Yeah, this is just going to hurt FlyQuest in terms of time at the moment, but you can see the Glartrox does get released as well. Can you actually connect with anything to try and convert it into some KOs? Doesn't look like that's going to be the occasion here for them. So 100 Thieves still holding strong, holding this angle at the moment.
And you got the Banhammer right on top of it. Everybody's playing inside these spheres before you get isolated. It's going to be Vinny who
That
gets
was a
shut
little
down,
ballsy.
and Techie coming out on top together with Zelos. Now, with FlyQuest having the number advantage, Cart gets stunned temporarily. The Rampage comes out, and Melee is going to keep everybody up with the Kumio Unleashed to try to match out of the Invisible Boundary. Look at Vinny. He was one shot. Gets back to health thanks to Millennia, but it's so much damage output, and Serena going down without being able to utilize a Galactic Legend here, as they've now booted their way right
Hey,
off the point, and
78%
allowing
is not
FlyQuest
that bad for
to take it
100
over.
Thieves, man.
Yeah, that was far better, and again, it was just that opening pick they were able to
people-
get and
pros
allow them
still
to
play
apply
tank
just
pool, yes. He's
too
just
much
not
pressure
as
really for
strong
100
as he
Thieves,
used to be, but he's still
look at
pretty
the ult
good.
economy now. We are going to again have the It's Jeff available for Zelos to maybe do a little bit more with it on this occasion, but also Galactic Legend on the side of 100 Thieves, as you are just going to see Brute Force being the attempt, but it is denied immediately as Starlord gets ripped off the map.
Nice little charm here, finding Delena here as well before Melio. It's an opportunity to get it once again before backing away. Has a teleport to get together with the rest of the team. Just a little beta switch, so that way you can try to get your Kumio Unleashed even faster. Zelos does have the It's Jeff. Can it be as big as what we see from Winnie? As a Rampage starts off, TTK does get stunned. The Rampage going forward before Delena finds Cart. Before backing away, though, Zelos says, I just
he didn't want to go for it, man.
I can do to help out Cart in this situation. The Banhammer next to try to meet that of the Extermination from Self, just keeping everybody alive for 100 Thieves, but it's a straight neutral fight with Velocity having the Eternal Bond, and now it's up to Winnie to go hard again here with the It's Jeff, catching him right at the very end of the Glartrox, catching him like a baseball, and bringing him together with the rest of his team.
Yeah, it's one of the best ways to use it, Jeff, is as protection rather than the aggression. As you see the switch over for Delena as well. Over on
That was a very
Phoenix,
smart
just to
play.
try and allow
That was very
a little
smart.
bit more poke coming through, as Starlord wasn't quite doing it. And you also get the Endstrong Inferno as well to try and slam down the extra bit of damage. As FlyQuest, they will have to fall back as 100 Thieves regain once more.
Swap ups here that they definitely needed. Delena highlighting the buffs here for Phoenix and just putting
they're
in some more
TPing.
of that extra
Damn.
pressure before the portal play comes in. Techie putting it right behind so that way they can utilize it as some extra cover from the other side of the point. Nearing already 95% in favor for 100 Thieves, and Millennia still has the invisible boundary. No sustainability on the side for FlyQuest unless Melly could stay alive to get this Kumio on the leash.
Yeah, at the moment, no ults to work with. As you said, just going to be the one for FlyQuest when they get there. But the invisible boundary does come out now just to give the extra bit of protection for them. And 100 Thieves have to take advantage of this, and they will be. TTK gets the opener.
Oh, FlyQuest. Uh-oh, FlyQuest.
Right after the Kumio Unleash is forced to be used and then gets melted here as the Rampage comes out from TTK to play even more
Oh,
aggressive.
he wasn't even able to get his ult. Damn, okay.
100 Thieves.
Okay, this looks like a different 100 Thieves from the preseason. Okay,
for them right
okay.
now. FlyQuest, they had a couple of good moments, but just couldn't break out once they got pinned back in once more from 100 Thieves. I love the switch as well. Over onto Phoenix.
I trusted
You're on
you.
Star
Guys,
Road.
it was only the first round, bro. Oh my god. This is the same thing that happened last game, bro. Last game, Nightmare Cat first point. Everyone was like, oh my god, Jay3, you suck. I trusted you. And then guess who ended up winning?
Out and sometimes apply that extra bit of pressure with the damage too. Sometimes even just a couple of kills off the back of the Endsong Inferno. So a great change from 100 Thieves to stay on top here.
I also think it just follows up so nicely when you combine that together with a good amount of the bleed pressure, and then you combo that with the Rampage. It's so much damage to burn.
Every time I trust you, Jay.
Burn one of those strategist ultimates, right? You go hand in hand together.
I'm gonna shit in your pillow.
Getting the impact, making that quick swap.
So when you go put your head down there to go sleep, it's just gonna be all mushy.
Round number 2, though,
Stop.
Gaskin and Hart does have the Rampage of their own. Velocity
Stop.
making the swap.
Game is not
over to
over,
the Loki,
bro.
something that we've seen Velocity on so many times to get the God of Mischief, so that way they can try to get a similar copy too.
Does Cart pop it early just to try and win this initial engagement and get this one locked down. It was a long old neutral beforehand, and it took a long time before 100 Thieves were able to get out on top. But you can try and target some of these backline players. Winnie just giving so much free heals at the moment, and you will see the Rampage get popped by Cart to try and stay alive here. But now Winnie, can you actually catch anything? There is going to be a couple in there, but do you get any answers? No.
Oh, that was he fried that shark, by the way, right out of the itch, Jeff. Unfortunate, the game plan does not work a second time around. And
wait, TTK died on point? Did he actually just learn it? Did he learn not to go save his KD? He's growing up. He's growing up, chat.
Self is going to have Rage of Ultron off spawn. So maybe that's something they can utilize to try and break through here on FlyQuest. Whereas look at Velocity, though, about to go over to 100. And that means they're going to have the freedom of any ultimate they want from this lobby. And that is going to be difficult for 100 Thieves to break through as well. Maybe they could steal an invisible boundary if they would like to from the other side. But already you can see 100 Thieves trying to flank around a little bit, just sending one player to get a little bit of info. But now they will bundle up onto the Dino.
They get the copy on the Eternal Bond to keep everybody alive through the extermination, and the BRB for Melio is going to bring back Heart. So with the Eternal Bond used up in the form of the God of Mischief, Delena's waiting, forcing Tusi to look down this window, has the Endsong Inferno, as you mentioned, for a hard reset if they need it, but they have to get rid of these cheeky Loki clones that are in different angles, the invisible boundary to allow them to walk up.
They got to go forward, the map changing.
Together, Techie just trying to bring everybody into their line of sight, but 100 Thieves aren't
Oh, okay, Delena.
As Delena in the strength neutral calls out Tusi, calls out the Loki. The lamp's now burned up as Zelos unleashes the Eternal Bond.
Okay, wow, Velocity
just on
survived
a
all that.
Clone mission at the moment, taking down every clone that they see. But you are going to be able to survive. Endsong Inferno is still there and available and will be popped now. But is the damage there to get any sort of conversion? No. No KOs, but it will at least allow her to keep herself alive. And now FlyQuest have to just back off a little bit. Maybe they have to sacrifice this point unless Cart goes crazy.
I'm very surprised. Wait, isn't Melio a DPS player, chat? What are we doing over here?
To find Cart, will be able to come back in, but FlyQuest are nearing 95%, so they held it down for quite some time. Good stall from FlyQuest for 100 Thieves finally flip it.
Triple support, triple support.
They can just pretty much mirror what they did at the start of this round, where Cart initiates the rampage, everyone kind of follows in his shadow, and then they all break away to just damage that backline immediately to be able to comfortably win the engagement. But it's easier said than done, as here comes the push now.
For trying to wrap up.
There's no way their professional strat is to play Rocket because Rocket shreds Dinosaur, chat. There's no way that's the actual strat.
Talk about the extra damage output as Cart is going to unleash the Rampage that we've highlighted before, the invisible boundary, more so on one side of the point here, just allowing FlyQuest to delay the inevitable, wait it out before now pushing together, and the Endsong Inferno still aligned here for 2C. Techie has a Sonic Seduction, you go diving right down, and the Extermination as a BRB does bring Cart right back, but he's still lost 2 out for FlyQuest. Velocity has the Eternal Bond, so that way they can try to keep themselves in this fight to flip it, and the rest of the 100 Thieves, they're forced out. These walls here are just trying to allow them to get back together with Vinny, who's so close to that strangling prison.
It did shut down TTK though, and Endsong Inferno comes out on the other side from Delana, but no conversion on it, no KO for them, and Cart is now going to look to dominate this point, as FlyQuest are still keeping this fight alive. 100 Thieves still scoring at the moment, but when you thought FlyQuest were done and dusted, they just about bring it back, and most of it was because of Melee on that
I can
Rocket
feel it,
Raccoon.
chat. I can feel it.
Hiding in my corner.
I can feel it in my thighs.
Here. Strangling prison now unleashed as everybody's grouped up in that right corner, but then you have to match that with the Sia. It's not enough to keep those 2 members alive for FlyQuest. Vinny is on a rampage, and together with Winnie being on the swamp of the God of Mischief, Delena catching out Melio right before he can get out into the line of sight of Delena.
One last ditch attempt maybe for FlyQuest then.
Are they staggering the
attempt
Venom?
to fly yourself round as the Venom for Techie to see if you can just get a touch onto that
Techie,
point, but
that's
elsewhere,
bad, bro.
it's just going to be distraction for this
it's a 5v6
portal to
now,
come
chat.
through
That's
but
bad.
the opener onto Techie just means FlyQuest are going into this as a 5 versus 6.
And Velocity had to make that swap over to put down the portal. Techie has the reset too with the piece of the Abyss. It's the Eternal Bond. FlyQuest have a lot in their utility to keep this fight going, but 100 Thieves are right around the corner with the Eternal Bond now. And now with Winnie having the Invisible Boundary in the form of the God of Mischief. Comes now the Endsong Inferno for the reset cart. The rampage is over, and so he's about
TTK?
to have the extermination.
Delena?
You're gonna use it right outside of the piece of the Abyss that you see FlyQuest trying to hold it down together. Right
Vinny?
through the Devil Dino
Self?
barrier, and all the damage output is just enough for 100
Winnie?
to stray FlyQuest off.
100 Thieves secure the victory over FlyQuest. That Rage of Ultron is disgusting when it gets going, but FlyQuest sadly just could not find their way through time and time again. 100 Thieves, they look like they've polished things up between preseason and stage 1, and maybe reaping the benefits now of not making any team changes coming here into this stage.
Amazing looks here, as 100 Thieves 2 had also made the adaptation that they needed going into this round. Even if they had lost at that point, what was it? We saw FlyQuest at what, nearly 92% or so when they first took over that point before 100 Thieves flipped it. It's going to be one heck of a series, guys. Don't go anywhere, because on the other side of this break, we got match number 2.
Every dog finds a bone eventually, chat. Can they keep up this momentum, though? That's the question. Every squirrel finds a nut. But you know what I'm saying, chat? You know what I'm saying? Let me see real quick. Hang. You know what I'm saying, chat? You know what I'm saying? Doreen knows all about that. Wait, what? They can't let TTK be on Dino. Force him on an aim-intensive hero. What? That would be even worse. TTK, I'm pretty sure, has even a better Emma. Oh, listen, I don't care what you guys say as well. What was that team? I'm pretty sure it was Wasn't it the first game of the day? TCO against Crownfall. Crownfall won the first game, and chat was like, "Oh my God, J3, we're losing our channel points." But then TCO came back and won. So, listen, maybe it was a fluke. Maybe it was a fluke. Maybe. Hear me out. Maybe 100 Thieves did their own bans themselves, but now iRemix came back from, you know, working and putting the fries in the bag. Now he's gonna do the bans. Maybe they could flark it up now. Have you guys ever thought about that? Think about it. I don't know, man. Anything could happen. Anything could happen. My money is gone. It's not gone yet, chat. Also, is that show good? Marvel Zombies, is it good, chat? It's good? Okay. I'm okay. Short and well animated? Okay, sick, because I needed something to watch. Milo! Preacher Master 77 months. Oh shit, I think we're back. Bang. The show is like Loki. Oh, damn, I'm not gonna watch it. Never mind. Whoa!
In game right now, featuring new skins for Luna Snow, who at this point is collecting legendary skins like the Avengers heroes. But right now we've got the Hela serving the goddess skin in the Savage Land as well. A lot of great heroes at the moment, repping in style, and of course Ultron dripping. And we saw exactly what Self was able to do on that Ultron. Ever more with that in crazy extermination. Now, after that map result we just saw, Hell's Heaven, 100 Thieves gonna go ahead and look back to form a little bit against FlyQuest. And right away, I want to ask you, Vicky, I mean, what was the standout to you?
It's better than Loki. Like, well, I think anything can be better than Loki.
Presence felt a lot more stable on 100
Loki
Thieves
is
side. TTK coming into form there.
Loki's at like the bottom of
no
the
way we get
barrel.
I hope that's an Easter egg or a tease.
Hold on. Hopefully. Oh, no way. All right, I got hyped actually, especially with like the Lower Manhattan map, what it provides with that UAV that just scans everybody and their ultimate charge. I could go on, guys. I was actually in Lower Manhattan when that map dropped too, so very iconic, at least memory for me. But Cozy, specifically a standout for me is looking at 100 Thieves.
What's up, Hidden?
Like
How you doing?
Being able to have your Phoenix pop off and have fun with the game, and then your Vanguards looking like they're also having a good time. It literally just looks like 100 Thieves are enjoying themselves, and it also looks like they're playing into their strength, right? The Devil Dino in the hands of TTK, hand in hand together with the synergy that we're seeing from 100 Thieves, I think just matches so well.
The sun was getting real low. I want the Hulk to be unleashed, you know, Gaskin.
What's
and
J3's
I think that was the plan they had going in.
movie?
Sometimes in scrims and practice, you have one kind of mindset.
I really
but
like
then
Batman. I think Batman's
it's like, okay,
pretty good.
You might need to change things up. That's what I see over on FlyQuest. But
A
yeah,
lot of
it just looked like
resemblance.
100 Thieves felt comfortable. That was the first time we got to see Ultron kind of represented very well. Obviously, last time in the preseason, didn't quite have that oomph factor behind him with the triple strat. Now has that with the ultimate. And putting it all together, Winnie, though, as our MVP on the Loki.
Yeah, Winnie just doing everything, whether it was the counters with the Jeff ult and just being able to spit the entire team out, it felt like off the side, or making sure that invisible boundary got down at the right time. Just very cleverly manipulating the map in their favor with the strategist ult coming through. So I think Winnie deserves to get a little bit of love here. I know that you could definitely look at other players from 100 Thieves who were stepping up to the plate when they needed to as well.
Sorry, chat, I can't block.
23 KOs in the end on the Phoenix was unbelievable as well. So definitely a shout out on that side. But also TTK, I mean, on the Devil Dino was just ever present. And there was the question of where TTK was going to go. What kind of Vanguard are you going to be playing? And that responsibility of playing the Dino is not an easy one.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I want to highlight a couple things. First of all, having Vinny as Groot with Dino is actually really tough because when you have the jungle of walls, it's typically a good counter against Dino and kind of awkward. So you have to be just perfect with those
I think
wall
they do a lot of the
placements to help
face
the Dino and not,
cams and
you know,
like player
restrict
interviews
TTK
and
in
like
its
player
movement, and they did that very
voice
well.
comms and all that
On the
stuff.
other hand, it felt like
Usually like in playoffs,
we got a little
chat,
bit like mystery heroes
not
at one
stage
point.
one.
There's like five different Vanguards played, Vicky, and I think obviously, we see a lot of tank pool played against Devil Dinosaur. We saw that yesterday, too. You can farm the headshots, really get the XP going, and is good in domination because you can carry
What's
between rounds.
What's the new Batman game?
Just
Are you
feel
talking about like Lego
comfortable
Batman?
on their pick and maybe try to change things a bit too late.
Yeah, I agree, and that's why we were talking about how quick we saw the swap up, whether it be from the Star-Lord into the Phoenix, and then making the adjustments where Vinny was able to get that strangling prison in a good amount of time, while Delena was
Yeah,
the
Lego Batman game I think has a lot of great
more
reviews.
The attention away from FlyQuest means that I'm interested to see if we really are gonna go to Lore.
I think I
Manhattan,
actually
what
played
means
that
for
game.
Phoenix.
They were having like a free
Well, we
trial
get to
thing
take
at like
a look now,
TwitchCon.
and the
I
map
played it.
chosen
was like,
from FlyQuest
yeah.
is Lower Manhattan. The Easter egg, the tease was correct. We have our first
Low.
appearance
Oh
of the
my
new
God!
map.
Is this
That I
the
saw
first
Winlock,
pro
people
game
were
of
like, we will
Lower
not see
Manhattan?
pros picking this map. Well, believe now. I actually think, Gaskin, this is a perfect map for, I dare say, like the losing team to
Wait
pick,
a
right? It kinda gives you
minute.
some, intel into ult charge into
I want to see how the
wall hacks,
pros play
and
this game,
I think
chat. This is going to be
point one is a
very
very interesting point. I'm actually excited because I myself like the map.
How are you with your iframes and avoiding that scan is the real question, because there are some heroes that can avoid it, and that was one thing when this map came out. There was a lot of people kind of diving deep into which hero can avoid it and how. So we'll have to see how these pros have been practicing. And you're right, I mean, if you're FlyQuest here, you 1-0 down, nothing to lose, but also, have they been practicing Lower Manhattan religiously throughout scrims? When there is a newer map, you can get a leg up on your competition if you make sure it is one of your best ones, because they might not be as prepared as you are.
Absolutely, and we get a look at the Bald King, Kingpin, aka J3, in the back of the map.
What?
Love the aesthetics of this map in
Why
general.
am I
Trying to break your way
strays,
into
bro?
what is a
What
pretty
the
well-guarded area. There's a lot of cool maps, and I would say breakable environments that you can use that people aren't aware of. But point 2 feels a lot like Wakanda, where it's kind
what
of this,
the hell,
it's
man?
this tough way to break in with the momentum that you can carry into it. And so we'll see how each team chooses to go around it. And we talked about this. A lot of heroes in the game. Map picks, too, is something you have to be comfortable with. Now, 100 Thieves going to save the dino for TTK once again. But taking a look, Vicky, FlyQuest not changing it up. They're fine with how it went. They're going to try to take it to another game mode.
That's interesting. Okay, so they're gonna still force out the Devil Dino, which means we're probably not gonna see Cart, unfortunately, on the Hulk. So for those of you guys that were waiting for that, especially me, maybe we won't be getting that, as the Luna is gonna be the next ban. The Ultron ban here for 100 Thieves.
That's wild,
that
chat.
really
That's
did
wild,
benefit 100
bro.
Thieves too, that you were mentioning, Cozy.
That is
specifically,
wild.
Was the Ultron for them? So maybe that could be forced out if FlyQuest want to ban that out.
I
they end up
want
protecting the Luna for themselves.
Yeah, the Luna Snow, it's funny because Luna has kind of gone up
I
and down
want
throughout the meta.
Cozy
And for a
Fire.
while,
Can we
it was
start
like
a
the
new
Loki Luna
hashtag,
meta
chat?
forever, right? But
Hashtag
then now kind of
Fire
had a tail
Cozy.
end, kind of dip down, if you will, in usability. But that clap and
He called
being
me
able
bald.
to get that much quicker to pierce through with the heals and the damage is so reliable on game modes like this. I think this is going to be a great kind of righting of the ship, if you will. Phoenix getting the ban on the other side, respect to Delina on that end. And so now you got to see, where does Delina go from here, Gaskin?
I mean, over to Star-Lord, perhaps. I mean, there's definitely other places you can put yourself if you are in that situation for Delena, but I think that the way that they played in that previous game, they're going to feel comfortable on anything, just not missing any shots at the moment. And I think that 100 Thieves will just be happy they got Ultron again, being able to protect it. Maybe you could have seen that ban earlier on, but with the way that pick and ban has worked out for them,
give
it's
Cozy
just
a
been
raise.
probably a win for 100 Thieves yet again here in this lock and
Whose
bit.
side are you
Well, point
on?
one's not always a hit scan factory, so
I'm
maybe
your
we get
streamer.
vintage
You
Psylocke
defend
on
me.
Delina or Star-Lord. Maybe, dare I say, Black Cat. I think that's going to be more for Self, but we'll find out right now as we'll find who's defending first into the aggression. That is the 100 Thieves in FlyQuest
Yes, I think this is the
matchup.
first
Very
time we see
important one for
Manhattan
both
in
of them.
pro play,
Can they
yes.
seal the deal? Take it away.
Thank you so much, Cozy. In our best of 3, 100 Thieves plant their feet. 1 win to go here for them to move on, as our group stages have been shaping out very nicely, Gaskin. And we get to see Lower Manhattan for the first time within the Americas region. We did see it just a little earlier, actually. Shout out to Vaudable, who was able to call it out. We saw it actually earlier in Oceania, so it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out in a different region.
Yeah, on that matchup, it was a Devil Dino mirror as well. But on this one, doesn't look like we're going to see necessarily the Devil Dino being pulled out for FlyQuest, because you get your wish, Vicky. Cart is on your big bad boy Hulk, and we'll have to see whether it makes the difference for them.
Okay, and already starting things off very aggressively. TTK with the portal plays, just so that way they waste no time to get onto this point, giving them whiplash with the FlyQuest, the alley-oop, the freeze onto the big dino here. But they're taking the fight right to FlyQuest to secure this point just as fast as possible.
Yeah, they almost just confused them, bamboozled them there, and were able to get away with almost 2 chunks. Actually, they might even get to these 2 chunks if they've been able to force them back here, FlyQuest, as they are really at 6s and 7s right now, unable to really break through the pressure that we see implemented from 100 Thieves, who were already able to get the opener. With them going down, FlyQuest down to just 5. It looks like this first point is going to be as easy as that, and just a great push through from the start.
What a way to highlight the practice of your rollout right now from 100 Thieves. That was Chef's kiss, together with the triple strategist lineup that they rolled out with, knowing that the strap pool was going to get that ultimate
Damn! 100 Thieves got that shit so fast.
FlyQuest, on the other hand, now making some changes. Sure, we may see the Cart Hulk, but is it going to be enough now that UAV
Also,
comes
we
in
don't
and
see
gets
a
the
lot
scan,
of
lets them
we
know
don't
what
see a lot of
everybody's ultimate charge is also looking like.
We don't see a lot of this
Tekken
character.
switching over to Devil Dino, so we're going to get Dino
Surprising.
plus Hulk. Remember, we did see this in our previous matchup, the first series of the day as well, and it worked very well when you use them together. It's very difficult to play up against. Tuzi just trying to survive on Psylocke at the moment, able to get away, but was certainly focused briefly by that Daredevil. You've got to keep an eye on Self, but it's going to be Self and Vinny working together, just diving at the moment with Captain America and Daredevil.
When you get Self to just break out of the chains and do what Self loves to do best here, making the swap of the Dilemma take it to the skies on the Ultron instead. Melio, the Black Cat, is no longer here on the field, is instead going to get caged back into the spawn room gates before making the swap up over to
Remember,
the
this is FlyQuest's map pick, bro. They better lock it in. They gotta win this. It would be very embarrassing if they lose on your map pick.
Self is very close to letting that devil out, and Delena has the extermination to go.
Here he goes, Rage of Ultron, and boy, is he full of fury, but he gets absolutely deleted out of the sky. Tuzi doing their job as now TTK going to just pop that Rage as well, and we are going to see plenty of pushback from the back of it.
Can we talk about the timing of the scan was so perfect because Tuzi was
Rachel
so
for
close
25
to
months.
Delena, was hugging that wall, up on top of that balcony, finding that pig was ginormous, forcing Delena to now make the swap off of the Ultron now over to the Star-Lord, going with triple strat lineup for 100 Thieves.
With the Rampage used now for TTK, Techie's going to have it on the other side for FlyQuest again to try and apply that pressure. Alongside Car as well, they might be able to go for something a little bit different. The switch over to Venom maybe could be what they were looking for here, but Melina is going to be able to pull out. It's Jeff to try and get a little bit of extra oomph, but I don't know if you actually found anyone with it. So instead, we are going to be in a situation where FlyQuest are just dropping like flies.
And you go in for the Feast of the Abyss to get a
Oh,
reset,
no,
but
this
you
is
have
not
no
chat.
follow-up potential off of the antis that you landed. Instead, it's the self-show
Chat, I'm not feeling
finding
so
the quick
good.
3K, winning the nail in the coffin to find Cart. It's another clear out for 100 Thieves as FlyQuest back to the drawing board because this was not working out.
You gotta poop? No.
Come through shortly. Vinny and Winnie, though, both have ultimates.
I said FlyQuest was gonna win this.
Going to have them available for themselves. As
after what I'm seeing, I just don't feel good
at the moment. They are not really surviving as much as they need to. The sustain has not been there for them. Freedom Charge comes out as well from Vinny. So that is probably good news to bad news for the side of FlyQuest. Now Ensong Inferno, can you land any damage? Not enough.
And look at the sustain right now that we're seeing for 100 Thieves. Winnie then comes into the Kumio Unleashed.
Classic
Delena wraps up
Curse
from the
3
back
now.
end and takes a flanking angle to find Melio, who goes on for their third swap, this time over to that Daredevil here. And the Venom not really helping out for FlyQuest too, as Cart hasn't really been able to help sustain themselves. They're clearing up more space as 100 Thieves are taking them out one by one. There goes the strat back line of FlyQuest and the rest of the team.
Second point secure.
What is that? What is
Gonna have
that?
Galactic
4
Legend available
minutes
as
for
well.
all of third phase?
This is just looking a little bit rough around the edges here for FlyQuest. Clearly, you know, they've had a lot more work to do. They've had to make those team changes, whereas 100 Thieves, they've carried on their team, their exact lineup from preseason, so they were always going to have the advantage.
How can you not have faith in your boy TTK?
I think
It's not that I
FlyQuest
don't
are
have
probably
faith in
getting a little bit
TTK. It's
frustrated
just
with how this
that
game's going at the moment, especially
I don't have
considering
faith in
they
the
picked this
team
map. I
after
thought
the
it would be something a
preseason,
little
bro.
bit
They
special
came in
coming out from
6th place in the preseason, chat.
The fact that
That's
you're just
horrible.
letting Self have
I had
it
high
moving.
expectations for
Welcome
them,
to
and
the
they failed
circus,
me.
Self Circus, but now you have the Dancing with the Butterfly velocity to help them move up into position after the Galactic Legend was used up from Delena. Everybody's sustained, but you also want to add in a little bit more of that extra damage to help enable 2C. But it's a trade-off here. Millennia is the first to get knocked out, and now TTK unleashing the rampage. The follow-ups here, Self together with Delena have just been the duelist menace to be afraid of.
Yeah, can't move back over to Devil Dino, but he got ripped right back off of it once more. It's just not fun when you are focused that heavily and you just don't have the support from the rest of the team. Because 100 Thieves doing so well at separating the team from the Devil Dino at the moment. FlyQuest just not able to play on him as they would like to.
This is just crazy to see this momentum that we're seeing. I mean, right now, 100 Thieves together with Selfie unleashes the Devil. The Reflect backing away, still alive.
Wow.
Millennia goes in
Great mobility,
now
bro.
It's up to Winnie to keep
Damn.
them up alive and to continue on this pressure. TTK gets the auto grab, sends him off to the map, and isolates Techie. I love the displacement that we're also seeing right now from the TTK Devil Dino play.
Kai is going to go for one last attempt as well. Bubble will at least try and create some space for the rest of the team, but this looks like it's the beginning of the end at the moment. Vinny has Freedom Charge available to him as well. Galactic Legend will come out for Melio. That's going to be their kind of final roll of the dice here to survive.
But they have the Freedom Charge, actually. I like the way that 100 Thieves are kiting away just to negate that damage from the Galactic Legend of Melio. And now Delena finding a UAV scan here.
Oh, wow, he
that
didn't
Star-Lord
end up,
in the back line,
going.
but they have other priorities. The Galactic Legend is right around the corner from Delena. And now you're just clearing the rest of the points. Self having a field day once again. Gets
bro.
a 2K.
Damn,
Delena to follow up to compete. Who has more KOs? As 100 Thieves get this payload to the finish line with 1 minute and 25 seconds on the clock.
My, that was quite the one-sided affair. FlyQuest just couldn't get anything going, and again, just the constant hero switching.
I was
and
always
not
on
really
100
able
Thieves
to find
side.
the
Good
answers.
shit, 100
It
Thieves.
all
That's what
started
happens
right
when I
from
vote
the
for
beginning
them.
of that
Good
round, to be honest
shit.
with you. I mean, with the portal play that came in, I think it caught FlyQuest off guard a little bit, which it shouldn't. Let's be honest. You always have to have in the back of your mind a potential portal to kick off the game. But as you said, they almost broke their necks turning around to try and get to the point once more. And off the back of it, 100 Thieves, they just never slowed down. Always were getting in the face of FlyQuest. And they get a comfortable 3 points here. So FlyQuest are going to have to try and answer back with 3 of their own.
The Dino that is TTK has not gone down once. I don't think Winnie also has had 1 KO. This is actually insane how that portal play from the very beginning, Gaskin, dictated
No one's
the
looking.
entire
Change my
pace
answer on the
of
board.
match
True.
in favor for 100 Thieves.
Get ready.
Just constantly scrambling, weren't they, for pieces, for anything to get back into the game, clawing at them, but they couldn't find it. And you know, I'm happy that TTK is having this much success. There was I remember in preseason, people were giving him a little bit of stick, saying that his hero pool wasn't deep enough on the Vanguards and was relying too much on X, Y, or Z. And you know what? Screw up. If you get Devil Dino and you can play this way, then sure, you might force out a ban next time. If that does happen, then it opens up the Gambit for your team. So that's exactly what you need. If you're going to get mirrored Gambit bans, you need to take advantage of this Devil Dino.
I mean, the fact that you also have the Self getting 12 finals, going down only once on the Daredevil, I mean, somebody get an Exorcist. They have to spray holy water on this team. Too many devils around as FlyQuest try to imitate a very similar portal, but much
Very
more
interesting.
defensively.
Sure,
because it's
sign
way
of
more far
verse. Please
behind
don't know.
100
Imagine not being
Thieves.
100%
Just
on
in terms of their
predictions.
positioning, holding the choke that 100 Thieves was holding right there, also instilling a bit of fear. Melio making that swap over to the Wolverine to open things up, the character that you saw from Zelos, but playing his quick position is also forcing FlyQuest to change their attention into 2 different directions.
Susie doing a little bit of damage from the backline at the moment as well, and it is certainly working. They are applying a lot of pressure to them, but FlyQuest
Game's not over till it's over. That's all I gotta say.
No KO to open us up, and it's gonna be View gets that on. Oh, yeah, and Delena trying to follow up on top of it. 100 Thieves just tries so much pressure to FlyQuest.
Looking to the other side here, it's going to be a trade-off. They did lose out to Deadpool here, but it's going to be TTK holding their ground, finding Hart, who hasn't had the best opportunity to try to find a diff opportunity against the Dino v Dino. Now your Velocity, the God of Mischief, coming out in the form of the Eternal Bond before Self backs away. They find Velocity, 3 members of 100 Thieves in that side room. While Velocity does find Winnie, it's going to be a big pick-off here. No, it's Jet.
Oh my
Well,
god, he
TTK
popped his ult with
goes
like
on a
80
rampage
HP.
together
Holy
with the
shit, that's
Legend Legend. I'm
ballsy.
surprised he stayed up for that long before TT finally takes him out. And now it's Deleno over to the side, but it's so much sustain for FlyQuest thanks to the double Eternal Bomb.
So that's good from
Hey, they
FlyQuest.
capped
That was
pretty
a
fast,
pretty
too.
impressive push through, even without kind of a
Ethical.
portal
Appreciate the new tier
situation.
one sub, my
There was
friend.
no
How you doing?
surprise. Instead, it was just brute force from them. And I am curious to see how much of a difference Melio can make on this Wolverine as well. We were talking with Cozy about Wolverine players and how important and integral they can be to your roster. Well, Melio has a chance to show just what a difference maker he can be.
Can he get cheeky with it? No. Torpedo, that is Wolverine. That Venom stand for going over to the left side is going to be Tuzi. Also has the End Song Inferno with the reset. Took a lot here out of FlyQuest, but they have a huge amount of time here for 100 Thieves trying to split their attention, with Millennia also having the invisible boundary to answer back.
Tuzi just binding time as well at the moment. Happy to deal damage from a distance. We'll use that End Song Inferno maybe as just a last-ditch attempt if you are forced into it. And there you go, when you're taking a lot of damage. And now you want to try and see if you can actually capitalize from any damage elsewhere to get any conversions of the KOs. Not going to happen, but Vinny has fallen. So 100 Thieves starting to struggle a little bit, but there is a great response onto the side of Zelos.
With Zelos being stuck inside that side room, sure, but now Melio claps back and finds 2, gets the dive down, Tusi to follow up.
Wow,
The Wolverine
okay.
Kitty's got claws, and the rest of FlyQuest have harassed
Okay.
100 Thieves back behind the
I was about to
choke
say, you
point.
can't
But then
ult
you see
him,
what
but, I mean,
FlyQuest
they got the
still
kill
have
still.
in their pockets, Gaskin. Velocity, God of Mischief, Tech with the Silent Seduction, as well as Hart with the extra damage with the bleed together with the Rampage.
But now we're seeing why FlyQuest picked this map. The defense maybe was a little bit lackluster and maybe they were caught off guard, constantly scrambling because of the time of that initial one. But the way they attack here, they are doing it sublimely. They are really forcing this agenda onto 100 Thieves, mainly through that Wolverine and also now having Everfrost.
Oh, that's risky. That is very risky.
And 100 Thieves are definitely going to be pinned back here because of it. Winnie will go down alongside Vinny, and 100 Thieves will be scrambling themselves.
And even with Self finding velocity, you have the Galactic Legend coming in from Delena, but it's another Eternal Bond to be met against the other side of the ultimate, keeping FlyQuest still sustained. You try to get the kidnap, Zelo's still alive.
Come on, they need a cap, bro. They need a cap.
Away, right behind the other end of the Freedom Charge that Vinny unleashes to paint the path for the rest of 100 Thieves.
Tell you what, that is an excellent response though from 100 Thieves. They looked down and out. They had no right to be able to deny that one, but FlyQuest forced to retreat now, and that is going to be a big time gainer for 100 Thieves, just allowing them to have a little time to think about how they want to defend this next one.
Being able to delay, though, with 2 minutes and less than 15 seconds on the clock, we're seeing some swap-ups. Melio over to the White Fox here, over on the other side too. 2C close to having that End Song Inferno. Millennial, okay, don't want to unleash that invisible boundary too early. Does have it ready to go, though, to try to deal with that End Song Inferno if they hold it on.
I've never seen a team go on the right side. They try to take the right side.
So detrimental to them as now FlyQuest will begin to try and see if they can take a little bit of something off that back line, but Self is going to be waiting as the Black Cat. And if Self could just find one, it would be huge for them, but at the moment there is enough sustain from the rest of the team. The heals are good. Invisible Boundary does go down.
Letting it out with the Invisible Boundary now ending. 2C unleashes the End Song Inferno. Is it going to be enough to get the follow-up onto Self with Cart following up? Yes, it is. Vinny also incredibly low. 2C's just trying to mark him before he gets away on the other side of the corner, but doesn't hear Delena right on top of his head. Over onto the other side, having to pay attention to Delena. Does not have the Galactic Legend, but they lost out on Millennia, who only leaves Winnie up for sustain. So 100 Thieves, once again, are trickling in, allowing FlyQuest to have the number advantage.
Delena has done well time and time again, though, when
they got the portal down, too.
Delena just picked off one or two to make it a little bit more of a struggle and also delay enough so the rest of the team off spawn can get right back onto this point, because still, FlyQuest have not scored here. They've not been able to get over that second point. 100 Thieves still holding strong.
That's an angry Dino from both ends, though. It's going to be a rampage, a tantrum from both Dinos, but Self, the Black Cat, after making swap after swap, is going to unleash the ultimate.
Wait, why would you ult that? You're not going to kill what?
Side before the Galactic Legend now comes up from Delena, but guess what's waiting for him on the other side is another Stratus ultimate. This time, it's going to be in the form of Velocity and the Luna Snow, and now wrapping up onto the other side of the point. It's another delay, but 100 Thieves has wasted so much time away from FlyQuest for the second point.
Oh, this time Delena's gone down, though, alongside TTK, so surely FlyQuest will be able to convert this one and finally push it over. Yes, they will. So now you've got to try and do your job onto the third point. You are running out of time.
They have to complete the whole second, third phase in 2 minutes? Nah, I think 100 Thieves wins this, bro.
Which would give them a significant advantage.
Which I think I said in the beginning of the game, chat. True or false? I'm pretty sure I said 100 Thieves was going to win.
At that clock on their way here through.
Pretty sure I said it was 2-0, too.
And remember how quickly 100 Thieves was able to dictate the pace of a lot of these fights all the way beyond that second point. Now you're going up the ramp here. You're looking at what 100 Thieves have to provide when it comes to taking this neutral fight on the bridge. And even with Self going over to the Ultron, hovering over it before making the swap back over to the Daredevil.
I like the switch for Melio, though, onto Moon Knight. TTK is just a walking onk for him to work with, and he is certainly going to be applying so much damage and pressure off the back of it as well. But it's Self on the Daredevil who gets two, as FlyQuest
Self has been a really huge pickup for 100 Thieves, bro. I know they lost Terra, but Self fills the...
and actually be able to push this one over the line if we're not careful.
Self fills the hole that the team needs. He's the melee player. I don't think Delena plays the melee, right?
Going over onto the buggy. Okay, I like this now. As now with the 100 Thieves once again holding back FlyQuest. They have less than 35 seconds on the board. The scan.
What do you mean Terra can't play melee? Terra has Iron Fist and Wolverine in his belt.
These different angles. The End Song Inferno also online for 2C.
Like damage, and actually the impact is going to be huge as well. TTK taking down Melio, though. So FlyQuest, is this their last chance, being just swatted away from them right in these final moments? 13 seconds remain for them to try and force this one across.
TTK is a literal beast, by the way. Not only finding that trap, finding Techie, the isolation of the bubbles.
I think that's GG's chat.
The map. That is 2 in favor for TTK. Delena now goes in for the reset. The Kraken impact, the silent seduction. Can it even be enough? Now together with the eternal bond from Zelos, but you still have the reset from Delena. Again and again, the desperate slump over to the Angela.
Nice shot.
From Car on top of it, but you still find velocity at the hands of Delena.
FlyQuest try as they might, but they have lost one, although we will see now
nice
let the
shot.
devil out from Self, which might just be the final nail in the coffin here for FlyQuest. Boy, are they trying to stay on the point, but they finally get ripped off it as 100 Thieves will take the series 2-0 here against FlyQuest.
What a showcase of Devil Dinosaur gameplay too.
I told
at
you
the
guys
hands of
100 Thieves was gonna
Thieves,
win.
The way not only they play around it, but the way that
I
they
didn't even
utilize
doubt it.
from TTK.
I didn't
Great
even doubt it,
way
bro.
To also show how 100 Thieves have adapted around a new meta in Season 8.
Hats off, of course, to TTK with that performance, showing us just how incredible Devil Dinosaur can be here, Cozy.
Yeah, I mean, hey, we got a new mascot for TTK. For a while, it was the Yimma, sometimes the Magneto, and now it's the Jolly Red Giants. And you know what? I mean, obviously, we saw the first Dino win last time, but this time was just much more convincing in the way that they want to play the Vanguard. And there's so much they did well. Vinny, putting on that pressure. I mean, in general, Brawl is going to work really well with the Dino, just to have so much
Hey,
of the back to front that
J3,
you
my
have to worry
channel
about.
points
But to
glitched
me,
and I
it's just
voted
what
for the
we've
wrong
seen with the
team. Can you
flexibility of
cancel
Self being
the
able
channel
to
point
play that
prediction?
Ultron
Oh,
in the
yeah,
way
I'll
that he
cancel.
does,
I'll cancel
and
the
then
prediction
quickly
this time
swap,
around.
and you have
Sorry,
to keep
chat.
yourself
Someone
on high alert.
someone
Vicky,
had
because
problems.
Going to a quick Daredevil Black Cat is a lot to deal with.
Yo!
Yeah, it is. And then you also have to
Paige
keep
with the
track
massive
too,
get the
right?
sub,
Because aside from
and
the UAV scans that you get to see, like, the
TTK's
ultimate coming out and finding
dead
out where everybody's
with
positioned,
the
now you're not only dealing
5
with an
gifted.
ultimate to the sky,
Absolutely
you're
insane.
seeing this
Appreciate it.
quick
Appreciate it.
swap
How you
up
doing,
and
TTK's
how
dad?
You're seeing 100 Thieves deal with the triple strategy.
And Dalto with the massive 5 gifted
You
subs.
want to try
Wait.
to desync them so that way you could put yourself on top, even if they do manage to combine.
Absolutely insane.
No, for
Appreciate it,
sure. As we
appreciate
take a look at our MVP, once again, Winnie will be getting the honors, but you could give it to so many of the different
And
players.
Carl's
All the 100 Thieves there.
10
Just to shout
with
out a few
the
outside of
10
what we've seen now
gifted
back-to-back
subs.
with Winnie. I mean, I think just Self in the
Absolutely
way. It's funny how Black
insane.
Cat is
Appreciate it,
played
appreciate
too,
it.
even though briefly at the high level, it's like all the relics you see kind of in standard
50,
ladder, a lot of
50,
fireball
300
use,
again,
kind of
almost
wall
400
hacks. Like,
against
the comps
400,
are so
wow.
good. I'm going to use the TP to go in and dive from top to bottom on the backline strategist. I mean, really well done and showcase from them all. And look, kind of back into form. This is that statement
On
win,
the
Gaskin,
way
that
as
this
well
team
with 2
desperately
months
needed.
and Sunder
Yeah, I
with
think it's
10 months.
a disappointing
Absolutely
start for
insane. Appreciate it.
FlyQuest, similarly to what happened in preseason. But again, they shouldn't be too hard on themselves. When you've made this many changes to your roster, you're always going to have to get through those teething issues to begin with. And for it to be against 100 Thieves as your first matchup, like it could have been against.
I can't believe I got that
pretty much
wrong.
anyone else.
Listen.
Hey,
Listen. When we were voting on EMEA, I got the second one wrong. Notice a pattern, chat. Right, wrong, right, right. Right, wrong. That means it's going to be right, right. So TSM beats STD because they went to the doctors, and then YWL beats EXG. Watch.
As FlyQuest has, plenty of air to breathe after this, but still a very tough grouping overall. But 100 Thieves getting, them, I think you said at the beginning of the cast there, at a good time, right? Like, this team is going to take some time to kind of get into their own. But I feel like this meta especially, and now that we've seen from TTK with the Dino, is going to favor 100 Thieves in a lot of ways. And that's a lot of think to how Vinny is in the flexibility department as well, Vic.
Yeah, and I think it's a lot of pressure on Cart. You guys talked about it perfectly. Trying to find your synergy and build that up against a team that doesn't really have to really rely on that short amount of time to build that synergy because they've been together for so long now at this point. It's going to be growing pains. You're going to expect it, and in a best of 3, it's especially hard because you have such little room for error. And I think a big part of that goes into the pick and ban phase. You let the Devil Dino go through after what you saw from TTK in that first game, and you try to match that together. We did see the Hulk come out for not even 30 seconds, it felt like, before we saw the swap up again. And that also highlights maybe a bad matchup or a very inconsistent matchup that you're not used to dealing with.
I actually did not know that TTK had the
I think front to back, I would start at the Vanguards and just trying to right that ship with the pick bans. And obviously, with a new one coming into fray, that is going to shake up a lot. There's so many great tanks available at the moment, but you have to choose the identity behind it. Are you going to go more of that brawl dive with the Dino? They use that a lot in the protect bans and just didn't shape out that way, Gaskin.
Yeah, I mean, the bans are definitely going to be something you have to look at. I mean, as the season develops and as we get through stage 1, I think we're going to see a significant change in how people are banning and probably a lot more familiarity of teams just adjusting to what the meta is and what people are struggling with. And there's definitely going to be a lot more target bans the further we get in as well. When we see TTK this good on Devil Dino, maybe it is worth offering up the Gambit and seeing how they benefit, or if they benefit at all with the Gambit, because certainly could
What's
be a
crazy
situation
right
where maybe
here,
they're better with the Devil Dino.
73.2% on Cloak and Dagger. I feel like that is very low. Millennia has 73.1%, almost beating a Cloak and Dagger in accuracy on Invis Woman.
And there was a lot of
I don't know. I have to go look at that, but that is a very, very, very low accuracy. Even the Luna almost had better accuracy.
Always so well at that distraction point, just either of them kind of holding their own ground. Vicky, for me, that's what stood out. I think Self really coming into that.
I heard you doubted
aggressiveness that 100 Thieves is known
Yes.
for.
Yeah, and then you add that together. Did I just see like 96,000 damage blocked from TTK on Devil Dino? Like
that's about right.
And he did like over like 42k damage. That is a
we need to stop gassing up that kid, bro. His ego's getting too big, bro.
On their side, like no damage boost, like no C. That is actually insane. We have to watch back on TDK's point of view for that series. That was chef's kiss the way that they were able to slot that in.
Well, we do have our interview, and it is the one, the only Self, the Daredevil, the Ultron, the Black Hat coming in. And what's up, man? We've watched you a lot in Ignite. I think this might be my first interview with you as a player. I've got, the privilege to watch you going all the way back to last year.
TTK, what happened?
First of all, congratulations. But I want to ask you, you don't need a new roster to look new today. What was the biggest internal adjustment and how you feeling?
I feel like we feel a lot more connected, especially because when we first started from preseason, we were kind of like just beginning. So we were like stressed out or something during the game. But I think we've developed and we've like fixed our internal issues from that past. So now I think we're ready to win.
Hell yeah.
You guys look like you're having a lot more fun, honestly. I mean, how are the vibes in your team? I feel like this meta also like benefits you guys a lot more. We saw you literally just farming on the Daredevil. Can you go walk us through how the vibes for the team have felt?
What happened? What happened?
In a quick second.
TTK, what happened? It's probably
I think this meta like heavily favors us, and I think we know like what to play, and we have a good read on the meta right now.
favors.
And I think teams know that, but I think the vibes on our team are like really good. We're like ecstatic. We're like trying to win. We're a lot more connected, like I said earlier.
I don't think TTK carried. I think our remix carried.
Both you guys
W
and
coach.
NRG have showed us just how powerful Devil Dinosaur can be. Whereas
W
yesterday
coach,
there was a lot of struggles. What do you put that down to? Is it just TTK kind of going crazy on it, or is it just the rest of the team benefiting from what Devil Dinosaur opens up on the map?
Yeah, we really know how to like utilize that character pretty well. We've been practicing it a lot. Eric looks really good on it. Like he's really nice at it. But we know exactly like how the character works and what we want to do with that character. It's definitely really strong right now.
I'm gonna ask you, all right, because hey, first of all, how fitting you to be a Penn State fan. Like Cats is your thing. You go from Black Panther, now you got Black Cat available. Black Cat's stealing a lot of hearts out there to rivals, but you being like the Black Panther that I like to think of, we saw a bit of it and it looked fun. Are you just loving Black Cat more and more and how she's fitting into the game?
Yeah, I think it's a really cool character. Since I played BP, it's kind of similar, but I think that character is like what BP should have been. I think it's a really good addition to the game, and I'm like enjoying playing it right now.
Awesome. Well, it feels great to see, Vintage 100 Thieves get back to form. You fitting in so well as we knew you would as such a, stud player. And just appreciate you coming off of the interview again. I watched you back with Ego Death now here, and would love to have you on some more. So, celebrate the win. I know you guys are just getting started, and enjoy the victory.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Well, that was Self, and a great surprise from that. Just being able to see the man behind the mask, right? Behind what has been a really fun duelist to watch and talented.
My name is Jay3.
Yo, I think that
Eric,
this is going to be a beginning of a new
kind
of era for 100 Thieves as they look to continue off this success. Now, we're just getting started. We have 4 matches today. I'm actually going from the host spot to the cast spot, Gaskin, and you're hosting. Can't wait. Vicky, it's been so fun to have you. Any last comments from you, Vicky, before you go?
Oh,
I'm
they're
so happy to be back
switching.
alongside
We're going to
you
get
guys. It's been a
cozy
fun time,
casting.
And I cannot wait to watch you guys pop off and to watch the rest of our matches unfold, Cozy.
All right, don't go anywhere,
Oh, wait,
guys. Get
no,
those
I think
jumps
they're
rolling,
switching. Never mind.
Reload, get the snacks, whatever you need. We'll be back on the other side of this break.
Ooh. Hey, we got STD against TSM. Okay, chat, you guys ready? Oh, it's a 4-minute break. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. I'll get it up. STD against TSM. Chat, get your predictions ready if you guys want to know who's going to win this matchup, because I've been right. Look, TSM wins. If you, I have never lied to you guys in the past 2 seconds. I have never lied to you guys in the past 2 seconds. You guys should vote for TSM. Do it. Do it. Good, chat. Good. Good. If you vote for STD, I hope you get a beautiful present for your birthday. I hope you guys get like a beautiful present. Like anything that you guys wanted, present for you on your birthday. I don't even... Oh, by the way, if you don't know who's on which team, if you give it a little bit, I'm pretty sure they're going to show you guys the games. The teams, sorry. While you guys are doing that, bro, it's taking me forever to get to level 95 fishing, bro.
Protect your bald king.
Love you. Victory hand emoji.
It's taking me forever here, chat. Yeah, man. I have STDs and I put 100K on STD. What? A Sleepy Winter. Appreciate the massive gifted sub.
For being a homie.
What are you saying? What in the world? 2 million. Oh, the match starts in a minute and a half. $2 million on SGD with 167 people. TSM 4.1 million with almost 300 people. Damn. Get your predictions in. By the way, this is the second to last match, so you guys only have one more. You guys only have one more bet after this. So get your predictions in. I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Welcome back, everyone, to Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage 1 here in 2026, and I have switched seats with Cozy. Well, actually, technically, I've switched seats with Dogman, but regardless, I'm going to be here hosting as I'll let Cozy have some fun with some casting as we have another series on our way. TSM versus Stick Drift is where we're going to be heading, but before we get there, Dogman, welcome to the show. How you feeling, buddy?
Great. I mean, obviously, today's going to be a big day. I saw the last two games. 100 Thieves won, so, I mean, it's kind of off to a very interesting start. This is more what people expect out of the preseason, but obviously we're not there anymore, and we're in the official real Stage 1 of Ignite.
Hell yeah, we are, and we're seeing Devil Dinosaur finally being put to good use. But Cozy, Stick Drift versus TSM. This is going to be an interesting one, especially when we look at the leaderboards and kind of who is going to be progressing, who might be down in the dumps, and the possibility of relegation as well. This is where it all starts for me, because TSM had a very difficult preseason, to say the least. Lunex, now Stick Drift, has been a very different change for them. What are your thoughts on this matchup to kick us off?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think Lunex impressed all of us, right? Going into the playoffs, the way they played, they eliminated Space Station, so they had that going for them and looked strong in the part. And then you've got on the other end TSM, who I think was the opposite effect, and you're wondering, can they right that ship, right? Like, did that extra time come into play? For us, what we saw with the 100 Thieves ways, just a meta change can represent that, but is that going to be the same for TSM? I actually saw Guru back in Austin not long ago, and I couldn't tell you how locked in this guy was on getting this team better.
Well, as we look at Stick Drift first here, Dog, I mean, some very impressive players, of course, that are going to look to try and make their impact here in Stage 1. Redis, for me, was a big highlight during preseason.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the former Lunex guys have been kind of over the place. I mean, especially with Doom's
TSM.
Edition. I think Iffy was really good. Same thing with Tones. Like this squad, another MRC
What's the
team
prediction looking
that
like?
a lot of people kind of looked out for, and specifically because of
3 million
Reyes, kind of in the
to
same spot that we saw
5.3 million.
with,
220 people to 360
A lot of these
people.
Elsa players kind of got the limelight, but now we're entering, like you guys saw in the last one, with a lot of these Black Cats and a lot of these melee characters. We're entering back into that sort of Daredevil, Black Cat meta with all these melee characters kind of showing up. So I'm excited to see
Even
what
Boba's
Doomed
here.
has in store to kind of combo alongside Rita's for the first time, and seeing if this backline can really hold up to the test of TSM on the opposite side.
Yeah, moving across to TSM, Cozy. I mean, there was a lot of... What it felt like for me is that were content creators kind of put into a pro position, but now are kind of in that pro position, but just fell flat in preseason. Do you think that maybe this will be a chance for them to really show us what they're made of, especially with the changes that have come through?
Yeah, I mean, one thing to highlight is
We
you've
put
got
the
some
kids'
symbol
college
changes,
fund
right?
on
Gale
this
having
one,
the
Jay. Who do
strategist
we
icon
got
there,
this, right?
Obviously, Cal now having the other in the duelist. So, like, is that what is going to be the rollout? Obviously, we know what Cal
Kids'
brought
education
to back. So I want to see, like,
is
are they
overrated. You
changing
either
up a
get
bit of,
rich or your kids
the
don't go
way
to
the
school.
playstyle
Let's
they
get
have?
this.
Obviously, this is very
Woo!
not representative of what we might
Come
see
on.
in the game, but either way, I think they just need to find themselves, like, how do they work? What is their identity? Because right now they don't have one.
Yeah, don't have one at the moment, but this is the perfect time to develop an identity and move forward. Of course, Stickdrift being those playoff survivors, it was amazing to see the run that they went on. But for TSM, it has
I
been
knew
a bit
that, by the way.
turbulent.
I
They've
knew
been
this,
up
by
and
the way.
down and, well, probably more
TSM
down than
won
up.
against
But
Stickdrift
will this
2-1.
be the chance
I knew
for them
that.
to actually show what they're made of? Of course, they did take down Stickdrift previously, Lunex, during that preseason, but in the end, it wasn't enough to take them through to those playoffs. So we'll have to see how they've developed going here into stage one. As the pick and ban's going to be very interesting here, Dog, because this has been the conversation we've been having throughout the day. You know, you can't really let Gambit get through, but then we were saying, you know, is Devil Dino as good as people were making out? I think from what we've seen so far today, maybe in the right hands, Devil Dinosaur is as good as people have been making out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it is. I think Devil Dinosaur has kind of dominated whenever Gambit's not in the game, and obviously Map 1 on Krakoa is going to be a map I think that, you know, that character can still do incredibly well. I mean, we talked about it. It's just a pincushion. This thing just absorbs so much damage, and you guys saw the effect of it of TDK, who has played probably the best Devil Dinosaur in North America so far.
Let's see it. Let's see it.
But yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting match to kind of see who takes upon that role, as, you know, more than likely we'll see Gambit's banned out unless the team is very bad at Gambit competition.
400 people on
which is always
TSM,
a
almost
possibility. And I think that
300
we might get a
on
back and forth,
STD.
certainly in the
6
early
million
stages
to
of stage one,
3.5
where
million.
some people
Hey,
will be
get
like,
your
okay, we have to
predictions
get rid
in
of
chat.
Gambit, but then the
Predictions
Devil
are
Dino
about to
gets through
close,
and get
bro.
absolutely slammed by an incredible
Predictions
Vanguard
are about to
player, and you're like,
close.
okay, maybe we have to try and see what their strategists are doing. But that's the funny thing with how pick and bans work. You have to let someone get through, and really you just have to target ban and find out who's good at what and who you can kind of compete against here. But as we go into Krakoa as our first map here, Cozy, where's your head at the moment? Do you have a favorite between these two teams? Are you thinking Stickdrift, or are you thinking TSM might be able to surprise us?
You know what? I'm a fan of Stickdrift. I got to say this. I think this is a brand new lineup. Obviously, with Doom joining in with Redis.
I have never
Redis got you good. He
anyone.
was the Elsa, right, that we just highlighted. And now with Elsa, I'm not saying he's back at any
How are you
regard,
gonna say
but did
Jay's
take a bit of a
predictions have been
step down.
doggish
How does
today?
Redis adjust? How does Doom complement that, which was once Nectar? They have similar,
I'm
somewhat
4
play
out of
styles, if you will.
6.
Nectar, they can kind of play everything. But for me, it's what Dogman said earlier.
Every-
It's going to be Iffy and Tones. I think them two as Vanguards are stand out, no question about it. Throwing the Devil Dinosaur into there, we'll see more. We can see right now that's a priority.
I'm
yeah,
2
Stickdrift
for
deciding to ban Devil.
I'm 3
keep
for
Devil
4.
Dinosaur, but TSM doing
I'm
the
3
opposite,
for
going
4
Gambit
for
and banning
EMEA, and I'm
Gambit. So
1 for
similarly to what
1
we've seen
for
already in our first
1 for
series of
2
the
right
day
now.
here,
For
Dog. Do you think this could go against
3 wait, no, that's 3 for
Stickdrift,
4.
or can they have that incredible Devil
Whatever,
Dino
you guys
player
know what
that
I
can
mean.
maybe keep them going?
Yeah, I think they can, and I mean, I think that they have a solid team for doing it for sure. But yeah, it's a matter of like you get kind of posted for these
Destiny,
MRC squads.
Preacher
So
Master
they go
Prime
for
Sum.
this sort of ban on the Phoenix, you know, potentially to get rid of any like strategist that you want to run, like
Oops,
the Rocket.
sorry.
If you want
Sorry,
to switch to any
Dogman.
of those type of
Blocking his
characters, then
face.
they go for that Black Cat Protect to pair alongside it, because I mean, you guys have seen how dominant that character could be. But TSM's game plan looks like to just focus on a lot of the strats, make sure they can't maybe play the better triple strategist composition if they do want to do so. But it's going to be the Loki ban at the very end for TSM.
Stickdrift.
Stop again more of those
Black
strategists,
Cat
and also on these
save.
specific rounds where Loki can just dominate from the high ground.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me too much. We saw Loki really popping off from Winnie in that last series. Cozy Rogue is going to be the protect though from TSM, probably to go for the link up here with Gambit.
No, I like it. I think that right now Stick Drift is doing a good job banning out some of their better heroes. I mean, we know, Bedtime Story is one of the best Star-Lord pre-patch. 10 extra ammo. Don't even want to know what they're going to be going up against there. The Rogue always can give more confidence in the way that these Vanguards play. So we'll see if this really enables maybe a new look to Guru and Co. And if they can really show out what they're trying to do here on this domination in Krakow.
Yeah, Mantis the last ban in the end, so there you have it, folks. TSM versus Stick Drift is where we are heading for our third series of the day, and you guys are very lucky because you're going to get Cozy and Dogman to take you through all of this action. Guys, I mean, it's going to be a good one. It is really going to set the pace for these two teams. I think whoever falls here, are they going to struggle throughout the rest of Stage 1, or can we see someone pop off? Guys, take it away.
All right. Well, Dogman, we've got ourselves
nice.
TSM,
come on, let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it.
Same team as we head into it, and right away we take a look at the early comp. Got the double Venom going on. Definitely nothing too shocking there. Regis on the Black Hat, I would say, is my biggest shock because of the way he does play the hit scan heroes.
I'm with you there. Yeah, I mean, Regis' flexibility, I think, is what sets him apart from other, hit scans. We've heard that as well from Mello, that kind of player who could play, so many different hit scan characters. And speaking of which, by the way, TSM, like you talked about in the intro, man, like, isn't that kind of crazy to see Cal back onto that duelist role and then having Brady here and then Gale playing strat?
Why did you put STD?
Hot, right?
That's their team name, STD.
It's definitely different, and you know what? I think they needed different, right? Dude, they had to change something up, and I think at least
look
that's
top
what you do
left.
get
Their
with
team
having
name is
someone like
STD.
Cal in the strategist front line. Obviously, things weren't clicking the way they wanted them to. We'll see, though, because Gale, very talented as well. But here we go. Gates are open
let's
up.
see it, chat. Let's see it. TSM against STD.
Gonna go take that role as Regis gonna be with the Felicia backline. Here comes the portal right away as the team TSM.
Wait, Cal is playing tank. Cal in this tournament for a lot of other teams. He's played tank. He's played DPS. He's played support. He's played all the roles.
Sort of triple Vanguard strat, and Iffy kind of realizing there's a lot of HP to chunk through, looking for those strats, and you have Doom coming back eventually for Guru, by the way, who went aggressive, but. Who's going to go down first? It's Gale from Regis, who's on that Black Cat with Doomed on the follow-up. So Brady, rest of the crew followed through, and unfortunately for TSM, they couldn't, up the pace, up the aggression towards the back line, and it's actually the reversal of the side of Stick Drift.
Yeah, man, the whip with the spin to win is absolutely diabolical. Great awareness from Regis, just getting rid of the X factor that they needed to quickly, and that's what you want out of the Cat. And Krakoa, especially this map, going to lend a lot to that. We'll see how they get relocked in.
First fight doesn't mean anything. First fight doesn't mean anything.
With that Elsa, they're going to have to really kind of play this in a very protective style because Regis can make that light work to delete one with ease. We're going to go and see the Venom now underneath, going once again with Iffy, and at this, the battle already just jumping right into it. Bedtime Story's looking low and nearly out, is going to stay on top of it as with the back line.
Wait, why is Gale? Wait, Gale is now a support player for TSM?
That is why Rocket, so important.
Cal is now a DPS player. Gale moved to support. What is going on?
So they could just, play safe back of the map the whole time. And we understand that TSM, with their duelist lineup, are just going to play full hit scans. This time it actually works out if he goes down. But they're still
if I thought TSM was going to roll swap mid-tournament,
coming in with a damage boost.
I would have voted STD.
Out of the sky, but it's Tone still on the front line. Kind of creating a little bit of space, getting the pocket from both Straps who are still alive. They're missing their duelists, but this Devil Dino can take so much damage before going down. Need to get so many headshots, deal with all those bubble cooldowns, not only from the back line, but also the Devil Dino himself. And Tones is still staggering it out. They use the invisible boundary, and he's still up through it. Nice job by the Glartrox, though, to bring him back into Cal's ultimate, collect those 2 KOs, and finally sends Stick Drift back.
Punches the portal out of mag because it slams down and unfortunately gets... Wow, the tides are turning just like that.
TSM, what are you guys doing? You're winning the fight. You're winning the momentum, and you guys just threw...
Nick Dino from the point. The Glartrox at the helm of it, but just like that, wow, Stick Drift just answered right back. I mean, dog, that was such a great execution, and then going right into the slam down from Cal to the portal. Maybe a bit greedy, maybe wasn't expecting the 3 on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, that's the tough part is you're playing against a very fast-paced comp, then get back quickly, also just deal with those
never chase the STDs, bro. They always end up catching you at the end.
A new Doctor Strange movie may be coming soon to theaters, but, we're close to the end now. It looks like Cozy, 90% of the board. They also have a lot of ultimates against TSM who try to go in with good results, slow down ultimate charge of Stick.
We just talk about sustain across the board with Venom and Dino. It can be tough to deal with. Doom, like, he's going to have this ult, right? But what are you going to find go for the Venom, which is not the best choice, but the only available one with the Invisible Boundary coming up. But yeah, Tones and Iffy are going to have to be their priority. And here comes the Cat, one at a time. Can you get that reset rolling? Doom finds one. Was that the target of Black Cat? Can they find another? The Whip's going to get the job done for now. Has the Q. There it is with the slash dash and finish. Doesn't even need the pursuit. Finds success. Using all that bank up. Now just hunting one by one. TSM trying to fight on, but cannot find Solus. 3 in the spawn, 3 out. This is going to be it. We're moving on to the next map.
Yeah, excellent work there by Stickdrift. And, you know, the tough part for TSM is, yeah, I mean, they haven't been able to disrupt the pack line like Stickdrift's duelists have been. I mean, every single fight, it feels like Doomed, you know, is combined with Redis, who's on that Black Cat, who I think a lot of people expected to be kind of either poached or looked at.
What's going on, man?
Or this entire team getting picked up by an organization.
Bro,
exactly
I love TSM. They're a bunch of great friends, but Cal was a DPS player, then he played support for his team, and now he was playing tank, and now he's back to DPS. Gale was playing DPS for this team, sometimes played the Hulk for the team, and now he's on support. What's going on, bro? What are we doing? Why is there so many?
I thought Doomed was going to be playing more of that dive role, right? And Redis showcasing just the absolute carry potential. No matter the duelist, going to get the job done. And bigger props to Doom for just carrying it its own as well. Did play Star-Lord. I mean, you go all the way back to Shroud X days, bud. He was playing Star-Lord there. So fun to see this team put together. I believe he was with Vision back then. So crazy how Roster Mania has ended up where we are today. But either way, this team is showing why they're not just an MRC team, but one
Honey Badger, appreciate the massive good to sub, my friend. And Taco Bell, appreciate the massive new tier 1 sub.
To win here.
How you guys doing?
Use that double jump all the way full. Gonna get a quick grab of the grapple, get the wall hacks on, and gonna go for that target. It's gonna be the Elsa, maybe. No, go for the back line, of course. There's the quick combo to win. The Lantern's gonna be popped from that. Amplifier up, gonna help out their cause. Silent Blaze quickly gets Serious Burn down. Oh, the trap from Elsa.
Nice.
Great placement from Bedtime Story and finish.
Yeah, absolutely.
Shib is not casting because he's at his sister's wedding, chat.
For this round, obviously, BTS, nice job. Actually, is grabbed by the Dino at the very end. But
Zio,
regardless, I think that location, the bunker,
tier 1 sub, my friend. How you doing?
The backline's just surviving a lot more now, which is going to be absolutely crucial moving forward, especially if they're going to keep playing this comp. And, you know, they definitely can play a triple Vanguard line. I think we've seen it in the past, at least, you know, the previous meta. But now, you know, maybe with the Emma buffs, we can actually make this comp work, especially with the sustain and playing around BTS's on that Elsa to help the backline play very kind of together.
Yeah, one thing about having a Loki as a Black Cat is you can get free currency from those clones, but it's a bit tough to secure the eliminations at times as the Gambit ult coming out from Brady, and with it going to be the opposition with the Legendary in the sky to answer. Going to have good rotations at that. Trying to pin them down, not successful. Guru going to find a quick elimination.
What is TSM doing? They're not playing like they're on the same page.
One of the best
TSM is playing like a ranked game.
Guru throws down the imprisonment. Can they find any relief from it? 49% stalled as much as possible, but now have to deal with the fortress that is the Dino and the Symbiote.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that disengage didn't really pan out for TSM. Mainly, they just kind of went too far and then kind of got lost after. Like, Guru went in expecting the team to kind of follow up. You know, was focused on the opposite side. Then obviously Stickdrift with some excellent combination of ultimates. And now, you know, they switch over to the Jeff off that rocket to kind of play that aggression up, maybe a little bit more free. They actually dive early onto Cal, who got caught.
Like, I don't understand. What is TSM doing, bro? Why are we so split?
Bro. Eventually does go down. The copy from Gale comes through as well onto the Gambit, popping the Rage Roll flush. Should give them the space required, and they actually did a good job turning it back around, even though they lost Cal early.
Yeah, I don't see the duo, but there's still plenty of cloak.
I don't know how they won that
fight. At this point, at least they got the win through that, so Dubs on that in at 60% and going forward. I have to say, they're playing Black Hat such an interesting way because usually you use so much of your fortune to get the combos out and secure just one of those and disappear like a thief, but they're just working all together and using the dashes actually pretty aggressively at that to cause them that fight there. Gonna fight Brady out, and that's a good one first. 58%, that ult's gonna stop, and there it is. The ult's ready. Gonna look for the first teleport into, it looks like, well, good rotation. You might as well, you have 4 seconds. We'll see what target he's gonna have to choose pretty quickly, or just use to let that go. No, he's gonna find the quick hit on the Loki, and just like that, the deletion follows, and now it's able to chain it, snowball it. Points gonna go back to them.
Yeah, I mean, this team of TSM has relied heavily on BTS. I think to pop off on that Elsa. But in that previous fight, you know, obviously Redis, by the way, who's getting even more resets towards the back, was able to find that first pick. I mean, he's just playing kind of in a jungle gym of his own on those flanks and just sets up those dives that we talked about. But once that ult's gone,
Take us to a map 3, bro. Come on.
We'll see how this upcoming fight goes. Last time they used that Star-Lord ultimate, it was counter on TSM side. This time Cal swaps over to the Magneto, but doesn't have the ult counter on his side.
Yeah, that Glarchox is going to have to come up absolutely full here, and it's going to be a big one to land at that. But Cal does run Doom, which is going to be a huge open window. Hold W, walk this out right now if you're the team. Wall's going to go ahead and try to give them a little bit of grace there as Logan keeps them up and healthy. How does Venom find that pick throughout the madness? One out and down. And just like that, Guru Bedtime Story capitalizing on what that Glarchox brought to their mouth. 90% is theirs for the taking if they can match it. But here it is. Dog, there's so much invincibility. Oh, okay, never mind. The boundary's out. Happy holidays shut down in summer.
And that was so awkward for Stick Drift. I mean, Invisible too late. Doom going down early. Portal now from Redis to help touch. I mean, Tones drops out with the ult at the very least. But look, Gale in the high ground. This is the tough part with dealing with Loki on this map. We can just kind of chill, vibe above the point, and Unknown does go down. I mean, Gale does lose the rest of the team, actually. Coffee comes out late after losing multiple people, including their Vanguards in the front line. So
gonna have to win this. Gonna have to win this.
With the number disadvantage, Gale trying to find the KOs with the ult, maybe going through the portal, try to find that Star-Lord, but Doom, excellent job of aiding it. And now Gale gets caught out. Same thing with the rest of the team. So, again, awkward. Maybe the story of this entire series as the point flips back for Stick Drift.
Yeah, I mean, I like the initial invisible boundary, but the Doomed ult to follow, not my favorite. But just like that, they're able to find just picks and success through it. Silent Blaze, talk about awkward, and come up absolutely hungry. Whirlpool to nothing, just keeping the team alive. Time's ticking down to slow. Quickly, the Vanguards are going first. Every fight, dog. These Vanguards are not getting that presence or space they want. And from there, able to capitalize on it. Gonna go up with the purple meatball slam down. Magneto begging for life at this point. Professor Xavier nowhere to be seen, but Eric struggling in his head now as the entire team wiped finish. It's gonna be Stick Drift that takes first point.
I mean, that was so, I don't know, very interesting. Very interesting series. I mean, Stick Drift obviously taking over on that map on match number 1. I mean, their Krakoa map, I think, was sort of a bit awkward for both teams. I mean, like, we felt like TSM, at least in the first round, just really couldn't get anything going. Second round, they started to kind of string together a few fights, but overextended a few too many times. And then once they had it under control, it did not.
What is TSM doing, bro?
TSM picks after this first map. We'll see you guys after this break.
Yo, Mick Meterson for 69 months. How you doing, my friend? I appreciate the massive 69. Nice chat, bro. It doesn't make any sense. What, bro? I did not know that they have Gale, which was he's an insane DPS player on support. I never knew that was a thing. I didn't know they removed 2 people from their team. And I also don't understand why they're trying to run 3 tanks and also have Cal, which is a very good DPS player and he's a very good player overall. I don't know why he's on a tank as well.
Protect your bald king.
Bro. Also, they're not even playing as a team. They're playing so split. Dude, Gale charged off to go chase a kill and then died. Cal was by himself before a team fight and he died. Like, bro, what is going on? Yo, Big Daddy for 2 months. Appreciate it, my friend. How you doing? Blazin A. Appreciate the massive prime sub. Welcome, welcome.
He predicted this.
Also, by the way, I just want to say, as a heads up to all the new followers and everyone out there, there is a person going around hate chat botting a lot of streamers in the Marvel Rivals category. So the reason that you guys can't talk right now is because I have a 1 week only follower limit on. So I am sorry about that. But yeah, some guy has way too much time on his hands and he's a loser. I'm sorry. Sorry. But that does not explain how TSM is playing, bro. I don't understand what TSM is doing. I don't understand what TSM is doing, bro. He was chasing the Star-Lord and the Strange killed him. But yeah, I don't think he's gonna catch him, though. Ay. There's no way. Boba. What are the Preds looking like? 4.4 million on STD with 300 people, and then TSM has 6.2 million with 430 people. It's a 41 to 59% ratio.
Welcome back, everyone, to Marvel Rivals Ignite here in the Americas.
Yo,
And remember,
what's
with
up,
new
Dad?
season
How you
means
doing? How you
new
doing?
skins available now. We've got a new Penny Parker skin, very much inspired by some Japanese culture, it looks like, but definitely a skin that you want to get your hands on if you are a Penny Parker main. I may just have to pick this one up as well. But of course, we just saw Stickdrift take the win against TSM on that first match. Gaskin here alongside Cozy and Dogman. Was that a surprise to you, Cozy? I mean, you were kind of leaning towards Stickdrift anyway.
Yeah, I mean, what was the biggest surprise is like when TSM would get the point back, they lost it with
Jay,
seconds.
I hate
I mean,
you. What did
it was,
I do?
It was almost like they were surprised themselves that they got the point, and then it would just kind of melt away from there. And we're kind of seeing a bit more of that disconnect as well. Obviously, a lot of the roster staying the same.
How's it going, Dad? How's it going? How's
Having
it going?
new roles for them, and you know, hey, I mean, the STDs can be hard to catch. I mean, it was not easy for them to be able to get
just
rid
say
quickly. And
STDs
Gaskin, I
is
think that
hard
they're
to
gonna try
catch?
lock in on that a bit more.
Yeah, I see that one from you. Dogman will ignore it, but moving on to TSM's side, do you think that they had any weaknesses in particular? It looked like they were a little bit all over the place at times, really struggled to keep up with the pace.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's TSM's biggest problem is, you know, I think this team, it's kind of looking like a bit of a disappointment at this rate, man. Like, I need to see something out of them. I think they'll do better on combo and convergence over domination because of, you know, how good those dive characters could be on Dom. But man, like, I just feel like, you know, expectations necessarily haven't been the highest for TSM after preseason, and then going into today, it's kind of been the same boat. Like, they've kind of, it's been a long distance since they've been Solaris in like the old days. So now that they've become TSM and had to switch up some roster lineups, I need to see some life out of them on the next map. And obviously we did on round number 2, but they couldn't fully capitalize, like kind of Cozy said, about like on the situations that Stickdrift were presenting.
Yeah, TSM just need to kind of wake up a little bit. It was definitely a sporadic game from them so far.
Why did my dad just say wrap it up? Dad, what?
It could have been going to quite a few people, I will say, but Redis definitely was a player who stepped up to the plate when they needed him to, Cozy.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think with it, Redis has just been that kind of master of all and plays probably really well. Doomed is used to a great duelist in Nectar. Now having Redis on the other front is just a great one to get into and to have at your side. You know, I think if you're TSM, they're probably going to bring it to Central Park, potentially Midtown. That's where they've loved. They like New York, you know, call it what it is. But with Central Park being one of their more home stays, take a look at the stats though, and man, it just looks like the Redis show was crazy.
It really was, and obviously the switch over to Strange at the end just for portals and whatnot. But Dogman, was there any particular player that stood out for you on the side of TSM that you were like, okay, that's going to be who we're relying on here in map 2 to really bring us back into things?
Yeah, it's mainly got to be BTS. Like I think BTS on the Elsa definitely had their moments, and you know that's kind of it for me. Like it has to be on them for the hit scan role. I mean, it's good that they've swapped off the Psylocke and stuff from the previous stage, but for BTS, yeah, that's gonna be my person I'm looking out for on TSM on the next map on Convergence or Convoy.
Well, certainly so far today we've had 2-0s across the board, Cozy. Do you think this is going to be more of the same, or do you think there's a something up the sleeve for TSM when it comes to picking a map here as we take a look at just where we're going to be heading? It's Museum of Contemplation.
For what it's worth, when they did fight last time, TSM versus Lunex, they lost domination, TSM did, and then they ended up winning 2 in a row from there. Central Park and Midtown then. They're going to take it to Museum now. So, hey, if you want more of the same history, different teams a bit, but, you know, they were able to kind of right the ship. That was a couple days into the preseason. Obviously, day one, a lot of new things kind of harmonized, but looking to the past can be done.
Yeah, excited to see Museum of Contemplation. It's one of my favorite maps, actually. Some of the early skirmishes are very fun indeed, especially when you get someone on something like a Black Cat. Just see what they can do on a map like this. Dogman, I think that we've certainly seen that TSM have struggled with certain areas, but perhaps now that they get the pick, this should be more of a comfort situation for them.
Okay, let's see this.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, it's kind of tough. I feel like Museum of Contemplation is we know is like a good dive map, and you know, TSM obviously, I mean, they tried to play that rogue gambit stuff and they want to keep doing it, but it just feels like their duelist line needs to be able to follow up. And you know, I'm curious. Like, if Cal has that Black Cat in his pocket now, you know, if he can potentially play it. You can see even in the ban phase, though, Stick Drift's whole game plan is get rid of the Phoenix, get rid of some of the hit scan characters, and, you know, a lot of those very strong Vanguard lines that can help support it. So as long as they keep doing that, I think they should be okay versus TSM on this map, just because of what we saw out of Redis. And like you mentioned, the Black Cat kind of played that role, you know, had their moments for sure, but it's just a tough map for me. I kind of am wondering why TSM even picked it sometimes.
Yeah, question is okay going to be enough here, Cozy, as we move into picking bans? And already it's pretty much identical to kick us off with the Gambit, Protect and Ban.
I was just going to say the same thing. I thought if anyone were to pick this map, it'd be Stick Drift if they lost, because this favors their comp a lot more, in my opinion. The Star-Lord is not going to be at play for TSM. They're just not going to allow Bedtime Story to have that kind of success on a hero that they've proven so well on with those 10 extra ammo. Who knows what you got? But there's a bit of a response. Black Hat can be banned now, at least shuts down, I think, some of what they want to do.
Yeah, I was going to say, with TSM, like, they need to find something to stop the game plan from Stick Drift, and perhaps this is it, getting rid of Black Cat. But on the same side, Stick Drift are doing the same thing. They get rid of Star-Lord, they get rid of Phoenix, and they are very much heavily targeting those duelists where they are comfortable allowing TSM to have whatever strategist they seem to want here, Dog.
Yeah, I mean, they go for that rogue Gambit stuff again. I mean, we've seen how good it is. It's tough. Even if you're really good at specific heroes, sometimes your team can't play those compositions, you know, organically in a very synchronous way. And Stick Drift going for the same ban phase. This time they got to keep the Mantis, though. This time TSM, because of that focus on the Black Cat, they allowed that Mantis to get through. And I'm curious if that enables Stick Drift whenever they play. Well, in this case, maybe some Daredevil, maybe some triple Mantis with the Ultron again that we could see. But yeah, what do you think, Cozy? You're making a face over there. What are you seeing?
So I know Doom plays Daredevil. You have that, but this tells me Doom is going to maybe flex into this Mantis role. Then you're going to have back to Rita's show on the hit scan. That's what at least it is kind of telling me, but also with the front to back, I don't know if that's going to work with the more mobile Vanguard front they have. I want to see TSM play tank pool here against this Dino.
Yeah, I'm excited to see just what they pull out. I'm also pretty excited to see what Mantis can do as well. We've had a lot of Mantis bans that have come through across the last couple of days. Very few Mantis have been able to actually get through said lock and ban.
How are the games?
We will see Mantis, and of course we will see more Devil Dinosaur on our screens as well.
So far.
I mean, match number 2 then between these two rosters. Stick Drift versus TSM. You've got
I
Cozy
didn't know
and Dogman to take
STDs
us
were going to
through
be
it.
this good.
All right,
I'm surprised TSM is not doing well, bro.
Stick Drift up
after what I'm seeing them play, though, after what I see, I just don't like what they're doing right here.
So Doom's going to the
I had TSM as like a top 4.
And Redis on the opening of
I actually think there might be like 5 to 6 now, chat. I don't know if they're going to make the playoffs.
In the America scene, well, guess what, man? Stinkers, we'd have Days.
I don't think they're making the playoffs, bro.
Yeah, no, it's a good call. I mean, it's
Fix your
smart
hair?
for
No,
teams
my
to
hair's
start
gonna be
playing
my
more,
hair's
but it's not
fine,
that
chat.
Anybody's been bad at Wolverine, I think, in North America. It's just haven't seen enough of it, to be honest. But you know, I'm curious if it works out for them. Obviously, they do have that Ultron swap if they really want to, but they go for it. Actually, yeah, they switched over to the Emma and everything. For TSM, though, yeah, it's this hit scan, triple Vanguard comp that I think we saw previously more so in the last stage in the preseason, more so than now, or I guess out of some matches. And I think this fits TSM's playstyle, but it does make it a little awkward with the slowdown in how, you know, you kind of heavily rely on these combos between Gale and Freddy. They need to get the Gambit sort of 1-2 punch.
Yeah, they're lacking a lot of damage here if you're, you know, Stick Drift, but you're going to have to rely on Redis to get those picks. That's what they're hoping for. 2 kidnappers, really 3 with Tones. You've got the choke, you've got the grab there with the Dino, and then the kidnap, and that's
They
exactly
didn't make
what
the
they
playoffs
do.
last time. What do you mean? What do you think they'll do? What made you think they'll do better? Because they have this whole off season where they can get new players and get new teammates.
Having that access to the grab through the bleed is that much
Notice
better.
how other
This is the
teams
kidnap comp,
got
if
new
you
players,
will.
made their
Doom
teams
was
better,
showing a
and
bit of that
now
Daredevil,
they're
maybe
doing really
flexing that
well.
on this next point. Either way, they're gonna have to try to swap. Maybe they go with the portal here. Bedtime Stories showing the Punisher. Don't hate it. If there's one weakness, they're lacking damage, but that was too easy for them.
Yeah, it's going for that full hit scan comp. And it's kind of interesting because, yeah, they don't have Invis to maybe help counter the Wolf in this case. It's just Redis going for these raw grabs instead of having that team up with the Thing and stuff. Cart's already towards the end. TSM have to get in, and they're going to take a ton of damage even doing so.
Yeah, I mean, just trying to push into their point. At least they have the invisible boundary getting out of it, or at least baiting that out if they do lose this fight. And they're going to do just that as 2 melt down, and they're not even able to contend. Now it's over. I mean, you got Corey, run for the hills, run for your life.
5
There's
minutes.
Nowhere to go when Wolverine is on the prowl, and he's hunting at the moment.
5
Doomed in the
minutes.
sky. Land there for Redis, and this is just going all their way. That's why we were both kind of surprised by this pick. It doesn't really complement, especially this lineup. At least Cal going Devil is going to give him something.
What am I?
Yeah, but it's like it's also weird because Cal's never really shown to play some of these melee characters more so. So yeah, it's a little odd. But you know, for TSM, you know, maybe they can string a few fights together because they need to. If we get to that third phase, I'm definitely worried for their chances in this series. We immediately pop the Punisher ult into that Gambit Raging Roll Flush as well, but it's slowed down. On the opposite side, nobody to follow it up. I mean, you do commit the Emma and the Ultron's Rage to help sustain towards the back because of Unknown is back there and gets smoked towards the spawn.
I have no words, man.
I didn't love the positioning of that ult, right? Because you're using the Gambit with Bedtime Story as well, but they were just able to rotate to that spawn, that milk, and you got to be careful on your ult charge there. Now just holding W, going to respond on their own, and just like that, they do find a little bit of life. Silent Blaze going down to the shotgun in that push-up, had to follow through. They'll find 2 out, and one of them being the Dino gives them the space. This is your W. You've got to walk here if you're going to do so. Cannot allow them to keep on bowling you. Getting Tones out here would be an interesting hit, but you know, I think that was definitely a win for them.
Yeah, I mean, the tough part with this comp though is that they need to win fights without the Loki and without the Gambit comp. You know, maybe we worked in the past when the old charge generation was a bit faster, but now you have to worry about Regis in the flank going in with some very aggressive ults, but can't find the KOs. And this is what I was worried about because now they don't have the ults to work with. Guru goes down, same thing with Cal in the neutral after that Mantis and that Devil Dino ult was popped. But again, they don't have those strat ults for this upcoming fight.
Okay, greens are out.
But are they going to be up in time? I mean, this card's almost towards the very end of the second phase goes.
Yeah, I mean, they did the Daredevil ult Cal did, and they just walked forward. They ignored it completely, and they were able to capitalize off the lack of presence in the front. Now you're going to be forced to use Freedom, the first Avenger, trying to keep this team in this fight. I'm going to go ahead and run with it. Brady does find some solace with it. They have to find some answers with Bedtime Story. Can they get it rolling? 2.2, shooting everything at this Dino, and it is not moving. The shields, the damage block, that's why those numbers are pumped so high. It's
damn, that Punisher ult didn't kill anyone? I'm actually surprised.
Quickly as they're going to go into the iframes, and wow, what a quick swat to the turret and the aggression. This is what you want to see, TSM.
Yeah, in that
there
fight,
you go.
Regis
there you go.
Did use the ult towards the spawn and got one, but did get
there we
out. That was a lot
go.
of the damage.
TSM is showing a little bit of life.
Goes over to that Bucky now, and finally, yeah, you mentioned it. Good hold so far for them, but the Gale is over to the Luna Snow now at the very end of that last fight off of the Loki. Wants to swatch.
The problem with TSM is that all of them are either DPS or tank players. I don't think they have any real support players.
But can they get the KOs? Can they support the Captain America as well?
Gale is known for his Luna.
Daredevil, in fact, because they just want to
keep. What are you guys talking about?
And going forward, we'll see if they can do it again, though. Gale has that ult in just a moment. The Stick Drift also swap over to that Phoenix to kind of help deal a little bit more damage on that front line, not have to go hard in on the Wolverine, and Regis goes down.
Yeah, especially with the mobility, I think this is definitely the right choice, but Regis going down early. The trade they have to have is on BTS and cannot find that success. I mean, Frank Castle, one of the most lethal duelists at the moment. I mean, just can handle dive, able to get that good poke
Gale, you guys are forgetting that Gale has the mentality.
Solid choice all around, and good for Stick
He has an old mentality of healing. He wasn't on a player. He was a goated on a player.
To back fight. We'll see if Cal can keep up that pressure. But yeah, having that Luna ult is just going to give him so much comfortability. But they've got to make use of it now, right? They allow Stick Drift to go ahead and get their momentum back. It's going to be tough for them.
Yeah, it is. I mean, Brady goes down early to Regis, though.
Good, bro. That's not good.
Of the entire, like,
that's
that was kind of interesting. But now they go aggressive. 2 down, Regis, excellent shots. You have the Punisher in that Luna Snow ult, but you can just kind of wait it out. However, the spawn doors are pretty close here at the very least for TSM, and if they get these KOs, nice job trading it, though, for Regis on the opposite side as Guru tries to slow it down with that
Come on, Brett.
Yeah, I think ultimately
You're better than that, bro.
Yes,
Come on, man.
Out, but they have everything
better
to
than
use
that.
with it outside the invisible boundary. They've got to land these together. The Extermination slammed out with the instant to get the end of Gambit. And with that Guru short as well, diamond reduction not going to be enough to be able to at least stay alive through this. Goes from 1 health up to full, and just like that, Regis from the sky, Regis from the ground, Duke from the sky. Everybody getting a piece of the pie. It's going to go ahead and be the end of this point.
Call me TSM the way I can't beat the STD.
It really
what?
lasts a long time with the way these spawns work.
Yeah, I mean, right now it just seems like, like you said, like it's just the close spawns, very, very, hard to fully capitalize if you don't get, a few KOs in a row. But they strung them together. They finally move into the third phase. I think a better hold for TSM, considering all things now in this last phase, as that bus transitions into a water park, basically, as Stick Drift, do have that Mantis ult that can up the pace again. BTS goes low. There's nothing to really counter it on BTS's side except Brady's ult. But again, they need to fully capitalize off it and then string together a few fights after.
Yeah, this rampage can be tough to deal with. We'll see how fast they can go ahead and try to clear the way. Ready to throw out the flush now. And with that, look at this rotation beautifully done over the left side. And having both Logan and Regis there taking care of anything that might charge their way is beautifully done. How you want to craft that to perfection. And there's the trade.
Nice
That's the one you're looking for. The quick hit of the Ignite Blaze since Frank Castle back to spawn and reflect. And just like that, that is the opening fight and really going to give them under this bridge. And that's kind of the first choke point. Second being right here by the spawn where you can shut the door completely.
Well, this is what I'm talking about, like, is some teams aren't that good at Gambit comp. You can see we have Gambit advantage. We use it early. We did get disengaged. And now TSM are switching to a comp that's not even, like, built around Gambit now, so you can't even fully utilize, like, the capability of, you know, the Gambit speed. But Guru flips over to the Rogue again. Cal's onto the Hella, which we haven't seen much this tournament at all, and now a Stick Drift.
Cal is on the Hella.
Rich is a full charge to kind of go and engage. BTS starts it off actually with an early Punisher.
Yeah, having some of these kind of quick desperation swaps, at least for the hit scan side, Regis can make quick work. And as you said, a lot of the game plan was pouring around the Gambit with Guru on that Rogue as well. And there goes the show up and ready. Extermination going to look for his angle is doomed. And he's slamming down, landing down, and with that is a quick three-piece. Good night.
I think that's where TSM is failing at. STD.
The exclamation point as they're going to go ahead and go
they
up the
are
ramp.
when STD starts to spread out, it gets really hard to contain like STD team. So I think you need to contain them and don't let them spread, and then you'll do a better job.
Overtime, but like, oh jeez, like
once you let the STD like you know do whatever they want, that's where it gets really bad.
Don't get me wrong, but I would say Lunex we saw in the preseason looked better than this now.
I don't know, man.
It's just TSM, like, what are we doing? Like, wait, Guru's on cart, nobody's there to follow up.
Oh,
we're on a freaking Hella comp with Punisher. Like, what?
Put the stacks away.
Man?
Stop.
Like, Jesus, they almost held second
Stop.
stage.
Oh my God. Bedtime Story has 27,000 damage. Oh my. Stop. Put it away.
It's just a little bit disappointing, I think, for TSM so far. We'll see if we can turn on their attack, Cozy. But yeah, you got to save me out of this before I get freaking clipped and talk crap to because I'm
too late, dog. Too late. Our spicy take king. No, listen, I think Regis has done a lot of this even in the preseason. It was like kind of not on like Regis' back. It was, you know, combined with those Vanguard plays, but doing more of the same here. The Cal switch, it's like it made sense kind of where the point was for a second. Okay, where the bridge was, I was like, okay, they're trying to go maybe for like a long range poke hit, but then Regis just put the end of that. And after that, next Elim, like swap, get out of there, try to go at least more sustained, if anything, right? Give some chances for those strategists to get back to their old last alive. I think it was Gale on Luna, and it was just done from there. So yeah, I get maybe a quick swap there, but wasn't the answer. They're going to look to see if they could do more of this on the offensive side, and even here, you know, we'll see how these. Just look at the Cap and the Daredevil. Let's see how they, you know, kind of sync up. That's what I want to see, and that will tell us a lot about this team's communication.
Yeah, let's see if they can mix it up on their attack. Put Cal back on the Daredevil. You know, I haven't been too inspired by it so far, but I you know what? Like, if he has put the time in and has the follow-up, it's just interesting they don't even want to put Guru back over to that Rogue as well to help with these guys. Maybe go for a bit of aggressive play, and instead they're sticking towards that Punisher, and I understand those changes, but Stick Drift as well. Logan, like you mentioned earlier, I mean, on the Mantis so far has hit basically every sweep onto those flanks.
We've said this before, really all these teams, like there's a lot of good hit scan players who're seeing the duelist role, but it's a complement of like that dive role or that pseudo 1B duelist. And the teams that are losing just don't seem to have that. I think Bedtime Stories is doing a good job for the best they can, but there just doesn't seem to be that rhythm. Speaking of which, though, we find a little bit, getting the Dino out early does open up this first lane push, which lends a lot of help to them. Do they go with the quick strange? I think a lot of teams not do so. Just try to run to the last touch. The way the spawn works, if you do get eliminated early.
Hey, it looks like they're doing a really good offense so far. Good shit. Come on, they're not out of the game yet.
Stick Drift against TSM is just put so much damage on the way there. So we'll see what corridor they use, and it's going to be the opposition side that Stick Drift uses.
Yeah, I like this. I mean, they're trying to focus on Iffy a little bit. Also, McGuru's been perma-high charge this whole game. After switching to the Emma, he's been able to create a lot of space for the squad. Just go aggressive. Also stop Tones. Nice grab from him.
There you go. There you go.
Excellent combination.
There you go.
Synergies.
There you go. Bedtime Story. Bedtime Story is literally doing the best he can for this team, bro.
Have to be Bedtime Story stepping up big, and they shut down Regis. And once they do
Bedtime Story needs to pop off. He needs to carry this team, bro.
Allows this comp to start working. I mean, if you're Bedtime Story, time to completely lock in at this point. They do have the Luna Snow ult to stop a little bit of what this aggression is. And I love this from Stick Drift. Just go right to them, right? They only have one ult. They know it. And see if they can punish them early. Guru looking low. Going to force the invisible boundary from Silent Blaze. And just like that, cleaned up the shop. Found 2 down. It's going to be TSM looking to recalibrate up top. And they're relentless, dogs.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be some staggers towards the very end. But yeah, excellent TP mix up, at least to go aggressive towards TSM. TSM, they'll held on to some ultimates. And, you know, for Stick Drift, I'm curious if they want to keep holding up here because they're going to get incredibly fast, you know, engaged upon by TSM. They used them a decent bit in the previous fights with Efi and also Silent Blaze. So they have to keep it up against TSM with that incredibly aggressive play coming through from Brady. It's going to be very difficult for them unless they have a good disengage angle for Stick Drift side or a combination with Redis and Doom, something along those margins.
That's a good point. We'll see how they choose to win this fight. Going to be tough, obviously, but
Cal's not having a good game, bro. Cal's not having a good game right now.
Use this. I mean, they committed with the Gambit ult and unable to find success. You just said, what are they going to use? The answer, dog, is really nothing. Just win in the neutral.
Yeah, the answer is just let Cal feed, I guess. Like, he's dead again. Okay, sure. BTS did trade back Epi, though, at the very least. So this is kind of the role of those diver characters, you know, I guess.
Oh, my God, these casters, bro.
You know, go down a lot. Cal kind of doing the same thing.
The plan is to let Cal go feed again. Look at that, he's dead.
So thus far, as that disengage from Stick Drift has been so good, as they've been reading really everywhere that Cal's been kind of headed to.
Looking like right out of the metal ranks, too. You're just going to have the Punisher ult with the Luna for a second to try to keep them. That's what they've been relying on, right? That's what they're using with the Dino. Slam down. Here's the in song. And there it is, right on cue. The combo from back in, like, Season 1. The tried and true. Been paying a lot of the price from the Dinosaur. They swapped comps a bit and able to find something. Cal does get Silent Blaze out of here. Not before the Regis trade. Point is back to them. 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Still plenty of time just to right the ship, and there it is. So gonna have to at least have the hardest part of this map, bar none, is going to be the in cap of point 2. Hold W, get that aggression, but the Vanguards aren't allowing it.
I mean, that was 3 ults popped in the previous fight for TSM to whittle it down at the very end. But Stick Drift, you know, need not get picked off. BTS with the shotgun has been a bit of a menace. They're all trying to focus, and last time they did go with this Venom ultimate, it was effective, but this time BTS gets into his turret, gets the hard pocket as well, so excellent job by BTS to avoid that anti. Also the hard pocket from
if they cap this right now with this push,
doesn't connect on to really anybody.
I think TSM has a chance of winning. But if they lose this team fight, I think it's GG's.
Both duelists have been removed. 2 minutes left to go, though,
I think
so
that's
GG's. Still have a solid timing to work with, but that will be another fight win for Stick Drift.
Yeah, I guess the good news is that's a surprise. They're going to go with the Luna Punisher again, and they're going to have the time to do so, right? So you at least have that. And if you Stick Drift, you're going to want to swap to something that can handle that. They've lost 4 fights now. And if that wasn't it, I mean, Regis isn't able to do the damage through it, right? And they don't have anything else to complement on top of that. Maybe you could go there with Doom at the right time with the in-song. That's a lot to ask for, though, especially just burning that down quickly from the judge and the jury, if you will. Going to try again on the flush, pushing everything in, and just like that, Cal on the Psylocke going to try to find the best, one of the better heroes with this Gambit ult. But no, it is all of TSM falling with it, and Cal doing a lot of shooting, but nothing falling.
Yeah, this is just truly, you know, a game of, honestly, what any hit scan player would do if he's forced onto this role, because Cal not finding much value onto the Daredevil, goes over to that Psylocke because it feels comfortable. But, you know, I think we haven't seen too much Psylocke this patch, even though she's a good character. Just Daredevil and Black Cat have been so disgusting, so strong. And with it available, we're not even playing it. So it's going to be difficult, I think, for this squad.
It's decent against this lineup. Like, Psylocke against Dino can be tough in different ways, can feed a bit of the ult charge to it, but just like that, they're going to go and do Freedom Charge into it. They're going to force Silent Blaze's boundary, the dive in, though. This is what we've seen, right? Obviously, they're going to be forced now out of sync to get the show rolling. Fate of both worlds pushing the team up. They don't have bedtime stories, though.
I don't think they're capping, chat. I think this is a GG's, bro.
Here comes the slam down. Perfect timed with the song. It finds the end of it, sending them right back to rehearsal. Regis now hunting for more. Good rotation. That is exactly the communication you want to see, and it's going to be the quick pick of bedtime stories. Oh, lucky swap on over there through the wall. And being played correctly from TSM, pushing on the cowl.
Yeah, nice. I mean, the BRB does bring back them, though, at the very least, eventually towards the end, Unknown. You know, forces everybody back. Cal as well on the flank, but can he really do much? At least force them back towards the choke. Make sure they can't support that front line Vanguard line that will be touching. But that eye going to come back out of spawn from Tone in a moment. BTS does drop the ult. Can they find the KO smash? Good up there is Iffy. towards that cart to try to help stall. Cal does find Logan on the flank, does get shot up by that ult from the sky, but no, evades all that damage. So excellent work by Cal on the flank, and then meanwhile, BTS
they
cleans up towards the
capped, but I
cart.
still don't. I don't think they got it, chat.
Second
I don't
effort,
think
they get it done.
A
Moving
minute
to
and a
third phase
half.
phase.
A minute and a half
don't
of this
hate-
whole third
don't hate
point.
the
Dude, you
Psylocke
know how
into it,
hard
right?
this
Because
third
you
point
said
is to
against
cap?
Dino,
This is one of
even
the
if they go that,
hardest
Bedtime Source is
maps
cooking
to
that with the
fully
Luna
cap,
earlier,
bro.
So that gives them the room they're looking
This is-
for, and as long as Cal can get
I don't
those
think they
kind of
got it.
picks, but man, look at this aggression from Stick Drift moving in. Can Tones hit this Auga? The last one clearly did not get the connection they want. Ready to go ahead and throw the Gamut ult, but that's before they lose 2, and not only 2, it would be probably the most important 2 to benefit from it outside of BTS, and now push into their own spawn. Why ult there, right? You want to go ahead. Fight's kind of lost, but hold on, BTS just being that Thanos. Teams around to be the Infinity Stones, charging them up.
Yeah, it's not clean, but I mean, they are getting it done. You know, like I guess they did lose too early, but they did get the fight win again.
Wow.
You know, I guess the fortunate part as well for the Psylocke that they don't have to go against the Daredevil because, you know, Stick Drift not going for that Daredevil comp, instead opting for the Phoenix, who, you know, did get a buff and is incredibly strong. But at least
Last
that Psylocke,
fight.
whenever she's invisible, you know, whenever she's on
Look
those
at the
flanks
ult
and stuff,
economy,
can't really
chat.
get hard counter
Look at
on
the
these flanks because nobody
it's
gets-
last fight
gets
territory.
their
Look at the
wall
ult
hacks and
difference.
Call out these systems that
GG's.
Cal are in, and Rita's above the point. Doesn't actually get the KO on a Cal. Are you kidding? What tracking?
GG's.
Get the ult out, though, at the very least. Drops back down with 10 seconds left to go. So 2 ults out. So again, like I mentioned, Stick Drift actually not really necessarily playing that fight perfectly, but do find those KOs off some excellent mechanical plays.
Yeah, awareness level is 99 because if you're the Psylocke here, they're going to be not even touching. So
That is
you know, I would say
embarrassing, bro.
very much expected ending to what was that matchup.
That is
I mean,
embarrassing,
with the Psylocke, if you
bro.
look at that whole comp, there was
That
nothing of
is
value. The Ultron maybe would have been the pick they could have gone
embarrassing,
for
bro.
there if you're Cal, and if it wasn't that, it was Redis, and we saw quickly
Congratulations
that kind of
to
set it in. So that's
You
TSM's
guys
opening dog, and he
won again.
You know what? Like I think that for TSM, you know, there is some stuff to grow on there for sure. Like BTS and
No.
Shotgun, I think look nice on Punisher.
No,
not that we've seen
don't
other teams
say
do it,
it's
but,
me. Don't say it's me.
No, actually, I have nothing
That
positive
is
to say
not
about
my
them. So we're gonna talk
fault.
about the winners.
I
Stick
don't
Drift.
know
Wow,
what in the
games out of
world
them. I mean,
fucking
realistically, if we actually want to
TSM
talk
was
about
doing,
Stick
bro.
Drift as a team,
I do not.
You know, I think that Redis was very impressive whenever he played the Black
If
Cat
I
and
knew
the
that
Phoenix. So
TSM was
that
going to
our
off-roll
the
and
player
do
that we
this,
saw in the
I would
last
not
stage,
vote
as well as the
TSM.
backline played
Now
very
that I
well.
know
So,
that, I am.
I think they look improved, and I think they just have to keep working on their synergies consistently throughout the rest of the season. What's up, Sir Gask?
Appreciate you contained yourself. I know that you wanted to let loose, but Cozy kept you reined in. That's good. Definitely stayed behaved, but a difficult watch, I'm sure, for TSM fans because they just couldn't really get going. I mean, at
STD
times they
has
showed
beat
promise, and
TSM.
I'm hoping Cozy that they can build from this, but it definitely wasn't really what we would have
YWL
wanted
beat
to see from their
TXG
first
though.
match.
Like, come,
Listen, say what you want
YWL beat
about
TXG,
what was
chat.
Lunax
Come on.
now is going to be Stick Drift. Their team that does find wins. I mean, TSM, the only win they got in that preseason was versus this team, so this was one that they wanted to have to
That's
kind of carry
crazy.
that
I can't believe they
momentum, and
lost.
now they're not going to find it, right? And so having that 1-4 record from there, they have to really get the ship right quickly. And if you're on the side of Lunax, yeah, there's a lot of things you can clean up, but I think the fundamentals were there, especially in their strategy and their approach. They have to deal with the counter picks a bit better, counter play, if you will, but I like what I saw.
Yeah, Dog, rather than maybe looking at what went wrong for TSM, we can look at what went right for Stick Drift, like Cozy is saying. And one of those things is, of course, going to be Redis. We mentioned him leading into this one, at what an impressive player he was in preseason, and it looks like he hasn't slowed down coming into stage 1 here, Dog.
No, I mean, yeah, Redis still looks as good as ever, and you know, showed even more flexibility. So huge shout out to him in this squad for improving from Stick Drift. But I mean, honestly, I think you can't talk about that series without mentioning TSM's downfall a little bit, right? Because Redis was a big part of it. Don't get me wrong, but this TSM squad, you know, they were, you know, in the preseason, if they were not a roster that is signed or is a partnered roster, they would have got relegated, right? So, and if we're making changes like this, like getting rid of Pizza Demon and stuff, and the roster changes that they've done, really not focusing on the problems they had in preseason, and instead sticking with the same roster that they kind of did, except putting Cal back over to the duelist role and not focusing on the fact that we don't have a melee DPS player. I feel like that was kind of the weakness of TSM in the preseason, and they've just reverted. They've got even worse, it feels like, from the preseason, and they went 1-4 in the preseason. They won 2 maps in the entire preseason. They were one of the worst teams, if not they were the worst team in the preseason, by the way, having the worst map record, and we just went backwards, it feels like, even more so. So somehow these guys have just reversed directions, And they were really bad. They were abysmal in the preseason, so this is just depressing, I think, like you said, Cozy, if you were
Damn!
And I think we
Yo,
looked at this series, or at least I looked at this
man.
series today, and I was like, we're going to learn a lot on how this group is going to develop, in particular with these two teams.
Shit!
For TSM, it is a little bit doom and gloom now on where do they find that win. For Stick Drift, though, Cozy, how far can they go? You know, they're in a group where they've got Space Station.
Wow, Bedtime
Equinox.
Story
Yeah,
did
we lost. You see
52,000
Stick Drift
damage
picking
that
up
game.
multiple wins and qualifying out of this group from what you've seen so far today.
I'm going to be honest. I'll say this. What I commend the most from this team is if you look around the board, especially what Dog just said with TSM, like we saw free agency across all over, right? I mean, we saw great pickups. We saw a lot of change. Even like Zanji getting picked up from what was Cafe Rose, and Space Station wanted to improve their roster. First of all, credit to Regis staying with this team because Regis is a shining star. We know that, and we know that what they can do. And that just shows the belief that they have. And then they get doomed as the sign-on, too. I think that's a perfect compliment. So you have one, org here in Stick Drift getting the right signs and finding the complements to the pieces that worked well, and not so much at least in this
Stick
early
Drift is
showing
an
from the other.
org?
And so, yeah, I think they can. They can really show the test
They
against
need
a ton of teams.
And Dog,
That
do you
is
think
a
that's the same? Do you think that
wild
maybe some other squads might
abbreviation
struggle
for a
with
team.
what Stick Drift are putting forward? Because sometimes Stick Drift, they're a team that they know how to play the meta, but they do like to sometimes play what's comfortable for them as well. Can you see, like, I don't know, let's put Space Station in the situation they have to play against them. Do you think this could
Stick
be a
Drift
good
is not
series?
an
Because I
org?
remember in
Okay.
preseason,
I
they
was
had a
about to say.
fantastic matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the only things they need to shore up are like team synergy kind of issues. Yeah, I think for sure. I mean, they have the flexibility as a roster. You mentioned it, the pick. You guys mentioned it, the pickup of Doomed. I think that guy's been super flexible, and then especially with Silent Blaze, I think Silent Blaze looks incredibly improved alongside Logan in the back line. So, yeah, I think that people are going to struggle with Stick Drift, and I wouldn't be surprised if they are a dark horse in this group to make it into the playoffs and even get to that top 50%. Maybe not to get relegated like some other rosters that potentially could, moving on into that postseason.
Yeah, not to beat a dead horse here, Cozy, but TSM in already the danger zone, as it were. Where do you think they can kind of improve here? Because it's all well and good to point out what's going wrong, but how do you do better?
The compliment duelist, because if you look at it, like, okay, so Cart went over to FlyQuest, right? It's like, man, that would have been a great time for. It's like, hey, Jitworth's been going off pretty crazy. Would have been an interesting pick. Maybe you can grab that player to complement BTS because BTS is doing well. I think BTS is a solid kind of back to that team. You have to have that, and we've seen that for these teams moving forward. Is that the ones that are winning are having kind of that best of both going on, like we've seen from Self, from Days, and the others that complement that role. So it's too late to find that player change, so you're going to have to clean up what you have in-house.
Yeah, Stick Drift will get the 2-0 win, Dog, in the end.
Yeah.
What did you want to say? Sorry.
No, just sorry to cut you off, Gas. Just like to add on to what Cozy's saying, like I think like Pizza as well. Pizza Demon was like kind of scapegoated in that roster, in the TSM roster, got kicked, obviously, or rather benched, I guess, for what is it, Gale playing strategist. And I don't think their strats were like really the problem last stage. It's not that Gale was playing particularly bad. It's just a focus in the wrong sort of area, it feels like, because I can't say that Gale or Pizza were playing necessarily the same level. In fact, I think Pizza's a
STD
phenomenal
did have
player,
a
just kind of scapegoated, like I said.
controller player. I
for
think
this
their
team.
support players
So
are controller
TSM
player.
will fall victim to Stick Drift. It's going to be a 2-0 victory for them in the end, and they put their first win on the board in this group. Of course, that's going to be our third series of the day, all wrapped up, but we still have one more series to
Yeah,
go. We've got
Silent
Lost
Blaze
versus
is their,
Equinox Gaming.
is
Of course, both these
controller
teams
player.
played already yesterday, and they both found a loss. Can they put one of those victories on the board just to climb up the leaderboard on this group? We can only find out one way, though. It's going to happen right after this break. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back after this.
Woo! We're on a break. You know what that means. Last predictions of the day, chat. Yeah, we lost against Equinox Gaming. Yeah, we lost against Equinox Gaming. Hey, before I start this bet, chat, trust me. YWL wins against EXG. YWL looked like a really good team yesterday. Trust. I have never lied to you guys. Okay? I have never lied to you guys. Come on. Come on. Wait, did they play yesterday? EXG did play yesterday, and I believe they got 2-0'd by Space Station Gaming. Right? Oh, wait. Right here. Nice. I'm all in. If you want, chat, if you want billions of dollars, listen to Jay3. Jay3 has insider knowledge, and YWL is going to win. I have insider knowledge, chat. Trust me. Trust me.
Welcome back, you beautiful people. It's Marvel Rivals Ignite. We're in the Americas, and we are in our last series of the day. After a little bit of a walloping on the side of Stick Drift against TSM, we'll now have to see whether Yeah We Lost or Equinox can get their first win of the season. Cozy, Equinox, they looked pretty impressive yesterday. Yeah We Lost had their moments as well. This should be a relatively close matchup in terms of like how this one's going to go down.
You know, it's going to be interesting because I know that Equinox was really sad
Listen
on the
to
way
J3
that kind
and
of
you
things
lose your family's
fell away from them there
savings.
against their
You
first
listen to
win. They're trying
J3
get
and you
against
could
Space
send your
Station, got
family
reverse
and your
swept, right?
future
But they do
generations to
face a tough
college
team
because you're
Yeah
going to
We
be
Lost is
rich.
obviously very talented and very tough
Yeah.
to go against
X-Rock,
and kind of
appreciate
adjust
300 bits,
to.
my friend. How you
And
doing?
it's going to be, you know,
A
definitely
techno
something
nerd
that
for
they're
2
going to have to
months.
look to do.
Georgian, appreciate
because
us,
I
Prime
like
Sub,
the
my friend.
team. Chupiol especially, you know, you got to gas him, is a standout.
Very much a standout, dog. I think that both these teams, though, they need this win. When we look at promotion, we look at relegation, we look at these teams trying to get through into the next stage. If you lose this, you're 0-2, and suddenly everyone's going to be kind of side-eyeing you, saying, wait, are you actually going to find a victory, or are these teams from MRC going to have the chance to maybe nip your spot when relegation does happen?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think this is going to be a really fun one because of that fact. Like you said, there's so many things to kind of go into it. But yeah, I mean, like I think we saw Chupiol, like you mentioned, popping off yesterday. They even on Twitter, I think, said they could have played better, or on X rather.
Yeah, I saw that.
So yeah, I was like, we noticed how well they played, and it was a bit of a surprise to see that. But for their team, for Equinox, you know, obviously, Yeah We Lost is a hard team to beat. Obviously, they had those losses of certain players, like you mentioned with Cart leaving over to FlyQuest, Cozy, but for Equinox, I think this is a good roster. I think Respect had a good game yesterday, and I think that this team definitely has a good chance to like kind of finally have that first win over Yeah We Lost, who have historically always beaten them.
Something we saw yesterday, Cozy, as well, was WADA got replaced after game 1, right? And it was clearly a decision that had been made. Do you think that that's a lesson that they've learned from Equinox? Do you think that was, again, a strategic decision just around like hero placements? How did you feel about it?
Yeah, it was interesting, right? Because it looked like usually we had WADA on what was strat pool then, right? It was a heal pool, and they did pretty well with it. They didn't have a Dino to go against, if my memory serves me correct, because I think it was them that elected to go with the Dino this time. So that's what they prioritized. I think WADA is an insanely great and talented player and does complement, even though you see the Psylocke there, complements more the hit scan front to back that Chupiol plays. So I wouldn't mind, though, you know, WADA coming in there and do what they can, but Pro Builder also fits that role well, so they just have 2 studs, and their hero pools are very similar.
Very similar indeed as we look across to Yeah We Lost, a team that has always been very exciting to watch, but of course losing Cart, it was always going to be a different look. Yeah We Lost coming into this stage 1, dog. And there's, you know, it's big shoes to fill, quite literally, of the Hulk with Luca now coming in. How do you think they're going to fare here against Equinox?
I mean, better than yesterday for sure. I mean, TSM Citadel is one of the hardest teams to beat in the entire tournament, so and nobody's going to really look good versus them, I think. And, you know, today it should be a better showing out of them, considering how Domination, obviously Team Liquid Citadel, best map type, going to be tough to beat them there. But, you know, once we go over to maps like Museum, we almost saw them win a round, the map even, to force it to map number 3. So these two teams always have good series against each other. I think Yeah We Lost actually doesn't pair up as well against Equinox as they do against other teams. You know, like one of the other MRC squads.
Desi, pretty much 100 bits, my friend. Voting EKG. Don't trust Scam 3.
They should look
well, if you voted EKG, you'd lose all your money because it's EXG. So I don't know who you just voted for.
First place in the preseason. Out of every MRC
Pyro,
team.
appreciate that's a new tier 1 sub, my friend. How you doing?
They've had to kind of work their way up to being those top dogs.
Yeah, the top dogs is where you want to be, but of course, at the moment, you're just getting chomped on by people who seem to be a little bit higher in the food chain right now, and both of these teams have to answer back from a disappointing start to this stage 1, but definitely capable of doing so, that is for sure. But I am a little bit concerned for some of these players. You know, your heads might drop a little bit if you go 0-2. Of course, it isn't suddenly if you go 0-2, you are completely done out of this group, but it does make it very difficult, Cozy, to try and bounce back from a 0-2 and mentality.
Walmart Supercenter with a massive 100 bits. How you doing, my friend?
Find yourself in that position.
Yeah, it's kind of the same thing that happened last time. They lost. I mean, they won and got the upset early, and then they kind of lost their way and were unable to come back too quickly. Every game's going to matter that much more. And if we lost. This is a team, let's just keep it a buck, I think is top 3. I mean, they're top 3, top 4. The way they play, they lost Cart and kind of some of their identity there. But hey, they got third last in the preseason. For them as an org and as a team, they've got to clear this game. They've got to really show the dominance. Yeah, they play TLC. That's a tough matchup. But if I'm them and their confidence that they kind of rep, this is one that they want to go in screaming.
There's also that situation, Dog, where you've played against the best team in the region, potentially in the world, and you would have had that chance to kind of study that, dissect it.
Yo,
and
Beerus
really
with the massive 2 gift subs. Appreciate it. What time does it start
and
tomorrow?
maybe they
12
can actually
o'clock.
benefit from playing TLC this early on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's something you can kind of you can look back on and be like, okay, that was just we got it out of the way early. You know, you got to play the best teams. You know, every single player has to, or team you have to play against. So it's good to get out of the way early for sure. And you know, once we go to domination,
let's see this last matchup of the day.
Teams, at least like we mentioned about
last
the
matchup
MRC
of the
teams,
day.
very
Let's
good
see.
on domination map type in general. So I think it will be a close one. It should be a banger.
4.9 million on YWL,
yeah, we lost.
2.2 million on EXG. 375 people to 146.
From yeah, we lost. And I thought it was going to be like Zatex, something like that instead. And it's funny because Cart Lover, I think they always joke about the players did about how Cart Lover, you know, who would pick up Cart Lover. His hero pool's so weird. It's so different than everybody else. But it looks like FlyQuest is the team to want to pick him up.
Well, Hell's Heaven is where we are going to kick things off for this one. I will allow you two to take us through the draft and take us into the first match between these two teams. It is a very important one for both of these rosters. They've got to get it done here and now. Take it away, gents. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, Dog, I think it's interesting because this whole team plays very uniquely. I thought Jitward maybe would have been poached just because of how great of a the dive is. And if you look across the free agency, there's not a lot of that, right? You're going to have a lot, not saying that Zatex is not very good, but you got great hitscan Phoenix players out there. That's kind of where I thought they were going. And yeah, Cart fitting, I think the way his hero pool played just fit this role well. But they've got, you know, the new player there affecting, right, who does play going in and doing that strat role a bit more. And I think that they do have what it takes for sure, as Luca has taken over that kind of Hulk and Venom as well. But
YWL wins
this.
this.
A map that probably lends on over to we lost as well in their playstyle.
Yeah,
if YWL doesn't win this,
and yeah, they're always
I will
good on
never
the
stream
snap type
again
in general, and then same thing with Hell's Heaven. So both teams off the rip ban phase, removing the Gambit codes. So that was kind of something we talked about yesterday, being more so something that was kind of avoided. But today we get that Daredevil Protect for we lost again. And it's, as you mentioned, it's for that guy. It's for Jitty on that Daredevil.
Yeah, both teams have learned. They're like, okay, we're going to go this route. And you still kind of have the same game plan with Equinox. Going to go to the Devil Dinosaur. I think Lyric played that pretty well, and it did work. I mean, keep in mind, they barely lost yesterday, right? Like, they were looking strong until the reverse sweep happened. And so you're going to put a lot of trust there in Chupiol to get the job done with the Dino up in the front. But we already know Jitward locking in the Devil is going to be tough to deal with because of the way they play front to back. I mean, if they get Phoenix as well, woof, that's what I want to see. Jeff, the Baby Landshark being banned, interesting.
Yeah, that is it is interesting. I mean, Jeff, I think a lot of people have focused on, but it is interesting that did come out before that Devil Dino for the side of Equinox, and then same thing for we lost, focusing on the Ultron a little bit more. So, you know, obviously towards their strengths maybe a little bit more so, and then also you know, it's interesting because
what's your career change going to be? You know, I actually thought about that. If I can't stream anymore, I'd probably just sell my feet.
It would seem like so far that the tournament, Black Cat's even had better performances than Daredevil has. So it's kind of interesting that that's been the priority, but that's that Luna Snow Protect. So if that full front to back sort of style for Equinox, already locking it in their side.
Well, like, the Jet ban makes sense against we lost because it, like, Jeff, what he does so well, for a lot of you guys wondering, is like the speed boost in the neutral is crazy. Like, it just allows so much of that mobility, and obviously Daredevil getting that is going to be huge. I think Daredevil is the one beat a Black Cat. Like, they play so differently. You know, Black Cat's that thief in the back, doesn't want to get caught. Daredevil's in your face.
Appreciate the massive prime sub, my friend.
What are you going to do about it? And I think both of them, Jitward has at their disposal, probably feels a bit better with the lock there. And this has been the team ever since TLC has started banning their Strange. Kept it, and you said it yesterday. I think we were talking in the green room, right? It's because of how well Kendrick plays this guy.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's usually with that Mantis stuff. So it's interesting that they didn't ban it on Equinox's side. But for Yeah We Lost, they try to counter, that Luna and White Fox stuff, triple that they want to play. It seems like they really want to focus on the fact that Equinox loves to play those sort of comps. And then for Yeah We Lost, like you said, keeping Kendrick on that Doctor Strange is a priority. So it's I don't know,
one-sided Luna
to me looks more so like they're
a
trying to just ban out
one-sided
best
Daredevil,
characters,
a Devil Dinosaur.
Top tier characters, and then it's a little bit more focused, I would say, on Yeah We Lost side. So I don't know, Coz, who do you think kind of gets the edge in this sort of ban phase? Is it the team that's sort of focusing more on the overarching meta, or maybe what the strengths of the other squad is?
I like the game plan that, they're trying to go in with. If you are going to be Equinox, I think that they're trying to slow them down. They're a team with a lot of flexibility, but that is what their goal is there, and try not to, allow them to use something like the Jeff, if you will, or have the Snowflake and have those things that really kind of capitalize on the snowball, if you will, of that team. That's what they do well. I think even against TLC, they won first fight. I mean, this team comes out screaming, and they're tough to deal with, and they're even more hungry after what was that loss. But Mask coming in. Okay, we did not have Mask yesterday, right? I believe it was affecting the whole time.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it was him the whole time. So Mask going to come in. Wait, are they going to do that? They're going to do double melee? Oh, my goodness, too. So, Coz, we might see the double melee for the first time, too, with the Daredevil.
Double melee team comp. Wow.
Cat. And the White Fox. So all the claws are out today, dude.
Yo, dude, this is gonna be a terrifying.
Yo, the
like, look at the
slide
back
one.
line now.
Bridge 6 months. How you doing?
GGs.
Oh shit,
You're gonna
Cam.
have to be on your that freeze. You can't stop them all. Look at this. Jubilee's gonna have to try to find one.
It's solo Vanguard too. Luca on the Venom. It's gonna be the Deadpool strat line alongside the White Fox.
Win first fight, right? Like that. Like that is the goal with White Fox 2 to dive in, dude. This is the most aggressive team comp. Disgusting. Deleted. Goodbye, dude.
Oh my god, this comp is actually disgusting.
So fast. Exploded.
Yeah. Oh my god. Well, I mean, insane first fight.
Dude, like, go back to spawn now and swap up. Like, I mean, it looks
Chat,
like that
bro,
meme
you
going
have a
around with the
Daredevil
RPG
diving
hitting
you,
the
you have a
skeleton,
White
like, just
Fox,
like
you
his
have
head
a
straight up just exploded, as you said,
have
and
a
didn't even get the chance to
Black
Yeah,
Cat,
just get two
and
lives,
you
right?
have
Because you
a
obviously have that
Venom diving
respawn,
you.
and they're going to keep the aggression up, pushing spawn all the way. Kendrick now. Haven't seen a ton of that Deadpool play from them, but we're seeing just that. And having that single Vanguard, the way it works as well, you just dive it all together. Look at their ready go comms, near perfect. We said it before, we'll say it again. This is the most entertaining team to watch, bar none. They go to the Punisher and try to get some shotgun protection for the back line. Tupiel can't find Solus. This is what I'm talking about, dog. There's just no way to plan for this team.
No, they're like meta innovators, man.
This team is dominating.
Proactive.
I'm a fan of these guys, bro. These guys run some unorthodox stuff, and they keep winning, bro.
Spawn camp strat is here yet again. I mean, we saw this at a TSM in the preseason on Central Park, but now going over to Hell's Heaven again with this aggressive playstyle that is very unique. It's proactive because oh my goodness! Right hook on the Wada, poor guy.
I didn't know Mask had the Black Cat in the bag, and every pick here is intentional. Kendrick, even with the way
dude, they're spawn camping them, bro. They're spawn camping.
They cannot find Soul. They don't even have time to form the comp against this as time is ticking down slowly. They're spawn feeding. Somebody help them. Look at this. They're just trying to find something as now quickly Wada. They have ult. They're going to have to use it to perfection.
Yeah, the only thing that would help with the peel is that White Fox they banned out. So it's a very good ban, I think, in that regard. But okay, nice counter engage. Everybody's HP falls. It's, because of the fact they don't have those Vanguard lines, those duelists, or sorry, the duo on the front line, they just get deleted so quickly. But fast fighting.
They had to use what? 1, 2, what? 3, 4 ults, chat. They had to use 4 or 5 ults to win that, bro. Look at YWL. YWL still has
the old Dino,
all their shit, dude.
Right? Like try to get a bunch of
EXG used so much to get out of their spawn, bro. Out of their spawn.
You even sustain the damage coming at you, but at least you're not getting picked off in the back at that point. I mean, that is one of the few ways to deal with this insane bit of comp, or push of dive. Santo, though, ready to go ahead with the Kumaho Unleash, and there getting slammed down, cracking impact. At least it's going to be responded to by the show. And there comes the Fox as well, and it's Luca finding, oh my god, the 1-2 down at least now. They're trying to get something rolling, but there's just no answer.
No, I mean, this is also a change. People talking about Bucky being nerfed as, by the way, Portal might be too late for the side of EXG. Yeah, we lost, but we win round number 1. But yeah, dude, like Cozy, this is what we're talking about. Like with Bucky, people online were talking about Bucky being nerfed, but no, like I mean, he got a damage buff in the left clicks, and then also it's easy to get resets. Like you can get
stop
KOs
talking
through
about
results.
Bucky.
Like you just saw the Luna get deleted
Bucky
in their
needs
own
a-
ult because
Bucky
now
needs
we're
a
at like
buff.
what 25% or whatever to get the reset. So yeah, excellent work.
I mean, first off, good luck trying to get a strange portal when you get canceled by like 20 different ways with this team and the way they can push in. But this is kind of what I said, man. I'm telling you, this team is talented. They play like nobody else. They don't want to be like anybody else. And that's why I'm like, hey, let's keep it a buck. They have to just storm the gates here and show why they still belong in the top conversation. And I mean, that's a hell of a way to do so.
Appreciate you
To
asking
get
for
Mask
friend. How
out
you
here in
doing?
the Black Hat, who we didn't even
Welcome,
see
welcome.
yesterday. He was a Thor the whole preseason. The hell is going on? You love to see it.
Yeah, it's nice. It's a lot of fun, and I think we lost comp. You know, they like to take advantage. I mean, I know with Jitward, when I talk to him, he loves to be very like analytical about the game, taking advantage of the small things that nobody else noticed. It's kind of like in maybe baseball terms, like a lot of pitchers don't have that velocity, so they have to think outside the box to take advantage of these teams that are signed, and obviously doing so today.
Here's the Brawl comp I wanted to see, though. I said this is going to be the way to answer this, the Hulk and the Dino. It's what you have to roll with, in my opinion, if you want to find success. But guess what? Absolute just highlight reels. I mean, the social
This
media
team is
team is going to be
disgusting.
just laughing
No,
here.
bro.
Pick your moment.
This team
that
is
you
disgusting.
want to find because it is deletion
Nah.
already go. This might be the most
Wombat,
coordinated
Bruce Mouse, 2
team
months. How you
in the
doing?
sense of the dive that we've seen. And I mean, dog, let's just keep it real. This is the best meta for them right now. It really complements their playstyle in the back as Kendrick. He just wants to be a part of the action, but left on the point duty.
Yeah, I mean, exactly, he is. I mean, I'm curious how you kind of deal with it. I mean, you want to play triple, obviously, against it to kind of counter it, but you have to go into Black Cattle. Even in ult, you just get deleted. Goodbye. See ya. Back towards the spawn, by the way, basically touching the door. And again, I mean, the only team to really try to spawn camp in Marvel Rivals Esports is this
No,
squad
bro.
of Yeah, We Lost, and they're doing it yet again
This
in
is
the stage one
this is
of
unfortunate,
Ignite,
man.
as Wada did find that stagger on the opposite side at the very least and does evade with his life. Maybe that results in something, that stagger pick out of their side.
This is just such a tough get-right game for Equinox. They almost won yesterday, and I said this in the pre-show. I'm like, this is the worst team you could go up against because, like, there's just
YWL plays aggressive and it works.
That's
the one thing I really do like about YWL, though. If you play aggressive all the time, that means EXG is always going to have to play into YWL's, momentum. EXG is never going to set the momentum. They always have to play on their back foot. YWL
play from Luka, picking up
is just doing whatever they want.
Great success, if I'm being honest. I mean, yeah, we lost. It's just, I mean, come on, they've got families over there.
Yeah, they want to try to play like counter dive and stuff, but it's just not working. I mean, they go to Bucky, they just still play the Dino. But okay, hook again from Zaytech. By the way, slammed on the Tupiel to take care of his counterpart. And again,
I taught this guy how to play Bucky, by the way, chat, if you guys didn't know.
Over as fast as it began, and they again send this team back to the spawn with infinite stacks.
I taught him everything I knew.
After this game.
I've seen enough nerf Black Widow at this point, and I mean, if you look at it, it's just crazy because it's Rain of Blood, the elimination feed showing.
They are spawn camping them. This is so disrespectful. I love it.
Slam down and just staying alive through. Wada does find the hit on Zaytex in the back. They continue to find this, but Luka always finds 2 to follow. There it is, folks. Blue shines through the light, trying to defeat the darkness, if you will, in the classic colors. But there it is, the first point cap. Hold on, or maybe second. I think they got a percent or 2 on the last map. Going to the Equinox.
Let's think about how they kind of like run it back, right? So they're going to that Cloak and Dagger stuff. I mean, last season I think we saw Cloak and Dagger in the Loki on like those combo with Convertus maps. That'd be good. They go over to the Invis to help try to peel off everybody, but again, there's so much percent on the board now. This is gonna be tough, and especially without ultimates. They need to build up these straddles in the middle of the fight. Otherwise, Yeah, We Lost. We're gonna delete people with Jitward and Matt coming up on the rolls.
Absolutely here, and they're going to have to do the best they can as Wada's going to go down early. Jitward understands the assignment. Zaytex deletes that back strategist. Oh my gosh, Matt's now just beating. Look at those spawns going up through the swipes, and now just finding that quick ult in the queue.
Wait.
And that is going to be a perfect play from Nobines, who's been a big shining star from them with the Vanguard role.
There's no healer.
Yeah.
And Matt's getting resets.
Infinite.
Yeah, but if we get another one on this point, I mean, you're trying to help kind of continue this going forward for the opposite side. And Yeah, We Lost. I mean, they do have to deal with another straddle in a moment for Pixel. He does have it available, but needs to use it before he goes down.
Yeah, that's the thing. You can't kind of stagger in with.
No, never mind.
Black Cat
I
Soul
thought they were about to show a little bit of life.
One
Never
at
mind.
a time, and forcing now the cloak to try their best to stay alive. Couldn't even do so at that. Time is ticking down, and that was the performance that we lost. Wanted to show, wanted to have. Welcome back to stage 1. This third place team that has showed all the part. And if you're Equinox, man, it's the map choice. You gotta really figure out how you're gonna deal with something like that. Obviously, won't play the same in domination, but
that was one of the most
they got to pick a good map to go against. Yeah, we lost.
One-sided matches I have ever seen.
Huge games out of we
to
lost.
the point where
Excellent
the other
job on
team was
Hell's Heaven. We'll see how
spawn
they do
camping the
after
other
this
team,
break
bro.
On map number 2.
We're going to a break. Yes, I am fat. I've been eating those popcorn chips. Oh, let me see the hair. Oh, let me see the hair. Let me see the hair. Emily, I don't know. Listen, I want to be honest with you. I am so glad I am a guy and I'm balding, bro. Emily spent 10 hours. I wish I was exaggerating. 10 hours at a salon to get her hair dyed. 10 flarking hours. She dyed her hair blonde, chat. She said, wow, you know what, J3? You always talk about, goddamn dare, brother, I want to kiss my sister. So she actually wants to copy my blonde hair so she can make this happen. I'm waiting for her to show me it. The break only has a few more minutes. It has 2 minutes. Are you gonna be ready in 2 minutes? All right. Wait, I just want to say something real quick. 170 people voted $3.2 million on EXG when I told them to go YWL. Everyone that voted against me, I am so glad we are taking all your money. I want you guys to look at us through the windows while we're eating the steak and lobster. And the steak is going to be juicy, the lobster is going to be buttery, and I hope you guys know, and it's going to be cold outside, and you guys are not, I hope you guys are going to stare through that window. Nah. I am so glad. Wait, Yoon! Yoon, you predicted. Oh, no, Yoon. You know what? You deserve to lose it. I'm not even mad. I'm not even mad. 50 seconds left, by the way. Can I see with chat as well? Can you show chat? YouTube and Twitch chat are very excited and want to see this. 20 seconds. Okay, I'm gonna go full. I don't want to see you. I want to go full screen so we can both see you at the same time. Okay, can I go full screen?
Yes.
Okay, 3, 2, 1. Oh, you're blonde.
I'm blonde.
I've never seen you
Yeah.
blonde.
I'm more blonde
Why-
than you now. Look.
Why are you wearing a hat? Can you take off the hat?
Okay.
What?
Long hair, don't care.
That took you 10 hours?
Almost 11.
You know what this takes me? This takes me 5 seconds to do every morning.
You like it?
Yeah, I like it. I love it.
Who's
Well, if I went outside, it would be me.
I'm more blonde.
No. You are not more blonde than me. Look at this. I want to show chat something real quick. Chat, tell me who's more blonde. Emily? Or me? Emily or me, chat? I am more blonde, bro. I am more blonde. Come on. Yeah, you're a streamer. No, chat's just, they're just mad they've been losing their channel points all day.
Oh my god. Now I will finally get to know if blonde
Alabama J3.
Better.
What does that even mean?
I don't know. What does it mean? You're blonde. You tell me.
What do I do better? I don't get it.
You
Everything.
can tell me if I do.
Do better what? do better what?
Jitward plays. There's no one like Jitward. I think he is a one of one. I mean, Dog was just talking about that. Very much has these intangibles, but
I don't.
We've all been a part of these ranked games even where something like that happens, and it's just so hard to get right in that environment at that moment quickly because things are spiraling. You're losing players constantly. You're on this big stage. It's obviously trying to be a get right game for you. So now it starts here, right? It's not just that sub end, but it's like what's our game plan going into
better?
Whatever the hell that was.
It's difficult to try and dissect it, I think, because some teams you snowball
Blondes
out of
do
control
not
when you're in one of those
possess
scenarios.
inherently superior biological traits over those with their colors.
Here or there, and then suddenly you see the time
Changing
ticking
blonde
down,
often gives people an instant boost of confidence.
And then you're 2 rounds down, and you're like, oh, okay, well, we're moving on to the next map. But we'll take a look at Luca, how he came in, and how he has been the addition for Yeah We Lost and the replacement of Kart on the Venom looked very strong, Dog.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is kind of what Luca's like that fill player that we kind of needed to kind of step up to Kart Lovers' expectations.
I don't understand, chat. What do blondes do better? I don't understand.
And I mean, that's obviously one of his best heroes, and kind of something we wanted to see out of like with Equinox, and even the opposite side with these other teams kind of starting out is that, you know, maybe we can play a little bit more of the Venom if we're not so good at the cap or if we're not so good at these sort of compositions. Just play something a little bit faster. And take advantage of the hero pools that we have in store. But yeah, looking at the stats, I mean, just a brutal game for the opposite side for Equinox. I mean, they just got dominated from start to finish. Those aggressive dives were very unique. And,
how would I know it?
Just kind of resulted in this.
We don't do anything till marriage.
Scoreboard. Just did not look good for Equinox.
Yeah, we've definitely all been there when you're in a ranked game, like
there is
was
no,
saying, and you go up against Dive.
What is that term that people use? There is no sex till marriage, chat.
Have is they
Everyone
at least
knows
get a little
that.
bit of a reset going from one map into the other,
Jesus.
and they get to choose
I don't even
the
know
map
what
as well. Maybe
sex is. Well,
they go for something
I gotta call
here
my dad to have a talk at
Dive
31.
isn't as good. Maybe
that's
force them
people
into
do
a
it,
little
right?
bit of a
31?
brawl, but that's easier said than done. As most maps, you can still make Dive work. You can almost force it, but it is going to be Symbiotic Surface where we're going to head yet again. We've seen this quite a lot.
I gotta text my dad real quick.
Interesting pick. I think this does still lend itself to
Hello,
dive
Dad.
at times, but it is much more. There are times
you have never done the
like
talk
scan,
with me.
You know, perfect. I think.
Where do you put
to highlight? I mean, first of all,
the
just
penis?
Looking at, you know, what you want to try to do as the team against them. I mean, obviously the Daredevil has been a preference band even for TLC, I believe, of what they've done, because that does fuel a lot of it. The Black Hat play was great from Mass there, but Black Hat typically is not played with the team all the time. But when you have Black Hat serving the role with the pursuit just to get the cleanup, you know, eliminations, that is what's so scary about it. But yeah, this is definitely going to be an interesting map pick to try to get it right.
Well, will we see Equinox get themselves back into this series and
Come
stay
on,
alive? Else there will
Chat,
be
focus
0
up, bro.
and
We're on the
2
last
in
match.
The only one
Why are
way
you
to
guys
find
being
out.
so
Let's get
weird?
into it.
Come
Of course,
on.
we've got the pick and ban coming up first. Cozy, Dog, lead us into it.
Dog. I need someone to make a meme out there of Kart Lover as Wolverine holding the photo of Yeah We Lost his logo, just like after the fly quest. Like the missing of the team that once was, as Luca did show all that part on Venom. But what are your thoughts on this map?
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the map that Equinox like to play on when they you know do go for a convoy or a convergence rather. Last time
Do
they
you
want to
go out for dinner?
SSG yesterday. This time it's going to be a first pick of Symbiotic Surface. Immediately both teams going for that Gambit though.
Sorry, chat.
But yeah, I mean, I'm down for it. Are you think this is one of their better maps, Cozy? They showed some promise on it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like if you look at the others, like where do you go? You can't go to Museum for sure. Midtown, no. Central Park, tough. Yggdrasil, maybe. I would have. It's all. A lot of it lends itself to the playstyle of them. They're gonna go still with like what they know, right? They're gonna go with the Dino save early. This next ban to me, because they're gonna save Daredevil again, right? Like, would you not just do that same? Exactly. Like, why not just go that route? Because that should have been the next ban. But
I was. Oh, by the way, someone was asking what I was snacking on. Do you guys have you guys ever ate those?
Kind of,
they're
shift,
called.
You know, if they do want to play either the Ultron or the
popcorners. They're like little
you know, maybe
popcorn
characters.
that are like
chips.
Really good. They're really good. I like them.
But that's the tough part is that, you know, right now in the Vanguard line department, because of the buffs recently, because of how good Emma got and stuff, it just feels like an interesting save. But I guess because we're going over to the Convoy Convergence, the character will get a little bit more. But again, yeah, we lost. I'm curious how they set up these dives. I know that this map, it's harder to set up those off angles maybe, but you just got to not give up that space, I think. And Equinox have been doing that. It's tough to deal with. Yeah, we lost mobility.
maybe ban Venom here. They're going to go to the Black Hat ban, so there's the first difference, right? We're going to have at least a change up there. For me, I feel like this map lends itself to not being the best Jeff map. Obviously, you still have Jeff's kit, and then you also have the Venom play with it, so you have those team-ups. But at least I thought maybe that's why they went with this map pick, right? Like, you don't have all the off, throw-offs and whatnot, but it still enables the team so well. So this last ban is going to tell all the story. I think this
Jeff had nothing to do with last game. Why ban? Because they banned Jeff last game.
For me, it might even be
and maybe
that Venom, which would be kind of unconventional.
That's what
but
it looks like they're still doing the same
what
bans.
do you want them to do here, man?
Actually, the Doctor Strange save is a little interesting.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you there. I mean, yeah, they kind of left it open last time. Didn't even touch it for we lost. Actually, no, they did. Yeah, onto that. But it's the White Fox at the very end to try to get that one-sided matchup. But maybe we'll see if they protect it. Right, last time they protected the Luna. This time it might be the White Fox because of that, affair where they were just missing a lot of that peel for we lost comp.
There's going to be no amount of snowballs that can stop that, right? So, like, I think the Luna choice, they're going to try something different.
But that's not a ban, though. That's a save on Doctor Strange.
What they're trying to do is force this to be more traditional, the best they can. And I think with the Dino save and that, it does lend itself. You have White Fox for the emergency, like, help this player out that's on the side trying to address someone like maybe Jitward. Last ban for them, though, to kind of complement this.
Y'all break for 13 months. Appreciate it. You're not blonde, you're bald. Oh, thanks, man.
Well, it is.
Okay, the Black Cat. Yeah, that's something to work on for the side of for We Lost. I understand the White Fox is really good. You can see this is the priority of like heroes. I think are very strong right now. And last time was all 4 strats because of the White Fox, and now it's going to be the Black Cat.
You know what, chat?
So
Emily dyed her hair blonde. You know what? I'm going to dye my hair.
Black Fox, whatever, White Cat, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, but I think this is a solid ban from Equinox. The only problem I think with it.
True story. I went to I had a sub goal to dye my hair for chat long time ago. And you guys reached it this is true story. I walked into the hair salon and I was like, hey, I want to dye my hair. They looked at my hair and they were like, yeah, your hair is really thin. Bleaching your hair might actually make it, fall out. And I was like, what? Because apparently bleaching your hair makes your hair thinner. So they actually told me to not bleach my hair because it would probably go bald.
Like it's working backwards. What do you think?
Is that true? If you bleach your hair, is it actually getting thinner?
It's like this is the game plan they had going in. We've got to stick with it, even though when you get punched right in the mouth like that. And hey, they don't even need the Venom ban. Lucas just going straight to that Hulk either way. But you're right, it is kind of working backwards in some sense. Not crazy about the Ultron here.
Well,
they are going to run triple. But it does kind of limit
thank God they told me not to do it.
And look at this. I mean, they just like to play aggressive in every which way, whether it's a portal off the map or just attacking right away. And they know it. I mean, you can see Equinox already looking behind them. Like, they're already scared.
Yeah, absolutely. There it is. Portal on the left side. Doesn't catch on anybody, though. Just kind of in the spawn, though, at the very least.
The chemicals damage your follicles. Well, yeah, you know what? Playing fucking Marvel Rivals and Overwatch for 12 hours a day for 10 years also damages your follicles.
Alongside that Ultron that other teams
I don't
have
see
been
the
trying
difference.
to run. We're on Trupio back on that Phoenix. They lose Pro Builder early in the fight.
Yeah, and this is going to have to be their whole win condition, and they know it. Yeah, we lost nose. Shut down Trupio on the, Phoenix. And look at this.
Are they still spawn camping? EXG? Oh, this is bad, bro.
Open the doors here.
EXG, you guys got to step it up, bro.
They're their priority on targets is what makes we lost so great, right? They know, okay, this is how they want to win. This is how we're going to remove that from them. And then what are you going to do from there? You take out Phoenix, dog, and what damage do they have?
Absolutely, you're right. I mean, now they're going to go in aggressive. They dive onto the
Wow, man. Wow. The support that YWL has on, like, Jitward is insane. He should have died, like, 2 or 3 times right there. They're spawn camping, bro. They're spawn camping.
2 fights have happened towards this team's spawn on no binds back onto the Devil Dino, which is not really panned out. Kendrick as well gets his classic Dr. Strange that we talked about in the last series. Now gets to play with that Mantis.
Yeah, let me take you back to what was the MRC in Season 6. And we lost. I mean, it just completely did the same work that we're seeing here. And look at this. This is just something out of a nightmare if you're on the side of Equinox. And again, we lost. Went through the MRC, which has 3 teams into this Ignite series and cleaned shop. 3-0, 3-0. There's a 3-1 in there at one point. And then the fastest grand finals we've ever saw against what was Lunex, the game we just saw, the team we just saw win that series if you are Stick Gaming. But there's just nothing they can answer, speaking of it, and with that connection, not even finding the limb.
Yeah, and they're stunting. Like any potential KO we could find. Luke is there with that stun, with the stasis. Now we go in with the let's level out, force the boundary. Do they leave? Do they try to get KOs through it? Because the target focus is good enough with the damage boost. They can get KOs, and they do. Yeah, Invisible Woman goes down in the middle of her own ult. Eye comes through on the opposite side. Stuns only Vanguards, but Kendrick does fall at the very least. No blind stun again by Luca, though, who is in that ultimate form and tries to back up. And they do have that copy. They can go aggressive with it, but don't want to waste it because, yeah, we lost. We're trying to go for a second fight. An intelligent reset out of them.
Yeah, Portal is going to be, you know, weighted on too because it had some of that cheeky fun at the beginning. But yeah, it's almost if you want to use it now, if you're ult tracking, which good luck trying to do so in this madness, there it is, go ahead and do so here. They're going to use it just now.
I think YWL is starting to become one of my favorite teams to watch, just because of how disrespectful they are.
Mask goes down.
Is anyone here
in front of them?
Watch old Overwatch games? Like when I used to be a pro. Oh god, you guys were probably not even born yet. When I used to be a pro, I used to play against Emong, and Emong used to be on a team called.
Like to use Portal here, dog, because it's just such a
Selfless, and they used to be the spawn holding team against a lot of teams.
I like that though out of the side of Equinox. I mean, they went aggressive with the Mantis ult. They
I don't know if you guys remember Selfless.
Setting up and didn't allow him time to dive onto the back line, where Tupio just goes aggressive, just straight to the front line, and that's what he's gonna keep doing. Diving immediately on his Atex, does get the mark and actually the KO after it, but he's lost 2 in the middle of the fight. Pro Builder and Respect fall.
Yeah, finds Atex there and able to get anything else from it. Now they're kind of lost back up and ready to go. Jitward just absolutely having his way. The taunt flying.
Was that in the 1900s? Shut up.
We talk about menacing the dinosaur can be. He was getting the hell beaten out of him from the devil himself. Kendrick's got that Agamotto. He's hit these so many times before. There's the reads, the comms. Jitward's spitting it out right now. You can tell on exactly where this rotation's going to go. And here it is. Here's the aggression. We're going to see that close up. Agamotto out. Bam. Slam. Only to find one in there.
It's enough. I mean, they had the follow-through damage. No bind does trade back Kendrick and Jitward, though. So the peel was there towards their own spawn, so they did have, you know, extra healing in that. Tupio now switched over to the Elsa, which I think we saw a little bit yesterday whenever they were getting dove upon. Mantis ult on the opposite side. Eye of Agamotto to help heal it off from Lyric. It doesn't really find much, though.
Oh, he didn't find anyone.
The CC community was there on his Atex, so he gets to live. Luca comes back through in the field, but no KOs found. Slows down the attack. The big part for Equinox, though, is nobody's fallen just yet. They can maybe take advantage of Jitward's aggressive dive, but yeah, we lost once he comes back. This could be a decent spot for Equinox when he's back.
Yeah, if they can lift through this, actually, I like the favor of them pushing through the second point, but look at how much coming at once. Good
Dude, what the hell is going on right now, man?
With that, they should be able to find at least a pick here. Nobody falling. This is absolutely crazy at this point. Extermination coming from the sky. If all things settled, Cooper does find Jitward, though, and from that, they can move forward.
Bro, what is going on, man?
As well, to certify the job. Do they need it there? Probably not. Either way, they want to make sure they get through this choke point, dog. And just like that, finally whittled them away.
I'm glad that, you know, Pro Builder swaps over to that Deadpool strategist. I think this was the thing that they didn't do last map that you know, Wada maybe could have. You know, it's just because of the fact that they have the Ultron band against them, and, you know, you could run into Mantis, but obviously that's not working so far, so you have to switch to something that has a little bit more sustain. Also, you know, get the jackpot, get all that damage boost on the inside, too, and the overhealth, so it kind of makes sense. I love this, to play heavily around Tupio and have him back over to the Elsa with that Gartrox available.
For sure, it's a lot of healing at that, too, right? On top of being able to use the Lantern, so you're just fall packing on some of the better abilities and or circle heals in the game, if you will, and just like that, Jitward knows the assignment. Good rotation from Respect, going up and teleporting, using those codes to the best of the ability. Is going to land the Agamotto on Pro Builder. Can they get him down and out? Yes, they do. They find 3. Back to the spawn they go. And 30 seconds to the name. And you even try to portal like you know what's coming at you here in a moment. And watch, yeah, we lost. Watch this aggression. They're going to go for the counter portal. They don't even need to use the aggression.
It's going to take too long to set up. We'll see. I mean, he sets it up off map. Gets shot. You can see he's going for it. Somebody's shooting him already. Wait, he's doing it for the people that are walking out for spawn. Lyric actually went for an ult, by the way. He has to swap to Thor so somebody else can portal. He goes to the portal, flying above. They have 5 seconds left to go. He's going to drop back down into the portal off map from Kendrick. Doesn't happen. Nobody touches anyways.
What was that? I mean, what a heroic play. I mean, maybe they saw 1 million possibilities and that was the only one, but it didn't look like it that time around. So you got to push up and a half there at best. And man, I tell you what, I'm doing a lot of hosting this this first bit of the group stage. This is the games I get to catch. It's been speed runs, dog. I mean, this is I would get 30 minutes of time here.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we lost our, that's the strength, is that they win incredibly fast, as well as, put up good fights against top teams. And, for the side of Equinox, it's tough because every MRC team, I mean, so far, their number has been, just absolutely got by Yeah We Lost. Like, it feels like either it's Equinox or Stick Drift. No, none of these MRC teams have been able to put up a good fight versus Yeah We Lost. It just feels like they're, like, it's their kryptonite, right? Like, you can't beat this team. No matter the case, and even with Luca coming in and then, subbing out Mask, coming back in Mask, it feels like these guys just know what to do. And it's kind of what we were alluding to, Cozy, at the beginning. It's just Jitward's kind of like a system of his own, brings it to any team. And I think him alongside Kendrick, who have been around for such a long time, same thing with Xantho. It's just such a beautiful orchestra of very unique ideas culminating in one team.
Well, a couple things with that. They said no one wants to scrim them, right? And it's because there's not a lot of teams like them. So what do you gain outside of the knowledge of playing them and getting better at them? Well, you do have that. Funny enough, Swamp Gaming has somehow avoided this team throughout everything. Through the upper bracket, throughout the entire time of the preseason.
Are they actually going Black Widow? That's crazy.
It's the calm teams like TLC that can handle all this aggression well. We saw Space Station do that with Nectar and got rid of Jitward early at that, as in addition to that, and some of the pick bands to go alongside it. As we now see the portal at play with it. Zaytek on the Black Widow, though. Holy trolling, bro.
I mean, he's going for the one shot, right? Like, could potentially go for it, but it also distracts everybody from the backside. Chupio goes down to Xantho. Meanwhile, the Black Widow looking like Zaza right now with how many shots they're missing, but at the moment he gets traded.
Looking like Zaza out there with how many shots they're missing. Oh my, yo.
Oh, it's back. Whoa, best character in the game. Oh my goodness.
Take that. I've seen enough. Nerf the Widow. I've seen enough. Natasha needs to go. They're finally landing the hit there, and the Dino taking the majority of it. They're even caught. I mean, talking about some of the things that they were surprised by early on. This might be one of them. He even has the skin to boot. Love to see it. Kendrick, though, to go and get Tripial out of there, gonna allow all that push up. And wow, just perfect use of all the things they need to do. And we love the aggression here. I think Equinox trying to get something rolling. Oh, there's another shot. Goodbye, Pro Builder.
He's taken like 90 shots and 10 of them hit, but every single shot he's hit has just resulted in so much damage into KO potentially.
Nah,
so,
bro, that's
beautiful
crazy.
Stuff. It's like we're watching a musketeer back in like the early, 17th or 19th century, 18th century, whatever freaking year it was. I'm not a historian, but yeah, we lost now to the second phase. They get even staggers onto Chupio.
Dude. They are losing to a Black Widow in pro play.
Come on now, what are we doing?
No! What are we doing, EXG? This is embarrassing!
He did the portal cancel too, so man, this is going from bad to worst for this team right now. Not only losing the Black Widow, but you also get portal swap canceled by Jitward on freaking Spider-Man. It's the two characters that nobody wants to ever see in the ranked games.
Yeah, at this point, get Iron Man out there to play. Like, let's just go and get them all going there. The one people consider not great in the higher elo. Scarlet Witch maybe will find a way into this match, but Luca is going to get bullied a lot, thrown all over. My God, trying to find some soulless. Pro Builder does find Xantho with that, and the Agamo going out. We're having too much fun. 4 minutes is a lot to deal with, and the whole queue's ready. Plasma Burst, the OP ult, finding no soulless on that connection. Jitward spin to win. Does find Chupio, and this is all but over.
I mean, they're still touching. At least you have Lyric with the ult. They can find the KOs. Nice work with Pro Builder going over to that Daredevil to be alongside the Devil Dino. Finally getting something done. It just feels like Lyric POV 2 has been really tough because he just, on Devil Dino, his character never goes down. He's just watching everybody else fall around him.
Just
it's like
watching everybody die.
It's like the opposite. It's like the dinosaurs have outlived the humans in this case. It just feels tough for this Devil Dino at the moment.
Yeah, that's definitely an understatement. And yet at that point too, if you're just trying to, I mean, the only heroes you can be is White Fox and Invis into this chaos as well. Zaytek's back on over to the Mantis, had his fun. Trying to lock in now as the Invisible Bouncer goes out. Xantho and give this team their arena to fight, and the Coliseum is not needed. Luca finds Pixel. They're down one strat. The Devil coming out though from Pro Builder. Can they respond in return? No, they cannot. And with that portal canceled earlier, they find the wipes and clean out shot. Pro Builder, the last soulless here. Hold on, gonna find a little bit of love dog. But it's going to be Dino bowling ultimately.
This might be GG's, Chad. This might be GG's.
Absolutely fantastic job from Yeah We Lost. They get a 2-0 win over Equinox, and it just seems like they're continuing their steamroll through every single MRC team that they've played against. So
$6.2 million, 438 people predicted with J3
Hey, say what you
to
will.
the
I- this is my pick. I
170
don't want
people for
confidence in the
3.2
playoffs,
million.
right? I was
You
like, I think they're
deserve
gonna
to
go the
lose your
distance
money.
because of how weird they are.
If
in
you
their
voted on
non-traditional
EXG
stints,
and
I
you
love
didn't
that.
trust
Times when they go
J3,
against TLC, people will
Mark
be like, I
you.
want to see them. You know, they're
You
they're
deserve to
saying,
lose. You
play
should
this, play
trust
that.
your
It's not
streamer.
them. They don't care to do so.
I have
Gaskin,
never been
listen, I
wrong
said
in my
when
life.
We had the pre-show. I thought this was going to be a
Good job, people.
game. They had to go out there and show why they won the
Philly
best.
Eagles. Appreciate it. Have a new tier 1 sub, my friend.
The
How you
early
doing?
16th century is when the musket was invented, just to let you know, dog.
When was Black Powder, though? When was Black
Powder? A little
Powder?
bit off. I don't care.
I was like,
but anyway,
come on, man. What do you mean you don't care? Okay, whatever.
I'll give you half of it. That's all I give you.
Partial
But,
credit. I'll take
yeah,
that.
in crazy to see Black Widow coming into play. Just showed how comfortable and how in control. Yeah, we lost. Where it became a one-sided affair. So much though that you got to meme a little bit. It's disappointing to see on the side of Equinox. They just didn't have the answers here, Cozy, and I'm sure it's going to be a difficult pill to swallow for them. And they just have to try and rebuild and move on and hope they can find victories elsewhere.
Huh?
Yeah, there's a lot of there's teams that struggle against We Lost in particular, so you can't like take it too much. Like obviously you just had a game where you got reverse swept, then that happened, like God morale, right? But like, you know, get a spirit coach up in there, point to the side and say believe, because you got a lot of games to go and there is plenty of things to prove from that. A couple things, you know, to correct as well. But if you're we lost, it's like, okay, great, we got that check mark done. Kind of move on to what is going to be, you know, another tough matchup. But what a way to respond to the loss.
Yeah, a great response indeed, and they looked like they were having fun. And for me, that kind of matters, even if it means Cozy only gets to cast for 30 minutes at a time as they speed run through. Jitwood gets MVP, 29 KOs. Good to see him on Spider-Man, enjoying himself as well in that last one, dog.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think there's been a lot of criticism for Jitward. I think somebody pulled up the, you know, like the stats for deaths per 10, for casualties per 10 minutes. And I think he's up there with like last season, or in the preseason, he was like 8 or something. Everybody else is like 6. But that doesn't matter. You know, that doesn't matter when you just play around him, support the play style. Too many people are scared, you know, too people are timid when it comes to playing around these incredibly fast-paced players because they're like, okay, he's dying a lot. He must be playing bad. But he's just on a different tempo than you. You know, you got to pick up your tempo if you want to play with King Jitward for the side of We Lost. Because if you do, you're going to win games like they just did today.
And everyone else in the group, have they just been put on notice here, Cozy? Because, of course, We Lost going up against TLC. That was always going to be one of their most difficult games, if not their most difficult game. But now, with everyone else, like Space Station, for example, do you think they'll be worried to play against this roster who just look terrifying?
Yo, moist shoulders for 9 months.
Listen,
Appreciate
heroes
it. How
coming
you
out like
doing?
White Fox and Black Hat just lends more to their play style. And I think, We Lost. They already got their team. It's almost like a blessing they got that game out of the way first, right? Because now they're going to try, if anything, probably circle that SSG game more than anything, because that was the one that they lost out of that, right? Like,
I
you
don't know
look
if
at
they
the
were
rest of the
doing an
group and
interview.
how they fared up to them. That was one of their games that they did end up struggling. I think Nightmare, they lost a set as well in the preseason. They're at least one of the games into it in a kind of each way domination. But yeah, that definitely shows that, hey, cart lever's gone, but we're still the same.
Still the same, and certainly maybe even finding improvements in certain areas as well. I think I'm very excited to see how We Lost develop as they move forward here in the group. On the side of Equinox, though, it's going to have to go back to the drawing board a little bit. I think Cozy is right. You definitely don't want to be too disheartening onto yourself. You don't want to like beat down on yourself too much because We Lost do have that capability of absolutely running through you when they are playing this way. But Dog, if you had to kind of look somewhere for Equinox, for a lifeline going into the rest of this group, where would it be for you? Where can they look? Like, what would be their strengths?
I mean, I think it's this back line. I think they've been really good. And you guys mentioned Chupiel. He's been solid too. It's definitely like, I know it's easy to like call out specific players and stuff, but it is a team game. And I think that
We can't hear you, Jay. Yeah, I'm talking to Emily.
To what the team's doing a little bit more, be a bit more proactive. Like I said, I understand Devil Dino's a good character, but
What's
you
up,
know, there
Ranger?
are
How you doing? How you
situations
doing?
where maybe you don't have as much impact on the game, and it's not necessarily just
No,
on
that
Lyric
was
in the
the-
squad, but
that was the
it does
last
feel
game,
like
Chad. That was
Equinox.
the last game.
If I'm going to point as a specific player, whenever they do well, it's because of Lyric on Doctor Strange or whatever. Just feels like they kind of run through their Vanguard line, so I like them to play around them a little bit more.
It seems to happen quite a lot as well. When a new meta comes in, people kind of get forced into that meta, have to play heroes maybe they're not as comfortable with. At what point, Cozy, do you start to go back to those comfort picks? Or do you think this meta now is too apparent that you can't afford to go back to some of those heroes that you were good with?
Yeah, it's a good point. You know, we talked about that yesterday. It's like, you know, when the Devil Dino comes out, a lot of this game plan has been made around it. And it was working somewhat well against Space Station, right? So like maybe you continue on that and you kind of stubborn push the foot forward and see, and they lose again though. It's like you risk so much. I think 2 games in now, every pick's just a bit more riskier, and it's just a tough 2 opening, right? Because if they would have won yesterday like they should have, it's like, okay, we could see what went well, but because of not, it's like, okay, do we change everything? I don't know. It could be tough for them to really reset in this.
Yeah, maybe the time for experimentation is over. But we can take a look at the standings and how everything is looking, the lay of the land after the results from today, because now a couple of teams have been able to play 2 games, and those 2 teams were the ones just on your screen. So we're going to have Liquid Citadel still sitting at the top with Space Station and Stick Drift now who move up. But Equinox is going to be down at 0-2. And of course, earlier from the games in Group B, we're starting to see some leaders now with Swamp Energy and 100 Thieves finding their victories, but still none yet for FlyQuest, Nightmare, and Sentinels. Dog, how do you think these groups are going to lay out? Like, at the moment, of course, with only a couple of matches being played, there is still a lot of differences to be had. But are we starting to weed out some of these teams now that we expect to be toward the bottom?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I expect maybe Equinox to come back. I think they've had some really hard games that you guys talked about. They probably should have won that Space Station Gaming series. So, I don't know. Like, I think that for the side of Space Station Gaming, for example, I wouldn't be surprised to see them kind of struggle to get that fourth place
Damn,
spawn.
poor
I'm
Equinox Gaming, bro. 0-2
later on between those two. But then for Group B, yeah, I mean, I think it's still any man's game, because like who knows if Nightmare starts to level up. We're still early on in the patch, and it does feel like it's the same as like the last patch, where even though there wasn't that many changes,
Wait, what do you mean? I finally caught a fish,
or a couple new characters since the preseason, I guess. It does feel like there's
Rewinded
a lot that
the
a lot of
stream to
teams
see
haven't
Ultra
figured out
Esports
just
get
yet, including the
spanked.
band
Shame I
phase.
missed it.
This is one of the
Ooh.
hardest games I think to play at a professional level because of how many different
Ultra
competitions
Esports
you
didn't
have
get
to
spanked.
play.
That was actually a
So,
really good
The
game.
fact that we have a patch basically before every tournament makes
Oh,
it really,
no,
really
Ultra
tough
against
for these pros
Rad?
to
No, never
figure
mind.
out,
Red
and
won
usually
that,
it's only
yeah. No, I
figured
thought you meant
out
Pulsar.
before,
Pulsar
even
did really
into the
well.
playoffs.
I certainly do not envy some of the pro players with everything they have to keep up with, that is for sure. Well, we can look ahead to tomorrow and see what the schedule is going to be looking like and which teams are going to be playing what, and are your favorite teams going to be on your screens? We've got
Sentinels
versus
against
Nightmare,
100 Thieves against NRG. That's going to be a good
versus
game.
Space Station. Cozy, definitely some juicy matches
And
waiting for us
Stick
tomorrow.
Drift against
Yeah, for sure.
Space
I got a
Station
3-day,
Gaming.
been here with all doing.
That's gonna be a
having
good game,
luxury of
too.
Being able to see all the action all 3 days, and for me, I think 100 Days versus NRG Shock is going to be probably the one that I'm most excited for there. 100 Thieves, I really felt like, and even in my predictions in game, I picked to finish very well. I thought they would adjust well. We never see the same results from pre-season. Obviously, the matchup that we're all waiting for will be them versus Swamp Gaming, probably, but this is also a very good litmus test for them to see how they stack up. Made light work of FlyQuest, but across the board, all 3 looking pretty fun.
Do you have a favorite matchup there, Dog? I mean, I know what stands out to me, but I'll allow you to make your own decision.
Okay, I gotta think about what you'd pick so I could pick the other one. I'm thinking I just want to see more of Stick Drift in Space Station Gaming, for me at least. That's why I'm looking forward to that game. I just love how those players have been playing, and I think that Stick Drift, this could be their stage to kind of maybe upset and play well compared to like, yeah, we lost and stuff. So if you take down a team like Space Station Gaming right now, when maybe they're looking their weakest, that would be huge to go up 2-0 in the group stages.
I think for me, 100 Thieves versus NRG Shock is going to be my game to watch tomorrow. 2 absolute powerhouses in this group, and it might just solidify one of these teams that little bit further in the competition as well. Very excited to see what will go down, but it has been an excellent day so far with all the teams that we've seen. I mean, it was a day of 2-0s, Cozy. I mean, you joked about it. You were hosting, then you jump into the cast, you get some quick 2-0s, but that's kind of how the region is looking at the moment. We get this top-heavy side of the groups right now where people are just kind of dogging on other squads at the moment.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's for sure. I think a lot of question marks in between has been our question ultimately, and like who's fixing what. I was surprised that, when we have teams like this, we talk about relegation, like, yeah, we lost. That's a roster that I'd be looking to just continue to support, right? And we see more of that here. But in general, man,
How are your predictions?
Probably celebrating too hard, or like they fell asleep
My
because it was
predictions
just too light work. I don't know, but either way, it was fun to see them put together. As
I just love how mad. I just love how mad Cozy is. He's like, dude, every time I cast, it's just quick 2-0s.
To cast.
3 right
I love it.
on
Hey,
EMEA.
we
I
get
got
best
1
of
wrong.
fives in,
and on
a
NA,
little
I
bit
got
later
2
on when we
right
get
and
into the
2
playoff
wrong.
side, so don't you
I went
worry, Cozy, you'll have
50-50 on
plenty of
NA,
time to
but
get on the
I
screen
didn't.
and get those
I did
counts
really
on
good
the
on
way. But you
EMEA.
guys did absolutely fantastic as always. Pleasure to hear you commentating on those matchups. But guys, that is us done and dusted for today. Of course, we have plenty more action still to come tomorrow. Whether you're watching OCE, whether you're going to watch Pacific, whether you want to watch EMEA tomorrow as well, there is going to be all of that on your screen here in Marvel Rivals Ignite. But with that said, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you from production, from Cozy, from Dog, and myself, and Vicky, of course, and of course from
Hello,
Guang Guang
everyone.
himself.
Guang
We
Guang
appreciate
here.
you guys.
What
Have a wonderful
shirt,
night. and
bro.
We'll see you
What a
tomorrow.
shirt. Okay, chat. Okay, chat. On behalf of me and Boba. Hey. On behalf of me and Boba, chat, I will be seeing you guys all tomorrow for the rest of the watch parties. Chat, you guys have been absolutely insane. What do you mean part-timer? I've been streaming for 11 hours. I've been streaming for almost 12 hours, chat. Anyways, I will be seeing you guys all tomorrow. Appreciate you guys being a part of the watch party. You guys are absolutely insane. Chat popped off today. I popped off on predictions. I don't even think I got one wrong. But yeah, you guys should listen to my things. But I will see you guys all tomorrow. I am going to go get dinner and I will be live tomorrow. The matches are going to start at 12 p.m. EST, just as a heads up. We're going to be watching EMEA. Hey, what's up, DTK? I hope you guys are having a great night together. And yeah, thank you guys for YouTube chat. You guys have been absolutely amazing. Twitch chat, you guys have been absolutely amazing. Appreciate you guys being here for the drops and, the watch parties. They have been a lot of fun. We got to continue to be the best watch party. So I love you guys. I appreciate you all. I hope you guys all have a great night. And I will be here tomorrow if you guys want to win a lot more money with J3's prediction points. So, chat, I love you guys. I appreciate you all. And I hope you guys all have a fantastic night, okay? Love you guys. Mwah. You guys are amazing. I'm not a part-timer. What the...